My name is Lin Nan, also known as the Thief. I recall the last time I introduced myself this way was quite some time ago. Indeed, I had perished before being reincarnated through the technique of impure world reincarnation. In my previous life, I joined the Akatsuki organization and acquired a replication system. As the name suggests, this system allows me to replicate any skill within my line of sight. Sounds promising, right? However, this ability consumes an exorbitant amount of chakra. Thus, while I cannot claim to have thrived, I managed to navigate most of the plot relatively unscathed. I had intended to continue along this path until the story concluded and the world achieved peace. Until that day, when Obito unexpectedly shared some heartfelt words with me. I promptly met my end, lying alongside Nagato. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself. Chapter 1. Awakening through Impure World Reincarnation. Nagato on the left, Itachi on the right. Ding. Host consciousness detected as restored. System rebooting. System reboot complete. Restoring data. Ding. Data restoration successful. Ding. Unlearned data restoration failed. Wasn't I already dead? In a haze, Lin Nan's consciousness gradually awakened, akin to the sensation of just having emerged from slumber. The moment when Obito, driven by love, pierced through my heart felt as if it had just transpired. Could it be? Is this system still operational in the afterlife? Speaking of which, after my demise, I found myself in the afterlife, yet I am uncertain whether the authority here is Eastern or Western. In the West, I have no idea what I could replicate, but in the East, I could potentially replicate certain jutsu. I wonder if the Book of Life and Death can be replicated. Faintly, Lin Nan seemed to hear a voice, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Before him, the black curtain appeared to lift, yet everything remained shrouded in mystery. Wait, why is it still in the language of the little sun? Is this perhaps the underworld of the little sun? Did he just mention impure world reincarnation? No way. This forbidden technique, which can only be utilized by the second Hokage and Lord Orochimaru, allows the resurrection of the deceased for my bidding. I am now the third to wield it, surpassing the predecessors in prowess. Then Lin Nan heard a voice, soft yet eerie. And so, followed by a deep, authoritative voice. This voice, Lin Nan would never forget. Obito's annoying tone. In my final moments, this guy was still rambling. You could have continued to serve as my pawn for the Akatsuki, but your unpredictability is too great. What awaits you is an endless abyss of darkness that I wish to join forces with you. The soft voice proposed. Join forces? Obito replied, somewhat dismissively. Here we have Itachi, Sasori, Deidara, Nagato, and Kuro, Little Lin. Each is a top-tier expert. Although they are deceased, their value in death is undoubtedly the greatest. Of course, my pawns do not end here. Could it be that this plot is? As Lin Nan's mind cleared, he deduced the identity of the soft voice and the unfolding plot. Kabuto, now the perfect successor of Orochimaru, was preparing to wade through the murky waters of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Lin Nan's body should be buried deep in the ocean. How did you manage to reincarnate him? Obito's voice held a hint of curiosity and an unusual gravity. Indeed, the immense water pressure prevented me from entering the depths, much like Jiraiya returning to the sea during the Rain Village battle. However, I have my methods of acquiring his bodily tissues at other times. After all, Little Lin is not exactly a reliable individual in the Akatsuki, is he? What does he mean by unreliable? Lin Nan thought to himself, feeling a sense of irritation as he realized that Kabuto had evidently not been punished enough by his previous actions. Although his consciousness was clear, he felt trapped within a body that was not his own, with his vision merely a blur. Without the system, he might not even possess this fragment of awareness. At least not at this moment. I believe you are well aware of Lin Nan's abilities. Such a person should not be here. Obito's voice turned cold, tinged with malice. Kabuto, however, remained unfazed. I am indeed aware, but every ability of those I control is also within my grasp. So you need not concern yourself with that. Lord Madara, am I to understand that you are threatening me? The malice intensified, and Obito was evidently angered. And oh no, if Little Lin poses a threat to you then. With a clap of his hands, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Immediately, a coffin appeared. As the coffin lid opened, Obito's voice trembled. You little rascal, where did you find this? Once again, you need not concern yourself with this, Lord Madara. Kabuto replied confidently. What are your intentions in forming an alliance? Obito regained a semblance of calm. I only require Uchiha Sasuke. In exchange, I will offer my complete assistance. Sasuke, as the youthful and free-blooded heir of the Uchiha clan, I desire to complete what Lord Orochimaru could not. However, do not misunderstand me. I merely seek to pursue the purest truth of ninjutsu. Lin Nan found the exchange between the two utterly uninteresting. He was solely focused on one matter: how to break free from Kabuto's control. This would inevitably require the power of the Uchiha. I have been reincarnated through impure world reincarnation. How fascinating. The user of impure world reincarnation creates a body from dirt, summoning the soul of the deceased, granting them immortality, boundless stamina, and chakra. This implies that my only shortcoming has vanished. Is happiness arriving too abruptly? Kabuto, I truly owe you my gratitude. Is my era finally arriving? Very well. I agree to join forces with you. But one of the conditions is that Lin Nan cannot partake in this war, at least not appear within its confines. Suddenly, Obito's statement abruptly interrupted Lin Nan's lively thoughts. Then Kabuto's words felt like a bucket of cold water dousing Lin Nan. Of course, if you mind. Obito departed, leaving Lin Nan feeling rather disheartened. Little Lin, the owner of the Akatsuki's Void Ring. In other words, we are both considered successors of Lord Orochimaru. What makes your abilities so concerning to this Madara? Through his hazy vision, Lin Nan seemed to perceive a figure standing before him. I must toy with this. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan would have shivered if he could control his body. However, Obito's previous remarks had genuinely frightened him. Not participating in the battlefield? Wouldn't that shatter all dreams? Lin Nan felt as though his heart had turned to ash. Kabuto honored his promise and brought Lin Nan to the war on Turtle Island, prior to the conflict. During this battle, Deidara regained consciousness, while Lin Nan did not. In a state reminiscent of being pressed by an unseen weight, Lin Nan was manipulated like a zombie by Kabuto, experiencing the prelude to what is referred to as the Fourth Great Ninja War. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Nan's awareness remained clouded. The more he attempted to break free from his bonds, the more intense his drowsiness became, ultimately leading him to surrendered. He had initially thought the commotion was theirs to enjoy, leaving Lin Nan as a mere observer. Yet when a ninja world war finally commenced, Lin Nan was unexpectedly thrust into the battlefield by Kabuto. This revelation filled Lin Nan with unexpected joy. Just days prior, Kabuto had extracted Lin Nan's bodily tissues, tirelessly researching without yielding any significant results. Perhaps after toying with him for a while, Kabuto had found nothing particularly special about Lin Nan, thus feeling at ease, allowing him to join the fray. After all, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Despite the fact that the failures of Kabuto's prior attempts at impure world reincarnation were dispatched to the battlefield, under the manipulation of Kabuto Yakushi, Itachi. Uchiha carried Nagato on his back, while Kakashi supported Lin Nan as they departed from their lair. Lin Nan could sense his bodily sensations returning, yet he found himself devoid of control. Was this the air of freedom? Was this the dawn of hope? Kabuto Yakushi, you truly are remarkable. I am eternally grateful to your ancestors. You are indeed my benefactor in this rebirth. Chapter 2. I, Pu Hongxi, have returned. As night fell, the group traversed through the dense forest and arrived at a plain, where their pace slowed. During this journey, their consciousness gradually revived, leading to light-hearted exchanges. Can everyone speak now? Itachi Uchiha, supporting Nagato, was the first to break the silence. Yes, Itachi, Nagato replied. Kaka, carrying Lin Nan, muttered, I never imagined our reunion would be in such a manner. Here I am, once again burdened with carrying you, you little brat. What bad luck. Lin Nan silently endured Kakuzu's deliberate jolting. He had once found this man insufferable, yet now he seemed rather endearing. Ah, how wonderful it is to be alive. Lin Nan, you too have perished. Nagato sighed. Itachi cast a deep glance at Lin Nan and asked, have you seen Sasuke since then? Reflecting on the events, Lin Nan replied, Sasuke joined the Akatsuki and subsequently captured the Eight Tails for the organization. After that, I lost track of him. Has it truly come to this? Nagato inquired. Well, my disciple, Naruto. Lin Nan scratched his head, amused by the peculiarities of these two individuals. Naruto became a hero in Konoha. Soon after, Uchiha Madara, also known as Obito, instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, and I was killed along the way. You died at Obito's hands? Kakuzu's face displayed astonishment. Lin Nan shot Kakuzu a glance. Obito is indeed Uchiha Madara, My suspicions were correct, yet it is regrettable. Itachi gazed up at the full moon, his expression complex as he pondered. So what is the situation now? Why are they at war while deliberately keeping us away from it? Nagato asked. Itachi sighed. We have been summoned by those allied with Madara. He must have other strategies in play. Kakuzu's expression darkened. Who would have thought that our esteemed Akatsuki has become mere pawns for others to exploit? How absurd! Lin Nan regarded him, imagining the expression he would wear if he knew that his hard-earned savings had been squandered by Conan. Speaking of which, how is Conan doing now? Lin Nan, do you know Conan's situation? Nagato suddenly inquired. Lin Nan was uncertain if Nagato was aware of the matter, but considering that Conan had used the organization's treasury to purchase explosive tags, it was unlikely he was. Oblivious. Lin Nan shook his head and sighed. I am not entirely sure MY death was meant to save Conan. I thought I would return unscathed, but if she has also perished, then my sacrifice would have been in vain. Lin Nan forced a bitter smile. That I asked that so? Nagato sighed. Truly befitting of Uchiha Madara, the legendary man, to have slain you, this anomaly. Kakuzu sneered at Lin Nan. Before Lin Nan could respond, Kakuzu turned to Nagato. By the way, who are you? Did you join later? He had joined far earlier than you. Lin Nan glanced at Nagato's enigmatic smile, internally amused and exasperated. This guy didn't even know whom he was working for and had foolishly turned over all his earnings. Indeed, in his previous life, Lin Nan was a member of the Akatsuki, the possessor of the Ring of Void. However, unlike his comrades, Lin Nan did not possess S-rank strength. Lin Nan was not originally from this world. In his former existence, this realm was merely an anime. Thus, he was aware of most plot developments. Transmigration naturally comes with a golden finger. However, this so-called golden finger was infuriating to think about. Lin Nan did not possess the Sharingan. His single Sharingan was an implant, differing from Kakashi's, and it was best not to dwell on that painful experience. Upon acquiring the replication system, combined with the Sharingan's record-keeping ability, it indeed sounded impressive. Though the replication system could mimic countless jutsu, with every skill within sight being replicable, it was exceedingly chakra-consuming. Moreover, like Kakashi, Lin Nan was unable to deactivate the Sharingan, resulting in a constant drain on his chakra, ultimately surpassing Kakashi as the foremost chakra-depleted individual, the first to be perpetually out of chakra in the ninja world. Fortunately, Lin Nan, being well-versed in the plot, managed to navigate most of the story with relative ease. Initially, he had intended to coast through until world peace was achieved, but ultimately, let bygones be bygones. All in all, hardships lead to sweetness. Every effort and wait was worthwhile. If Lin Nan were not currently bound, he might have collapsed in agony right then, and their IT was exceedingly difficult. Lin Nan felt he was the most unfortunate among the comrades who traversed through the world of Naruto, without exception. Even with a golden finger, he was unable to defeat anyone, and, out of sheer helplessness, could only live on, only to have his heart torn out in the end. Heaven has shown me mercy, granting me another chance. A sharp glint flickered in Lin Nan's eyes. My apologies. This time, I choose to rise anew. Susanoo, the divine tree descends. 8 gates released, here I come. Of course, that depends on that skill. I, Hu Hongxi, have returned. Ha ha ha. Hick. What are you laughing at? Kakuzu turned to Lin Nan with a decidedly unfriendly expression. Lin Nan retorted, We've all died once. Why are you still so irritable? Can't you keep your temper even after death? Humph. Kakuzu snorted coldly and fell silent. In the Akatsuki, Lin Nan could not claim to have particularly good or bad relationships with anyone, as he had always teamed up with Obito. However, who would have thought that after maintaining such a long relationship, Obito would strike without hesitation in the end? What a white-eyed wolf! As dawn broke in the east, the sky lightened. We must hurry. It seems the puppeteer has found their target. Be cautious. Itachi, Uchiha warned. As the quartet approached a pond, they saw 2 figures swiftly approaching from a far point. One was dark-skinned and robust, wearing sunglasses. The other was adorned in golden attire, nearly blinding Lin Nan's eyes. In the first chapter, they encountered the antagonist. In the second chapter, they met the protagonist. And in the third chapter, they would take flight. Indeed, the newcomers were Naruto Uzumaki in his 9 tails chakra state and Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. I see. They intend to use us to assassinate the Jinchuriki? Nagato, supported by Itachi, finally understood. Itachi's expression turned serious. Can they truly manipulate the 9 tails chakra already Of course, he is my fellow disciple. Nagato replied with a hint of pride. Upon spotting the four of them, Naruto's face grew grave. Members of the Akatsuki? Kakuzu, Itachi, Nagato, and that's Lin Nan. Has he also fallen? What's going on? You know them? Are you old acquaintances? Killer Bee asked, puzzled. Given our presence here, I assume you already understand the reason. I have a question for you, Naruto. Before Naruto could respond, Itachi raised his voice, but in the next moment, unleashed a massive fireball. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Lin Nan, on Kakuzu's back, also unleashed a torrent of oil that a combination of fireball and oil jutsu, a classic case of adding fuel to the fire. Lin Nan was astonished. The Kabuto pulling the strings behind this was quite skilled. However, all of this was futile before the tentacles of Killer Bee's Samahata. With a swift motion, Killer Bee cleaved through the flames, creating an opening. Samahata. Itachi's expression reflected his disappointment. Jiao-Du chuckled. I never anticipated that Kisame would meet his demise. Does that mean our Akatsuki is left with only Fei? With a dull thud, Uchiha Itachi vanished from sight. Jiao-Du, in a swift motion, tore at his clothing to reveal four masks adorning his back. The puppet master knows us all too well, even equipping me with 5 hearts. While this allows me to unleash my full potential, the sensation of being manipulated is utterly displeasing. Having uttered these words, Jiao-Du plunged his hands in the ground, reappearing behind Killer Bee. Above you, Nagato called out as a warning that in the air, Naruto and Itachi were enmeshed in fierce combat, while Itachi began inquiring about Sasuke's whereabouts. Upon learning that Sasuke had betrayed the village by joining Akatsuki, Itachi felt compelled to act decisively. Killer Bee had already engaged with Jiao-Du, and Lin Nan felt his body uncontrollably drawn into the fray. Meanwhile, Nagato had summoned the eerie creatures of the Six Paths, effectively segmenting the battlefield. This was untenable. If he focused solely on Killer Bee, it would lead to complications. Those resurrected through Edo Tensei retained a semblance of autonomy, but were largely bound to the will of their controller. Just as Lin Nan contemplated subtle maneuvers, he found himself irresistibly drawn towards Naruto. Perhaps Kabuto believed that Jiao-Du alone could sufficiently restrain Killer Bee. Apologies, Mr. Lin, Naruto said with a complex expression before pivoting and delivering a kick that sent Lin Nan flying. Lin Nan replied with a smile. No worries, do what you must. Once a mere vagabond aspiring for world peace, how could he not forge a bond with the protagonist? His rapport with Naruto had flourished significantly during Pain's invasion of Konoha. Yet, shortly thereafter, he met his end that moment. Naruto's radiant visage suddenly contorted, and a raven emerged from his mouth. It's here. Lin Nan's pupils constricted as the single Sharingan's 3 tomo spun wildly. Ding. Copy system activated. SSS rank ocular technique. Kodo Amatsukami, Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan, has been added to the skill repository. What? How is this possible? Far away, Kabuto watched as 2 pieces on the chessboard shattered, his pallid face growing even more ashen. Chapter 3. Awakening in Amaterasu. Beware, Naruto. It is Amaterasu. Nagato cautioned once more. Uchiha Itachi, with his eyes tightly shut, opened them, and a stream of blood tears flowed down his cheeks. Indeed, it was Amaterasu, yet the target was not Naruto but the 3-headed dog summoned by Nagato. The creature let out a mournful howl, causing Naruto to fall from above. Simultaneously, Itachi unleashed his power, directing his gaze towards Nagato, who was atop a giant toucan. Dark flames of Amaterasu ignited around Nagato, instantly rendering him immobile, leaving only the toucan to emit continuous cries of despair. Itachi then shifted his attention to Kaku, who was locked in combat with Killer Bee. Anticipating Itachi's move, Kakuzu dove headfirst into the nearby lake. Itachi, in a frenzy, once again focused on Lin Nan. Startled, Lin Nan was about to speak, but quickly realized that any words now would be futile. Amaterasu. In near unison, Lin Nan and Itachi uttered the phrase. Blood trickling from the corner of Lin Nan's eye. Their gazes met in midair, and suddenly, a mesmerizing and ominous black flame blazed forth. Itachi's expression changed as he regarded Lin Nan with peculiar intensity. In the next moment, his left eye opened, prepared to cast Tsukuyami. However, Lin Nan hastily waved his hand. Itachi, I have also recovered. Have you forgotten my abilities? Itachi, incredulous, replied, You replicated Kodo Amatsukami? What do you think? Lin Nan replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Itachi, known for his aloof demeanor, couldn't help but display an expression of profound astonishment. Indeed, you have brought me considerable delight, Lin Nan. He sighed, his expression complex. I truly cannot fathom how you were slain by Madara. Lin Nan's smile faltered, and he retorted, let's not dwell on such matters. A loud explosion echoed from a distance, prompting Lin Nan to turn and witness Nagato, rejuvenated, mercilessly pinning Killer Bee to the ground. Meanwhile, Kakuzu emerged from the water. One each, let's wrap this up. Lin Nan commanded. Itachi nodded slightly and charged towards Nagato. Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, but paid it little heed. Itachi generally avoided high-stakes battles when given a choice. Observing Nagato, it was evident he held absolute superiority, boasting an overwhelming presence with his 3 heads and 6 arms, accompanied by a massive Yama head and an invisible lizard. Both Naruto and Killer Bee were being brutally overpowered. The powers of the 6 paths of pain were concentrated solely on Nagato, which was not merely a matter of addition. However, Itachi's arrival ensured that events would unfold according to the expected narrative. Next, it would be his turn to confront Kakuzu. In the original storyline, only Nagato and Itachi participated in this battle, while Kakuzu was cast into the main fray, not to mention Lin Nan, who originally did not exist. Now, standing before Kakuzu, Lin Nan mused, what an anomaly. I never expected you to escape. Kakuzu regarded Lin Nan with a knowing gaze, his mocking laughter seemingly directed at an unknown target. Despite his words, Kakuzu began to act. From the mask on his back, a vast and chaotic chakra began to surge upwards. Fire at will. A colossal wave of chakra, infused with 5 elemental attributes, erupted from his mutated palm, hurtling directly toward Lin Nan. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's arm also underwent mutation, and simultaneously, a wave of chakra burst forth from him. When the 2 shock waves collided, debris scattered, and a fierce wind gusted around them. They remained locked in this clash, neither side yielding. This was Lin Nan's plight. Although he could fully replicate the jutsu of his targets, his own chakra reserves were limited, resulting in a precarious standoff. While he could manage against average ninjas, facing S-rank opponents often meant being overwhelmed by sheer chakra volume. Yet, Lin Nan now possessed an Edo Tensei body, granting him infinite chakra. 1 + 1, however, far exceeded 2. In the next moment, without forming hand seals, 2 shadow clones sprang forth from Lin Nan and vanished instantaneously. When they reappeared, the clones had already positioned themselves behind Kakuzu. Chidori. The sound of myriad birds echoed as Lin Nan's clone, wielding lightning, plunged into Kakuzu's back, causing his pale mask to shatter. With the mask broken, Kakuzu's chakra diminished, and Lin Nan's main body unleashed a shockwave that engulfed Kakuzu entirely. As the dust settled, Lin Nan approached the slowly recovering Kakuzu, who, despite being an Edo Tensei, was immobilized during the healing process, akin to a mere shell. Ah, Lin Nan, you truly are the same anomaly. Although unable to move, Kakuzu could still speak, his laughter tinged with a hint of sorrow. This was a side of Kakuzu Lin Nan had never witnessed. You are correct. We are both dead now, yet I still feel a pang of regret. Had it not been for that idiot Haiden, I wouldn't have been so easily vanquished. What's done is done. We are dead. What purpose does it serve to dwell on it? Lin Nan replied, searching his skill repository for sealing techniques. I prided myself on trusting only in money, never in others. Yet I ended up trusting that fool Haiden, only to perish at the hands of my comrades. It is truly disheartening. After 2 lifetimes spent diligently earning bounties, only to die before enjoying the fruits of labor, it would be vexing for anyone. Isn't there an old adage? The most painful thing is dying with unspent money. This solitary elder had barely enjoyed his life. Lin Nan paused momentarily, glancing toward another battlefield where a fierce clash unfolded, revealing a massive orange Susanoo dominating his view. Ding. SSS grade ocular technique. Susanoo stages 1 to 3. Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Recorded into skill repository. Accompanying skills. Yata Mirror. Tatsuka Blade recorded. Lin Nan. May I inquire how you escaped my control? Suddenly, a soft voice interrupted. Lin Nan turned to find Kakuzu's expression vacant, his gaze transformed. Has Kabuto seized control? Kabuto? You remember me. What an honor. Kakuzu's eyes reflected sincerity. Your performance has surpassed my expectations. Perhaps Madara was right. You are more elusive than Uchiha Itachi. I have a proposal. Crack. The sound of bones cracking interrupted Kakuzu's words, his astonished gaze rising further. Lin Nan radiated a crimson-orange glow, gazing kindly at Kakashi. Apologies. I'm not interested at the moment. Perhaps we can discuss it face-to-face later. Chapter 4. Lin Nan declares his participation in the Ninja World War. The other battlefield was nearing its conclusion, resembling a solo performance by Uchiha Itachi against Nagato, with little involvement from Naruto or Killer Bee. Despite Nagato being empowered by the Six Paths, he ultimately fell to Itachi. Just as Itachi prepared to deliver the final blow with his orange Susanoo, a sudden streak of orange light pierced through Nagato's body. Itachi, through the smoke, caught sight of this unexpected occurrence, his expression momentarily shocked before returning to normal. Naruto and Killer Bee followed his gaze, standing dumbfounded. The identical giant, astonishingly tall, elicited an exuberant dance from Killer Bee. Nagato, whose chest had been pierced, turned with great effort to glance back, soon revealing a smile of relief. Naruto, I am now set to pursue my master. I will watch over you from the heavens alongside him. As he gazed at Naruto, a genuine smile blossomed on his youthful, yet fragmented visage. In that moment, Nagato seemed to have returned to a time long past, when he was as young as he was now, surrounded by friends and mentors, all chasing their dreams together. Had he not established the Akatsuki, but instead traveled the world with his master, would the fate of Team Toad have unfolded differently? Naruto, captivated, appeared to see a tall figure in a red vest with white hair standing behind Nagato in the haze. Fear not, brother. Naruto raised his thumb and displayed his signature radiant smile. Nagato closed his eyes, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth for a long while. The departure of Nagato, resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, signified the definitive end of the once mighty Akatsuki. As Nagato vanished, a brilliant sun shone down upon Naruto, reminiscent of the last glimmer of hope released by the original Akatsuki, founded beneath the sun's embrace. What a glorious sun! As the dust settled, Lin Nan appeared, shielding his eyes from the brightness. Mr. Lin? Naruto regarded Lin Nan with a hint of caution. Yet Lin Nan responded with a smile. I have now, like Itachi, freed myself from the control of the impure world reincarnation. There is no need for concern. Naruto, glancing from Itachi to Lin Nan, smiled, truly worthy of Mr. Itachi and Mr. Lin. Enemies resurrected by the impure world reincarnation transformed into allies, a testament to the battlefield's ever-shifting nature. What a marvelous spectacle! Killer Bee's eccentric rap echoed in the air, prompting the three to exchange silent glances. Killer Bee, taking pride in his antics, began to dance. Naruto covered his forehead, feigning ignorance of him. Lin Nan nearly burst into laughter. Itachi, maintaining his cool demeanor, addressed Lin Nan. What are your intentions? You should accompany me. Itachi nodded. There are matters that must be addressed. Otherwise, they may introduce instability into this war. Lin Nan pondered. I will accompany you. It is a fortuitous opportunity to engage with the figure behind the scenes. Itachi did not refuse. In the next moment, Lin Nan's form began to distort, and several figures emerged from his body. Wood clone technique? Itachi mused. What do you intend? Lin Nan smiled at Naruto. I am but a remnant now. Whether on the battlefield or in the shadows, there are places where I can still contribute. Itachi was moved. Upon reflection, it became clear that Lin Nan's abilities warranted a role beyond mere shadowing in the enemy's lair. He was better suited for the dazzling chaos of the battlefield. This was the rationale behind Lin Nan employing the wood clone technique. Unlike shadow clones, wood clones were sturdier and more powerful, with the added benefit of instant auditory sharing. Thus, sending wood clones to various battlefields would facilitate the rapid exchange of intelligence. Oh, just like Mr. Naruto, sending clones to the battlefield stirs my heart. Oh yeah? Lin Nan remarked, glancing at Killer Bee. May I strike him? Naruto made a casual gesture. Hey, don't get too excited, brother. Killer Bee finally ceased his relentless rhyming. After assigning roles, the parties bid farewell. Itachi, accompanied by one of Lin Nan's wood clones, proceeded towards Kabuto's hidden lair. For the resurrected foes and their summoners share a unique connection. Breaking free from control does not sever that bond. Naruto and Killer Bee continued with another wood clone to rendezvous with Kakashi. Other wood clones were dispatched to various battlefields, as Lin Nan had numerous acquaintances among the combatants. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's true self departed, guided by Naruto, towards the main battlefield. If you wander about carelessly, you might draw the ire of the Ninja Alliance. After all, they do not know you. Naruto expressed his concerns. Lin Nan's wood clone merely smiled, and then radiated with golden light. Ding! SS Class Secret Technique, Ninetales Chakra Mode, Naruto Uzumaki, has been activated. This spectacle left Naruto in awe. Truly impressive, Mr. Lin. Now let us depart. In the next instant, the wood clone vanished. Naruto found himself unable to discern which was Lin Nan's true form. However, upon turning back, he discovered that only one Lin Nan remained by his side. Scratching his head, Naruto shrugged off his confusion and set off. In Lin Nan's memories, most of the battlefield was merely a series of minor skirmishes. The true main battlefield lay with the 5 Kage. The 5 Kage, leading the main forces of the Ninja Alliance, were advancing steadily, while the arrival of one individual would tip the scales of war, resulting in overwhelming dominance. At that moment, the main force led by the ninja world's elite 5 Kage would face inevitable annihilation. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He had returned, and all would soon be resolved. Now, let us shift our focus to the main battlefield. Initially, Kabuto commanded the previous Kage of various ninja villages, excluding the Leaf Village, to intercept the Ninja Alliance. Confronted by the formidable and cunning former Kage, the Ninja Alliance found themselves at a loss. Suddenly, from the center of the divided battlefields, a colossal pitcher plant emerged from a desolate sandy pillar. Another enemy? The movements of the Ninja Alliance froze. Just as the second Tsuchikage had been sealed and was heading to another battlefield, Gaara, the red-haired Kazekage, stood atop a floating sand block, recognizing this eerily familiar scene. His expression shifting with concern. Attention, a new enemy has appeared. Gaara's shout drew the gazes of others towards the conspicuous pitcher plant in the desert. Even their adversaries, apart from Gaara's father, were captivated by the pitcher plant. Could it be? Gaara, having crossed paths with the Akatsuki numerous times, was well aware of the technique's user. As the pitcher plant unfurled, a collective tension gripped the crowd. However, the figure emerging was not the familiar black and white silhouette, but a person with black hair clad in a red robe. As the individual slowly raised their head, Gaara's pupils constricted. Little Lin. Chapter 5. Hell's Stab. Instant annihilation. The impure world reincarnation had also summoned an enemy. The faces of the Ninja Alliance turned serious. At this juncture, the appearance of an enemy on the battlefield signified that they were certainly no ordinary foes, at least on par with the troublesome former Kage. It's been a while. Gaara. The figure was none other than Lin Nan. The pitcher plant was a product of the insect technique, a vital skill for traversing nations and gathering intelligence, proving exceedingly useful. Its long-range mobility surpassed even that of Kim Yui, though it could not match the speed of Flying Thunder God. Of course, while effective, it had a significant drawback. It consumed a vast amount of chakra, which had deterred Lin Nan from using it during his lifetime. Now, however, he had transformed from a mere chicken into a phoenix. Yet another point to note was that Lin Nan discovered that the ninjutsu he could not learn in life, but had stored in his skill library had vanished. The most notable examples being the signature techniques of his former Akatsuki comrades, which were essentially gone. Techniques such as Kim Yui and Dance of the Shikigami made Lin Nan wince at the thought. This was also why Lin Nan dispatched clones to various battlefields. He urgently needed to replenish his skill library. Little Lin. Upon arriving early at the battlefield, Naruto's shadow clone let out a startled exclamation upon seeing Lin Nan. This individual resurrected through Edo Tensei. Do you recognize him? Asked the floating Inoki. Gaara silently nodded, his expression far from pleasant. Naruto, with mixed feelings, replied, Grandfather Tsuchikage, Mr. Lin is from the Akatsuki organization, but he is truly a good person who has helped us immensely and participated in the war to save Konoha. However, he subsequently vanished, and I never imagined he would end up dead and resurrected by the enemy. At this point, Naruto's expression twisted as he punched the air in frustration, venting his impotent anger. The Akatsuki? Just like my foolish apprentice? What is his strength? Inoki scrutinized the figure in the distance. Gaara responded, incredibly strong. Possessing a staggering reserve of ninjutsu, it seems there is hardly any technique he cannot perform. Prior to this, he was revered as a master of ninjutsu, akin to Kakashi-sensei and the third Hokage. Naruto added gravely. A master of ninjutsu, you say? Inoki's brow furrowed slightly, but he relaxed upon noticing the distinct eyes within the pitcher plant. So he possesses the Sharingan. As long as he is not one of those perverse individuals, merely possessing abundant ninjutsu should make him relatively easy to deal with. Suddenly, Inoki extended his palm, and a cube-shaped orb of light materialized between his hands. Grandfather Tsuchikage? Naruto inquired, puzzled. In a cold tone, Inoki declared, under my dust release technique, even the mightiest of masters shall be reduced to mere dust. Despite our past acquaintance, once resurrected through Edo Tensei, he becomes an enemy. It was evident that Inoki held immense confidence in his dust release. Setting aside the exaggerated battles that would ensue later, dust release could indeed be regarded as the pinnacle of ninjutsu. After scanning the various battlefields and failing to locate the person he sought, Lin Nen felt a wave of disappointment. Just as he contemplated whether he had misremembered the plot, his eyelids twitched, and he caught sight of Inoki aiming directly at him. Oh no! Lin Nen exclaimed, startled. Even in his current Edo Tensei form, enduring that attack head-on would be fatal. A blinding light erupted, and a cubic matrix instantly enveloped Lin Nan's figure. In the next moment, both the pitcher plant and Lin Nen had vanished, as if they had never existed in this world. Resolved, I thought he would be formidable. Let us quickly proceed to the next battlefield. Inoki smirked, his diminutive form taking flight. Is that it? Naruto and Gaara exchanged incredulous glances. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. Several other targets required attention. As they continued on their way, Naruto suddenly paused, his expression becoming peculiar. What's wrong, Naruto? Gaara asked, perplexed. Naruto grinned wryly. My shadow clone on the third Reikage-S battlefield was obliterated. It was Mr. Lin's doing. What? Inoki exclaimed in astonishment. I clearly struck him. Did he manage to escape? We must act swiftly and deal with these two. No need, Grandfather Tsuchikage. Naruto shook his head. The third Reikage has already been defeated by Mr. Lin. Defeated? Killed? The two shadow-level experts stood stunned. Meanwhile, what transpired on the third Reikage-S front? It turned out that the wind-based vanguard dispatched to confront the third Reikage discovered that ordinary wind techniques had no effect against his lightning release armor. The strongest shield was not merely a name. Particularly when the lightning release armor was fully activated, even Naruto's S-rank wind technique, the Raisin Shuriken, inflicted no damage whatsoever. Truly a formidable figure who had torn the Eight Tails apart. This was the strongest shield, and the strongest spear, the Hell Stab, when unleashed, was nearly unstoppable. The defensive forces erected multiple earth walls to block the Reikage charge, but they were utterly ineffective. The formidable earthen barriers crumbled before the Reikage-S assault, as if they were made of paper. Yet to temporarily prevent the Reikage from harming the Ninja Alliance, they had no choice but to stand firm. Listening to the sound of the earth walls crumbling, despair filled the hearts of the ninja. They feared that should they come into contact, they would be shattered on the spot. Suddenly, however, the sounds of the walls collapsing ceased abruptly. The united ninja forces looked towards the center, collectively stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. The unstoppable figure of the third Reikage had indeed halted. But it was not the earth walls that restrained him. Instead, it was a young man, also wrapped in the same reanimation, whose arm had pierced through the body of the so-called strongest shield, the third Reikage. This scene left countless members of the Ninja Alliance in shock. The third Reikage, whom they had desperately attempted to seal, had been defeated so effortlessly. The strongest shield had crumbled. It felt like a dream. As dust flew, the third Reikage stared in disbelief at the young man before him, who was also a product of Edo Tensei, and managed a stiff smile. There are successors after all. With that, the consciousness of the third Reikage began to fade. The sealing team finally reacted, advancing to seal the third Reikage with their sealing symbols. What do you mean successors? Who is your successor? Lin Nen scoffed. To replicate the Hell Stab, it truly was a case of better late than never. Lin Nen felt a surge of joy within. Within the system notifications, he had successfully copied 2 skills, one being the B-rank Taijutsu, lightning release armor. Indeed, it was rated as B-rank. Lin Nen could hardly believe it. The technique was relatively easy to learn, but whether he could wield it to the level of the Reikage would depend on individual talent. The other skill was Hell Stab, a B-rank offensive taijutsu. But this did not diminish Lin Nan's fortune. In his eyes, it could rival Night Guy, if Night Guy were not capable of distorting space. It was as if they were evenly matched. Of course, one of Night Guy's abilities was to compress and distort space with overwhelming force, making it impossible for opponents to evade, to fight to the death. Without the ability to distort space, one could not truly be Night Guy. Chapter 6. Facing the Little Mustache. Showcasing skills madly, the Hell Stab bore some resemblance to the 8 gates, as the 8 gates could be stacked to unlock the Death Gate. Once the Death Gate was opened, the 8 gates would surge from A rank to S rank. undoubtedly rated as SSS level in the system. Similarly, the Hellstab's single thrust could achieve similar heights. The strongest spear piercing through the strongest shield was entirely plausible. Lin Nan was overjoyed, yet suddenly noticed the sealing team had wrapped him in sealing symbols as well. "Hey, you wrapped the wrong person," Lin Nan shouted. But it seemed no one heard him. "I just helped you defeat the third Reikage. Am I a white-eyed wolf?" Lin Nan felt utterly vexed, easily breaking free from the sealing symbols. The sealing team retreated hastily, expressing their fear and doubt towards Lin Nan's Edo Tensei identity. "Mr. Lin?" Lin Nan glanced towards a corner and spotted Naruto's presence. This fellow's shadow clones truly were ubiquitous. Lin Nan flashed a friendly smile at Naruto. In the next instant, lightning flickered, and Naruto's shadow clone exploded into smoke, prompting startled screams from some female ninjas. Lin Nan then cast a sly glance at the sealing team, which appeared to be predominantly composed of female ninjas. Indeed, they were quite beautiful. "Is that Temari?" Lin Nan waved at the wary Temari, his form vanishing in an instant like lightning. "Squad leader, do you know that Edo Tensei individual? Why did he help us?" The strongest shield, the third Reikage, was so effortlessly defeated, it was astonishing. Indeed, are the reincarnated ones not enemies? Quite handsome, but alas, deceased. Temari observed her subordinates and shook her head, saying, "I know him, but we are not well acquainted. I am aware he was once a member of the Akatsuki, and it is not surprising that he has met his end." The Akatsuki? The female ninjas collectively displayed expressions of dread, recalling vividly the incident when Deidara, a member of the Akatsuki, invaded Sunagakure and abducted and killed Gaara, the Kazekage. Upon receiving the message relayed by Naruto's shadow clone, Gaara and his companions, still uncertain of Lin Nan's capabilities, opted to send Naruto to confront the situation. Time was of the essence, so they proceeded to the battlefield of the second Mizukage without delay. As Gaara and Inoki arrived at the battlefield, poised to engage the second Mizukage, they suddenly noticed flashes of lightning in the distance, as if a figure were approaching. "Be alert," Inoki shouted. However, as the figure drew closer, its speed diminished, and they discerned that it was a red-robed figure enveloped in lightning, dragging along the hero of the Ninja Alliance, Naruto Uzumaki. "Mr. Kobayashi, could you slow down a bit? My backside nearly got scraped off. I'm currently a shadow clone. Quite vulnerable, you know," Naruto exclaimed, rising and vigorously rubbing his rear. "What on earth is happening?" Inoki felt perplexed, and it was evident he was not alone in his confusion, as the youthful Kazekage beside him appeared equally bewildered. "The situation is that, although I am a reincarnated being, I have freed myself from control," Lin Nan explained. Inoki regarded Naruto with skepticism. Naruto scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. While Lin Nan had not killed him and had recently aided in sealing the third Reikage, he had indeed destroyed his own shadow clone. Given that the battlefield was inundated with reincarnated individuals, some of whom infiltrated their ranks to gather intelligence, the question of whether Lin Nan had genuinely liberated himself from bondage remained contentious. Even if Naruto wished to trust him, prudence was paramount during wartime. Gaara shared the same sentiment. "I just told you, I have seen your true form," Lin Nan retorted, glancing back at Naruto with irritation. Yet, at this moment, Naruto was merely a shadow clone. Only upon its destruction could he relay information back to his original self, which could not communicate real-time updates to the clone. Hence, Naruto continued to scratch his head and smile wryly. "You little rascal, daring to employ tricks. Let me show you what I can do," Inoki declared, his dust release technique flaring to life once more. Alas, Lin Nan sighed. "If I were under control, at this distance, I could eliminate you 100 times over. Wouldn't I?" Before Inoki could respond, Naruto quickly nodded. "Mr. Kobayashi has a point." Inoki, the elderly figure, was left bewildered. "What is the current situation? Hey, are you all disregarding me, your senior, while you engage in tea talk over there?" The second Mizukage, sporting a small mustache, could no longer contain himself. "I will handle him first before discussing matters with you. Do not interfere. You will hinder me," Lin Nan asserted as he stepped forward. Inoki scoffed. "Is this how the younger generation behaves nowadays?" Gaara and Naruto exchanged amused glances. "Hey, are you all disregarding me, your senior? You, a mere youth, speak so boldly. While I am uncertain of how you managed to break free from control, as it stands, you appear rather unremarkable," the mustached figure said, his face twitching in a comical manner. In the next moment, a small, chubby clone appeared beside him. Clang! SS-class special water release clone technique. Steaming crisis explosion, Hozuki Mangetsu, has been added to the skill repository. All units retreat. Inoki commanded, his expression shifting as he recognized the terrifying nature of the jutsu being employed by the mustached figure. The Ninja Alliance swiftly withdrew, leaving only the mustached figure and Lin Nan on the battlefield. Insanity. Truly madness. Inoki's bewilderment was evident, his mind filled with question marks. Gaara and Naruto shared a glance, deciding to observe the situation. Lin Nan sighed deeply, realizing that even resurrection could not alter his fate as a worker. Come forth. Though you may be unaware of your own limitations, my inherent kindness prevails. What you need to do now is locate my true form and decipher my steam crisis explosion water clone. The mustached figure puffed out his cheeks, still smiling. As one who had already tasted death, he had a rather open-minded perspective. Since he had already perished, why should he complicate matters for the younger generation? Despite being under control, the mustached figure had contributed significantly to the Ninja Alliance, continually explaining how he could be defeated. However, the ninja's reasoning did not align with his, resulting in a series of awkward situations, leading to a stalemate thus far. The Mizukage felt quite helpless. While this brash youth may not understand the respect due to his elders, if he could indeed defeat him, it would be a welcome outcome. In the next moment, the chubby water clone beside the mustached figure brandished an axe and charged at Lin Nan. Yet, as the clone advanced halfway, numerous stone pillars erupted from the sand, forming a barricade that ensnared the clone within. The clone attempted to leap out from above, but the stone pillars continued to rise, creating a sealed prison. Oh, the mustached figure observed, impressed. Not bad, but unless you find my true form, I can unleash this steam crisis explosion countless times. Lin Nan scoffed. You can't see my eyes, can you? Eyes. The mustached figure blinked in surprise, only to smile wider as he realized. So, to you, illusion techniques are meaningless. Before he could finish speaking, countless bubbles suddenly surged toward Lin Nan. With a slight wave of his hand, a gust of wind erupted, instantly dispersing the bubbles. Wind release. Wind kill formation. Lin Nan declared, his gaze shifting. I recall that your Hozuki clan possesses ancestral techniques, such as water transformation, water monster, and water iron cannon. Employ those against me. This left the mustached figure momentarily speechless, his smile stiffening. Was there truly someone who asked to be struck? Apologies, but I am currently unable to do so. Before he could complete his sentence, an array of water balls, akin to bullets, rained down upon Lin Nan from an open space. Chapter 7. I seek to solo Uchiha Madara haha. The mustached figure burst into hearty laughter after a brief moment of astonishment. This is simply delightful. It seems as though someone is orchestrating events from behind the scenes to test this young lad. After narrowly dodging an attack, the mustached figure continued. The water monster technique requires a watery environment. I cannot unleash it now. As he spoke, Lin Nan leaped into the air. Water release. Great dam who repairs, great water burst. Gulp. A torrent of water erupted from Lin Nan's mouth, cascading like a heavenly waterfall, pouring forth with tremendous force. The water surged upon hitting the ground, spreading out as if a dam had burst, creating a tidal wave. Excellent. The mustached figure remained unmoved by the crashing waves, as though the water flowed right through him. Lin Nan, equally stationary, had a clone suddenly leap out behind him, hurtling toward an eerie open space that seemed to sever the water's flow. With a thunderous roar, a water monster emerged from the torrent, swiftly smashing Lin Nan's shadow clone to pieces. Unmoved, Lin Nan calmly uttered a few words, lightning release, earth walk. As he clapped his hands together and directed them toward the water, visible arcs of electricity spread across the watery expanse. Not bad, not bad. The future holds promise. The mustached figure closed his eyes, murmuring with a smile, only to suddenly realize, what a pity, to pass at such a young age. As soon as he uttered those words, his form dissipated like a dream. What replaced him was the mustached figure's true form, now appearing somewhat charred and in a state of disarray. A slender arm protruded from the chest of the man with the little mustache, piercing through him directly. The man gazed into the distance at Lin Nan, a fleeting look of astonishment flickering across his face, quickly replaced by a relieved smile. So that was it. The shadow clone had not been destroyed after all. However, caution was still necessary. Before he could finish his thought, the contours of his body began to soften and fade, as if he were on the verge of dissolving into liquid. Yet, in an instant, that hand that had pierced through him sparked with lightning, causing the man's form to solidify once more. A cacophony resembling the chirping of 1,000 birds erupted as lightning coursed through his entire being. Wisps of scorched smoke began to rise, and dirt swirled into the air, proclaiming his utter defeat. Just as he wished to utter another word, he saw flames igniting fiercely around the stone pillar that had ensnared him, and with a muffled roar, everything came to a close. Fire release. Instantaneous baked technique. A splendid display indeed. Wind release, water release, earth release, lightning release, fire release. It is said that a junior from Konoha is also hailed as a master of ninjutsu. Truly, the world of ninjas is filled with talented individuals. What a pity. The shattered visage of the man still held a smile, albeit tinged with regret. Do not trouble yourself. Just return and rest easy, Lin Nan stated, withdrawing his arm. Upon witnessing the second Mizukage, who had been attacking fruitlessly for some time, being vanquished, the allied ninja forces were on the verge of jubilance, only to suddenly remember that their opponent was also a reincarnated individual, leaving them uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. Instead, they regarded the figure in the arena with a mix of fear and reverence. I believe I have seen that person before. They seem to be from our Rain Village, remarked a Rain Village ninja. Nonsense. Did you not see the Sharingan? It must be from Konoha. By your logic, is lightning release also a technique exclusive to our Cloud Village? Every village has a few who can wield it. What are you even thinking? Enough of this bickering. I know this person. They were previously part of the Akatsuki organization, interjected another. No one continued to argue. Truly a master of ninjutsu. I was initially skeptical of what you two youths claimed, but it appears there is indeed substance to your words. Inoki generously offered his admiration. Gaara smiled. If it is Kobayashi-kun, then breaking free from the constraints of reincarnation is not beyond possibility. Indeed, Kobayashi-san is quite remarkable. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Not far away, several bandages fluttered in, swiftly wrapping the man with the little mustache tightly. Lin Nan furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that all his efforts had been in vain. It seemed his combat style needed to be revised. In his previous life, Lin Nan's fighting habits encouraged opponents to reveal their entire skill set before he enriched his own arsenal. However, in this moment, such an approach was no longer necessary. Turning to the few individuals behind him, Lin Nan spread his arms. How could I possibly lose in this scenario? Inoki nodded, yet remarked, his identity remains to be verified. Lin Nan sighed in exasperation. Kobayashi-kun, do not take it to heart. While we trust you, the allied forces still harbor fear towards those reincarnated. So it may be best for you not to join our ranks, and instead accompany Naruto. Gaara suggested with a smile. Naruto again raised his thumb. That's great. Lin Nan remained silent, merely raising his gaze towards the horizon. They're coming. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, a tremendous sound erupted. The crowd followed Lin Nan's gaze towards a distant stone pillar, where a tempest raged, dust swirling violently. A complex and ominous aura permeated the air, filled with malice and evil, as if a primeval beast had escaped its cage. Has the time finally come? Lin Nan murmured, his eyes ablaze with an intense battle spirit. Crack, crack. As a long-haired man clad in red armor appeared before them, the battlefield fell into a terrifying silence, save for the sound of the wind. Uchiha Madara. Inoki's eyes widened. The fear he had once felt under that man's control surged back to him. The figure merely stood with arms crossed, calmly surveying the battlefield below. Even in such stillness, the immense pressure rendered the thousands present mute. The air felt as though it had thickened, making it hard to breathe. Even Naruto, who was usually optimistic, wore a grave expression as he stared at the figure. If this is Uchiha Madara, then who was that before? Could it have been a counterfeit? I cannot say who that was, but this one before us is indeed the Uchiha Madara I encountered in my youth. Even the overwhelming aura that instills fear remains unchanged. Inoki struggled to keep his voice steady. This was a shadow from his youth that had haunted him ever since. Lin Nan cast a silent glance at Inoki. Fortunately, you faced Madara after he had wed the first Hokage, Hashirama. Otherwise, I doubt you would be standing here today. However, this Uchiha Madara exuded an even greater aura than in the anime. Even from such a distance, Lin Nan, despite his current strength, felt himself being relentlessly pressed down by that invisible force. In terms of sheer presence, Uchiha Madara was undoubtedly the strongest. Looking up, Uchiha Madara finally moved. Leaping down from the stone pillar, his gaze towards the allied ninjas akin to that of a giant surveying ants. At that moment, all those before him appeared as mere blades of grass. Lin Nan began to roll up his sleeves. Noticing Lin Nan's determined demeanor, Inoki and Gaara were taken aback. "Kid, what are you planning? Let your forces retreat. This individual cannot be defeated by sheer numbers. Are we to rely on just a few of us? Perhaps we can call for reinforcements. After all, we have 3. Gaara suggested the most prudent approach. Unnecessary. Lin Nan slowly advanced, turning back to smile at the 3. No one is to interfere. I wish to face him alone. Chapter 8. I, Uchiha Madara, shall call you absolutely not. For safety's sake, we must deploy our entire army. Inoki resolutely rejected Lin Nan's proposal, nearly causing Lin Nan to collapse in disbelief. Must you always meddle? I'm trying to put on a show here. Lin Nan groaned. Whether or not he is Uchiha Madara, my ninja army is no pushover. Inoki declared stubbornly. Lin Nan furrowed his brow in frustration. Will you not persuade him? Both Gaara and Naruto shook their heads. Let us first assess the situation. Intelligence is crucial. Is this a war of information? Initially, perhaps. But now we are in the late game of celestial combat. What use is intelligence? Lin Nan wished to say more, but he could see Uchiha Madara charging like an arrow towards the ninja army. The scene was indeed spectacular. One man surrounded the entire allied ninja force of thousands. Yet it was merely a slaughter. No matter how many ants there were, they could not halt the advance of an elephant. Throughout the entire process, Uchiha Madara utilized only the most basic physical techniques, not releasing a single ninjutsu, yet he moved as if he were in a realm devoid of opposition. Wherever he went, chaos ensued, and no one could impede his path. He was like an extraordinarily sharp scythe, mercilessly reaping down one blade of grass after another. Enough, everyone retreat. Even if you die, you will gain no intelligence. Lin Nan cast a deep glance at Gaara and Naruto, his expression grave as he stepped forward. Absolutely not. Inoki insisted. Lin Nan turned back to glare at Inoki, his murderous intent palpable, his gaze icy as frost. Even if I die, I don't need to hear your incessant prattle. Had I not respected your age, I would have slapped you. Inoki felt the overwhelming killing intent and faltered. Gaara and Naruto immediately intervened to mediate. Lin Nan merely smirked. Slowly speaking, I care not how many of your men die, but do you wish to dance with death now? On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara gripped a ninja's neck, his eyes shimmering with a striking crimson glow as he gazed at the approaching figure. The response he received was merely the sole of a shoe. An elegant dancer would not allow such a thing to tarnish their grace. Thus, Madara retreated. A figure emerged, lifting the pale-faced ninja off the ground, while the once bloodthirsty horde of ants slowly withdrew. Who was this person? Why did he also appear in the form of a reanimated corpse? In a deep, commanding voice, Madara inquired further. Behind him, the second Tsuchikage, who was supposed to be sealed away, materialized silently, his voice soft and eerie. This individual was named Lin Nan, who had fought with me multiple times and was deemed by Lord Madara as the most unstable factor in this war. Indeed, after I resurrected him, he broke free from my control and has now allied with the ninja coalition. It is quite remarkable that he managed to escape the constraints of reanimation. Despite this, a look of disdain lingered on Madara's face. Is this individual of my clan? The response was serious. He is not of the Uchiha clan. According to Lord Orochimaru's description, this person was once a test subject of Konoha, having been implanted with Sharingan and the first Hokage's cells. He was the only one to survive and escape the village, and upon re-emerging, he had already joined the Akatsuki. Later, after being slain by Lord Madara, he was brought back through reanimation. The Akatsuki, you say? Madara scoffed further. They were merely his pawns. So this man intends to stand against me alone? Perhaps he is quite confident. It is worth noting that Lin Nan possesses the ability to assimilate any ninjutsu for his own use, though the specifics remain unclear. Assimilating ninjutsu? Is it the power of the kaleidoscope? Madara's interest piqued. He wished to witness this junior's capabilities. Of course, in comparison to the now even more formidable Madara, all techniques would prove futile. Madara advanced slowly, declaring, "Very well. Allow me to show you the power of Uchiha Madara, the strength of a god." With a thunderous crash, a deep crater formed at his feet, debris scattering as Madara vanished, appearing several dozen meters away in an instant. Lin Nan was taken aback as he witnessed Madara, who, merely by running, left afterimages in the air. Initially intending to exchange pleasantries, he felt a rush of excitement at encountering the legendary Madara. But if it came to blows, so be it. Without uttering a word, the two clashed like meteorites colliding with the earth. Instead of a display of sparks from a sharp confrontation, the moment they collided, it was as if the earth itself erupted. Lin Nan stared in shock at his severed arm. Madara's physical prowess was astonishing. Before he could turn, he felt a sudden numbness, and Lin Nan was sent flying backward. Madara calmly withdrew his foot, remarking, "How unsightly. Can you not even dance?" As the king of dance in Konoha, Madara expressed his disappointment in Lin Nan's movements. On the other side, witnessing Lin Nan's swift defeat, Naruto was left stunned. While Inoki covered his face, "Communications team, inform headquarters. Gaara, we too shall join the fray." "Wait, Lin Nan is fine." Gaara observed the battlefield through his sand eye. Brushing off the dust, Lin Nan, unfazed, gazed at his arm, which was almost fully restored, and shouted back at Orochimaru, "Which body did you use for my reanimation? My recovery is quite rapid." Orochimaru remained silent, hiding behind a stone pillar, disinterested in Lin Nan's queries. "Do you still wish to dance?" Madara, the dance king, displayed a flicker of interest in Lin Nan. Lin Nan shrugged nonchalantly. "While I may not excel in physical combat, it is more than sufficient to deal with you." Suddenly, arcs of lightning danced around Lin Nan's body. Despite being reanimated, his skin remained fair, yet it was soon covered in peculiar dark patterns as two enormous, grotesque wings unfurled from his back. Lin Nan's hair transformed to blue and lengthened, while strange cross patterns adorned his face, and his skin darkened. "Sage chakra?" Madara murmured softly, yet he remained unconcerned, even beckoning Lin Nan with a gesture. Observing from afar, Naruto contemplated, "That looks familiar." Meanwhile, Orochimaru, concealed in the shadows, felt a heightened interest. "I had heard that Lord Orochimaru had implanted another curse mark into a perfect specimen that amalgamated various factors and remained stable. Indeed, it is you, Lin Nan." Boom. As Lin Nan completed his transformation, the blue arcs enveloping him turned to a dark hue, intensifying rapidly as his aura surged. Yet, despite the B-rank nature of the lightning armor, it was not easy to wield like Reikage could. Lin Nan had not been tempered by such lightning chakra, but it did not hinder him from amplifying his own chakra, thus enhancing the lightning armor. Crack! Like a bolt from the blue, the ground beneath Lin Nan fractured as he darted toward Madara like a shadowy lightning bolt. "Excellent. Let the music play, let the dance commence." Madara brimmed with an air of arrogant superiority, disdainful of the world around him. To him, Hashirama was first, Madara second, and everything else did not concern him. In essence, all present were beneath him. Madara merely stood ready to receive Lin Nan's assault, unadorned and without a defensive posture, contrasting starkly with Lin Nan's flamboyance. Boom. The two finally collided, generating fierce sparks. In that moment, the entire battlefield trembled. Amidst the scattering of reanimated remnants, Madara remained unmoved, while Lin Nan sped past, notably extending a single finger. Smack! Lin Nan fell to the ground, that finger shattering into fragments as his breath faltered, yet it quickly began to recover, as if he possessed a wellspring of rejuvenation. Observers gasped in astonishment. Such a ferocious attack had proven ineffective. However, as Madara turned, the onlookers, after a moment of shock, erupted in jubilant cheers. "Well done." Inoki smiled faintly. Naruto and Gaara also breathed a sigh of relief. There, in the midst of it all, a significant portion of Madara's shoulder had vanished, reanimated remnants swirling, rapidly repairing themselves. This scene symbolized that Madara, who had just executed a brutal dance of slaughter among the ninja ranks, had lost in the realm of physical combat. Though this sentiment echoed a plea for them to cease fighting, the observing Orochimaru's expression darkened. Was Madara truly pierced? Nevertheless, it was merely the beginning. Soon, Madara reflected. "I was careless. I did not evade." He shrugged it off, stating, "The physical condition is too poor. Wielding a kitchen knife only leads to tossing rather than cutting. One strike does not determine victory or defeat." Before he finished speaking, Lin Nan glimmered with golden light, his waning power surging back to its peak. "Naruto, oh?" Madara finally displayed admiration. "Impressive. You even have the chakra of the Nine Tails to assist you. Among those I encountered in my lifetime, none have showcased such remarkable prowess. I, Madara, shall name you." "Stop." Lin Nan interrupted Madara, his expression peculiar. You might want to leave that statement for others to convey. Uchiha Madara's expression momentarily froze, still attempting to comprehend the situation when Lin Nin once again transformed into a streak of golden light and charged forward. Utilizing his singular leg, Uchiha Madara retreated, clearly reluctant to engage further in close combat with Lin Nan. Chapter 9. Susanoo vs. Susanoo. When it comes to physical techniques, aside from the illustrious guy, the only one capable of matching Uchiha Madara in battle is Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. Thus, Uchiha Madara's prowess in physical combat undeniably places him in the upper echelon. Even without specializing in taijutsu, Lin Nan's skills in this regard were not formidable. To secure victory, he would need to employ unorthodox methods, using the breadth of his knowledge from the very outset. With the enhancement of lightning release armor and curse mark mode, he ensured the vitality of his cells, then launched a surprise attack using the recently acquired Hell Stab. Hell Stab is a formidable technique. In terms of pinpoint attack power, it could rival that of Night Guy. To illustrate, Night Guy could shatter half of Madara's body with a single kick, and similarly, Hell Stab could pierce him if it connected. Ultimately, it is still Uchiha Madara, albeit with differing forms of damage. Even though Lin Nan's version of Hell Stab did not unleash its full potential, its lethality was more than sufficient to penetrate the body Madara had resurrected through Edo Tensei. It was likely that even the activation of Susanoo would not withstand such an assault. Lin Nan did not pursue Madara's retreat. Taijutsu was truly not his forte. That last strike represented the culmination of his current efforts. Why refer to it as current? The reason is simple. Lin Nan would eventually face Guy. The Nine Tails Chakra mode was merely a facade, enhancing various physical attributes, yet to wield it with the finesse exhibited by Naruto would require considerable mastery. This mode was inherently unstable, a fact Lin Nan sensed upon its initial use. If he could later attain a genuine Ninetales mode, it would undoubtedly prove far more stable. It is akin to one being granted energy freely, while another must seize it. The fundamental distinction is quite evident. In summary, from Lin Nan's perspective, the lightning release chakra mode was more advantageous, direct, and unrefined. There was no need for excessive embellishments. Initially, he refrained from utilizing it out of fear of losing control, which would be quite embarrassing. Feeling the rapid replenishment of his chakra after the earlier overflow, Lin Nan nodded to himself. Edo Tensei truly is remarkable. Turning back, Madara's upper body had already recovered. He called out, "An interesting young man. I acknowledge your taijutsu. The warm-up is over, and now the true battle begins." Without waiting for Lin Nan's response, Madara formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A deep, commanding voice emerged as flames erupted forth. Initially, the flames appeared as mere flickers but swiftly surged in size, fueled by the wind, transforming into a raging inferno that swept toward Lin Nan with ferocity. The temperature soared instantly, engulfing the battlefield in flames, creating an overwhelming visual spectacle. The technique's extensive range prompted Gaara to narrow his eyes, urgently seeking to assist Lin Nan. Meanwhile, Lin Nan executed the shadow clone technique, producing dozens of clones that clapped their hands in unison, creating a magnificent scene. Water release, water barrier. They all cried in chorus. As torrents of water gushed forth from the multitude of clones, they collided violently with the vast sea of flames. The fierce fire met the surging waters, resulting in a cloud of steam that enveloped the battlefield. Lin Nan held his breath, marveling at Madara's extraordinary chakra reserves. The Great Fire Annihilation, a B-rank fire technique, had been elevated to S rank by Madara, largely due to his immense chakra capacity. For instance, if Lin Nan possessed a total chakra of 100 points, even with rapid replenishment from Edo Tensei, he could not reuse the same skill effectively, as chakra reserves are finite. In contrast, Madara's chakra total was 500 points, allowing him to unleash all of it in a single technique without restraint, achieving a feat that surpassed conventional ninjutsu levels, potentially aided by his mysterious Sharingan abilities. Although Lin Nan could release his chakra entirely, the disparity in their totals rendered it impossible for him to withstand Madara's assault alone. If he utilized shadow clones, each clone would receive approximately 20% of Lin Nan's chakra, multiplying their overall power geometrically with a few dozen clones. Thus, it was necessary for Lin Nan to act as a battalion. When quality is lacking, one must compensate with quantity. The vast steam produced by their elemental clash quickly permeated the region occupied by the Ninja Alliance. Suddenly, A figure resembling an arrow shot forth from the mist of steam. It was Uchiha Madara. Incoming attack. Lin Nan shouted, turning sharply, his expression shifting. How dishonorable. Madara, a relic of a bygone era, appeared intent on preying upon the young. The old must abide by the code. Gaara and Inoki stepped forward, solemn expressions adorning their faces as they braced for Madara's unexpected strike. Yet, Madara halted, calmly observing them. Old man, lacking in honor. Lin Nan surged from behind, gathering lightning in his hands, closing the distance to Madara in the blink of an eye. Lightning cutter. Bang. Lin Nan felt as though he had struck solid steel. Taking a step back, he glanced at Gaara, who swiftly understood the cue. All units retreat. The Ninja Alliance began their orderly withdrawal. Madara did not intervene, merely watching the diverse yet disciplined ranks of the retreating forces. Has the era changed? With arms crossed, Madara turned to Lin Nan. You are quite intriguing. Perhaps I can grant you true resurrection. Really? Lin Nan's face displayed a hint of anticipation. Madara smiled slightly. Uchiha Madara, keep my word. I don't believe you. Lin Nan replied with a friendly smile. Humph. Madara showed no anger. With a disdainful snort, a luminous blade materialized in the massive skeletal hand enveloped in blue flames, hurtling towards Lin Nan. However, before the blade could reach the ground, it was firmly blocked. Madara stood with arms crossed amidst the azure flames, his brow furrowing as crimson-orange light flickered within his gaze. Before his blue flame skeleton, a skeletal figure pulsating with crimson-orange light had taken shape. It resembled two colossal skeletal beings, both with similar structures, yet differing colors and weaponry. Is it possible for someone not of the Uchiha bloodline to awaken Susanoo? Madara chuckled, finding the situation increasingly amusing. In the next instant, the immense blue skeletal figure began to sprout muscle tissue, and the crimson-orange skeleton did the same. Soon after, the musculature was clad in armor, revealing the complete upper body of a giant. The crimson-orange giant mirrored this transformation. Now, their forms displayed distinct differences. One possessed 2 heads and 4 arms, while the other boasted thicker armor, wielding weapons in each hand. The 2 titanic upper bodies stood prominently on the battlefield, resembling towering mechs, instilling awe in all who beheld them. How interesting. Let the dance begin. Madara's face lit up with excitement as he directed the blue mech to initiate its assault. Lin Nan stood beneath the crimson Susanoo, his eyes glistening with excitement. Come forth. In this third stage of Susanoo, who shall prevail, Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Madara? Chapter 10. On Lin Nan's past transgressions, a report arrived from the 4th Division. Led by Gaara, Uchiha Madara has appeared. Uchiha Madara? Was he not engaged in battle at the shoreline? Exclaimed the 4th Reikage, his deep voice resonating with authority. Reporting. Lord Reikage, the front line has confirmed that Lord Killer B has encountered Uchiha Madara. 2 Uchiha Madaras. Reikage A was momentarily taken aback. A woman clad in a flowing green robe, her ample figure unmistakable, rose with urgency. Provide detailed information. According to Lord Tsuchikage, the Uchiha Madara here is in the form of Edo Tensei, identical to what he appeared like in his youth. This must be the true Uchiha Madara. True. Is there a false one as well? Reikage A, irritable, smashed his fist on the desk, splintering it. What is his intention? The 5th Hokage Tsunade pondered. Regardless of which Uchiha Madara it is, his strength cannot be underestimated. It seems we must offer our assistance. Inform Lord Mizukage. We shall head to the battlefield together. Indeed. What Uchiha Madara? Let me smash him to pieces. Reikage bellowed, his temper flaring. Yet, suddenly, a secretary interjected. Both esteemed leaders. The headquarters cannot be left without your oversight. Please reconsider. Their leader has emerged, and there are 2 of them. How can we remain passive? Reikage bellowed, punching another hole in the wall. Everyone appeared unfazed by his outburst. Lord Reikage, the 4th Division led by Lord Gaara, is not requesting assistance. They are merely reporting. Tsunade questioned, are they successfully holding off Uchiha Madara? Not exactly. It seems a deceased individual, freed from Edo Tensei, is aiding them in resisting Uchiha Madara, and is engaging him one-on-one. What did you say? Reikage A could hardly contain his agitation, his hair standing on end. Freed from Edo Tensei? Who is this person? Tsunade's eyes brightened with intrigue. That person is Lin Nan, formerly a member of the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki? Lin Nan. The Reikage's expression morphed into one of skepticism and hostility, while Tsunade sat in stunned silence. as if lost in thought. Hokage-sama? Reikage asked, puzzled. Do you know him? Tsunade nodded, appearing somewhat dazed. Lin Nan, despite being a former member of the Akatsuki, saved many lives during Pain's invasion of Konoha and assisted Naruto in defeating Pain. He is a benefactor of our village. He vanished thereafter, and I never expected to hear news of him again, now in a state of death. Konoha owes him a debt. Reikage gazed at the melancholic Tsunade. His expression complex. Since he stands with the Shinobi Alliance, he is a friend. We must assist him. Where are you going, Hokage-sama? Reikage inquired, as Tsunade strode towards the door. I am heading to the battlefield. Do not obstruct me, she declared resolutely. Reikage chuckled awkwardly. I do not intend to stop you. However, we possess a transportation technique that would surely be swifter. Esteemed leaders, the report is not finished. Speak, Reikage said impatiently. The Uchiha Madara encountered by Naruto and Lord Killer Bee is also assisted by a person named Lin Nan, a formidable Edo Tensei warrior. Thus, the situation on that battlefield is currently secure. What does it mean to have 2 Uchiha Madaras and 2 Lin Nans? Reikage felt overwhelmed. It is merely a clone. Tsunade mused briefly. As he is an Edo Tensei, he likely possesses vital information about the enemy, so he must choose wisely on the battlefield. Naruto is their primary target. Thus he is likely the original. Whom shall we assist? Reikage inquired. Tsunade's tone turned serious. We shall not consider the false Uchiha Madara. The genuine Uchiha Madara of Edo Tensei is a formidable opponent, on par with my grandfather. This is where we must direct our efforts. Very well, let us proceed. Wait, let us ascertain who is closest to Naruto's battlefield. Tsunade added. Report. Kakashi and Gaia's team are the nearest. Excellent. Send them to provide support. Understood. Let us move. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Nan stood within the crimson Susanoo, yawning in boredom. Is that all you've got, Madara? Evidently. After both had activated their Susanoos, they began to exchange blows. However, in a battle of Susanoo, defense typically outweighed offense, leading Lin Nan to believe that neither could breach the other's defenses. Unlike Uchiha Madara, who wielded mere light blades, Lin Nan possessed the defensive artifact Yata Mirror and the offensive artifact Totsuka Blade. Each of these artifacts, while indeed powerful, merely served to embellish the battle atop Susanoo. Particularly in a clash of Susanoo, their efficacy diminished significantly. Although the Totsuka Blade had sealing capabilities, Lin Nan previously sealed both Kakazu and Nagato. It proved ineffective against a fully defensive Susanoo, rendering it capable only of basic physical attacks. Lin Nan's activation of Susanoo was more for show than for practicality. Yet, he ultimately underestimated Uchiha Madara. Firstly, Madara's ocular prowess surpassed his own. His Sharingan was wielded with masterful precision. Just observing, Lin Nan noted that Madara's Susanoo appeared far more solid, towering impressively. Thus, it did not take long for Lin Nan to find himself on the defensive. Could Lin Nan endure this? Instantly, the crimson flames of his Susanoo began to sprout strange black markings. That was the power of the Cursed Seal. The Cursed Seal, fundamentally part of Sage Chakra, granted him stability, and even began to tilt the scales of battle in his favor. Against ordinary ninja, Susanoo was lethally destructive, akin to a merciless meat grinder on the chaotic battlefield. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, Uchiha Madara appeared somewhat at a loss. Using Itachi's Susanoo, equipped with Totsuka Blade and Yata Mirror, even Sasuke's Susanoo wielded Indra's arrow. Yet, Madara's Susanoo seemed unremarkable. At least, thus far, it lacked any notable features. The legendary Uchiha Madara? Was this all he had? Lin Nan expected more than this. As Madara engaged fiercely, relishing the thrill of combat, Lin Nan's words stirred a flicker of emotion on his face. Do you find this dance dull? Uchiha Madara smiled faintly at this remark, and in the next moment, the blade of Susanoo transformed into an elongated katana. Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into laughter. You're angry? And what of it? However, the next second, Lin Nan's smile faded. Madara wielded his Susanoo, bringing the blade down, cleaving Lin Nan's Susanoo from head to torso in one fell swoop. By the heavens, has this truly breached my defense? Chapter 11. The aftermath of the battle against the Gundam. Can both adults and children become enraged? Uchiha Madara stood at the heart of Susanoo, arms crossed, gazing down at Lin Nan as if to say, You are but mere dust, insignificant in my presence. Lin Nan chuckled silently, observing his half-dismembered Susanoo, before calmly stepping out from its remnants. Oh, Uchiha Madara found it surprising that Lin Nan had exited the range of Susanoo. Yet it remained steadfast. There is no need for surprise. Lin Nan clasped his hands together, a gentle smile returning to his face. The third stage of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara, is now in use. Standing beside the crimson Susanoo, Lin Nan emanated a chakra of a distinctly different hue, yet identical to Madara's. Crack, crack. The formation of blue skeletal remains commenced, followed by the emergence of muscular tissue, culminating in a suit of armor. A Susanoo, identical in hue to that of Uchiha Obito, stood side by side with a crimson Susanoo, presenting a remarkable sight before Uchiha Madara. Astonishingly, a third Susanoo had emerged in the arena. Uchiha Madara's expression was peculiar. Could it be the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? The notion that one individual could simultaneously manifest two distinct Susanoos was unprecedented even for Madara. How intriguing. He promptly tested his control, directing his Susanoo to strike at Lin Nan once more. The forceful blow descended, yet only the sound of metal clashing echoed, as his attack was effortlessly thwarted. Upon witnessing this, Madara couldn't help but chuckle. This lad not only wielded a Susanoo akin to his own, but had even replicated his swordsmanship to perfection. Now, this was entertaining. Lin Nan then began commanding both towering Susanoos to assail Uchiha Madara. The scene left all spectators astonished. It was no longer a battle of masters, but rather a brawl reminiscent of street fights, where numbers prevailed over skill. Had the Susanoos possessed lower bodies, Lin Nan might have even attempted a kick. How amusing. Madara, however, remained unfazed, bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You truly have succeeded in amusing me." In the next moment, Madara's figure began to ascend, as his Susanoo gradually grew, sprouting two formidable legs. With its newfound lower body, Madara's Susanoo reached a terrifying height of 30 meters, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance. Ding! SSS-level ocular technique Susanoo, 4th stage, Uchiha Madara, has been added to the skill repository, complete with the legendary sword. Lin Nan's smile broadened. Come, let the storm rage even fiercer. Let us dance together. Madara's combat spirit surged, but in the next instant, he beheld Lin Nan's Susanoo rising as well, its lower body gradually forming until it matched his own towering stature. Madara felt a pang of discomfort, akin to being choked, leaving him somewhat vexed. What did this mean? An illusion? No, it was unlikely that any Jinjutsu could affect his Mangekyo Sharingan. It appeared this young boy's Mangekyo abilities were quite extraordinary. Madara suddenly found himself thinking that this child was even more endearing than Obito. For the last time, young one, you are the first to elicit the same phrase from me twice. Consider yourself fortunate. With utmost sincerity, Madara extended another invitation. Join me. I can grant you a brand new life and everything you desire. Really? Lin Nan's interest was piqued. Aware that the boy enjoyed bluffing, Madara nodded affirmatively. Once I, Uchiha Madara, have spoken, my word is unbreakable. Lin Nan, donning an innocuous smile, replied, Then let me witness Lord Madara's full power. Madara's grin widened, taking on a slightly twisted appearance. Very well. Prepare to behold the might of a god. He clasped his hands together, forming a seal, causing the colossal Susanoo to adopt a completely different gesture. In the next moment, Madara's pitch-black pupils began to ripple, transforming into a bizarre spiral eye. The Susanoo quietly began to dissipate, yet the main event loomed ominously above. Lin Nan could distinctly sense the earth trembling violently, as though something colossal was pressing down upon the very ground. Shadows enveloped the area, and the air suddenly felt thin, making it difficult to breathe. Looking up, he beheld a massive meteor, so vast that its edges were obscured, crashing through the clouds. It was as if the moon had descended upon the earth, leaving his mind momentarily blank. This was clearly beyond comprehension. Except for Lin Nan, the distant ninja coalition gazed in shock, momentarily forgetting their fear and the instinct to flee. It felt as though tears could not be shed in times of profound sorrow. Is this a joke? Surely, this cannot be a dream. Someone murmured. This is beyond human capability. This is clearly the power of a god. Even Gaara found himself in despair at that moment. Fortunately, Inoki, despite his shock, retained his courage and hope. Why are you all standing there? Run. His words jolted the others from their stupor, and countless ninja began to flee in a frenzy. Though some resigned themselves to their fate, under the threat of death, people jostled and pushed, leading to many casualties from trampling. The cries of despair echoed incessantly. In the face of this calamity, which could only be described as beyond human power, even Naruto's shadow clones had to choose flight. Yet one figure stood firm. It was not Lin Nan, but Inoki. The diminutive man soared into the air, charging directly toward the meteor with reckless abandon, defying death with unyielding resolve. Earth Release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. It turned out that Inoki intended to use his Earth Release to lessen the meteor's weight. After all, a meteor is merely a mass of rock, which could be lightened by destroying its interior with Earth-style chakra. Inoki's actions rekindled the confidence of his allies. He spread his arms wide, and a massive surge of gravel shot skyward, forming a colossal hand aimed at supporting the now lightened meteor. While the meteor appeared overwhelmingly large, it was not vastly different in volume from a tailed beast bomb, resembling an oversized version of such. However, unlike the tailed beast bomb, the meteor would not explode. Lin Nan scrutinized the scene, tilting his head, seemingly frozen in contemplation. What do you think? Uchiha Madara, perched high above, surveyed his creation with satisfaction. This is the power of a god, beyond human reach. Submitting to the divine is not disgraceful. Madara, you are ruthless. With this move, it seems these ants will all perish without a grave, yet we may be caught in the fallout. A sudden voice emerged behind Uchiha Madara. Madara, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. The Edo Tensei was developed by that Tobirama boy. Is this not its purpose? Observing Lin Nan's stunned silence as if struck dumb, Madara continued, thus, you need not worry about life or death. I shall grant you true life thereafter. Madara, the meteor has halted, came an urgent voice. Madara glanced at the scene, a dismissive smile crossing his lips. That little brat from the two scales possesses some skill, but what will you do about the second one? No sooner had he spoken than the cloud cover above erupted, revealing a second identical meteor directly overhead. As the two meteors overlapped, even those who had escaped the immediate vicinity would face immense peril. The sheer size of the meteors drew the attention of fighters in the surrounding battlefield, leaving them rooted in shock. Young one, even if your physical prowess can pierce the meteor, it cannot prevent its descent. So, what will you do? Will you submit to me, or remain steadfast with these ants who are destined to perish in despair? Uchiha Madara showed little concern for anything else, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Nan. Chapter 12. The Dual Battlefields. The White Mask strikes. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's wooden clones accompanied Naruto and Uchiha Itachi to their respective battlefields. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi had yet to arrive at his destination, while Naruto had already encountered Uchiha Madara in the forest. This Madara was not the same. He was the Uchiha Madara of the Ninja World War, also known as the White Mask. In truth, he was the counterfeit Madara, Obito, also known as Toby. One individual, yet multiple identities. Not to mention the masks, he had changed them thrice. First, the tiger stripe mask from the White Zetsu period. Second, the spiral mask from the Akatsuki organization. And now, the three-tomo White Mask. Behind the White Mask stood 6 Edo Tensei bodies of the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, who, having once housed the tailed beasts in life, were reanimated in death, forced to continue existing as mere shells, even in death denied peace. The crux of the matter is that, regardless of whether it is the White Mask or the Jinchuriki, both possess a singular Sharingan and an enigmatic Rinnegan. Obito's charge for love has reached a critical juncture, and the mask seems to symbolize his progress towards completion. Now that the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki are in close proximity, if he can capture them and gather all 9-tailed beasts, he will be able to summon the Divine Dragon. No, he will summon the 10 Tails. This is also the primary objective of the 4th Shinobi World War. You may wonder why the one tail is absent. Although the one-tailed Jinchuriki has perished, they have returned to life. In the forest, the two sides encountered one another, with Lin Nan, as an old acquaintance, naturally taking the initiative to speak first. Ah, Obito, it has been quite some time. Standing atop a thick tree trunk, the two faced off, and Lin Nan displayed a congenial smile towards the White Mask. The White Mask's mission was to intercept Naruto and Killer Bee, yet upon seeing Lin Nan, he appeared unexpectedly taken aback and concerned. That bastard Toby, came a low, gritted voice. Is this Uchiha Madara? Naruto quietly inquired of Lin Nan. Lin Nan nodded, at least for now. What does for now mean? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. You know, Toby was my partner in the Akatsuki, right? I know, Naruto replied. Back then, he wore a swirling mask, and now he dons a white mask. Since he has always worn a mask, who can say if he is truly Uchiha Madara? Lin Nen glanced at the white mask and smirked. That smile was laden with meaning, as if he were saying, I have seen through you. Such a smile caused the white mask to feel quite uneasy. Lin Nan, it would be wise for you to steer clear of this murky water. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. The white mask's tone was grim. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to kill you a second time. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan's smile widened. You called me senpai before, and now you call me Lin Nan. Ah, how times have changed. Was it you who killed Mr. Lin Nan? Naruto fixed a fierce gaze on the white mask, and in that instant, murderous intent radiated from him, accompanied by the ferocious, violent chakra of the Nine Tails. The white mask scoffed, and what of it? Even though he is merely a shell of his former self, I would not mind allowing you to reunite in hell. Just as Naruto was about to speak, the white mask continued, do not worry. Everything in this world will accompany you, for in a world of despair, there is no value in existence. You. Naruto attempted to interject, but Lin Nan raised a hand to interrupt him, perhaps intending to say, what are you barking about? Uchiha Madara, you are unworthy of that name, Toby. Lin Nan said with a hint of mockery. The white mask merely snorted in response. There is no Uchiha Madara, nor Toby. I have no identity and do not wish to live under anyone's name. If I must say, I am now the second sage of the six paths, the only existence. The white mask spread his arms, exuding an imposing aura. Goodness, have you revealed your ultimate technique? Then why waste words? Let us fight. With a wave of his hand, the white mask summoned 6 Jinchuriki, who had been reanimated, to charge towards Naruto and Killer Bee. Come on, Toby. I want to see what you're truly capable of. Lin Nan declared, standing his ground, while those Jinchuriki did not attack Lin Nan, but instead rushed towards Naruto and Killer Bee. It was evident that the white mask sought to engage Lin Nan in combat as well. I am aware of your abilities. But can you replicate the powers of the 6 paths, senpai? As soon as Lin Nan's words fell, the white mask flickered and appeared before Lin Nan. His eyes, so starkly different beneath the mask, fixed upon Lin Nan, and he swung a fan down. Lin Nan retreated, but suddenly found himself drawn uncontrollably towards the white mask. Universal pull? Lin Nan was momentarily perplexed. In the original storyline, the white mask had abandoned these foundational Rinnegan techniques. Initially, Lin Nan believed the white mask had merely transplanted one Rinnegan and thus lacked mastery over these abilities, but it seemed that was not the case. In the original narrative, he perhaps deemed them beneath him. After all, to him, the Rinnegan was merely a tool for controlling tailed beast Jinchuriki, with his primary offensive means still stemming from his Sharingan. The presence of tailed beast Jinchuriki, possessing the same ocular configuration, might also suggest that the Sharingan's role in fundamental combat significantly surpassed that of the Rinnegan. Having partnered with him for so long, Lin Nan was unsurprised that the white mask had identified his Achilles heel. Indeed, among the 3 great ocular bloodlines of the Shinobi world, Lin Nan possessed only the Sharingan, allowing him to replicate only its ocular techniques. The activation prerequisites for the Rinnegan and Byakugan require the presence of their respective eyes, which Lin Nan lacked. Thus, while he could replicate their skills, he could not employ them. Even if Pain had not invaded Konoha, Lin Nan had once aspired to replicate Pain's Shinra Tensei, but ultimately failed, making him acutely aware of this limitation through experience. Now, facing the white mask utilizing the Rinnegan against him, Lin Nan found it both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. Dai Senpai. After drawing Lin Nan in, the white mask retracted the fan, and a long black staff suddenly emerged from his other hand, thrusting towards Lin Nan. There was no sound of a blade piercing flesh, only the cawing of crows. Upon closer inspection, Lin Nan's form had transformed into several crows that scattered into the air. Is that Itachi's crow substitution technique? The white mask seemed to sense something, gazing into the distance and murmuring, I see now. Cawing echoed again as the crows slowly converged upon the tree trunk, and Lin Nan's form re-emerged. Universal pull. The white mask extended his palm once more, the dark glow flickering as Lin Nan's form was again irresistibly drawn towards him. However, in the next moment, the white mask was confronted with Lin Nan's genial smile and that singular, enigmatic spiral eye. How is this possible? The white mask's expression shifted. Shinra Tensei. With a soft murmur from Lin Nan, an invisible force radiated outward, as if a repulsive force was wildly expelling all things, including the air, outward in a chaotic whirlwind. The white mask responded by raising his hand. Shinra Tensei. As the two repulsive forces collided, Lin Nan was sent flying while the white mask remained steadfast. Ultimately, he resorted to using intangibility, didn't he? Lin Nan landed, a faint smile gracing his lips. The white mask's expression remained obscured, but it was certain that he was not pleased. He was aware of Lin Nan's intelligence and had chosen to utilize the Rinnegan techniques he held in low regard to avoid exposing his own skills to Lin Nan. Yet, he had unconsciously resorted to intangibility. It turned out that, just before Lin Nan vanished, he had ambushed a tailed beast Jinchuriki, seizing their Rinnegan and implanting it within his own eye. Although the Rinnegan here was merely a projection, as long as it possessed the ocular power of the Rinnegan, Lin Nan could leverage the system to unleash its techniques. He had employed this tactic during Pain's invasion of Konoha. However, this was only a temporary measure. Lin Nan's singular Rinnegan rotated within his eye socket, threatening to fall out. Such a terrifying situation arose because the reanimated body would revert to its original state following any damage, with all enhancements or detriments resetting. Lin Nan was unable to maintain the Rinnegan without channeling chakra to stabilize it. This Rinnegan was a copy, akin to the Rinnegan possessed by the Sage of Six Paths Pain. Encased within the eye of a tailed beast Jinchuriki, it had been sealed away using a certain secret technique. Otherwise, it would have been rejected by the very nature of the reanimation. Lin Nan, you are truly an astonishing presence. The white mask cast a glance at Lin Nan before turning to head towards another battlefield. As Lin Nan had already replicated his intangible form, all subsequent attacks were rendered futile, and he had no desire to expend further effort. Don't go, Fei. Lin Nan, displeased by the situation, charged at the masked figure with a surge of lightning. The masked figure paid no heed to Lin Nan, allowing the assaults to pass through his form, merely stating coldly, Lin Nan, neither of us can harm the other now. Just watch as I capture the Nine Tails. Is that so? You were quite fierce when you stabbed me before, weren't you? Why the sudden change? Lin Nan retorted with gritted teeth, a sardonic smile on his face. The masked figure remained silent, choosing to ignore Lin Nan. Anger welled up within Lin Nan. How could he accept merely watching the man who sought his life? However, just because he could not harm him did not imply that Lin Nan could not disgust him. In the next moment, Lin Nan vanished from sight. Naruto and Killer Bee, entangled in battle with the new Six Paths, were startled by Lin Nan's sudden appearance. Mr. Lin. Lin Nan smiled slightly, commanding, stand firm. The next instant, a powerful gust of air erupted, violently repelling all nearby objects away from Lin Nan. Not only were the new Six Paths and their Jinchuriki flung aside, but also Naruto and Killer Bee. Shinra Tensei. The attack concluded, and Naruto and Killer Bee, having anticipated it, managed to endure the force. Lin Nan recognized that the Naruto before him was the real body, not a clone, so he held nothing back. Mr. Lin, your eyes? Naruto asked, slightly surprised, but quickly returned to normal. After all, the Lin he remembered seemed omnipotent. Cypress Ruac, such magnificent power, truly splendid. Oh yeah, Killer Bee exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Lin Nan shot him a glance and softly instructed, stand behind me. Though uncertain, Naruto and Killer Bee complied. In the next moment, Lin Nan extended his palm, his gaze fixed on the approaching masked figure. A pitch-black sphere floated forth, soaring into the sky, growing larger until it gradually formed a black hole, seemingly capable of devouring light itself. Lin Nan. The masked figure shouted in alarm. Lin Nan merely chuckled, his smile slightly twisted, his eyes filled with frenzied madness. Call me? I'll make you call. In the next instant, Lin Nan clapped his hands and shouted, Earth Explosion Star. The black sphere pulsated with dark light, liberating its sinister energy. And in the following moment, a colossal gravitational force centered on the sphere began to draw everything nearby into its embrace. The ground cracked, trees uprooted. And under the immense pull, nothing could escape except for Lin Nan and those behind him. The Jinchuriki, once attracted, began to emanate a crimson aura of chakra, forming a protective coat that barely allowed them to maintain control over their bodies. As for the masked figure, in his intangible state, he remained utterly unaffected by any external force. Ah! Lin Nan roared, a trickle of blood flowing from his nose. Boom! The entire forest trembled, and the earth seemed to shatter instantaneously, soil, stones, and withered leaves swirling toward the black sphere, their speed increasing dramatically. The Jinchuriki could no longer retain control, hurtling upward with the debris. Wow! Naruto exclaimed, peering from behind Lin Nan, unable to contain his astonishment. Killer Bee, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, "The artificial moon is truly remarkable. Thankfully, it's a friend, not a foe." "Oh yeah, are you not worried that Mr. Lin might toss you up there too?" Naruto remarked, looking at Killer Bee with exasperation. Killer Bee promptly fell silent. Naruto gazed at the ever-expanding asteroid above, muttering, "This technique can indeed restrain the Jinchuriki's movements. But it's still not enough." Lin Nan suddenly sighed in frustration, realizing that his chakra reserves were somewhat lacking, far inferior to those of Nagato from the Uzumaki clan. Thus, the might of his Earth Explosion Star was inadequate. "Lin Nan!" A furious roar interrupted him. The masked figure shattered a boulder with his fan, charging directly at Lin Nan, intent on eliminating the caster. "Naruto!" Lin Nan called out coldly. "Understood." Naruto remained still, yet a radiant golden hand emerged, crashing towards the masked figure. "This won't work," Lin Nan warned. Indeed, Naruto's golden fist effortlessly passed through the masked figure's form, failing to impede his advance. "What do we do, Mr. Lin?" Naruto asked anxiously. "Only the area behind me is unaffected by gravity. Do not allow him near it. He can only maintain this state for 5 minutes." Lin Nan's warning barely left his lips when the masked figure was already upon him. "Mr. Lin." Naruto's pupils constricted, ready to defend Lin Nan. But the masked figure's fan pierced through Lin Nan's body, just as his earlier attack had passed through the masked figure. "I see." Naruto's expression shifted. "Leave it to me." "Okay." Killer Bee unleashed countless tentacles, striking at the masked figure, but to the latter, it was still a vain effort. The masked figure seemed to realize this. They could do nothing to him, and he could do nothing to them. He glanced at the 6 Jinchuriki being drawn into the asteroid and suddenly laughed. "Do you think this can seal 6-tailed beasts? How absurd. While 6 may not be contained, if even one is absent, can you still play the game?" Lin Nan offered a benign smile. "Lin Nan, how dare you?" The masked figure, momentarily stunned, bellowed in fury, striking his fan to unleash a fiery whirlwind toward Lin Nan. Yet, Lin Nan remained unfazed, allowing the flames to envelop him. The next moment, the masked figure vanished. In a dim, eerie space filled with pure white pillars extending into infinity, Lin Nan's form materialized. This was the effect of Kamui's intangibility. Lin Nan evaded the flames and, in that instant, slipped into the space. Suddenly, another figure emerged, wielding a black rod, aiming directly for Lin Nan's heart. Chapter 14, Earth Explosion Star. Mad mockery. Lin Nan did not flinch or evade. He merely heard a soft sound as the black rod pierced through his chest. "Lin Nan, I will ensure you are ground to dust." The masked figure's icy voice echoed. Yet, Lin Nan merely regarded him with indifference, "At least in your current state. You can do nothing to me. Is that so?" The masked figure retorted with a cold laugh. Lin Nan furrowed his brow, observing the black rod protruding from his chest. Feeling his chakra being ravenously consumed and suppressed. "A yin-yang release black rod, is it?" Lin Nan slowly turned his head, a more sinister smile gracing his face. Suddenly, a hand crackling with lightning erupted from the masked figure's chest, tearing through his garments and splattering blood. Boom. At that moment, Lin Nan before the masked figure dissipated into smoke. "Ah Fei, you must be familiar with this sensation, right?" Lin Nan's voice resonated from behind the masked figure. "Cough." The masked figure coughed, opting not to respond, instead forming a hand seal with one hand. In the next instant, shards flew, and countless black rods erupted from Lin Nan's body, instantly turning him into a pincushion. "You will never escape my curse, Lin Nan." The masked figure, wounded yet triumphant, declared, his voice betraying a hint of weakness. However, Lin Nan remained oblivious. The Edo Tensei technique was virtually painless, merely leaving a sense of numbness. This technique can limit bodily movement and suppress chakra flow, disrupting any ninjutsu or ocular techniques, regardless of whether they are physical or Edo Tensei. The masked figure laughed coldly, feeling victorious. Until now, the black rods produced from yin-yang release had proven infallible, never having failed. However, in the next moment, the lightning flickering in Lin Nan's palms suddenly intensified, causing the masked figure to emit a pained scream, with wisps of scorched smoke rising. How could this be? Though taken aback, the masked figure could no longer suppress the urge to retreat, clutching his blood-soaked chest, his gaze filled with both ferocity and trepidation towards Lin Nan. For him, the black rod had never failed, so why was it different this time? As the lightning on Lin Nan's palm dissipated, flames ignited across his body, and a massive skeletal arm lunged towards the masked figure. The masked figure swiftly retreated into the air, but his form began to distort slowly. "Are you trying to flee? I came to see what new tricks you had up your sleeve, only to find you resorting to those outdated tactics. You have truly disappointed me, a Fae." Lin Nan's voice rang out flatly, akin to a mentor admonishing a disappointing disciple. The masked figure vanished, yet the tremors of his voice lingered. In reality, as the fiery whirlwind dissipated, Lin Nan's figure emerged unscathed, albeit pierced by numerous black rods, his body formed of corrupted earth appearing somewhat fragmented, and a tinge of woodiness creeping onto his face. "Little Lin," Naruto exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that at the moment Lin Nan was enveloped in the fiery whirlwind. He had split off a clone utilizing a phasing technique to enter the Kamui space, while his main body followed the masked figure into that realm. The masked figure stood not far away, his clothing torn at the chest, the gaping wound nearly healed. Though his face was obscured, Lin Nan could sense the hatred and malice that the mask could not conceal. "Never mind." Lin Nan waved his hand, halting the release of the earth explosion stars, and pulled out a black rod, tossing it towards the masked figure. The masked figure remained motionless as the black rod flew straight through him. As massive boulders and trees continued to plummet from the sky, Lin Nan calmly regarded the masked figure. When a boulder obscured their line of sight, the masked figure seized the opportunity to clasp his hands together. "Come forth, beasts." Boom. The enormous meteor, resembling a small moon, began to tremble violently, accompanied by cracks forming. As several massive-tailed beasts, enveloped in a chakra akin to blood, revealed themselves. Roar. The tailed beasts emitted cries filled with infinite pain and rage. Yet their eyes radiated only a dense murderous intent, devoid of any rationality. "Oh, one is indeed missing," Lin Nan remarked mockingly, disregarding the freed-tailed beasts. The masked figure slightly tilted his head, his shoulders trembling imperceptibly. "One of the two tails is absent. The strength of tailed beasts is not determined by their tails. It is not accurate to say that the 9 tails is the strongest while the 1 tail is the weakest." Lin Nan understood that the earth explosion stars could not seal the 9 tails, but sealing any other tailed beast was more than sufficient. Thus, he reinforced the sealing of 1-tailed beast, indicating that the earth explosion stars were essentially prepared for just 1-tailed beast, while the others were merely supplementary. With 9-tailed beasts, the absence of any one would prevent the 10 tails from resurrecting. Ultimately, the resurrection of the 10 tails had little to do with Lin Nan himself. All he was doing was to thoroughly irritate the masked figure. If he could not kill him, he would at least vex him. In this regard, he was invincible. The masked figure formed another seal, commanding the tailed beasts to frantically excavate the meteor created by the earth explosion stars, believing that if they could slightly reduce the size of the meteor, the sealing power would weaken. "My momentum is rising. How could I allow you to succeed?" "Oh yeah." The 8 tails, Karabi, observed with concern and immediately sought to intervene. However, Lin Nan stopped Karabi and Naruto, instructing them simply to watch the spectacle. Lin Nan did not interrupt the masked figure. He merely withdrew a black rod, examining it momentarily before it ignited with dark, bewitching flames. Amaterasu. Subsequently, Lin Nan cast his gaze towards the sky. Like a burning egg, the black flames began to blaze atop the meteor, and as Lin Nan's blood tears flowed, the dark flames surged toward the tailed beasts. "Amaterasu, Lin Nan, you are pushing it too far." The masked figure roared in fury, swiftly maneuvering the tailed beasts to evade. Yet, the tailed beasts were not like him. Their large size made them easy targets, and soon they were ensnared by the black flames, helplessly struggling. It was not without reason that Amaterasu was hailed as the strongest physical attack. Although it had never killed a person, once the flames attached to any object, they would burn until completely extinguished. Thus, no matter how the tailed beasts rolled and resisted, it ultimately proved futile. Before long, they fell powerless to the ground. It can be said that Amaterasu was exceedingly effective against tailed beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Nan pondered, the Gekido should be even more effective. As 5-tailed beasts became ensnared by the black flames, Lin Nan turned his attention to the masked figure. The masked figure remained still, with the Amaterasu flames burning behind him. Lin Nan extinguished the Amaterasu, fully aware of its futility, but merely sought to intimidate the masked figure. He then looked at the masked figure with a mocking gaze. "What can you do now?" Chapter 15. Cause of Death. and the exchange of words with the masked figure behind the masked figure were the tormented and wailing-tailed beasts, yet he simply gazed on. At this moment, confronted with Lin Nan's provocation, he grew even more silent. Ha! Lin Nan laughed maniacally, as if he were the true villain. For so many years, hidden within the Akatsuki, orchestrating schemes and plotting conspiracies, with countless pawns at his disposal, when he deemed the time ripe, he ignited the Fourth Shinobi World War. People feared him, and he felt the heavens favored him. All of this made him believe he was nearing his goal. But suddenly, Lin Nan bellowed, causing the black rods to fall from his body, which slowly began to heal despite its numerous wounds. Do you see? Everything is in vain. You cannot stop me. You are powerless to change anything, and you can only watch as the tools that assist you in your grand ambitions gradually disappear. The 8 tails and 9 tails can only watch helplessly. The entire battlefield is sinking. Your goal grows more distant, and the situation slips from your control. Afei, tell me, what can you do now? Speak. Afei stood frozen, at a loss for words. Naruto, trembling, clung to Karabi. Lin Nan turned back to glare, causing Karabi to immediately fall silent. You can do nothing. All of this is mere delusion. Even if you achieve the slightest progress, it has no bearing on you. You have not changed. Afei, still as useless as ever. Lin Nan's laughter grew louder and more frenzied, yet Naruto discerned a sense of melancholy and despair within it. The masked figure was the one who had slain little Lin. Was this all vengeance? If Lin Nan were aware of Naruto's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. Is this what you call revenge? This is far from sufficient. Initially, the masked figure had been Afei's sycophant, constantly flattering and obeying him. And Lin Nan had never anticipated that he sought to probe his abilities. At that time, it was the final battle between Conan and Afei. In the original storyline, Conan's scheme against Afei failed, resulting in 600 billion explosive tags going to waste, leading to her demise. Lin Nan shared a close bond with Conan. He was the one who brought her into the Akatsuki, and before joining, she had saved his life, a debt he could never ignore. However, when Lin Nan confidently embarked on the mission to rescue Xiao Nan, he was unaware that Afei had anticipated his every move. Consequently, Lin Nan remained oblivious to Xiao Nan's ultimate fate, having already met his demise. Who could have foreseen that Afei, the cunning adversary, not only calculated Lin Nan's moment of vulnerability, but also seized the opportune moment to strike? In life, Lin Nan often found himself low on chakra. Yet he always held something back, wary of unforeseen circumstances. After Lin Nan heroically saved the damsel, Afei feigned exhaustion, aiming to lower Lin Nan's guard. Yet, could Lin Nan afford to be lenient? Nevertheless, at that moment, Lin Nan found it challenging to eliminate him. Prior to this encounter, Lin Nan had experienced some events with Pain and Xiao Nan, leading to his betrayal of the Akatsuki organization. During that period, Afei had subtly revealed his identity and sought to recruit Lin Nan. What was Afei's established impression? Charging forth for love. According to his words, their fates were remarkably similar, watching a beloved one perish before their eyes, helpless to intervene. Why not create a world solely for her? At this juncture, a voice echoed within Lin Nan's mind. Reincarnation Eye. The ability to transcend life and death could only belong to the Reincarnation Eye. Feigning to be swayed, Lin Nan demanded that Xiao Nan be allowed to leave. Xiao Nan, who had played a part in her own demise, would she not seek vengeance? She had once saved my life. Thus, I will seek the truth behind the rest. As the two approached Nagato's Reincarnation Eye, Lin Nan suddenly launched an attack. But Afei was already prepared. The two engaged in a fierce battle, clashing mightily. Subsequently, Afei summoned the Outer Path Golem using the Reincarnation Eye, intending to annihilate Lin Nan completely. The size of the golem was colossal, rendering even Susanoo as mere child's play in comparison. Lin Nan, exhausted from evasion, frequently utilized intangibility to dodge attacks. Unbeknownst to him, Afei, the sly adversary, lay in wait within the Kemui space, ready to ambush. The principle of intangibility allowed Lin Nan to shift the body part being attacked into the Kemui space at the moment of impact. However, within the Kemui space, there was no room for intangibility, a fact Lin Nan was acutely aware of. Thus, he remained vigilant against Afei's potential sneak attack. Yet, as the saying goes, no plan is foolproof, and combined with his already depleted chakra, he soon fell victim to Afei's stratagem. Nevertheless, Lin Nan did not allow Afei to escape unscathed. He fought back with a vengeance. Yet, he could hardly anticipate that Afei would resurrect himself through Izanagi. Izanagi, at the cost of one Sharingan, pulls the reality of one's death into an illusion, thus reversing reality and illusion, allowing one to die in the illusion while being resurrected in reality. This technique was nothing short of a violation of natural order, akin to a game-breaking ability. Through this maneuver, a Fei evaded Xiao Nan's explosive tags and successfully deceived Lin Nan. Lin Nan could never have imagined that a Fei possessed a second Sharingan in reserve. Lin Nan fell, succumbing to a Fei's relentless ambush. Yet, this was not the final chapter of Lin Nan's tale. A Fei further descended into madness, using the outer path golem to submerge Lin Nan's lifeless body into the depths of the ocean. Watching as Lin Nan's remains were crushed into a crimson mist under immense pressure. Unsatisfied, a Fei even sealed the blood within the ocean's depths. What was he afraid of? Indeed, he feared Lin Nan's potential resurrection through Izanagi. In truth, Lin Nan did resurrect through Izanagi, but at that very moment, he was again obliterated by the crushing depths of the ocean, unable even to experience fear. Thus, the tale of Lin Nan, prior to the Shinobi War, came to an end. This was the reason for Lin Nan's demise. He found himself utterly powerless, unable to escape. His methods of survival were Kamui, the ephemeral technique. And eventually, he had replicated a Fei's Izanagi. Yet, Kamui was hindered by a Fei's interference. The ephemeral technique required an extensive cast time. And Izanagi could not be activated instantaneously. It required at least 3 seconds after death. In those 3 seconds, Lin Nan's remains would be reduced to nothingness. This was a vendetta, a matter of life and death. Most tragically, Lin Nan had once harbored trust in a Fei. How laughable. This was what enraged Lin Nan the most, a desire to consume a Fei's flesh and drink his blood. The notion of charging forth for love was nothing but a deceitful facade. Lin Nan was acutely aware of the narrative, yet still chose to trust him. In this regard, Lin Nan cursed himself for his foolishness, even in death. At this moment, the white mask finally spoke, as if bursting forth with pent-up fury. His voice a mixture of hysteria and the last vestiges of sanity. What do you understand? You were merely a pawn I discarded after use. A rat clinging to life after being reincarnated in the dirt. What right do you have to stand before me and howl? In this world, there is no light, no hope, only despair. Even if, as you say, everything ultimately proves futile, a world steeped in despair is preferable to one where hope exists. Let it be a bit more despairing, just as you suffocate slowly in the depths of the ocean, awaiting annihilation. The white mask laughed, a cacophony befitting one of the 4 mad laughers. Lin Nan's eyes glinted with malice as he twisted his lips into a deranged grin. Fortunately, I was blown to pieces. What need is there for despair or suffocation? The white mask darkly retorted, if that is the case, then allow me to show you a deeper despair. The outer path golem, a mobile toilet summoned through ninjutsu, emerged from the earth's depths. Chapter 16. What is it like to be pressed down by the outer path golem? Roar. The earth trembled as the roar of a fierce beast reverberated throughout the realm, assaulting the eardrums of all present. Soon after, the ground cracked open, and a gigantic arm emerged, sweeping towards Lin Nan and his companions. They retreated as the arm slammed down upon the shattered earth, revealing a colossal head with 9 closed eyes. In the next moment, countless chains extended from the giant's head, binding the already weakened tailed beasts that had been scorched by Amaterasu, dragging them in. Lin Nan's expression tightened upon witnessing this. Was the outer path golem being summoned now? To directly absorb the chakra of the tailed beasts in their scorched state was indeed a clever strategy to prevent their harm. Of course, tailed beasts could not be truly killed. Their chakra persisted within the world. Even if Lin Nan were to incinerate them now, their chakra would return to a certain place, eventually reforming into tailed beasts. With the emergence of the outer path golem, Lin Nan's plans were evidently thwarted. Yet, it could expedite the battle. The golem crawled out from the fissure, towering at an astonishing height of 100 meters. Standing atop the golem, the white mask laughed maniacally. Lin Nan, there are many things I can still do. Just wait and see as I, with this body of reincarnated dirt, obliterate this world before your very eyes. Is it not still the fate of being a mere pawn? Lin Nan mused internally, retreating while mockingly saying, Are you anxious? Having witnessed the outer path golem before, Lin Nan knew it was immune to nearly all ninjutsu, rendering any of his attacks ineffective. Naturally, Lin Nan had attempted Amaterasu, but the golem could devour its flames, making that effort futile. The golem, as the shell of the 10 tails, would remain an emotionless war machine without the chakra of the tailed beasts to sustain it. The fact that tailed beasts are indestructible means the golem, as their vessel, cannot be destroyed either. This was indeed a troubling dilemma. However, being indestructible did not mean it could not be injured, right? The white mask silently began to form seals for a second time. Once again, a massive chain emerged from the gaping maw of the outer path golem, stretching towards the heavens and forcefully embedding itself within the small moon formed by the Earth explosion star. Lin Nen bellowed, "Naruto, Killer Bee. Prevent the tailed beasts from being devoured." He understood that as long as the golem had not absorbed the tailed beasts, it remained nothing more than a puppet under someone's control, requiring significant chakra to manipulate. Although the white mask possessed an ample supply of chakra, the authority over both the tailed beasts and the golem resided in his hands. Lin Nen doubted he would not eventually be drained dry, much like Nagato had been. This time was different from the past. During his initial confrontation with the golem, Lin Nen had been utterly helpless, a mere shadow of his former self. Now, bolstered by the reanimation jutsu, he was, at the very least, merely a wooden clone. Gazing at the grotesque form of the golem, Lin Nen recalled his previous desperate flight, igniting a fierce battle spirit within him. God, does a god bleed? At this moment, Lin Nen had retracted the Amaterasu flames. The tailed beasts were battered and bruised. Though their lives were not in jeopardy, they were certainly unable to move freely for the time being. Naruto and Killer Bee raced toward the ensnared tailed beasts. Earth style, light and heavy rock technique. Lightning style, lightning chakra mode, lightning armor. Heaven's curse seal, nine tails chakra mode, golden form. Meanwhile, Lin Nen began to layer buffs upon himself with reckless abandon. Red, white, black, and yellow hues flickered around him. The white mask observed Lin Nen, who resembled a spinning lantern, as he ultimately transformed into a figure adorned with a yellow aura and dark lightning tattoos. An overwhelming aura of menace emanated from Lin Nen, prompting the white mask to feel a sense of urgency and rush toward him. In response to the white mask's assault, Lin Nen activated his Kimui to evade. Yet he suddenly felt burdened. It was not merely due to the excessive stacking of buffs, but because his wooden clone was nearing its breaking point. The body, while possessing strong regenerative capabilities due to the reanimation jutsu, was undeniably frail. Consequently, what could have merely resulted in a broken bone now felt as though his chest had shattered. This was merely the consequence of layering these buffs. Lin Nen still intended to apply the 8 gates, risking being torn apart before his opponent was even harmed. Although he had replicated the 8 gates in his past life, he had never mastered it. The reason was simple. The training required immense physical exertion, something Lin Nen was unwilling to endure. After all, the most exhausting experience of his life had been during the physical tests in middle school. Why endure such hardship when ninjutsu was available? Thus, Lin Nen's physique had never been particularly robust, with his most strenuous activities consisting of traveling and evading pursuers. Consequently, after his resurrection, the knowledge of the 8 gates, like other unlearned skills, had vanished from his database. Gritting his teeth, Lin Nen transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the golem that was howling at the sky. The white mask, seeing this, promptly commanded the golem to enter counterattack mode. However, the golem was merely an empty shell of the 10 tails. While agile, it functioned more like a slow-moving human punching bag, highly destructive but lacking in agility. Easily dodging a punch from the golem, Lin Nen thrust a finger directly into its closed eye. Hell spike. One finger pierces the hand. Crack. Do not be mistaken, the sound did not emanate from the golem, but from Lin Nen himself. Had his body reached its limit? His arms shattered into pieces. Even the wooden clone was on the verge of collapse. Was his body failing him? What a travesty of the reanimation jutsu. Yet, this strike proved effective, as the golem's massive form was sent crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yes, Naruto and Killer Bee exclaimed in shock and excitement. At this moment, Lin Nen was too focused to care about anything else. He transformed once more into a streak of light, relentlessly assaulting the golem's eye. Despite the golem's resilience, it began to bleed profusely. Lin Nen abandoned the hell spike technique, fearing he might explode himself. So, you can bleed as well? The more he struck, the more exhilarated he became, as if avenging his earlier flight from the golem's relentless pursuit. With a painful roar, the golem slammed its massive hand against its own head. Too slow. Lin Nen, in a flash, appeared at the golem's temple, unleashing a flurry of punches. Aura, aura, aura. At this moment, the golem was akin to a mere punching bag. The golem's anguished cries indicated a semblance of self-awareness. However, the more it screamed, the more Lin Nan reveled in the moment. Bigwood, useless. You cannot possibly contend with the outer path golem. The white mask finally arrived, wielding a fan to strike at Lin Nan, as if to declare his efforts futile. Yet, Lin Nan responded with a sinister grin. Do you truly dare? Without flinching, he delivered a punch directly at the white mask. Aware he was outmatched in strength, the white mask could only retreat into intangibility. Ironically, his attack only served to empower Lin Nan, inciting anger within him. Soon after, the white mask began to mimic Lin Nan, launching a barrage of distractions, preventing Lin Nan from concentrating on the golem. You are truly bothersome, Lin Nan retorted, his hands never ceasing their assault. However, he could not inflict any substantial damage on the golem, merely indulging in his own catharsis. But was that not enough? In summary, after sustaining attacks, the golem's oppressive hold over the tailed beasts had noticeably diminished. Lin Nan, confident in his speed surpassing that of the white mask, executed a flanking maneuver, essentially a guerrilla tactic. After all, Lin Nan could fly, darting left and right, making it impossible for the white mask to halt Lin Nan's comprehensive bombardment of the golem. Lin Nan was losing his mind in the frenzy of battle. Unbeknownst to him, he had even fractured his own arm in the process. Yet, what did it matter? A broken arm could be replaced by a kick. Once his arm healed, he would resume the relentless assault. It was all about tormenting the golem, repaying tenfold the suffering he had endured. Were it not for his ignorance of the white mask's whereabouts, Lin Nan would have desecrated his ancestral grave and ensured that even the earthworms within were severed in two. Do you see this, Ah Fei? If it were you, you would have long been reduced to a pulp. Lin Nan taunted, delivering blows while sneering at the white mask. The white mask retorted, You cannot kill me. Just as before, I am merely a mindless pawn, disposable once my usefulness has expired. Lin Nan chuckled, his speed intensifying. Killing you 1,000 times would not suffice, Ah Fei. With a resounding crash, one of Lin Nan's punches caused the golem's entire head to contort unnaturally. This scene left Naruto and Killer Bee, who were spectating, utterly dumbfounded. A man under 2 meters tall was grinding a 100-meter giant into the ground? Was this still the world of Naruto? Or had they stumbled into Dragon Ball? Mr. Lin, have you entered the wrong set? Just then, the golem's howls abruptly ceased. A surge of alarm coursed through Lin Nan as he turned to witness a large, purple, dragon-shaped energy orb hurtling toward him, not easily evaded. Just as Lin Nan prepared to use intangibility to escape, he realized the white mask's presence was nowhere to be found. That old silver coin was attempting to ensnare him within the space. Lin Nan cursed inwardly, then transformed into a flash of gold to evade. Yet, this evasion played right into the golem's hands. An enormous hand was already descending upon Lin Nan, too close to dodge. Lin Nan's first thought was one of disbelief. Had the mission of the wooden clone truly reached its conclusion? Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned fierce as he relinquished both the golden body chakra mode and the curse mark mode, elevating his lightning release chakra mode to its utmost limit. This was the only means to bolster his defensive capabilities. Bang! Lin Nan was sent flying by a powerful slap. The outer path golem struggled to rise, adjusting its head to let out a thunderous roar, resuming its task of absorbing the tailed beasts. Clearly, it was merely a tool. Naruto, come to my side. Finally recalling his purpose after a prolonged wait, Killer Bee shouted to Naruto. What are you planning, Uncle Bee? Naruto inquired, eyeing the octopus tentacles extending from behind Killer Bee. Just watch. Showtime. Oh yeah. Their intentions were unmistakable. The figure with the white mask appeared but did not intervene immediately. A sharp cry pierced the air. The 8 tails, resembling a bull-headed octopus, emerged at the center of the chains, its massive hand shielding Naruto as it began to spin wildly. Tailed Beast Bomb. A violent gust of wind swept through, annihilating the already devastated trees in the vicinity. The tornado's reach was immense, clearly indicating that the 8 tails aimed to sever the chains with the whirlwind it generated. Even if the chains were sturdy, they could impede the tailed beasts from being dragged away. Beneath the colossal vortex, the figure with the white mask could only watch from a distance, patiently awaiting the culmination of the skill. Observing the seemingly indestructible chains radiating an eerie purple light, the masked figure remained indifferent, simply spectating. Meanwhile, the tailed beast, caught in the swirling winds, floated helplessly due to the chains binding it, akin to a kite, unable to be blown away or free itself from the chain's control. Standing upon the meteorite, Lin Nan was enveloped in dust and debris, his form marked with traces of wood, yet thankfully, he had not been obliterated. After regaining his composure, Lin Nan began to assess the situation concerning the chains before him. They delved deep into the meteorite, the material from which they were forged remaining a mystery. Lin Nan found it nearly impossible to destroy them, and attempting to remove them proved to be quite laborious. In the original plot, these chains were implanted within the bodies of the tailed beasts, functioning less as chains and more as a kind of chakra curse, making external removal highly improbable. Watching the 8 tails, whose spinning was gradually ceasing, Lin Nan pondered. At this moment, the battle had not yet reached its peak. Naruto had not fully activated his enhanced form, and the other 2 battlefields had only just commenced, rendering everything uncertain. Lin Nan's resurrection placed him firmly on the side of the Ninja Alliance. It was not that Lin Nan had never taken a stand before. He had held a grudge against Konoha for years, particularly before Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, assumed office, harboring little fondness for the village, save for a few individuals. Furthermore, he held a degree of concern for a select few within the Akatsuki, as they had once saved his life, and repaying kindness with malice seemed rather ungrateful. However, all of that faded into oblivion after Lin Nan's demise. Life had been returned to him. What debts remained? As for the current war, he had already perished. Was he to discuss world peace now? While he mused on such grand notions, he was pragmatic enough to recognize that the enemy of my enemy is indeed a friend. Thus, Lin Nan contemplated how to expedite the conclusion of this ninja world war. Yet, thus far, despite being an uninvited variable, he appeared to exert little influence over the overall battle. The narrative continued to unfold along its predetermined trajectory, seemingly impervious to his presence. He could only take one step at a time. Ultimately, even in his absence, the war would reach its conclusion, so it was prudent to prioritize his own interests. Revenge was his first order of business. Everything else was secondary. Meanwhile, the 8 tails had ceased its spinning, merely buying time against the golem's absorption of the tailed beasts. The white-masked figure seized this opportunity, advancing toward the disoriented Naruto with his palm outstretched. Lin Nan, witnessing this, was about to intervene when a figure surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Ada. That unmistakable voice belonged to the Azure Beast, Might Guy. Simultaneously, the connection points between the golem and the chains began to distort, only to revert to their original state moments later. Ding. SSS-level Space Eye Technique, Kamui, Obito Uchiha's left eye, has been added to the skill library. Little Lin. A fresh and steady voice resounded. Lin Nan landed, gazing at the slightly taller, sturdier, and more handsome white-haired figure with a faint smile. Just in time, Kakashi. Bang. In the next instant, Lin Nan delivered a kick that sent Kakashi flying. Chapter 18. Discussing life with Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara had summoned 2 colossal meteorites, each exceeding 200 meters in diameter, intending to annihilate the entire Ninja Alliance. This endeavor was so taxing that even Madara himself struggled to manage it. Thus, he sat back, observing the impending demise of thousands. Particularly, he was intrigued by Lin Nan. This younger generation he found so captivating. However, upon gazing at Lin Nan's face, he discerned no hint of fear or despair. Rather, there was an undertone of excitement. Uchiha Madara felt a flicker of confusion as he listened to Lin Nan's murmurs. In the next moment, he beheld the intricate patterns of Lin Nan's Sharingan evolve. Blood vessels began to fill his entire eye, and soon after, blood flowed down his face. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, glancing skyward to witness the second meteorite, which was on a collision course with the now motionless first, begin to twist. With a strange, muffled sound, the space around it began to warp, ultimately tearing the massive meteorite apart, leaving only the first one, which had ceased to move. Oh! A deafening cheer erupted from the Ninja Alliance. This signified they had regained a sliver of hope, a true escape from calamity. Inoki, bracing against the meteorite, finally exhaled in relief, his chakra having been overexerted as he fell, only to be caught by Gaara's floating sand. As expected of Little Lin, Gaara remarked, bringing Inoki back to solid ground. The meteorite, now lightened by Inoki's super lightweight rock technique, was securely held by Gaara's sand. Did that kid do this? Inoki's voice was faint, yet a hint of gratitude shone through. Naruto's shadow clone stepped forward, a radiant smile on his face. I told you, Mr. Lin is a master of ninjutsu. He can do anything. One meteorite is a trivial matter. I once saw him punch a meteorite to pieces. Now, he's probably holding back to avoid collateral damage. Punch to pieces? Both Gaara and Inoki were astonished. Naruto scratched his head. Well, I didn't see it firsthand. I heard him mention it afterward. I was a bit dazed at the time, but that meteorite did explode. There's no doubt about it. Inoki paid little mind to this detail. Instead, gazing into the distance at that figure, murmuring as if in a dream, he saved the lives of tens of thousands. After this battle, he will surely become a hero in the ninja world. But I wonder, how did such an exceptional ninja meet his end? Both Naruto and Gaara fell silent. Lord Madara, it seems your attack has failed. A bystander, ever eager for drama, reminded Uchiha Madara. Madara's expression revealed no joy or sorrow. He simply fixed his gaze on Lin Nan. Meanwhile, Lin Nan, clutching his bleeding eye, exclaimed in disbelief, succumbing to exhaustion as he collapsed to the ground, the two Susanoo figures beside him dissipating into nothingness. At this moment, Lin Nan felt as if a fist-sized grain of sand had entered his eye. He never expected that the body resurrected through impure world reincarnation would not feel pain, yet the eyes could. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Taijutsu, ninjutsu. Susanoo, space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara inquired, "What is your limit, little one?" After a brief pause, Lin Nan found that the impure world reincarnation had restored his ocular power once more. He looked up at Uchiha Madara, revealing a gentle smile. "What do you think? Are you not a god?" He was astonished that even after my era with Hashimama, such a person still emerged. "You should not exist in this time. My era was the stage for your grand display of power. What a pity." Uchiha Madara gazed at Lin Nan with a sense of admiration. Suddenly his smile deepened. "So, you are Lin. I find myself increasingly eager to possess you." Lin Nan shuddered, feeling an eerie chill. This person resembled the perverse Orochimaru. Wu also glanced at Uchiha Madara with a complex expression, contemplating. Lord Orochimaru once said the same. "Let us continue. I wish to see your limits. Are they as I have imagined?" Uchiha Madara rolled up his sleeves, eager to resume the battle. However, Lin Nan waved his hand dismissively. "What? Are you afraid? If you are, then submit to me, and I shall show you the most beautiful sights in this world." Uchiha Madara displayed a smile. Lin Nan felt a prickling unease, regarding Uchiha Madara with a peculiar look. No wonder Hashimama decided to part ways with him. "I am not afraid. I am merely weary. You cannot harm me, nor can I harm you. I admit, you too are a vessel of impure world reincarnation. Even if I defeat you, I cannot seal you away in a short time." So, Lin Nan glanced towards the direction of the ninja coalition, where it seemed something was unfolding. "So what?" Uchiha Madara asked. "Of course a brawl. What do you think I have been doing? I have simply been stalling for time." Lin Nan beamed an innocent smile. This left Uchiha Madara momentarily speechless. Though he did not appear angry, as if he had acquiesced to Lin Nan's intent, he remarked, "In that case, let us converse." With that, Uchiha Madara leapt down and seated himself beside Lin Nan. Wu, observing the scene, opened his mouth to speak, but was suddenly met with Uchiha Madara's piercing gaze, rendering him speechless. "What would you like to discuss, Lord Madara?" Lin Nan asked, somewhat disinterested, his attention diverted elsewhere. Uchiha Madara voiced his curiosity. "You are still young, at the prime of your life, yet so powerful. Why did you meet your demise? Which era did you belong to before your death?" Lin Nan retorted, "Isn't it normal for someone as powerful as you, standing shoulder to shoulder with the god of ninjas, to perish as well?" Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback, but remained calm, sighing. "My era differs from that of Hashimama. As you said, I stood alongside him. So is it not natural to fall by his hand?" "Indeed," Lin Nan concurred. "The god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, was hardly a typical individual. Have you ever seen someone who can pin the nine tails to the ground and then claim they are too powerful and must be sealed? It's sheer bullying, nay? Tormenting a fox. Speaking of which, the nine tails has had a wretched fate. Having done nothing wrong, it was manipulated and sealed away for so long. No wonder it embodies resentment. Anyone would feel hatred in such circumstances. It would not be surprising if it transformed into a vengeful spirit. And what of you? I perished at the hands of the god of ninjas. In which era and by whose hand did you meet your end?" Uchiha Madara inquired. Lin Nan scrutinized Uchiha Madara, puzzled by his motives. Could it be that my personal charm had captivated him? I had never seen a man so susceptible to such allure. Lin Nan took a deep breath and replied, "I likely died less than 2 months ago, at the hands of an old silver coin wearing a spiral mask, who could manipulate the outer path golem. A sneak attack, utterly devoid of martial ethics. Just like a rat's tail. Outer Path Golem. Old silver coin? Uchiha Madara was taken aback. This setting seemed somewhat familiar. What did old silver coin mean? It refers to the hidden puppet master. This fourth great ninja war was orchestrated by him. You should be familiar with it, Lin Nan remarked with a peculiar smile, fully aware that the individual before him was indeed the mastermind behind it all. Having calculated even after his death. Yet, could he voice such revelations? Uchiha Madara's smile faltered, leaving him momentarily unsure how to respond. What do you think of this current era? Uchiha Madara shifted the topic. Lin Nan studied Uchiha Madara intently, his thoughts swirling, before responding slowly. This era is far better than yours, rife with conflict. Though there are still deceit and the survival of the fittest, the majority of the world remains peaceful and stable. Just look at how the nations are united, with all the ninja villages working in harmony, and we owe much to you. Thanks to us? Is this not merely superficial? Uchiha Madara glanced into the distance, observing the 5 streams of light approaching. Even if they win the war, in a few years, they may repeat the same mistakes. What endures is only hatred, is it not? Uchiha Madara remarked, his tone flat. The future is the future. At least now they are united, are they not? Lin Nan replied just as 5 streams of light reached their vicinity, revealing 6 figures. Chapter 19. The 5 Kage St Party Before the Great War. Long time no see, Tsunade. Has the Mizukichi gotten married? Lin Nan greeted the 6 figures. The newcomers were the 5 Kage and Naruto. They were taken aback by the sight of Uchiha Madara and Lin Nan sitting together in such camaraderie. Little Lin, Tsunade, and Terumi May exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances before both turned away. The remaining members looked at the 2 women, bewildered. Naruto observed Tsunade and then Terumi May, his expression becoming rather peculiar. He was aware of Tsunade's close relationship with Lin Nan, but what was the situation with the Mizukichi? It seemed this Mr. Lin was not a good person at all. Uchiha Madara paid no heed to the 6, as if contemplating Lin Nan's words. After a long silence, he finally spoke, if an opportunity arose. One that could realize eternal peace, would you take it? Wherever there are people, there will be strife. Do you believe that is possible? Lin Nan laughed without hesitation. What if it were possible? Uchiha Madara asked earnestly. Lin Nan regarded Uchiha Madara, having a slight understanding of his history. Uchiha Madara embraced violence, relishing in conflict. Yet this did not imply he was merely a harbinger of death. It simply indicated he preferred to resolve matters through direct means, and his ideology reflected this. The Uchiha clan was known for their fervent emotions, easily swayed to extremes. Of course, Uchiha Itachi was an outlier, his very demeanor deviating from that of the Uchiha clan. After finally setting aside the century-old grievances with the Senju clan, he co-founded Konoha with Senju Hashirama, aspiring to resolve worldly disputes through the concept of a village. History proved that this ideology was indeed suitable for the circumstances of the time. The ninja world transitioned from a feudal state, marked by individual clans, to a coalition of villages, leading to the establishment of countless ninja villages across the land. However, Uchiha Madara remained perplexed by Hashirama's benevolent foreign policy. To him, those villagers from outside were scarcely different from ants. Would an elephant ever establish peaceful relations with ants? Even if he and Hashirama set aside their differences, did not those ants continue to raid and plunder each other? Hashirama's methods seemed utterly futile. As the saying goes, one who walks a different path cannot be a companion. Uchiha Madara recognized that his clan flourished and thrived after the formation of the village, yet he himself betrayed Konoha and vanished after the Valley of the End. Soon after, the death of the 2 pillars, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, acted as a catalyst, igniting the flames of the First Ninja World War, plunging the world once again into chaos. One could argue that Uchiha Madara was born into a world of turmoil and departed without witnessing true peace. Did he revel in war? The answer is a resounding no. Otherwise, he would not have allied with the Senju clan, against whom his hands were stained with blood. However, he could not discern any glimmer of hope, nor could he perceive the justice he longed for, which ultimately led him into the abyss of despair. Lin Nan understood the implications of Madara's words. They revolved around the ultimate goal of this war, reviving the 10 Tails, unleashing the infinite Tsukuyami, and plunging the entirety of the world into an everlasting dream, thereby achieving genuine peace. In essence, it all boiled down to death. Death extinguishes the light of life. After one passes, whether thoughts scatter or whether one can dream as we do in slumber remains an enigma. Lin Nan, well versed in much of the narrative, found himself at a loss as to how to convey this to Uchiha Madara. Should he directly inform him that Kaguya was not of his will, but instead the puppet master orchestrating his every move, rendering all his actions mere pawn play in her grand scheme? Having arrived at this juncture, even if Madara were to believe Lin Nan, he would not hesitate to take risks. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness. Which way to tread was but a question of choice. Thus, it was only when Madara was ultimately betrayed by Kaguya that he would come to a profound realization, reconciling not only with Hashirama, but also with himself in his final moments. Such an extreme personality could not be reasoned with. It was akin to confronting a tyrant, advising him. Utterly futile. Observing Lin Nan lost in contemplation, Madara made no attempt to rush him, instead choosing to wait in silence. Meanwhile, the five Kage and Naruto were rendered speechless, unsure of how to proceed. Was this still a battlefield, or had it turned into a social gathering? What was the current situation? A friendly discussion before the battle. The Kage exchanged glances, and ultimately, Tsunade could contain herself no longer. With her fiery temperament, she declared that the notion of world peace was merely Madara's attempt to brainwash Lin Nan. Little Lin, do not be swayed by his temptations. Upon hearing this, the Raikage quickly chimed in, his gray beard bristling with indignation. The others remained silent, merely observing Lin Nan, who was deep in thought. Consider this carefully. I will deal with these noisy pests. Madara rose slowly, dusting off his garments, casting a casual glance toward the assembled group. Suddenly, a tempest swept through, his formidable aura forcing several of them back a few steps, showcasing his overwhelming presence. In reality, this display belonged to the realm of immense strength. As one well-versed in such power, Tsunade retaliated, unleashing her chakra to clash against Madara's. A familiar chakra. You must be Hashirama's granddaughter, grown quite large, I see. Yet, you do not measure up to your grandfather in the slightest. Madara observed her with interest. You are unworthy to mention my grandfather, Tsunade retorted, her eyes widening with fury. Then I shall send you to meet him. Madara scoffed dismissively. As their hostility became palpable, Lin Nan finally spoke up. Lord Madara, might we take a break? We do not wish to overwhelm you. Turning to face Lin Nan, Madara regarded his seemingly benign smile, his expression neutral. Yet a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Have you rejected me? Lin Nan simply shook his head. At least for now, until I see what you speak of. I shall not acquiesce to your demands. Madara nodded slowly. You are a vessel of Edo Tensei, destined to live long. You will witness it. With that, Madara leaped onto a stone pillar, awaiting what was to come. This era seems to have birthed remarkable individuals, he mused, noticing the change in Lin Nan's demeanor. Madara chose to ignore him and closed his eyes in meditation. Tsunade approached Lin Nan, only to deliver a punch that sent him crashing to the ground, causing the earth to crack. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Lin Nan, as an Edo Tensei, felt no pain and could only scratch his head as he rose. Yet before he could utter a word, Mei Terumi stepped protectively in front of him, glaring at Tsunade. What are you doing, old hag? Old hag. Tsunade laughed in disbelief. Let the witnesses decide who is more youthful and beautiful here. An unmarried leftover. The so-called witnesses averted their gazes, feigning ignorance. What did you say? Mei Terumi's eyes reddened, and a ghostly mask appeared behind her. Tsunade, undeterred, summoned a sheep holding dice and drinking. Lin Nan felt somewhat awkward observing the scene. Silence. Both women shouted in unison at Lin Nan, compelling him to swallow his words. You said that no matter when you met this crazy woman, you promised to take care of her, yet you have reneged on that vow. Mei Terumi clung to Lin Nan, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Who is she? This old hag is so fierce, unlike me, who only cares for others. Lin Nan stared at Mei Terumi in astonishment, wondering where she learned such tactics, having never witnessed this side of her before. Noticing Tsunade's rising anger, he quickly drew a line, saying, Lady Mizukichi, our paths crossed by chance. Let's refrain from saying things that may lead to misunderstandings. You are a vile person. Watch me deal with you. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike. Lin Nan, struggling to maintain control over the situation, glanced pleadingly at Naruto, who merely whistled and looked away. With a sigh, Lin Nan said, All right, you two. I am already dead. Can we have some peace? At this, both women fell silent. While Mei Terumi feigned sorrow, Tsunade's face flushed crimson, as if steam were rising from her head. Her voice turned dark. Who killed you? What good is it to discuss this now? I am but a broken vessel of Edo Tensei. Should we not coexist amicably during this final time? Lin Nan raised his hands in surrender. Indeed. Especially considering the impending threat, discussing personal matters seems rather reckless, does it not? Inoki, as an elder, finally spoke up. Both women glared at Inoki, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Lin Nan cautiously observed Tsunade, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Mei Terumi had little to add. Previously, during a mission in the Land of Water, shortly after the fourth Mizukage had passed, the organization had tasked him with possibly controlling the fifth Mizukage to maintain dominion over the Mist Village. Consequently, Lin Nan attempted to sway the fifth Mizukage, but she adamantly refused to cooperate, leading him to flee the Land of Water, never to return. As for Tsunade, Lin Nan had become acquainted with her during the Third Great Ninja War, and they had formed a certain familiarity, largely due to her influence. Gazing at the two women, Lin Nan momentarily envisioned the young girl with violet hair, whose hopeful and confident smile mirrored the one he had encountered upon awakening in the Hidden Rain Village. Such a radiant smile ultimately vanished forever. She was the moonlight in Lin Nan's heart, his anchor in this world. He cherished her as one would a delicate flower, yearning to cradle her eternally. For her, he even dared to follow a man who charged forth for love. Yet, in the end, all that remained was emptiness. After learning of this tragedy, Lin Nan descended into madness. No matter how Xiaonan tried to explain, he could not absorb a single word. Thus, all explanations fell flat. If we consider his past temperament, Jiraiya would infiltrate the Hidden Rain Village to gather intelligence, reluctant to leave. Even if Lin Nan's head was clouded with fervor, he would assist, yet he would never force the issue under the pretense of self-preservation. Ultimately, however, he found himself firmly opposing the Akatsuki organization, not solely for Jiraiya's sake, but for himself as well. Even though he ultimately could not rescue Jiraiya. The crux of the matter lay in Jiraiya's lack of trust in him and the information he provided. He stubbornly insisted on pursuing his own path. Even without Lin Nan, Jiraiya had countless opportunities to escape, yet he chose not to. Lin Nan felt utterly helpless in this situation, and it was then that he truly understood a profound truth. Sometimes, merely surviving is not of paramount importance. Our lives are fleeting, spanning only a few decades. And there are things we must do, things we must protect. For such causes, risking one's life is a small price to pay. Is it worth it? Perhaps it is. For is that not the essence of life's meaning? Thus, from that moment forward, Lin Nan adopted a more serious demeanor. Possibly due to Jiraiya, or perhaps because of the girl he cherished. This also served as a perfect prelude to his eventual demise. Jiraiya did not take his own life, yet he did manage to rescue her from the Hidden Rain Village. In the end, Lin Nan pursued her to Konoha, where he was imprisoned by Tsunade, striving to prevent her from being dissected for research, nearly overturning the entire village in the process. Even during the subsequent Pain invasion, Lin Nan's relationships with several familiar faces in Konoha gradually warmed during that period. He and Tsunade, both castaways in their own right, had each lost someone significant in their lives within a short span. It was a form of solidarity. Later, disregarding Tsunade's counsel, Lin Nan departed from Konoha and subsequently vanished without a trace. After death, one does not reunite with those they cherish in heaven or hell. At least Lin Nan felt as though he had merely taken a nap. The ethereal image of the small figure with purple hair shattered in his mind, and Lin Nan exhaled deeply, his expression tinged with discomfort. Noticing this, Tsunade gently patted Lin Nan's head, her smile somewhat strained. Yet she spoke softly like an elder sister. She is still in Konoha. You can visit her anytime. This scene left Naruto and the Reikage in a state of shock. Is this Tsunade? Who is she? Is there a third one? Terumi May began to frantically calculate whether she could vie for prominence, as she certainly could not afford to be the least significant. Lin Nan could only manage a wry smile, contemplating survival first. Tsunade, however, was quite earnest. Edo Tensei was invented by my great-grandfather. Orochimaru's research notes are also in Konoha. I will have someone look into it. There must be a way. As she spoke, Tsunade sent a message to the slug on her shoulder. Lin Nan regarded her non-committally, then glanced at Uchiha Madara ahead, contemplating the timeline. He recalled that the final battle of the Fourth Great Ninja War lasted an entire night, and when the sun rose, it marked the moment Naruto and Sasuke activated the seal of reconciliation, bringing the war to a definitive close. Observing the dimming daylight, Lin Nan's expression became peculiar. This lengthy narrative, with hundreds of thousands of words, only chronicled the events of a single night? Certainly not. Prepare yourselves. We will deal with Uchiha Madara first. Lin Nen declared, turning back. Naruto suddenly inquired, what did Madara just say to you, Mr. Lin? The others, too, looked on with curiosity. Lin Nen merely replied. He said nothing of consequence. He admires my strength and wants to recruit me. Would I be inclined? Right? As expected of Mr. Lin. Naruto exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Tsunade shot Lin Nen a disapproving glance, while Terumi may stifled a laugh. Inoki, being of an older generation, failed to grasp the underlying meaning of Lin Nan's words and solemnly stated, regarding Edo Tensei and Uchiha Madara, we must devise a strategy. Ordinary sealing techniques will likely prove ineffective against him. The Raikage scoffed. As I see it, we should simply shatter him. Uchiha Madara is formidable. Just now, with Mr. Lin, it seems he was merely testing the waters. We must exercise utmost caution. Gaara remarked calmly. Lin Nan nodded in agreement, as in the original storyline. None present would remain standing. However, with his involvement, the outcome became unpredictable. After a brief discussion, the group acknowledged that strategizing in the midst of battle was a novel experience. Madara, we are prepared. Let us continue. Lin Nan shouted. The others exchanged glances. Lin Nan then asserted, after all, he is several hundred years old. We ought to show him some respect. This is not me being cowardly. So do not perceive me as such. We know you are not cowardly. But who among you would dare confront him? Even gods would take a shot at him. It is but a death sentence, Tsunade retorted. Chapter 21. Wood Release versus Wood Release. Initial cell activation. Uchiha Madara stood with his arms crossed atop a stone pillar, exuding an air of superiority, as if to say, who dares to challenge me? Below him, 7 figures announced the resurgence of this battle. Lin Nan indeed required the assistance of the 5 Kage. After all, he and Madara both existed as reanimated corpses, balanced on a precipice of equilibrium, rendering Lin Nan incapable of overcoming him. Of course, Uchiha Madara was equally unable to deal with Lin Nan. Everything Lin Nan could return in kind. In the original narrative, Madara's encounters with the 5 Kage were akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Yet if they engaged in the fray, Lin Nan's chances of sealing Madara would soar to 99%. Lin Nan had that confidence and was eager to witness how the battlefield would unfold in the absence of Uchiha Madara. Lin Nan, you just mentioned that many years ago. It was Hashirama and my era. Now, it seems I stand alone. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara bellowed, extending his hands, causing the earth to tremble. Lin Nan's heart raced as he heard a low, resonant incantation. Wood Release. Birth of the trees. The ground cracked, and countless roots emerged, slithering forth like a horde of serpents toward Lin Nan and the others. The roots twisted and transformed into a dense thicket of interwoven trunks, covering a vast expanse. In this desert, the ever-growing branches appeared eerily surreal. From a bird's-eye view, it resembled a grotesque mouth gaping open in the sands. Wood Release? Tsunade exclaimed in utter shock. The others shared her astonishment. After all, within their collective understanding, Wood Release was a unique secret technique of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Not only had they failed to inherit it, but even attempts to develop Wood Release through experimentation had yielded only half-baked results, often at a steep price. Yet now, they were witnessing a complete manifestation of Wood Release. Retreat, Lin Nan shouted, prompting the group to leap back. However, the mass of tree trunks surged forward like a flood breaching its dam, shattering the earth beneath them, the sheer strength of the chakra evident. Kid, aren't you a master of ninjutsu? Hurry up and use your techniques to block the Wood Release. Inoki exclaimed. Lin Nan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, akin to returning home for the holidays only to be asked by relatives to fix a computer simply because he studied computer science. While ninjutsu does have its strengths and weaknesses, what good was that outdated notion now? In this era, conventional ninjutsu was utterly ineffective. Could Wood Release easily be countered by another Wood Release? Lin Nan couldn't be bothered to voice his exasperation. Let me shatter him. Naruto attempted to unleash his Raisin Shuriken, but was halted by Lin Nan. You all stay behind me. My technique may not cover such an expansive area. The group was taken aback, and before they could react, Lin Nan clapped his hands together. Since there was no counter to counter, the only recourse was to defeat magic with magic. Wood Release. Birth of the trees. Countless tree roots sprouted beside Lin Nan, swiftly coiling and twisting in a vigorous manner, defiantly resisting the overwhelming onslaught of the approaching trunks. As the two groups of tree trunks collided, Wood shavings erupted into the air. The confrontation of wood release left the spectators in a state of astonishment. Wood release, is it truly so common? Did it become as ubiquitous as cabbages? Naruto exclaimed. I never expected Mr. Lin to be a master of ninjutsu, even wielding wood release, and it seems far superior to that of teacher Yamato. Enough with the flattery. Attack him from above. I can only ensure my own survival. His techniques exceed my range. Lin bellowed. Naruto hesitated, then exchanged glances with Gaara, rising upon a mound of sand while inviting others to join. Mei Terumi shook her head, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Lin Nan. The Raikage boldly stepped forward, while Inoki also floated up, seeking aerial dominance against Uchiha Madara. Lin Nan gritted his teeth. Although the momentum was similar, the area of Madara's wood release was evidently larger, and prolonged confrontation would lead to his defeat. Uchiha Madara possessed an immense chakra reserve, further augmented by the wood release cells, resulting in exponential growth. Lin Nan, on the other hand, could only rely on a quantitative change to bring about a qualitative transformation. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Nan. Wait, I also possess wood release cells. System. Unlock the wood release cells you previously sealed. Do not keep them locked any longer. Lin Nan mentally shouted. However, he understood that the system operated passively, lacking any communicative interface akin to a sprite. Desperation filled Lin Nan. In his previous life, he had scoured the skill library and other resources, but could find no trace of his sealed wood release cells. Just as Kabuto had mentioned, upon arriving in this world, Lin Nan had become a mere guinea pig for Konoha, even deemed a perfect experimental subject. Sharingan, wood release cells, Orochimaru cells, cursed seals, he possessed them all. Akin to nurturing a parasitic creature. Others fared better, but wood release cells were notoriously lethal, and Lin Nan was one of the rare fortunate few. His survival hinged on the system's sealing. Without it, he would not have lasted 2 months in this so-called ninja world. Yet, the sealing of the wood release cells had never been lifted, despite Lin Nan's fortunate encounters with the first Hokage's techniques, which he could even replicate. The wood release cells remained locked. Although it was not difficult to detect the presence of wood release cells within Lin Nan, as Conan could effortlessly ascertain, the inability to utilize them remained a frustrating barrier. Had he been able to assimilate the wood release cells back then, he would not be left in such a predicament. Even now, having been reincarnated, why could he not use them? As Lin Nan recalled this long-buried memory and sought to unlock the wood release cells, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, as if his chakra was boundless, akin to an endless spring. Had the wood release cells been unsealed? Lin Nan felt a surge of joy, only to discover 2 delicate hands resting upon his shoulders. Was it Tsunade transferring chakra to him? In an instant, the ground beneath Lin Nan shattered, and countless branches sprouted at an accelerated pace, launching a counterattack against Uchiha Madara's wood release. This familiar chakra? Uchiha Madara observed the flickering chakra light amid the rising wooden stakes, a smirk forming on his lips. He had not anticipated that the chakra flowing within Lin Nan, upon coming into contact with Tsunade's chakra, would accelerate in a violent flow, combined with the unique bloodline power of the Senju clan, thus loosening the seal on Lin Nan's wood release cells. It became clear to Lin Nan that the wood release cells required the Senju bloodline as a conduit for successful integration. It was no wonder that the 5th Hokage, with his peculiar appearance, had failed repeatedly in his experiments, ultimately exhausting resources to produce a mere half-baked result. In this era, aside from Tsunade, there were no descendants of the Senju clan left. He dared not target Tsunade, so the experiments with wood release cells yielded no results. One should not underestimate wood release cells. They were renowned as perpetual motion machines, far more insidious than cancer cells. After all, Uchiha Madara had merely consumed a piece of Hashirama's flesh. Lin Nan glanced at Tsunade, silently expressing gratitude, then gestured for her to cease. Her chakra was merely the key. Now, the door had been opened. Chapter 22. The gift Uchiha Madara bestows upon Lin Nan. Bang. In the next moment, Lin Nan's body began to swell and split, forming 2 identical wooden clones. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal flame erupted from Lin Nan's wooden clone, instantly igniting the sprawling forest. But that was not the end. The other wooden clone clapped its hands. Wind release, great breakthrough. The fire, fueled by the wind, surged rapidly toward Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Madara was preoccupied with the interference from several others, but for him, Simply erecting his Susanoo would suffice to maintain his unassailable position. Annoying flies, do not disturb me. Uchiha Madara observed the encroaching flames, his expression revealing excitement, as if he had encountered a captivating dance worthy of his attention. However, the disturbances from Gaara and the others were as insignificant as buzzing flies to him. He regarded them with disdain, like an unyielding fortress. While contemplating how to deal with Lin Nan, at this moment, Uchiha Madara had nearly deduced Lin Nan's capabilities. Yet, as he confidently believed Lin Nan possessed a copying ability akin to the Mangekyo Sharingan, the surging waves of wood-release chakra plunged him once more into contemplation. Wood-release could be copied. Even its chakra could be replicated, but not all wood-release bore the essence of Hashirama. Uchiha Madara might misidentify other sources, but this aura was unmistakable. It was not merely due to his decades of interaction with Hashirama, but because he himself bore the legacy of Hashirama within him. Copying alone should not extend to Hashirama cells as well. Uchiha Madara sensed that his probing was far from over. Just as he pondered his next course of action, he suddenly felt his feet ensnared by a mound of sand, dragging him out of his Susanoo. Naruto had long awaited this moment, preparing his Raisin Shuriken. Sage Art, Wind Release, Super Raisin Shuriken. Mere sand. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan began to spiral in an eerie fashion as he raised a hand in defense. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as Naruto's grand technique vanished as if cast into the sea. Nagato the same eyes? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Madara advanced, and Naruto instantly dissipated into smoke. Naruto's shadow clone swiftly exited the battlefield against Uchiha Madara. Bring me some duck necks. The Raikage crackled with electricity as he charged at Uchiha Madara, only to be repelled by an invisible wave. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Madara regarded his hands with disdain, a smirk of derision forming. Such a feeble ability was more than sufficient to deal with them. Suchikage, why not use Dust Release? After being flung back, the Raikage was caught by Gaara, shouting at Inoki. Inoki shook his head. Did you not hear that, kid? Ninjutsu is ineffective. Did you not see how Naruto's chakra was absorbed during his sneak attack? Only through physical prowess, or perhaps by catching them off guard. Uchiha Madara gazed at the group, silent, merely observing the raging flames that surged around him. Wood Release, Wood Clone Technique. Uchiha Madara swiftly conjured a multitude of wood clones, their numbers exceeding a dozen, which immediately began to rise. The numerous second-stage Susanoo, wielding luminous blades, commenced their assault on the wooden trunks, swiftly carving out a barrier. It wasn't that Uchiha Madara feared Lin Nan's fire techniques. Rather, if this area were to become an inferno, it would pose an even greater nuisance to the five Kage, who possessed dominion over the skies. Wood Release, Flowering Tree Realm. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals once more, causing flowers that emitted toxic smoke to bloom upon the existing wooden trunks. This technique was akin to a map-wide bombardment. Anyone aside from the caster who came into contact with this smoke would succumb to poisoning, rendering them weak. Clearly, Uchiha Madara intended to use this maneuver to restrain the aerial figures. Of course, this entire series of actions was unnecessary for Uchiha Madara, as he could effortlessly resolve the conflict with overwhelming power, yet he wished to engage in a playful duel with Lin Nan. Lin Nan, is it truly acceptable for us to allow these flies to buzz about our battlefield? Uchiha Madara called out to Lin Nan in the distance after setting everything in motion. At this moment, he commanded a multitude of Susanoo, a formidable sight resembling the descent of deities, evoking awe. Lin Nan observed the spectacle without responding, instead urging those beside him to advance. Leave the rest to us. You should replenish your chakra, young Lin. The five Kage presumed Lin Nan had exhausted his chakra by unleashing too many techniques in one breath. Yet, Lin Nan, witnessing the five Kage rallying against Uchiha Madara, felt a tumult of emotions within. What a remarkable scene. I shall bide my time and seek an opportunity for a decisive strike. A black rod gradually extended from his hand. In the arena, Lin Nan's non-participation undoubtedly rendered Uchiha Madara's actions less resolute. The brilliance Lin Nan exhibited had compelled Madara to regard him with newfound seriousness. Originally dismissive of the so-called five Kage, Uchiha Madara found himself somewhat beleaguered following the genuine confrontation. He had clearly underestimated their strength. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, possessed the bloodline limit that allowed her to melt Madara's Susanoo skeleton with her boiling release. The Raikage, though brash, wielded lightning armor that, bolstered by Tsunade's monstrous chakra, could sever the Susanu's structure. The wind Kage, Gaara, stood as the only adept in sealing techniques, not to mention the ever-watchful Inoki, who held a lethal skill. Hadn't Gaara just obliterated a dozen of Uchiha Madara's wood clones with a single strike? United, the 5 Kage represented the pinnacle of ninja prowess in this era. Even a legendary figure like Uchiha Madara would find himself in disarray if he did not respond with full force. Furthermore, Madara had to remain vigilant against Lin Nen lurking in the shadows. At last, Uchiha Madara's patience waned amidst the onslaught. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash his full might, his chakra suddenly dissipated, and a foul dust began to swirl around him. Was there an issue with the caster? Fool! Uchiha Madara directed his gaze toward the horizon, sensing his soul departing from his body. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, abruptly turned around, only to see Lin Nan's form also aglow in the distance. Is it time? Lin Nan smiled faintly, feeling unsteady on his feet, before collapsing to the ground. The two women rushed to support him, momentarily at a loss for words. Little brother, it seems I shall never marry in this lifetime. Perhaps you could wait for me in the underworld for a few decades, and in our next life, we shall fulfill our past promise, Lin Nan mused. Bemused by Terumi Mei's unwavering fixation on their hastily made engagement even in her final moments. Reflecting on his motivations, he questioned whether it made him a cad for merely completing the Akatsuki's mission. Yet, it could hardly be considered such, for he had heard she had made promises to many. Is the bride price from the Mist Village too steep? Before Tsunade could speak, a thunderous voice echoed from afar. Lin Nan, this is the first gift I, Uchiha Madara, bestow upon you. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth, illuminating all around. With a resounding crash, the scene shifted dramatically. The reanimation technique was beginning to unravel, indicating that the caster, Kabuto Yakushi, had encountered a complication. By ceasing the reanimation, all souls bound to it would be released, causing them to dissolve into dust, returning to the earth. Earlier, Uchiha Itachi had ventured alongside Lin Nan to the lair of the mastermind, Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto, knowing he had been exposed, displayed remarkable courage by not fleeing. However, he possessed the strength to back it, having completed a transformation that even Orochimaru had not achieved, shedding his serpentine nature to ascend to a dragon-like form. This was but a prelude. On their way to Kabuto's lair, Uchiha Itachi encountered Sasuke. This moment left Lin Nan in a state of astonishment. Why was Uchiha Sasuke here? Perhaps it was destiny guiding them to this encounter. At this juncture, Sasuke had just completed the implantation of his brother Itachi's Sharingan, significantly enhancing his strength. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan required extreme emotional stimuli to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the Mangekyo was deemed a cursed eye, as excessive use would lead to blindness. Uchiha Madara had only achieved the eternal Mangekyo after implanting his brother's Mangekyo. It is worth noting that this implantation was not a mere exchange but a fusion, otherwise, the brothers would have faced an insurmountable glitch. After awakening his Mangekyo, Sasuke was persuaded by Obito to join the Akatsuki, executing a series of missions that bolstered his power, ultimately leading him to crash the 5 Kage summit. Following a fierce confrontation, Sasuke, under Obito's guidance, engaged in battle against Danzo, the 5th Hokage, only to later face off against Kakashi in a display of bravado. Thus, in a short span, Sasuke's Mangekyo fell into disuse. While Itachi had utilized his for 5 or 6 years, Sasuke had exhausted his within a month. Despite his declarations of never wanting to implant his brother's eyes, Sasuke soon found himself succumbing to temptation. The eternal Mangekyo was finally achieved, and at that moment, Sasuke felt invincible again. However, upon emerging from the implantation, he unexpectedly encountered his brother. Uchiha Itachi, pressed for time, disregarded Sasuke, leading Sasuke to pursue him, igniting a dialogue of chase. Meanwhile, Lin Nen remained a silent observer, savoring the unfolding drama. He had crossed paths with Sasuke before during the Chunin exams, where the Akatsuki's directive compelled him and Obito to masquerade as Rain Village ninjas to gather intelligence on the Nine Tails. That had been his first encounter with the protagonists. He had also seen Sasuke at Orochimaru's lair, and later, during his fateful clash with Deidara, Lin Nan had been a mere spectator. He had been nearby during the battle between Sasuke and Itachi, albeit from a distance, merely seeking to acquire skills, so it seemed they were unaware of his presence. Uchiha Itachi might have sensed his presence, and so too might Black and White Zetsu. Lin Nan suddenly felt as though he had not missed any significant events. It appeared that he had been present for nearly everything within the Akatsuki, save for the demise of the immortal duo. Let us change the title of this narrative to "The Entire Shinobi World is Online for Gossip." Lin Nen is currently observing an enormous skeletal arm sweeping toward him. In response, he nonchalantly employs a similar skeletal arm to deflect the attack. At this moment, he has begun to exhibit some qualities reminiscent of a skeletal brother. Lin Nan, like myself, has liberated himself from the control of Edo Tensei, and now he must join me in venturing toward the lair of the mastermind behind the scenes. Uchiha Itachi explains to Lin Nan. He once threatened me during the Chunin exams. Uchiha Sasuke casts a hostile glare at Lin Nan, as if to say, "How dare you flaunt your prowess before me? Are you not aware that I am the true paragon of this anime? This lad certainly harbors a grudge. Hey, one can indulge in excessive eating, but one must not speak recklessly. Was that a threat? I was merely trampling over you." Lin Nan smiles at Sasuke, as if to imply, "What can you do about it?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression turns icy, and his Sharingan activates. Lin Nan, feeling a lack of skills to utilize, assumes a defiant demeanor. "Enough. We have more pressing matters at hand. Sasuke, if you have no business here, it would be best if you did not follow us." Itachi states. This sentiment clearly indicates a desire to protect Sasuke from potential danger, as Itachi himself is uncertain of the enemies they might encounter. However, to Sasuke's ears, this message conveyed an entirely different meaning. Observing Sasuke's increasingly hostile gaze, Lin Nen is taken aback. What are you imagining? Thus, with Sasuke on the left and Itachi on the right, the trio silently approaches the lair of Kabuto Yakushi. Just as they are about to enter, Lin Nen suddenly catches a glimpse of a white figure disappearing behind a mountain, instantly brightening his eyes, yet he chooses to remain silent and follows Itachi into the cave. Initially narrow, the passage opens up after several steps into a vast chamber. The cave is spacious, damp, and dimly lit, with countless stalactites hanging down like the fangs of a great serpent, creating a grotesque, bloodthirsty maw. "Kabuto Yakushi," Lin Nen exclaims. Itachi and Sasuke turn to look at him. Lin Nen scratches his head. "Did I not mention that the person we are seeking should be Kabuto Yakushi? You did not." Itachi asserts firmly. Sasuke regards Lin Nen with a cold, indifferent demeanor. Lin Nen shrugs nonchalantly. "Well, it does not matter. Sasuke knows Kabuto. Just a worthless fool." Sasuke scoffs repeatedly. However, Lin Nen shakes his head. Since we have been resurrected by him through Edo Tensei, he must have at least reached the level of Orochimaru back in the day. We should proceed with caution. And what of Orochimaru? Was he not slain by me? Sasuke retorts dismissively. Lin Nen exchanges a knowing glance with Itachi, choosing to remain silent. Lin Nen contemplates. In fact, Orochimaru was merely playing you. Had your brother not intervened at the last moment, you might have been left with nothing but a line of eyeliner. Of course, he would not articulate such a thought. Let him flaunt, it is rather amusing. As the three delve deeper into the cave, a figure stealthily emerges from the entrance, none other than Lin Nen himself. Seizing the opportunity while they were conversing, Lin Nen had utilized a shadow clone. He could not afford to miss the battle between Itachi and Kabuto, yet it seemed there was another matter awaiting his attention. As he exits the cave, a chilling voice suddenly pierces the air. "Are you human or ghost?" Lin Nen attempts to turn, but finds himself immobilized. Upon looking down, he sees layers of paper wrapping around him like a mummified figure. Chapter 24. A reunion with an old friend. The widow of the Akatsuki organization. Can you understand when I say there are ghosts with self-awareness? Lin Nen turns around, a complex smile gracing his face. Fortunately, the efforts he had made previously were not in vain. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end. Standing behind Lin Nen is a figure cloaked in black, yet strands of blue hair escape the hood. Lin Nen gently shakes off the paper binding him and opens his arms with a smile. The cloaked figure trembles slightly, yet ultimately refrains from embracing Lin Nen, instead turning slightly to say, "So, you are already dead? Did you not see me with Uchiha Itachi just now? Given the circumstances, how could I still be alive?" Lin Nen approaches with a smile, gently removing the black hood from the figure's head. Her hair is styled high, adorned with a pale paper flower, with a few loose strands dancing in the wind. Her delicate features radiate a sense of weariness, and a beauty mark graces her lips, while her eyes, resembling calm waters, are filled with profound sorrow. "Conan, you should not be here." Lin Nen shakes his head slowly, his expression turning serious. It turns out this person is indeed the last remaining member of the Akatsuki organization, and with Lin Nan's assistance, she has survived until now. This revelation is nothing short of a monumental blessing for Lin Nan. I am merely a widow, and thus I must fulfill the mission of being the last member of the Akatsuki. Conan avoids Lin Nan's gaze, her voice low, yet her determination is unmistakable. Isn't a widow someone whose husband has died? Lin Nan frowns slightly, yet he understands that Conan merely intends to convey her desire for revenge, indicating that once that is accomplished, she sees no need to continue living. All those she held dear in this world have perished, leaving her feeling like a mere specter, unnoticed by the living. Of course, there is another layer to her words, as they are also directed at herself. We must leave, Lin Nan exclaims, grasping Conan's hand to depart. She struggles against his grip, asserting, "You came to seek revenge on Madara, right? I can assist you. I am not a burden." What a resilient and stubborn woman she is. You have sought the wrong place. Madara is not here and has long since departed for the battlefield. Lin Nan responds. Conan releases Lin Nan's hand. You are deceiving me again. You once told me you would surely escape, and now you are lying to me to leave. How long do you intend to keep deceiving me? Must you still pretend to be brave after death? Lin Nan gazes at Conan in astonishment, her tear-streaked visage reminiscent of a delicate flower in the rain. Ah, so it is raining. That explains it. I wondered how Conan could possibly cry. The Conan of yore was eternally strong, resolute, and almost cold, facing her impending death with composure, shedding no tears even at the demise of Yahiko, Nagato, or Jiraiya. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that Conan has withered considerably. Lin Nan is unaware of the tribulations she has endured during the time between his death and resurrection. Yet he is suddenly reminded of a poignant truth. Pain is forever left for the living. Lin Nan understands the significance of his reappearance to Conan. At first glance, it may signify that he is still alive, akin to a glimmer of hope in the depths of darkness. However, upon realizing his state as an Edo Tensei, that glimmer fades away quietly. Edo Tensei is not true resurrection. Eventually, dust returns to dust, resembling a fleeting dream. Lin Nan has witnessed young girls weeping before. Yet when faced with Conan, he finds himself at a loss. Was it not you who saved my life? One life for another. We owe nothing to one another. Lin Nan smiles in an attempt to comfort her. Why did you save me? Conan's voice rises, transforming into that of a small child. Perhaps she is truly exhausted. Lin Nan disregards her resistance, pulling her into an embrace, offering no words, nor any attempt to restrain her. Earlier, it was mentioned that Lin Nan is a bit of a slacker, which is indeed the case. He typically refrains from undertaking missions. The tasks observed within the complete Akatsuki organization, where pairs are dispatched, differ significantly from those that commenced prior to the tailed beast capture plan. Like Pain, who remains stationed at the headquarters, he only intervened during the initial recruitment of Sasori and Deidara, while at other times, he merely formulates strategies. Xiao Nen is responsible for logistics and finance, while Ju handles intelligence. The others are on field missions. Scorpion and Deidara, both adept at long-range attack ninjutsu, belong to the offensive unit, conquering territories and amassing resources. The immortal duo is naturally part of the Chaos Group, as Kakuzu has a penchant for bounty missions and can eliminate strong adversaries. Itachi and Kisame, on the other hand, seem to spend most of their time on the move, effectively serving as the task force, traversing the land. As for Lin Nan and Ah Fei, it is important to note that Ah Fei does not constantly trail behind Lin Nan, and the Akatsuki organization does not have a practice of single-person missions. Thus, more often than not, Lin Nan finds himself passively idling. When not engaged in work, Lin Nan assists Xiao Nen in her duties, as she manages the logistics and finances of an entire village and organization, which keeps her quite occupied. Lin Nan, who possesses no particular skills other than an aptitude for accounting, finds satisfaction in such tasks. Over time, as they collaborated, they grew increasingly familiar with one another. Yet, this familiarity was primarily one of colleagues, and Lin Nan's gratitude for Xiao Nen saving her from peril. Perhaps their relationship transformed following a certain incident. In summary, Lin Nan, as Xiao Nan's last close companion, finds himself facing the grim reality of her potential demise. Now, even if they meet, it will not be long before they must part forever. In that moment, Xiao Nen will be left utterly alone in a vast, desolate world, devoid of any familiar faces. After a considerable time, Xiaonan seemed to finally regain her composure, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. So, is there any way to bring you back to life? Xiaonan's voice remained icy, as if her previous emotional outburst had never occurred. Lin Nan nodded and replied, "Indeed, there is." "What is it?" A flicker of hope sparkled in Xiaonan's eyes. Lin Nan smiled reassuringly. "You need not delve into the details. I promise you. I shall exert my utmost effort to revive you, so rest assured." Xiaonan shot Lin Nan a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. Lin Nan offered no further explanation, simply stating, "I truly did not deceive you. The Uchiha Madara you mentioned may have been here before, but he has since departed. The only one left is Kabuto, the master of the impure world reincarnation. You and Itachi plan to eliminate him? But wouldn't that nullify the impure world reincarnation?" Xiaonan interjected immediately. Lin Nan shook his head. "Once the impure world reincarnation is initiated, it cannot be undone unless the caster willingly releases it. Even the caster's death does not terminate it. So fear not." "No, that is not right," Xiaonan countered, shaking her head. "While it's true that Kabuto is here, I can assure you that the figure I saw was indeed Uchiha Madara. I could not possibly mistake the pattern on that mask. But this Uchiha Madara was not wearing the previous orange mask. It was white." Chapter 25. Do you know what it feels like to have the urge to relieve oneself? Indeed, the current Uchiha Madara is wearing a white mask. Lin Nan's expression suddenly turned peculiar. "Are you suggesting that you saw a white mask, but of the same pattern as Ah-Fei's previous mask?" Xiaonan nodded. "Dressed in a black cloak, I could only see a white mask. Nothing else was visible." Lin Nan fell into contemplation. He recognized that individual, the enraged child, but the person inside should not be Obito. Suddenly, Lin Nan's expression brightened. "Quick, where did he go? Let us pursue him together." Xiaonan's expression grew strange. "He entered a cave. I intended to follow, but I hesitated upon seeing you approach." Lin Nan's expression also became peculiar. If his guess was correct, Xiaonan had likely encountered a unique white zetsu named Fei, distinguished by its ability to possess others externally, resembling Ah-Fei's previous mask. What could this mean? Was he coming here to have a heart-to-heart with Kabuto? At least on the surface. This white zetsu appeared to be acting under the guise of the white mask, but in reality, the control had already been seized by the true Uchiha Madara, rendering him unlikely to engage in actions detrimental to Madara's interests at this time. So what was his purpose? Did he sense that Kabuto was in trouble and came to assist him? Lin Nan pondered for a moment, as it would clone. He could share a degree of auditory perception with his real body. The battle between Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke against Kabuto was raging fiercely, almost identical to the original narrative, while he himself was merely idly observing, showing no signs of Zetsu's activity. Curiously enough, "What's wrong?" Xiaonan asked, noticing Lin Nan's troubled expression. Lin Nan shook his head, but in an instant, a spark of inspiration struck him. "Xiaonan, don't you possess reconnaissance ninjutsu? Can you determine how many layers this cave has?" Lin Nan inquired. Xiaonan, an exceptional reconnaissance ninja, typically lacks specific ninjutsu, aside from her Byakugan and other unique techniques. Most of her skills stem from a natural sensitivity to chakra, developed through specialized training in that area. Thus, Lin Nan found it impossible to replicate her abilities. Upon hearing Lin Nan's question, Xiaonan nodded, placing her palm on the ground. Numerous sheets of paper then fluttered into the air, adhering to the ground and rocks. Shortly after, Xiaonan looked surprised. "You were right. This cave indeed has 2 layers, with the lower space being smaller and more concealed. There are also subtle chakra fluctuations that would be difficult to detect without close observation." "Just as I surmised," Lin Nan exclaimed, clenching his fist. "I shall descend first. You wait here." Observing Xiaonan's suddenly icy gaze, Lin Nan quickly swallowed his remaining words. "I can go, but I'll be using earth release to tunnel down. And you want to be able to follow, right?" Lin Nan chuckled awkwardly. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Xiaonan transformed into a flurry of paper, enveloping Lin Nan's body. Aside from his head, Lin Nan now resembled a mummy. He moved his hands without hindrance but could only manage a wry smile. "Earth release, underground navigation technique." Lin Nan slapped the ground, and the solid earth instantly morphed as if it had turned to liquid, causing Lin Nan's figure to plunge rapidly downward. "Xiaonan, can you hear me? Please relay the general location of what you detect," Lin Nan instructed. No sooner had he spoken than he felt his body moving on its own, diving into the earth. This is rather convenient. After approximately 3 minutes of travel, Lin Nan finally emerged from the soil. As his vision cleared, he widened his eyes at the sight of a white, venom-like creature clinging to a figure by an underground riverbank. The person's head was obscured by a spiral mask, but their attire revealed a green vest typical of the Leaf Village. Just as I suspected, Kabuto had previously led Lin Nan and Deidara to ambush Naruto during his training at Turtle Island. A fact he knew because Kisame had once sacrificed his life to convey the information. It is worth mentioning that Kisame was a true man. However, with Naruto under the protection of the Third Tsuchikage and other powerful allies, Kabuto found himself at a disadvantage and had to retreat. Hence, Kabuto resorted to abducting Yamato. Lin Nan was uncertain of Yamato's value to Kabuto, but it seemed related to the white Zetsu and the wood release cells within him. After all, Yamato was the sole survivor of the wood release experiments, albeit the technique had been significantly weakened. The first Hokage wielded wood release to dominate the world, while Yamato utilized it for reforestation, hence the origin of the phrase. Now that all white Zetsu had set out, Yamato had lost his purpose and was destined to be possessed by the special white Zetsu Fei. This was troublesome. Lin Nan recalled that Yamato, under the influence of a white Zetsu, had once performed impressively during the Ninja World War, exhibiting remarkable prowess. This suggests that Yamato's wood release cells are relatively pure. Perhaps this individual simply lacked talent. Is this the person I am seeing? Xiaonan appeared beside Lin Nan and softly inquired, "Aren't you going to save him?" Lin Nan shook his head, replying, "Why should I save him?" Xiaonan glanced at Lin Nan but chose to remain silent. Thus, the two stood at a distance, watching as he was completely possessed by Baiju amidst a series of dreamlike murmurs, before suddenly leaping into the underground river. "Goodness, they've found us." "Chase!" Lin Nan exclaimed, realizing he could not let this opportunity slip away. Xiaonan responded, "My paper will slow down upon contact with water. Get up here. I'll pursue him myself," Lin Nan declared. Without hesitation, he plunged into the underground river, now accompanied by the paper that had taken form around him. "Can you sense the chakra?" Xiaonan's voice resonated. "No, this area is problematic. It has severed my perception. However, there is only one exit to this underground river. Let's go." Lin Nan adjusted his direction. "You've got the direction wrong. The exit is on the other side." Xiaonan corrected. "I know." Lin Nan replied with a faint smile, then clapped his hands together. Wind release. Great breakthrough. As Lin Nan expelled a powerful gust, his form shot through the water like a torpedo. "You really know how to handle this, Xiaolin." Xiaonan's slightly exasperated voice echoed. "This isn't a trivial matter. Just help me control my direction." Moments later, Lin Nan reached the underground river's exit, located beneath a canyon. "Be careful," Xiaonan suddenly warned, as the paper took flight, forming a humanoid figure that flung Lin Nan aside. Looking back, countless wooden spikes burst from the ground. Lin Nan focused and noticed a figure clad in a black robe, Baiju, standing not far off, resembling a bizarre Michelin man. "Hello, can I ask you a question?" Baiju's comical voice rang out. Lin Nan furrowed his brow, subtly shifting his chakra while signaling Xiaonan with his eyes, yet smiled and replied, "What? Do you know what it feels like to be penetrated?" Baiju inquired with an almost eager tone. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him, just like this. Chapter 26. The ultimate body technique of Konoha. Lin Nan formed the tiger seal with both hands and thrust forward towards Baiju. Xiaonan expressed her disdain upon witnessing this. Meanwhile, Lin Nan had vanished, transformed into paper. Crack! A sound reminiscent of a snapping twig echoed as Baiju turned his head in confusion, only to instantaneously unleash a barrage of sharp bamboo branches. Lin Nan swiftly retreated. "So what does that feel like?" Baiju continued, not pursuing but rather probing for knowledge. Lin Nan, with a frown, chose to ignore him. "Don't you know?" Baiju sounded disappointed, then suddenly shouted, "Then die?" In an instant, the branches on his back erupted like quills from a porcupine. "Earth release, earth flow wall." Lin Nan clapped his hands against the ground, raising a wall of earth. However, the wall proved insufficient to withstand the assault of the branches. Each one exploded upon contact, sprouting numerous sharp spines. Eventually, the wall could no longer endure, riddled with holes, as countless branches pierced through. Thud! Branches pierced through Lin Nan, but unlike before, they did not explode. Lin Nan's form disintegrated into countless pieces of paper, scattering in all directions. Paper dance. Xiaonan took to the air, unleashing a flurry of paper towards Baiju. Baiju nimbly dodged, waving his hand to send numerous branches hurtling towards Xiao Nan. A veritable rain of projectiles ensued. Is this modern warfare? Lin Nan reformed, disregarding all else as a pair of pure white wings sprouted from his back. In the next moment, he emulated Xiao Nan, launching a full-scale offensive. Bai Ju was forced to retreat, covering his head as he shouted, "You could have just left me alone, but you teamed up." Wood release, wooden pillar wall. Rows of wooden stakes enveloped Bai Ju, rendering Xiao Nan's paper ineffective. Lin Nan and Xiao Nan soared together, entangled in a dance of flight. A sight Xiao Nan had grown accustomed to. "Since your revival, have you lost those extraordinary ninjutsu?" Xiao Nan asked. Lin Nan, puzzled, responded, "What extraordinary ninjutsu?" Xiao Nan shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. "Miss, it's become quite familiar speaking half a sentence with you," Lin Nan remarked to Xiao Nan. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the next moment, Lin Nan unleashed flames upon Bai Ju, curious to see how resilient he truly was. Since they had encountered him, it would be a waste not to unveil that technique. Thus, despite possessing ninjutsu that could inflict significant damage on Bai Ju, Lin Nan hesitated to use it lightly. Bang! The wooden stakes shattered as Bai Ju leapt from within, letting out a peculiar shriek. "You've angered me." The tree world descends. Countless roots began to writhe upward, as trees grew incessantly. However, Lin Nan and Xiao Nan merely ascended higher, unaffected by the branches. Lin Nan's expression turned strange as he pondered. What is wrong with Bai Ju? Can't he play? If he can't, let me take over. Does he even know how to use the tree world descends? As Lin Nan gathered strength for a fire release to incinerate the branches, an intense sense of danger washed over him. No way. Lin Nan's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively grabbed Xiao Nan and soared towards the sky. In the next moment, a storm of wooden spikes seemed to blanket the sky, more relentless than any projectile could be, forcing Lin Nan into a desperate evasion. Through the dense swarm of spikes, Lin Nan observed the trees below continuing to proliferate, each releasing countless wooden spikes. This was untenable. A few could be avoided through the paper dance technique, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Any paper would be reduced to tatters. Moreover, with no effective means of defense, Xiao Nan could not manage both. This technique had not appeared in the original storyline. If faced with an army of ninjas, the destructive power would be exponentially greater, wouldn't it? Throughout this ordeal, Lin Nan's replication system provided updates, but only on the tree world descends and the insertion technique. This implied that this technique was likely exclusive to Bai Ju. Bai Ju, a creation of the god tree, shared similarities with the first Hokage's wood-release cells, thus possessed remarkable abilities. Then what does it feel like to be penetrated? If you tell me, I might spare you. Bai Ju shouted from atop a tree trunk, addressing the panicked Lin Nan. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan ignited with blue flames, his skeletal structure rapidly materializing and enveloping Xiao Nan within it. Crack, crack, crack. Countless wooden spikes struck against the skeletal frame, producing a sound akin to raindrops, yet failing to breach its defense. In the next moment, Lin Nan unleashed an 8-shaku Kogyaku. As his skeletal arms swung out, several Kogyaku, empowered by the unique and swift strength of Susanoo, hurtled towards the ground where Bai Ju stood. Boom! A colossal explosion ensued, engulfing the area in thick smoke, obscuring all vision. These pesky wooden spikes are quite bothersome, Lin Nan muttered. Xiao Nan, gazing at the encasing skeletal structure, softly remarked, "The color is different from Itachi's." Lin Nan, disinterested in explaining, expelled another breath of fire. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. An immense blaze spread, engulfing the entire forest that had sprung forth, smoke billowing as crackling sounds echoed throughout. "Oh dear, it's so hot." Bai Ju finally appeared, his clothing singed by the flames, rolling on the ground as if trying to extinguish a fire on his backside. "We're about to land." It was only upon touching down that Lin Nan realized he had been holding Xiao Nan all along. Upon landing, Xiao Nan, ever perceptive, discreetly withdrew, her expression remaining unchanged. Lin Nan, engrossed in the scene before him, focused intently on the fleeing figure of Bai Ju amidst the inferno. "What are you doing, brother? Put in some effort. Why hold back? Are you saving your strength for the Ninja World War? Perhaps you should first consider whether you can survive until then." Lin Nan contemplated adding fuel to the fire. "Amaterasu? Impossible. Its lethality is too great, even if it doesn't kill." Susanoo, second stage. Crack. The skeletal form expanded, muscles forming. And soon a two-headed, four-armed blue Susanoo stood tall. In its second stage, the Susanoo could release multiple Yata mirrors simultaneously. As Lin Nan manipulated the robust arms to stretch wide, 6 mirrors emerged, signaling the onset of a new barrage. Why didn't you use this technique earlier? Xiao Nan inquired. You can't just start with your trump card. Xiao Nan, slightly puzzled, chose not to press further, accustomed as she was to Lin Nan's idiosyncratic remarks. At last, a sharp, comical roar echoed through the woods. I'm angry. Watch me make you all poop yourselves. The ground trembled violently. Here it comes. Lin Nan's eyes gleamed with a green light. Simultaneously, within a nearby cave, Uchiha Itachi and Kabuto observed the quaking cavern, rendered silent. Chapter 27. The legendary true thousand-handed Buddha emerges as the earth shook. A colossal wooden Buddha seemed to sprout from the ground. Sitting majestically, it towered at a height of 70 to 80 meters, rivaling the Outer Path's demonic statue. With a creaking sound akin to a door opening, 2 long, powerful arms appeared atop the Buddha's head, followed by 4, 6, and then 8. Each sound resonated deep within Lin Nan's heart, reminiscent of a gigantic clock, akin to a peacock fanning its feathers. With each slight rotation, layers upon layers of hands enveloped the Buddha, forming a plump semicircle. The fingertips of these hands elevated the entire statue to a staggering height of 100 meters, reaching up into the clouds. The Buddha sat there, devoid of any overt display of power, yet its mere presence exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. The vast expanse of trees and flames that had once dominated the landscape now appeared as mere campfires in comparison. This enormous statue, reminiscent of the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara, profoundly shocked both Lin Nan and Xiao Nan, even though they were familiar with the technique. Witnessing it firsthand made them acutely aware of their own insignificance in the face of the divine. The visual impact was staggering, the expressiveness explosive. The deity of the ninja world truly lived up to its name. True Thousand Hands. Incorrect. Ding. The SSS would release secret technique. Wooden Man technique, enhanced version of Baiju, has been added to the skill repository, not the True Thousand Hands. Lin Nan knew that was not the case. He recalled the full name of the True Thousand Hands. Sage Art would release True Thousand Hands, transformation into Buddha. Perhaps it was akin to the relationship between the Spiral Shuriken and the Sage Art. Super large-tailed beast Spiral Shuriken. Lin Nan was perplexed. Yet, what lay before him was undoubtedly a miniature version of the True Thousand Hands. At a cursory glance, the Buddha's hands barely exceeded 100, clearly not reaching 1,000. However, this did not negate the notion that it had 2 hands to spare. Lin Nan remembered that the true thousand-handed Buddha could easily grasp the 9 tails as if it were a mere chick. The 9 tails, with its tails included, measured 100 meters in length, and the Outer Path's demonic statue currently surpassed 100 meters comfortably. While the statue would continue to grow as it absorbed tailed beasts into its 10 tails form, it remained within the boundaries of tailed beasts for now. Thus, it could be inferred that the true thousand-handed Buddha would undoubtedly stand at a height of 1,000 meters, and with the additional hands behind it, it would soar towards 2,000 meters. Goodness gracious! In comparison, what stood before him was indeed a mere diminutive version. Yet Lin Nan recognized that this was now his new ultimate move. One could not deny the allure of the ninja world war. With shadows aplenty and deities walking among them, it was indeed a chance to reap lavish rewards. Madara, once more feel the terror of being ruled by the great Buddha. Xiao Nan gazed up at the towering statue, then glanced at the blue skeletal figure beside her, feeling akin to an ant beside a giant. She turned to Lin Nan. Her tone neutral. Is this your plan? What do you intend to do about him? Create an exact replica? Lin Nan chuckled awkwardly, realizing that nothing could escape Xiao Nan's keen perception. No need for such complexity. Lin Nan dispelled the Susanoo, and in the next moment, his body was enveloped in crackling lightning, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Then came the heavenly curse seal. How ugly! Xiao Nan remarked disdainfully. Lin Nan smiled sheepishly, realizing that Xiao Nan had never seen him in this form before. Though it was unattractive, it was undeniably effective. Otherwise, how could the second Hokage favor it so? As a wood-release clone, Lin Nan favored this technique primarily because other clones could not share system updates, leading to version discrepancies. However, the wood clone was the only one capable of real-time system skill updates. In the next moment, Lin Nan surged forth. Can you now tell me what it feels like to be a pawn? Baiju stood atop the Buddha, bellowing. Yet in the next instant, his vision blurred, and a figure wrapped in dark lightning appeared before him. Xianei, Lin then executed a hell stab. Thud. The near lightning speed caught Baiju completely off guard, piercing him with a chilling thrust. Oh, quite lively. Baiju's voice remained unfazed. By the heavens. Lin Nan's pupils constricted as he withdrew like a flash of lightning, only to unleash a barrage of wooden spikes, which, though visually intimidating, inflicted minimal damage on him. Lin Nan exhaled in relief, nearly fearing an explosion. However, Baiju appeared to be no ordinary foe. Observing Baiju now, the large hole in his chest had seamlessly healed within moments, as if coated in a layer of putty. Truly, Baiju, the only one with a name, possessed formidable abilities. Are you here to explain what it feels like to be a pawn? Baiju then let out a bizarre screech. Countless wooden hands surged towards Lin Nan. Utilizing his flight capability to evade, Lin Nan found that these fists seemed to stretch infinitely, possessing an unsettling tracking ability. Seeing the rampaging Baiju, Lin Nan scoffed. Your taijutsu is lacking, is it? Then watch closely. Finally, Lin Nan grew weary of evasion, standing his ground as the massive hands swept over him. Yet they failed to inflict any harm. Oh, is this ability similar to that little brat-s? Baiju remarked, astonished. Water release, great water burst. With a clap of his hands, Lin Nan unleashed a massive wave, forming a rainbow in the sky. Xiao Nan, observing from the ground, wore a look of disdain. That looks disgusting. A waterfall cascaded down, engulfing the entire area and forming a colossal spherical water prison. Though the water prison could not fully encompass the Buddha, it could certainly submerge half of it. What are you doing? Trying to give me a bath? Baiju laughed derisively from atop the Buddha. Lin Nan ceased his suso, merely casting a tranquil glance at Baiju before proceeding to seek out Xiao Nan. Is it over? Upon seeing Lin Nan return, Xiao Nan was taken aback, only to witness a mass of black flames enveloping Baiju as he plummeted into the vast water prison. Yet no matter how he thrashed about, the bizarre flames continued to scorch him mercilessly, impervious to the water's attempts to extinguish them. Ultimately, Baiju attempted to employ the Great Buddha to effect a physical cooling method, a strategy understood by those in the know. However, the Great Buddha's arms, when striking the water, failed to stir any significant waves. In the end, Xiao Nan observed Baiju, cornered and desperate, once again scrambling onto the head of the Great Buddha, where over 100 arms relentlessly pounded his own head. Chapter 28. How should we bid farewell? Wood chips flew, and the scene was nothing short of astonishing. What sensation could arise from a 100-meter-tall Buddha statue, with myriad arms frantically attacking its own head? It was akin to a girl startled by a cockroach landing in her hair. Not only Xiao Nan, but even Lin Nan felt as though his little blade had opened its eyes in disbelief. Such was the futility of physical fire extinguishing methods. However, this act only resulted in self-destruction, while the black flames intensified. Eventually, the colossal Buddha statue crashed down, sending towering waves surging across the water's surface. Yet, thanks to the water's cushioning, it caused no impact on the ground. So that's how it is. Having faced death once, Lin Nan's mind has become sharper. Xiao Nan's voice flowed calmly like water. I'll take that as a compliment. Lin Nan chuckled awkwardly, yet he felt as if he had forgotten something crucial. After pondering for a while, Lin Nan's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot about Dea." Fortunately, Dea was merely unconscious, and Lin Nan had carelessly set him aside. Casting a glance at the distant cavern, he noticed that the battle within continued unabated. Ding. S-rank Celestial Technique. White Activation Technique, Yao Shidu, has been added to the skill repository. Ding. SSS Celestial Technique. Inorganic Rebirth, Yao Shidu, has been added to the skill repository. Ding. SSSI Technique. Illusion Izanami, Uchiha Itachi, has been added to the skill repository. The system chimed in rapid succession, and Lin Nan was overjoyed. Truly, a battle of deities. Most of Yao Shidu's skills held little utility, and Lin Nan would not employ them due to their grotesque nature. However, the inorganic rebirth was undoubtedly the greatest gain. This technique could bestow life upon any lifeless object devoid of chakra, allowing it to fight alongside him. In the confined space of a cave filled with stalactites, its potential was unfortunately limited. Imagine, however, if the battlefield were set in the Great Ninja War, where the very earth could become his army, the terrain reshaped as he wished, provided his chakra was sufficient. Suddenly, Lin Nan radiated a brilliant white light, revealing wooden skin amidst the swirling earth. What is happening? Xiaonan's expression betrayed her calm demeanor with a hint of panic. Lin Nan wore a bitter smile as he tremblingly placed his hand atop Xiaonan's head. I must depart, Xiaonan. No, don't go. Xiaonan's beautiful eyes widened, filled with sheer panic. The reanimation must be lifted. This is beyond my control. And I am merely a clone now. Lin Nan felt a pang of reluctance, but spoke the truth. If his main body faltered, then all would be lost. Xiaonan extended a trembling hand, resting it upon Lin Nan's palm, as if having made a resolute decision. I will accompany you. I will join you all. No, live well, promise me. What a tragic scene. Lin Nan sighed in relief. As a wooden clone, he sensed that his main body had already recovered. Yet in the next moment, Xiaonan seemed to have finally made up her mind. I'm sorry, for her sake. I'm sorry, but she truly died during the mission. I just wanted like Nagato to at least say I'm sorry. As if expending all her strength, Xiaonan expressed her apologies to Lin Nan. This was the first time Lin Nan had heard her apologize since their acquaintance. Lin Nan smiled. It's all in the past. Once a person has died, they will never reunite. Live well. Xiaonan nodded in the rain, her face adorned with tears like a pear blossom. As if in a dream, as the last familiar person in this world, Lin Nan returned, only to depart once more. This departure would be a final farewell. Yet suddenly, Xiaonan struggled to reveal a faint smile. Lin Nan was taken aback. How should we bid farewell? Just as we did when we first met. Sayonara. Xiaonan softly parted her ruby lips, her expression sorrowful, yet radiating a brilliant, sunny smile, reminiscent of that girl with purple hair. It was a moment of exquisite beauty. Lin Nan stood entranced. As the earth swirled around, it returned to Lin Nan's skin, and the brilliance dissipated at that instant. Xiaonan's smile froze. Lin Nan, somewhat awkwardly, scratched his head. It seems the reanimation hasn't been lifted after all. Xiaonan withdrew her smile and said nothing more, yet the sorrow lingered. Lin Nan, feeling compassion, said, All right, if the reanimation hasn't been lifted this time, I should be fine. What does fine mean? Xiaonan inquired. Lin Nan smiled. It means I might continue to exist in this state indefinitely. Xiaonan smiled, but quickly subdued it, turning her head away in disdain. Lin Nan scratched his head, wondering why he had never noticed Xiaonan's Sundara nature before. Meanwhile, within the cave, Uchiha Itachi, at the cost of one of his Sharingan, unleashed Izanami, a high-level illusion that could trap a person in their own obsessions. If that obsession could not be resolved, they would remain eternally ensnared in the illusion, endlessly looping. However, if their obsession was resolved, it indicated that the person posed no further threat, and the illusion would naturally be dispelled. Yao Shidu's obsession was the pursuit of the truth of ninjutsu, for which he would go to any lengths, willing to pay any price. Once Yao Shidu became deeply entrenched in his obsession, he was completely dominated by the illusion. With a mere command from Uchiha Itachi, he would directly perform the hand seals to lift the reanimation. Overall, this battle was not particularly arduous. Apart from the challenging encounter with his brother, Sasuke, the other fights unfolded with clarity. Of course, Itachi's struggle against his brother during their Pacific War stemmed from his concern that he might inadvertently harm Sasuke. Thus, while the battle commenced with exchanges, Yao Shidu often dazzled with his skills, he ultimately fell into the rhythm set by Uchiha Itachi. In the final decisive blow, Uchiha Itachi swiftly eliminated Yao Shidu. Throughout this confrontation, Lin Nan's wooden clone participated fully, marveling at Yao Shidu's prowess. Yet regrettably, Yao Shidu, or rather the lineage of Orochimaru, was simply ill-fated against Itachi. The moment the reanimation was lifted, Uchiha Itachi bid farewell to Sasuke before ascending to the heavens. Uchiha Itachi, with his final dance in this world, proclaimed the curtain to fall. Lin Nan watched as Itachi's ethereal spirit ascended, letting out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, Sasuke, under Itachi's influence, appeared to have undergone a transformation in thought. It is essential to note that he had long harbored intentions to destroy Konoha, fueled by his hatred for Itachi, which drove him to seek strength and follow Orochimaru. After slaying his elder brother, he had succumbed to the manipulation of Akatsuki, vowing to obliterate Konoha. This extremely unstable Sasuke bore the mark of Indra, his reincarnation. So what do you think now? Lin Nan's sudden query startled Sasuke, causing his Sharingan to activate in alarm. A massive skeletal arm swept across. Clang! Another skeletal arm intercepted the strike. Don't get agitated. Chapter 29. Sasuke, the protagonist, remains unperturbed. With a voice as cold as ice yet tinged with curiosity, Sasuke inquired, "What is this? Aren't you a reincarnation of the impure world?" "Indeed I am," Lin Nan replied, "but for reasons unknown, I have yet to ascend." Sasuke fell silent for a moment, only to break into a sinister smile brimming with murderous intent. Observing this, Lin Nan chuckled. "What do you intend to do, little brat?" "Little brat?" Sasuke sneered. "Lin, you of the Akatsuki are doomed." Lin Nan waved a dismissive hand. "Do not speak so definitively. Are you truly not seeking personal vengeance?" Sasuke's murderous aura intensified at Lin Nan's taunting smile. Known for his vengeful nature, Sasuke had become increasingly arrogant after acquiring power, showing no hesitation in contemplating Lin Nan's demise. But had Lin Nan truly offended him? Only once. During the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death, and even that was hardly an affront. In fact, Lin Nan had once rescued him from Orochimaru, which may have tarnished his pride, leading to lingering resentment. Furthermore, during the recent battle against Kabuto, Lin Nan had not exerted his full strength, making him appear particularly vulnerable to Sasuke. Sasuke's discontent burgeoned at Lin Nan's dismissive demeanor. He felt utterly disrespected, especially by someone who laughed and conversed with his brother. Such insolence was unforgivable. Would killing Lin Nan affect the battle? Not at all. Moreover, Lin Nan was already deceased. He was merely bound by the circumstances of his impure resurrection. Thus, Sasuke felt no remorse in deciding to assist in his release. Amaterasu. In an instant, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, unleashing a powerful gaze upon Lin Nan. Sensing the ominous energy, Lin Nan adeptly evaded the lethal intent. Fire style, black flames. Suddenly, the black flames unfurled like a blossoming flower, tracing a breathtaking arc as they ensnared Lin Nan, who had just dodged. The flames surged and enveloped him completely. Sighing, Lin Nan remained unperturbed amidst the inferno, remarking, "Is this amusing to you, Sasuke?" Sasuke retorted with a mocking smile. "It seems that my whim alone is sufficient to extinguish your life." Lin Nan simply regarded him with a bemused expression. "Are you afraid of my strength? If you plead for mercy, I might consider sparing you. Has this child lost his mind?" Lin Nan shook his head, countering, "You will one day pay for your arrogance." Yet, he did not speak idly. Sasuke, in his formidable state, had once arrived on the battlefield only to be swiftly defeated by Uchiha Madara. Indeed, he had been obliterated in an instant, rendering his Susanoo and other techniques mere decorations. Had it not been for the timely intervention of his mentor, he would have met his end. Sasuke, brimming with confidence, flashed his signature wicked grin. "No need to concern yourself with that relic of the past. Is there no vessel for me in this new world?" Lin Nan responded with a faint smile, remaining passive beneath the black flames. Just then, a voice called out. Drawing both their gazes, two figures cloaked in black and a woman in pajamas approached. "Hey, Sasuke!" exclaimed the girl, rushing towards him. "What is this?" A startled, slender figure with white hair gasped. The trio finally noticed Lin Nan, who was still being scorched by Amaterasu. "Don't mind me. Continue with your business," Lin Nan stated, bemused, noting the flame's sluggishness. No wonder they failed to incinerate him. These three were part of Sasuke's Hawk Squad, each a unique talent. One a caregiver, another a healer, and the last a tank. Sasuke remarked, "As long as I feel like it, the Hawk Squad will come to my rescue." "Who are you?" asked the red-haired Karen, adjusting her crimson glasses while eyeing Lin Nan thoughtfully. Lin Nan cast a fleeting glance at Karen, choosing to remain silent. Previously, during a mission with the Akatsuki, he had encountered a little girl with red hair while intercepting the Grass Country's forces for tolls. That was in the past, merely a remnant of the Akatsuki, soon to be dust in history. Sasuke asked softly, "Why are you here?" Karen, unable to think of an answer, clung to Sasuke like a devoted follower. Lin Nan shook his head with a wry smile, finally succumbing to the flames, transforming into a pile of charcoal. At last, he was gone. The torment was unbearable. Was the impure world afraid of Amaterasu? The answer was yes. Amaterasu could burn endlessly, while the impure world could resurrect infinitely. It seemed paradoxical. However, it should be noted that during the restoration phase of the impure world, the body could not move, akin to being sealed. Thus, it would be subjected to incessant burning and restoration until the end of days. Clearly, Sasuke was unaware of these nuances. After all, he believed that once burned, the body would merely turn to ash. "We sensed your chakra and followed it." Then, a tall figure named Yugo set a woman down on the ground. Sasuke recognized her as Mitarashi Anko, one of Orochimaru's former beloved disciples, who had remained in Konoha after Orochimaru's defection. She had been kidnapped by Kabuto during the Ninja World War. Since she had been abducted by Kabuto, there must have been a reason behind it. Sasuke pondered, examining Anko's collar, and indeed found a cursed seal. Orochimaru's cursed seals retained his chakra, and Sasuke had once believed he had slain Orochimaru. Unaware that Orochimaru was merely hiding within the cursed seal, waiting for the right moment to consume him. Now, nearly all those who bore Orochimaru's cursed seals were dead, leaving only Anko. No wonder Kabuto had taken her. Sasuke smiled confidently, as expected of me. In the next moment, he recalled the seal Kakashi had placed upon him and deduced the counter seal. As its name implies, one seal confined the curse while the other could release it. Placing his palm upon the cursed seal on Anko's neck, a massive snake head emerged, startling everyone present. What followed was one of Orochimaru's signature moves. In a rather grotesque display, Orochimaru emerged from the snake's mouth. Orochimaru? Suigetsu gasped in terror, quickly hiding behind Yugo, as if a childhood nightmare had come to life. Chapter 30. The rain has ceased, and it is sunny again. The Uchiha stands tall. Clapping echoed throughout the air. Truly, the immortal Orochimaru. Having died so many times, yet still standing. Orochimaru had scarcely caught his breath when he heard a mocking voice. Turning towards the sound, he revealed a peculiar smile. Kirin. And little Nan, is it? The two figures approaching were Lin Nan and another. The others in attendance regarded them with caution. You just died, didn't you? Suigetsu exclaimed, nearly turning to water in fear. Sasuke stared at Lin Nan in astonishment. Impure world reincarnation? To think that this abomination has perished, how unexpected. Orochimaru cackled with a sinister glee. Lin Nan retorted, could we refrain from discussing that? Despite his words, Lin Nan harbored a profound interest in Orochimaru. Truly, he was a remarkable scientist in the realm of ninjas. While all other ninjas pursued the enhancement of their physical prowess and the might of their ninjutsu, this singular individual steadfastly believed in the power of science. Under his diligent research, he had indeed discovered a method of immortality. In other words, if he could resurrect himself infinitely from the cursed seal he had planted, then this fiend was, in fact, indestructible. On the surface, there existed the technique of the impure world reincarnation, which allowed one to transfer their consciousness into a fresh vessel, covertly. Who could fathom how many seeds he had sown to ensure his own revival? Yet, one question perplexed Lin Nan for quite some time. Itachi's Tatsuka sword sealed Orochimaru, and it was known that a sealed state could not be undone. So, was this Orochimaru emerging from the cursed seal still the same Orochimaru? Lin Nan and Orochimaru were well acquainted, even beyond their encounters in the Akatsuki. Lin Nan had seen him before when he was merely a test subject in the Konoha laboratory. Naturally, Lin Nan didn't dwell on this. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Orochimaru for injecting so many enhancements into his own body. Speaking of which, Lin Nan, the king of Gu, had fled to join the Akatsuki, and Orochimaru was undoubtedly fixated on him, rivaling even his obsession with Uchiha Itachi. However, in subsequent confrontations, whether during the Akatsuki's attacks or the Chunin exam in Konoha, Orochimaru never truly gained an advantage over Lin Nan. Their encounters during the battle for the Three Tails were notable, but afterward, Orochimaru ceased to pursue Lin Nan with such fervor. At that time, Orochimaru exhibited a cunning and ruthless demeanor befitting a cold-blooded creature. Yet, upon seeing Orochimaru again, Lin Nan could still perceive the same eerie aura, but it no longer elicited the same chilling dread as before. Orochimaru, noticing the shift in Lin Nan's expression, remained unconcerned, merely intrigued by Lin Nan's presence. Although he claimed not to have anticipated Itachi's resurrection, he appeared unfazed, suggesting that any revival was within his expectations. After all, Orochimaru harbored numerous secrets. Even if he did not resurrect during this Ninja World War, it was inevitable that someone would seek him out in the new era decades hence. He had astutely grasped human nature and, by extension, himself. However, upon Lin Nan's arrival, especially in the form of an impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru visibly displayed signs of uncertainty. Casting a glance at the motionless Kabuto, who was ensnared in a genjutsu, Orochimaru chuckled. I had long warned this lad to cease his interest in you and that individual. Yet he chose to ignore my counsel. That individual? Lin Nan asked, momentarily perplexed, before realization dawned upon him. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke, but offered no further explanation. Sasuke, unable to remain composed, was acutely aware that he had only just feigned Lin Nan's demise, yet Lin Nan was, against all odds, still alive. He felt deceived, and his pride suffered a significant blow. Silence. Sasuke glared at Lin Nan, his Sharingan flaring anew, his voice laced with a chilling malice. Lin Nan, you shall be the first casualty of my participation in this ninja world war. Lin Nan smirked. Is this truly the intended use of your brother's eyes? Be quiet. What right do you have to invoke his name? I will obliterate anyone who sacrifices him for their own ambitions, be it Konoha, Peace, or you, Lin Nan. Sasuke roared. Lin Nan, with a bemused expression, pondered, what does this have to do with me? Is it because his ascension has rendered me a target for your resentment? Is there no sense of justice left? Yet, Sasuke's obsession was a commonplace occurrence. He was either courting death or on the path to it. Lin Nan shook his head in amusement, regarding Sasuke. So, what do you intend to do? Kill you. With that, a purple Susanoo materialized in its third stage. Swiftly preparing to draw its bow, Lin Nan shielded Konan behind him, summoning his own crimson Susanoo in response. You are unworthy of utilizing Itachi's techniques. Sasuke bellowed, channeling the Indra's arrow. Can't you remain calm? Orochimaru quipped, somewhat exasperated. Suigetsu, sensing the oppressive forces, fervently nodded. Indeed, shouldn't we unite to confront Orochimaru? Orochimaru interjected, Lin Nan, you must perish. Sasuke, undeterred, released the arrow, which inexplicably vanished midair. This left Sasuke bewildered, encountering an oddly familiar sensation. You cannot harm me, Sasuke. Lin Nan taunted with a mocking grin. The more Sasuke stared, the more enraged he became, and in an instant, purple energy surged around him as his ocular power reached its zenith. Indeed, after 2 months of recklessly wielding the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had become insufferably arrogant. Lin Nan shook his head, acknowledging Sasuke's unrelenting bravado, which was both audacious and flamboyant. Before the eyes of all, Sasuke's Susanoo grew increasingly formidable, threatening to collapse the cavern. The already battered cave trembled violently once more, with countless debris crashing down. Suigetsu and Karen huddled beneath the massive shield raised by Yugo, trembling in fear, nearly clinging to one another. Little Lin. Orochimaru glanced at Lin Nan, who discerned the unspoken message. With a subtle sigh, he stepped forth from his Susanoo. In the next moment, he charged directly at Sasuke. Sasuke, noticing this, scoffed coldly as the massive arm of his Susanoo reached for Lin Nan, only to pass through his form entirely. Undeterred, Lin Nan pressed forward, astonishing Sasuke as he dove straight into his own Susanoo. Kagutsuchi. Sasuke hastily summoned Amaterasu flames to shield himself, but Lin Nan, unimpeded, traversed the flames and extended his fingers towards Sasuke's eyes. A dull thud echoed as blood splattered. Ah! Sasuke's anguished scream reverberated through the cavern. In the aftermath, Suigetsu observed the crumpled Sasuke, clutching his head in agony, and queried, what is his name? He is Sasuke. Lin Nan replied, glancing at Suigetsu, who promptly sought refuge behind Yugo, his expression one of disbelief. Meanwhile, Yugo sprang forward, supporting Sasuke beneath the waning Susanoo. In that moment, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated in the ears of the onlookers. Sasuke, awakening from his daze, found himself with normal, pitch-black pupils, filled with terror. Orochimaru cackled with intrigue. Genjutsu? What did you show him? Lin Nan shrugged. The very scene he feared most, or at least, once did. Orochimaru nodded knowingly. So, now that you have been resurrected, what are your intentions? Lin Nan inquired. Orochimaru regarded the still trembling Sasuke with a contemplative expression, for reasons unbeknownst to me. I appear to have lost my desire for immortality. I now wish only to witness how far this young man can go. His tone was laden with an unsettling darkness. Lin Nan, bemused, thought, lost the desire for immortality? Are you certain you haven't discovered the secret to it? Do not presume I am unaware that years hence, Naruto will bear wrinkles while you remain ever youthful, almost changing gender. Yet, this technique is indeed commendable. If I could resurrect, it would serve as an effective means to evade death. The imposition of the curse seal does not seem to be ninjutsu. We shall discuss this later. Lin Nan. Over here, after receiving the infusion of chakra from Zhongwu, Sasuke finally regained his composure, glaring intensely at Lin Nan, his voice trembling with rage. Just a call from you, and your Eagle Squad will rush to your rescue. Indeed, your reputation precedes you. Lin Nan teased with a smirk, clapping his hands. Sasuke trembled with anger, and in the next moment, his chakra began to surge once more. Yet, Lin Nan spoke with deep significance. You must be quite familiar with the technique I just employed, correct? Do you now comprehend the absurdity of how you broke the illusion your brother cast upon you? Sasuke fell silent, his chakra gradually calming. Orochimaru, I now require you to summon the former Hokage through Edo Tensei. I have questions for them. Sasuke finally recalled the matter at hand. The former Hokage, you say? Orochimaru chuckled ominously. The first Hokage was sealed within the belly of the death god by the third Hokage. Regardless, we must make a trip to Konoha. Let us go now. Sasuke turned and strode away, only to glance back and glare at Lin Nan. You are not allowed to accompany us. What? Why should I heed your command about going to Konoha? I shall proceed regardless. Can you stop me? Lin Nan replied defiantly. Sasuke seethed with frustration. Yet from their brief encounter, he had already realized he could not contend with Lin Nan. Though reluctant, he understood the reality of the situation. Much like when he was under Orochimaru's tutelage, he would not act against Orochimaru without having developed his strength. Sasuke departed with the others, while Lin Nan created a wooden clone to follow suit. The remaining clone was meant to escort Shao Nen away. Shao Nen clearly sought to join the ninja world war to avenge the fallen, but the war was fraught with peril. Only those blessed with protagonist status survived such divine conflicts, while the rest often met their demise. Having narrowly escaped death herself, Lin Nan could not allow her to participate. Meanwhile, the wooden clone and Itachi Uchiha had dealt with Kabuto, and the Edo Tensei technique was subsequently lifted. This indicated that half of the primary forces on the side of the masked man had been neutralized. After all, the army of the White Zetsu was composed of 100,000 White Zetsu and several thousand reanimated corpses. In the initial stages of battle, the majority of the White Zetsu had been eliminated, serving primarily as cannon fodder or vanguard troops. These White Zetsu were inferior copies, most of whom were merely common folk from ancient times, thus lacking combat prowess. Their swift defeat was entirely expected. The overall scene appeared favorable. But the real battleground lay where the masked man and the outer path golem were located, where the conflict had only just begun. Little Lin? Kakashi, having been kicked away by Lin Nan, wore a bewildered expression, gazing at Lin Nan in confusion. Lin Nan showed no remorse. Oh, my apologies. I assumed you thought I was one of the enemy. Kakashi, somewhat perplexed, quickly regained his composure. Wasn't he little Lin's clone just helping me? I would never presume otherwise. Lin Nan had often interacted with Kakashi, initially as foes. They became allies during Pain's invasion of Konoha, leading to a mutual familiarity. Oh, Lin Nan replied, then mischievously smiled. Come, I'll take you to a delightful place. Before Kakashi could respond, Lin Nan placed a hand on his shoulder, and their forms began to distort, an invisible ripple appearing before they vanished from sight. When Kakashi opened his eyes again, he found himself in what seemed to be a world comprised solely of black and white. The black represented the sky, while the white was the endless expanse of white pillars beneath them. Where's this? Kakashi wondered, perplexed. This is the battlefield. Lin Nan patted Kakashi's shoulder and gestured upward. Kakashi focused his gaze, catching a glimpse of what appeared to be a part of a human body, only for it to vanish in an instant. A battlefield? What does that mean? Kakashi's mind was filled with questions, feeling utterly uncertain. The fight had been intense. How had they suddenly arrived here? Were it not for Lin Nan's clone genuinely assisting him, their established trust would have prompted him to unleash a rakeage in response. Lin Nan utilized the light-heavy rock technique to elevate Kakashi into the sky, indicating for him to observe carefully. As Kakashi regarded Lin Nan, he smiled and remarked, Little Lin, your attitude towards Edo Tensei seems more composed than before. Before he could finish, the previously observed body part reappeared. Suddenly, Lin Nan produced a black rod and thrust it forward, blood splattering as that part vanished. Lin Nan revealed a sinister smile before turning to Kakashi. What did you just say? Kakashi, taken aback, stuttered. Nothing. Did you see that clearly? I did. Kakashi nodded. Can you guess where this place is? Lin Nan asked with intrigue. Kakashi, quick-witted, immediately deduced. This is the space the masked man uses to evade attacks? Precisely, moreover. This space is consistent with your Kamui. Lin Nan grinned. Kakashi's expression froze in shock. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, causing the entire space to tremble. What is happening? Kakashi looked around in panic, but saw nothing. Lin Nan waved his hand dismissively. It's probably just a meteorite landing here. A minor issue. Nothing to worry about. A meteorite? Chapter 32. Inquiring about the downfall of Edo Tensei and the affectionate bonds. Edo Tensei release. Uchiha Madara shouted after forming seals, successfully drowning out the system prompt in Lin Nan's mind. They arrived. Tsunade, momentarily stunned by Uchiha Madara's demeanor, suddenly snapped back to reality and stammered. Hurry. Can't you replicate him? Lin Nan, watching Tsunade's urgency, couldn't help but chuckle. Hurry, stop laughing. If you keep this up, my soul will fly away. Clap. Lin Nan clapped his hands. Why are you clapping? Are you forming seals? Tsunade reprimanded, nearly fuming. Lin Nan, however, chuckled. No need to be so agitated. Isn't this technique supposed to summon whatever is called? Edo Tensei release. With Lin Nan's command, the radiant light dissipated, steam rising as his body from Edo Tensei stabilized. After this maneuver, Lin Nan could now sustain his existence indefinitely through the body of Edo Tensei. Exciting, isn't it? Even though he was mentally prepared for this moment, a sense of relief washed over him. The second objective was completed. Tsunade and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the transformation. Lin Nan, how do you find my gift? Standing atop a towering stone pillar, the now stabilized Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and addressed Lin Nan. Lin Nan remained silent, merely giving him a thumbs up. Uchiha Madara continued, I urge you to consider my words seriously. We have now freed ourselves from this world's constraints, and we must not become ensnared in worldly affections. When have I ever succumbed to such sentiments? Lin Nan retorted, exasperated. Given my current state, how could I possibly indulge in such matters? It brings tears to my eyes. Lin Nan had spent nearly 7 years in this world, and by the calculations of his previous life, he was now 27, being single for 27 years from birth. What does that signify for a spirited young man? It signifies that Lin Nan was a complete loser. To be precise, he had at least experienced a beautiful romance in the past, but as for the two before him, they were merely acquaintances at best. Well, with Kaguya, one could hardly even classify her as a friend. She likely found Lin Nan amusing. Uchiha Madara gazed at Lin Nan, who seemed transformed into a monochrome figure, momentarily taken aback, unaware of how his words had struck this extraordinary talent. Tsunade, believing Lin Nan had once again succumbed to painful memories, continued to stroke his head. Conan, equally unwilling to yield, clutched Lin Nan's arm. Humph, stubborn and unteachable. Observing this, Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort and unleashed several fire dragons. Fire release, dragon flame song. Water release, water formation pillar. Water release, water dragon bullet. Conan, unyielding, countered with a massive torrent that repelled the 4 formidable fire dragons and returned a water dragon bullet to Madara. As the water dragon roared towards him, Madara merely raised a hand, and an invisible barrier shimmered into existence. The water dragon bullet was completely absorbed by him. Huh, Tsunade shouted, her figure closing in on Madara in that instant. Although the Rinnegan feared no ninjutsu, a well-timed taijutsu attack could secure victory. Thus, Tsunade launched a surprise attack. Painful heaven kick. With a powerful stomp, Madara had no time to switch his gaze. In that moment, his palm opened, and an invisible shockwave surged forth. Shinra Tensei. Bam! Tsunade was thrust back. Yet, the 5 Kage's assault had only just begun. Here comes the lightning shadow. With a flash of lightning, Reikage charged forward. The cooldown for Shinra Tensei was 5 seconds, and within that brief window lay the key to triumph. Behind him, a storm of yellow sand surged. But do not underestimate the martial prowess of this legendary figure. With a flicker of his eyes, Madara smirked, and in the next moment, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Reikage sprawling while he soared above the sandstorm, unleashing a torrent of thick black smoke from his mouth. Fire release, dust concealment technique. Wind release, wind kill formation. As Lin Nan executed wind release, a fierce gale swept through, dispersing the smoke and nullifying Madara's attempt to launch a surprise attack. However, at this moment, his eyes had transformed into the Sharingan, rendering these ninjutsu ineffective. Lin Nan, we have all the time in the world to deliberate, Madara remarked nonchalantly. Casting a glance at Lin Nan said nothing, but in the next moment, the nature of his chakra began to shift. The cursed seal mode activated. As Lin Nan's appearance grew grotesque, he clapped his hands and called out, Sage art, inorganic rebirth. Let us try something new, shall we? Observing this, Madara furrowed his brow slightly. His Sharingan could detect Lin Nan's chakra saturating the surrounding air. What kind of ninjutsu is this? A thunderous rumble answered Madara's query. Madara found himself stepping into thin air, immediately activating Susanoo to envelop himself. However, when he finally surveyed his surroundings, he discovered a massive, dark pit beneath him. This pit was pitch black, seemingly bottomless. A ninjutsu capable of altering terrain? Madara smiled faintly, his skeletal arm extending as he reached for a nearby twisted tree trunk. Yet, just as his skeletal arm was about to grasp the trunk, it inexplicably shifted backward. You can control the wood release I created? Madara pondered, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Can inorganic rebirth control another's wood release? Clearly not, but it can manipulate the soil beneath it. As Madara teetered on the brink of the deep pit, he exhaled a jet of fire, using the recoil to propel himself upward. Roar! Accompanied by a strange roar, a colossal hand, akin to a golem, emerged from the depths, swiftly seizing Madara's form as he attempted to escape. Simultaneously, Inoki began spewing an unknown gray substance into the pit, while Water Shadow Konan started to spray water. I see. Madara surmised the capabilities of this technique and their methods, remaining calm as he activated the second stage of Susanoo, swiftly severing the enormous hand. Meanwhile, Madara's figure escaped, hoping to use the debris from the collapsing hand to flee. Not so fast. Gaara manipulated the sand to engulf Madara, while Lin Nan soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames upon him. This wave of attacks elicited admiration from Madara. Lin Nan, I never anticipated you to be such a brilliant commander. Chapter 33. Creating a concrete giant. Is that feasible? Yet, this had no effect. As Madara's chilling voice rang out, flames and sand surrounded him. However, in the next moment, a powerful gust swept through, and an invisible shockwave rippled outward, redirecting the sand and flames. Super Shinra Tensei. With Madara's arms extended, no object could approach within a hair's breadth. All attacks ceased, and Madara stood aloft above the deep pit, gazing down upon all present. Lin Nan, is this the extent of your performance? It fails to amuse me. Madara glared at Lin Nan with a condescending gaze, akin to that of a deity. Lin Nan, however, smiled slightly. Watch closely. Roar. A tempest erupted, Madara's long hair billowing in the wind as he sensed an immense chakra emerging from below the pit. A tailed beast? No, this chakra is not from a tailed beast. It is far more colossal. Madara's expression shifted as he glanced to the side, where Lin Nan's 20+ Wat clones were continuously channeling chakra. An astonishing presence, unfathomable abilities, and an array of extraordinary skills. Lin Nan. Madara mused, his fighting spirit ignited. Let the performance begin. I wish to savor this unparalleled dance. Just then, an enormous shadow began to rise from the pit, imbued with vast chakra and an overwhelming presence. Madara's pupils constricted. In that moment, he felt as though he beheld the Outer Path Golem, comparable in size to the Outer Path Golem, yet distinctly not of biological origin. It was a giant forged entirely from reinforced concrete. Indeed, reinforced concrete. More accurately, it was gold-infused concrete. The giant shimmered with an emerald hue, speckled with glimmering flecks of gold. I see. Madara regarded the colossal figure before him as if it were a rare treasure. The cement and water utilized earlier were not intended to trap me, but rather combined with stone and gold sand, and coupled with the earlier fire release. It was crafted into a concrete giant. Lin Nan, I have never been particularly fond of those who create ninjutsu, but this technique has truly astonished me. Madara could not help but lavish praise upon Lin Nan. Let us call this the 5 Kage technique for now, Lin Nan remarked casually. 5 Kage? Madara glanced at the other 5, smiling without elaboration. What are you laughing at? Reikage, with his fiery temper, was the first to break the silence. It was only natural. After all, he and Hokage had not exerted any effort in this technique. But could Reikage swallow his pride? Clearly not, yet he was helpless, having been restrained by Gaara. The towering giant in the arena left all present astonished. Even the 4th Division of the Ninja Alliance, watching from afar, could see the giant. Yet, they had no idea whose ninjutsu it was, but that did not prevent them from venerating it as a divine phenomenon. Truly a master of ninjutsu. Even Inoki, well-versed in the art, could not help but be amazed. It was immense, as though it were entirely beyond the manipulation of chakra. That young man had compelled himself to employ the cement technique, commanding the water shadow to utilize water release, and extracting his own chakra. It turned out he was in the midst of creating a deity. Although this giant was formed from cement, it should still be unable to withstand your strike. Lin Nan stated humbly. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow slightly. If you are aware of this, why squander your strength? Such a colossal form is inherently unwieldy and should serve no purpose in this battle. Not necessarily. Lin Nan snapped his fingers. With a thunderous roar, the cement giant swung its fist, striking Uchiha Madara with lightning speed, leaving him no time to react. Madara was sent flying, yet managed to halt his momentum in midair. His body, resurrected through impure reincarnation, nearly shattered under the force of that single blow. This punch was heavier than 10,000 pounds. It was akin to having an 18-story building slammed into one's face. Let this otherworldly being experience the essence of our steel forest. How swift! Uchiha Madara gazed at the cement giant in disbelief, as if it were not crafted from cement at all, but rather a human that had grown to colossal proportions, moving with an agility unaffected by its weight. However, Madara's combat intelligence was unparalleled, and in an instant, he comprehended the true effect of the earlier technique. This was, indeed, a fearsome beast on the battlefield. Uchiha Madara regarded the giant with eyes full of intrigue, then glanced at Lin Nan, yet before he could speak, the giant, accompanied by a howling gale, charged once more. This time, prepared, Madara deftly evaded the giant's attack. Yet, it must be noted that this giant was relentless. Even with Madara's ability to fly and his agility, he could not escape the residual force of the attack. The sheer wind produced by that colossal fist was sufficient to obliterate any defense. Truly, concrete is an everlasting deity, Lin Nan mused. Moreover, this inorganic reincarnation is indeed quite effective. Next time, I could utilize it to restrain the Outer Path's golem. It is known that while the Outer Path's golem is a living entity, it lacks self-awareness, serving merely as a vessel reliant on the summoner's external powers for control, making its massive form quite cumbersome. However, once the Outer Path's golem transforms into the Ten Tails, it acquires its own consciousness, significantly enhancing its power and agility. The cement giant before them mirrored this, as Lin Nan's inorganic reincarnation endowed it with vitality, even granting it rudimentary thoughts akin to a single-celled organism. What Lin Nan needed to do was to continuously supply chakra. In this regard, his body, resurrected through impure reincarnation and supplemented with would-release cells, was more than adequate. Lin Nan surveyed the more than 20 supply troops behind him, feeling quite pleased. Madara, let me witness your ultimate technique. It seemed Uchiha Madara had sensed Lin Nan's thoughts, as he landed and without further ado began forming hand seals, summoning a colossal Susanoo that mirrored his own movements, for massive hands also commencing the sealing process. Is it coming? Lin Nan halted the cement giant's actions, observing Uchiha Madara intently. What are you waiting for? Seize the opportunity. Reikage shouted. Little Lin, I sense an overwhelming surge of chakra. We must stop him. Gaara echoed in agreement. Yet Lin Nan shook his head. We cannot impede him in this process. Let us wait and see. With Lin Nan, the primary force. Expressing this sentiment, the 5 Kage fell silent. Tsunade, though trusting Lin Nan, still harbored some concern. Yet Lin Nan's eyes sparkled with unspoken brilliance. The third objective was complete. With an explosive sound akin to the very heavens shattering, the space around them trembled violently under the weight of the colossal energy. In the blink of an eye, a towering giant had materialized before all, a luminous blue figure clad in armor, donning a Tengu mask, wings sprouting from its back, wielding a katana. Merely standing there exuded an aura of terror. The air itself seemed to be crushed into submission, leaving everyone breathless. In that moment, a single word echoed in their minds. God. SSSI technique, complete body Susanoo, Uchiha Madara, has been added to the skill library. Caution. This skill consumes tremendous ocular power. Use with care. Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. This was his first encounter with a warning following the replication of a skill. Before the complete Susanoo, the equally gargantuan cement giant paled in comparison. The cement giant was merely an assembly of inorganic matter, while the Susanoo was a manifestation of chakra and ocular power, utterly incomparable. A mere 10 meters separated the two, yet their presences were worlds apart. How could a firefly dare compete with the brilliance of the moon? It was a clear case of dimensional disparity. Lin Nan gazed at the magnificent Susanoo, marveling, while also displaying a hint of admiration. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle, whether in anime or manga. It was nothing short of a masterpiece, a divine gift from the heavens. Lin Nen had initially thought his cement giant could withstand the complete Susanoo, but now it seemed nothing more than a foolish dream. Uchiha Madara, embodying the complete Susanoo, turned his gaze to Lin Nan and spoke slowly. Now, I stand at the pinnacle of my existence, Lin Nan. You possess the ability to replicate, so tell me, can you replicate this technique? Lin Nan remained silent, like the others, gazing upward, entranced by the sheer might before him. Uchiha Madara was quite pleased with this reaction, for this was a power that could rival that of the gods, the very essence of his pride in life. Of course, all of this had dissipated upon encountering that certain man. Yet now, in this era, he could unleash his full potential, dancing wildly in this world, unbound by anyone and above all others. Here, he was the sovereign, and soon, he would be the creator of worlds. Initially, Uchiha Madara had thought this way, until he encountered an anomaly. When someone could effortlessly possess everything you held dear, it would naturally breed resentment. But who was Uchiha Madara? Though not particularly magnanimous, he considered that if this person could be an ally rather than an obstacle, and aid him in achieving greater efficiency in the future, why not embrace it? Most importantly, Lin Nan was a being of impure reincarnation, having died young, bound by resentment and fervent desires. Thus, he was difficult to eliminate. Uchiha Madara believed this was a prerequisite for manipulation. Lin Nan, although you may deny it, we are indeed of the same ilk, even if our temperaments differ. Both my Sharingan and your Sharingan are gifts of fate, endowing us with superiority from birth. Therefore, we should return this so-called gift to fate, enacting a comprehensive transformation upon this world, ushering in an era of absolute stability. Is this not our true purpose? Uchiha Madara continued, his godlike presence rendering it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Lin Nan regarded Uchiha Madara with a complex expression. Surely he did not believe his abilities stemmed solely from the Sharingan. Well, he certainly would not be the first to think so. Lin Nan harbored this notion. Yet to the onlookers, he appeared to be overshadowed by the colossal entity before him. Do not heed his words, Lin Nan, it is merely his beguilement. Tsunade glared at Uchiha Madara with gritted teeth, her form barely restrained from launching herself at him. What complete bodily Susanoo? There was nothing to fear, was there? However, Lin Nan intervened, stating, if I am not mistaken, you must be a conspiracy theorist, right? Everything lies within your grasp, while everyone else is merely a pawn. Expendable in your grand design. What do you wish to convey? Uchiha Madara regarded Lin Nan with an impassive expression. Lin Nan smiled and replied, so? Do I truly need to become your pawn? Madara shook his head and responded, the so-called god of Shinobi, Hashirama, once uttered a phrase that may address your query. For the sake of righteousness and the correct path, even the sacrifice of one's children, lovers, brothers, and kin is justifiable. Furthermore, I am not a conspiracy theorist. There are no schemes in my pursuit. As long as the outcome is just, the process holds no significance. My actions are not for my own gain, but for the greater good. Madara openly declared his unfathomable ambition to the five Kage and Lin Nan. Was Madara's resurrection a part of his premeditated scheme? Inoki, having lived through 2 eras, was utterly astonished. His intentions were likely far more insane than we could fathom. Gaara wore a grim expression. Insanity? Should I simply offer him a duck neck and be done with it? Reikage glared, his beard bristling. Lin Nan shook his head, chuckling. So, according to your assertion, you wish for me to be your pawn, someone you can effortlessly cast aside at any moment, correct? Madara looked intently at Lin Nan and replied solemnly, if you merely view yourself as a pawn, then I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed in you. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Nan thought Madara's verbal finesse was impressive. He had initially believed that only Obito from the Uchiha clan possessed such skill, while others resorted to direct confrontation without much discourse. Even if they did engage in chatter, it was often mere posturing. Madara pointed at Tsunade and asked, what is your relationship with her? This question left both Lin Nan and Tsunade momentarily dumbfounded. What relationship? Siblings? Friends? Fortunately, Lin Nan did not respond, prompting Madara to gesture towards Gaara. And him? What is your relationship with him? Lin Nan glanced at Gaara. If he had to categorize it, they were enemies. Gaara's unexpected friendliness caught Lin Nan off guard. He had not been particularly acquainted with Gaara, who was, after all, one of the culprits behind his first death. Yet, it was his body that Lin Nan had entrusted to Naruto, And that was indeed true. Madara did not await Lin Nan's response and stated, "Lovers and friends? What do you believe forms the bridge between lovers and friends?" "A bridge? Lovers?" Lin Nan and Tsunade seized upon different aspects of the inquiry. "Why not point at me?" Mei Terumi lamented. The crowd erupted in laughter. Chapter 35. The verbal finesse of Uchiha Madara and the mountain cutting / You constantly speak of pawns, Lin Nan. Are you truly so superficial? Madara expounded upon profound truths as if he were a sage addressing Lin Nan. We are born reliant on our parents, thrive through our partners, supported by our progeny, and aided by our friends. Can we truly claim that we exploit them? Are they merely my pawns? Lin Nan furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing the depth of Madara's rhetoric. He should have ensured Naruto's shadow clone was protected. Madara then spread his arms wide amidst the towering Susanoo, as if proclaiming a gospel to the world. Lin Nan, you cannot deny that our lives revolve around mutual utilization, even when we recognize it. We merely label it as helping one another. But at its core, is it not exploitation? Given that our relationship is one of mutual benefit, if you possess value, I may willingly allow myself to be utilized by you. If you lack value, why should I allow myself to be used? Madara continued, consider this. Lin Nan, if a friend is unable to assist you in any matter yet repeatedly seeks your help, would you continue to befriend such a person? In essence, this is life. Madara's eyes revealed a wisdom that seemed to pierce through the mundane. I invite you now because you possess value that I can utilize, and I too can be of service to you. This is an equitable exchange. Hence, the notion of pawns becomes irrelevant. Not only Lin Nan, but even the others were rendered dizzy by Madara's discourse. Is there merit to what he says? As this thought crossed Lin Nan's mind, he quickly recognized its familiarity. Wait, is this a pyramid scheme? Perhaps conditioned by past experiences, Lin Nan swiftly recalibrated his thoughts. Dare you CPU me? Lin Nan was incensed. He loathed being manipulated above all else. If it weren't for being exploited by a company in his previous life, how could he have found himself in this predicament? Contemplating this stirred Lin Nan's ire, and he promptly commanded the cement giant to unleash a powerful punch at Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Madara, satisfied with his verbal finesse, paid no heed to the advancing cement giant, effortlessly maneuvering the Susanoo to evade the attack while simultaneously executing a blade slash. In that moment, it was as if the dim sky had suddenly illuminated, a singular, unparalleled sword light swiftly slicing through the air. Upon inspection, the cement giant had been cleaved in two. What? Concrete cannot withstand this. Lin Nan's pupils constricted as he realized he had underestimated the might of this great blade. Previously, he had only known of its ability to cut through mountains. Little did he expect it could also easily sever concrete. Yet, it was merely the beginning. Lin Nan exclaimed softly, channeling chakra to restore the cement giant while a surge of blue light enveloped him. Oh, Madara's smile broadened. Lin Nan leapt atop the head of the cement giant, and with his arrival, blue armor adorned its surface until it was fully encased. A magnificent and fierce Tengu mask then covered its head, completing the Susanoo's formidable attire. Once one mastered the complete Susanoo, one could envelop any object with the Susanoo's chakra armor. Thus, the super-powerful Blue Cat was born. At this moment, Lin Nan transformed the giant into the super-powerful giant. Two towering figures, similar in hue yet distinct in form, now stood on the battlefield, prompting the five Kage to collectively exhale in relief. To be honest, when the full Susanoo first appeared, the five Kage had nearly despaired. However, unexpectedly, these five esteemed leaders of the ninja villages now relied on a mere youth to bolster their efforts. What a farcical situation. Inoki grumbled, albeit with a sense of reluctance. Yet, what use was reluctance in the face of absolute power? In the original narrative, without Lin Nan's intervention, shortly after Uchiha Madara manifested his complete Susanoo, none would remain standing among the five. This was sheer domination. Yet now, all was uncertain. Indeed, can the complete Susanoo be replicated? Lin Nan, you have truly astonished me. Madara observed the giant before him, more solid than his own Susanoo, his expression growing increasingly complex. Lin Nan did not rush to strike, but instead inquired. What you implied earlier is that you can assist me in resurrection. What assistance do I need to provide in return? Do you not believe that we have transcended the cycle of reincarnation? Madara replied. Transcended the cycle of reincarnation? Lin Nan nodded, indeed. Once the user of Edo Tensei breaks free from control, they could attain immortality. However, this state of immortality holds little significance. Indeed, much like the relationship between Dujan and myself. We now only need to join forces. Your abilities combined with mine will result in the creation of two deities in this world. We shall establish the laws, administer rewards and punishments, and inscribe history. Do you not believe that in doing so, we would bestow genuine harmony upon this world, rather than the superficial semblance that currently exists? Uchiha Madara spoke with profound meaning. Lin Nan recalled a perspective he had encountered when watching that incombustible film, which suggested that the peace of the new era stemmed primarily from the extreme powers of Sasuke and Naruto. Virtually every faction recognized them as the heroes saving the ninja world with formidable strength. Yet, even so, there remained minor conflicts and unrest. Lin Nan reflected on his previous life, where, though residing in a peaceful nation, the global landscape seemed to have reached a peculiar equilibrium. No one wished to disrupt this balance, thus giving birth to a hypocritical semblance of world peace. Still, even in those small locales, turmoil raged incessantly, negating any notion of true peace. So, does genuine peace truly exist? As Uchiha Madara articulated, it merely involves leveraging one's abilities to overturn the ninja alliance, thereby facilitating the initiation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Indeed, in that scenario, only he and Uchiha Madara, as reincarnated beings, would remain, while everyone else would be absorbed by the divine tree, achieving a semblance of world peace. It is often said that wherever there are people, there will be conflict. This effectively resolves the issue at its root. Madara, our world now is indeed harmonious. It is you and your kind who have shattered this tranquility. Listening to Tsunade's thunderous shout, Lin Nan shook his head and slowly began. There is no use in further words. Should you manage to defeat me, I might consider it. Ha! Uchiha Madara erupted in laughter, asking, "Do you know why I hold such a fondness for you, Lin Nan?" "Oh." Lin Nan trembled slightly. "No need for that." Uchiha Madara continued, "Because I believe you possess an audacious spirit. Taming a proud individual undoubtedly brings immense satisfaction." "Well said, just don't speak anymore." Chapter 36, Madara. Women only affect your sword draw speed. A colossal great sword subsequently appeared in the hands of Lin Nan's Susanoo. Let the dance begin. Uchiha Madara raised the great sword and struck directly toward Lin Nan. Lin Nan raised his sword to block. Clang! A deafening sound of metal colliding resonated, with the shockwaves scattering the clouds at the horizon. The ground was ravaged by fierce winds, compelling the 5 Kage to utilize chakra to maintain their stance. This is a battle of gods. Gaara cheered once more. The two massive blue giants engaged in a frenzied exchange of weapons, sword light radiating in all directions, shattering the very fabric of space wherever they struck. Lin Nan's giant, though slightly smaller than Uchiha Madara's, was more agile, enabling him to find intricate angles to strike at Uchiha Madara. Madara's great sword, an accessory of Susanoo, could cleave through mountains and stones as easily as cutting vegetables. Thus, any strike by either party would cause a portion of their Susanoo to be instantly severed. Due to Lin Nan's greater agility, Madara soon found himself at a disadvantage after several exchanges. Excellent, Lin Nan, splendid. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily amidst their exchanges, appearing almost mad. Yet he maneuvered Susanoo to step back and began forming hand seals. Wood release, birth of the trees. Countless sturdy trunks began sprouting beneath Lin Nan's giant, ensnaring its form. Futile effort. Lin Nan coldly retorted, simultaneously clapping his hands. Wood release, birth of the trees. Likewise, trunks sprouted beneath Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Ha 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 more. Madara laughed without haste, once again forming seals. Wood release, wood dragon technique. In the next moment, a colossal wooden dragon surged from beneath Lin Nan's feet, effectively immobilizing him. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Lin Nan mirrored the action, ensnaring Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with a wooden dragon as well. Feel free to unleash whatever you wish. Lin Nan gasped slightly, a cold smile on his lips. Uchiha Madara, however, regarded Lin Nan with a teasing gaze, slowly speaking. You possess quite a bit of chakra, don't you? Likewise. Lin Nan smiled, yet felt an underlying unease. The intensity of Madara's gaze made him feel as though he were being completely seen through. At this moment, Lin Nan's chakra was indeed like a bottomless pit, merely small casts, trivial amounts. However, his mental strength was finite. Mental power is not the same as ocular power, yet they are interlinked. For instance, if both possess the same ocular power, and cast Jinjutsu upon each other. The one with greater mental strength prevails. Moreover, summoning techniques, especially those involving lifeless entities that require the user's control, such as Pain's summoning technique, necessitate higher mental strength to manage more entities. Currently, Uchiha Madara was controlling Susanoo, Wood Release, and the Wooden Dragon. Meanwhile, Lin Nan, in addition to managing those, was also commanding a cement giant resurrected through inorganic reincarnation. At this point, for Lin Nan, aside from the inorganic reincarnation, everything else was merely supplementary. Although the strength of the inorganic reincarnation was formidable, it demanded an immense amount of mental energy, unlike Susanoo or the Outer Path's Golem, which are entirely self-created. Applying the same ninjutsu to such a massive entity is akin to a person trying to operate two or even several vehicles simultaneously. One can attempt it, but the body cannot endure. Thus, Lin Nan's decision to create over 20 wooden clones to assist in managing chakra was to ensure he had sufficient mental energy to control the cement giant. Lin Nan's initial intention was to leverage the agility of the cement giant. After all, it was endowed with life through inorganic reincarnation. However, if Uchiha Madara discerned Lin Nan's lack of mental capacity, it would be akin to him shooting himself in the foot. After unlocking the wood release cells, Lin Nan's chakra capacity might rival Uchiha Madara's, but in terms of mental strength, he likely fell short. After all, this man had once controlled the Nine Tails. Living beings are undoubtedly more challenging to manipulate than inanimate ones. Nonetheless, Lin Nan remained unconcerned about this, for he had never been alone. Uchiha Madara chuckled coldly, then formed seals again, causing another wooden dragon to emerge, this time beside him. Your giant is indeed impressive, but it has become a hindrance. Can you control another wooden dragon? Uchiha Madara provocatively gazed at Lin Nan. Why not? Lin Nan feigned bravado, summoning yet another wooden dragon from the trunks around him, which roared ferociously at Uchiha Madara. Quite well. Uchiha Madara applauded, and then he continued, how about this? With his hands forming seals, Uchiha Madara's chakra surged as an enormous trunk, comparable to a giant, suddenly sprouted, revealing a strange outline. What is this? Lin Nan's eyes widened. In the next moment, a humanoid giant completely detached from the trunk. This wooden figure possessed a stature that could rival even a complete Susanoo. Its head massive and adorned with an ugly demon face, yet this did not diminish the vitality radiating from its entire being. It was the wood release, wooden man technique. The wooden dragon coiled and then landed atop the colossal wooden figure. Uchiha Madara then remarked, there's another wooden figure. Can you replicate it? Let me open my eyes. Lin Nan's expression darkened. This guy truly saw through him, as if he were unclothed, exposed for all to see. No wonder he was Uchiha Madara. Before Lin Nan could speak, Uchiha Madara mockingly suggested, how about I lend you a hand? As the words left his lips, Uchiha Madara manipulated the wooden figure, directing it towards the location of the 5 Kages. You dare? Lin Nan's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, he broke free from the constraints of the wood release, determined to intervene. Your battlefield lies here. Uchiha Madara, commanding his Susanoo, obstructed Lin Nan's path and struck with a blade. Lin Nan, somewhat fatigued, displayed a hint of panic on his face. Is your sword slow? Lin Nan, those mundane matters will only hinder your speed in drawing your blade. You must learn to let go. If you cannot manage it yourself, allow me to assist you. Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally, as if trampling on Lin Nan's limits with impunity. Yet, in the next moment, within Uchiha Madara's gaze, he witnessed a sudden transformation in Lin Nan's panicked expression. Lin Nan offered a gentle smile. Isn't it a great honor for you to be here, Lord Madara? Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback, only to soon perceive an enormous surge of wood-released chakra expanding in the distance. This vibrant vitality, this flourishing greenery, could it be? Lin Nan reveled in Uchiha Madara's astonished demeanor. Do not forget, I am a man with a power bank. A power bank. Uchiha Madara felt uneasy about this term. Boom. Looking over, Uchiha Madara's wooden figure crashed to the ground, only to be replaced by another colossal wooden figure that emerged into view. What is that? Uchiha Madara's expression shifted slightly. Lin Nan chuckled. Do you recall the terror of being dominated by Hashirama? Chapter 37. Come feel the love of the thousand-handed father real, thousand hands? Uchiha Madara stared intently at the newly appeared wooden figure, and after a pause, slowly shook his head. No, it's too small and lacks that chakra. Is it a mere imitation? Good eye? Lin Nan applauded, but it will suffice. You little brat. Uchiha Madara laughed rather than getting angry. Many of your techniques must have been copied. This move I have never executed. No one in this world should be capable of reaching Hashirama's level. How did you learn it? That is of no concern to you. In the midst of battle, Uchiha Madara's wooden figure gradually rose, facing a gigantic Buddha statue of equal stature. However, behind the statue were countless arms. To be precise, both were forms of wood release. Though they bore the same name, their manifestations were fundamentally incomparable. The great Buddha slowly extended its palm, and the myriad hands behind it unleashed a torrent of strikes upon the wooden figure, accompanied by the splintering of wood and the thunderous sounds of impact. The wooden figure quickly fell into a disadvantage, unable to rise even once. The nearby 5 Kages gazed in awe at this grand spectacle, momentarily rendered speechless. On one side, 200-meter wooden figures were brawling, while on the other, 2 colossal giants were in combat. What has become of this world? Has it devolved into a realm of giants? What use is there for us who wield ninjutsu? Shouldn't we just let the giants reign? After the banter, a profound sense of helplessness ensued. As the pinnacle ninjas of the current ninja world, they could do nothing but watch in the face of such a level of combat. Just then, Inoki revealed a remarkable skill. As the wooden figure attacked, Inoki glanced at the younger generation and disdainfully remarked, "Isn't it just a giant? I can do that too." "Can you, old man Tsuchikage?" Reikage A perked up with newfound interest. "Watch closely. I will only perform this once," Inoki declared, slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth release, earth-style wall. Boom. The ground began to tremble, and soon after, a robust earthen figure erupted from the earth. "Tsuchikage, is this your giant technique?" "Where's the giant?" Reikage retorted, unimpressed. Inoki, observing the earthen figure compared to the wooden one that seemed like an infant, stubbornly insisted, "Don't rush." In the next moment, Inoki channeled chakra again, wrapping layers of earth around the earthen figure, causing it to grow to a height of about 40 to 50 meters. "Impressive. Old man Tsuchikage, block that wooden figure. I will assist you," Reikage A exclaimed, eager to join the fray. After all, if they had someone capable of matching the enemy, the intimidation factor would diminish significantly. Inoki chuckled heartily, directing the earthen figure towards the wooden one, while Reikage A, enveloped in lightning, was about to step in. However, in the next moment, the wooden figure stumbled, lowered its head, and noticed a pile of dirt without paying attention, continuing its advance towards the 5 Kages. As the earthen figure crumbled into dirt, Inoki cried out in pain, having twisted his back again. Those present winced at the sight, but they were all prepared for battle. At that moment, Lin Nan's wooden clone had Tsunade channeling chakra into its body. Uchiha Madara was correct. A person's mental strength is indeed limited. However, regardless of the type of clone technique, they possess independent thoughts, and thus their mental strength is also separate. In other words, if your main body lacks mental power, it does not affect my clone. Lin Nan's wooden clone continuously channeled chakra into the inorganic reincarnation, but this did not hinder him from summoning another great Buddha. Tsunade was chosen for this task due to her possession of the first Hokage's bloodline. As expected, with Tsunade's chakra infusion, the wood release Lin Nan executed was even more refined than that previously performed by White Zetsu. The hands behind the Buddha were even more numerous and elongated than before. Before long, under the relentless strikes of the great Buddha, the wooden figure could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered into splinters. Yet, this level of destruction was insufficient to defeat me. Uchiha Madara's gaze shifted to Lin Nan, but the smile on his face had vanished. "Is that so?" Lin Nan commanded the giant to charge towards Uchiha Madara. Ultimately, it proved futile and unwise. Uchiha Madara shook his head slightly before beginning to gather power, drawing his sword for a slash. Whoosh! A massive beam of sword light flashed forth, seemingly piercing the heavens. Crack! With an excruciatingly sharp sound, Lin Nan's horizontally held katana shattered upon impact. In the next moment, the giant's head beneath him was also severed cleanly. Lin Nan leaped up, astonished to see that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo wielded 2 swords. This man had been concealing his true power all along. It is all about to come to an end. Uchiha Madara, seemingly devoid of mercy this time, fused the 2 swords into one, unleashing a soaring sword aura that directly struck towards the distant great Buddha. This strike, imbued with the force of a thunderous tempest, was an unstoppable force, as if a mountain was collapsing and the heavens were crumbling. Merely standing beside the great Buddha, the 5 Kages trembled uncontrollably under the weight of this power. Is this truly Uchiha Madara's full-strength attack? Indeed, it is terrifying. This is it. The collective sentiment of the 5 Kages, for they were also within the overwhelming range of this colossal sword light. In such a moment, it seemed that all resistance and defiance would amount to naught. Gaara, akin to being under the celestial calamity, abandoned all hope of resistance. A sense of despair enveloped the entire dome. Of course, some continued to believe in Lin Nan. At that moment, it was Inoki who stepped forward, being of advanced age. With little time left to live, he resolved to face death without fear. Dust release, the original world-severing technique. Inoki's hands radiated with a matrix of light, but his incantation was too slow, as if he would not make it in time. Would I die here? A look of unwillingness marked Inoki's face. Aren't you supposed to be proficient in the earth techniques? Create another one to resist. Reikage shouted. Shut up. Inoki retorted sharply. At this moment, it seemed as if the 5 Kages were nothing more than spectators in this battle. Before the overwhelming might of Uchiha Madara, they appeared as fragile children, powerless and defenseless. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated through the heavens. A resounding clap echoed. The crowd looked up in astonishment, witnessing the colossal Buddha extending 4 hands to catch the sword light firmly in its palms, barehandedly receiving a blade. Even Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback. It was akin to a mother bravely claiming she could catch the edge of my sword, albeit with 2 hands offered in concession. Upon closer inspection, a look of realization mixed with a shadowy demeanor swept across Madara's face. It was his Susanoo. At that moment, the great Buddha was enveloped in a layer of azure armor, its numerous arms adorned with similar blue protective gear. The Susanoo-clad Buddha had emerged. You clever rascal. Uchiha Madara glared fiercely at Lin Nan, momentarily at a loss for words. Mediocre. Lin Nan responded with a slight smile, then clapped his hands once more. Simultaneously, a wooden clone appeared beside him. Senjutsu, non-organic rebirth. Wood release, advent of the tree world. The cement giant, previously decapitated by Uchiha Madara, shattered into countless fragments, transforming into a swirling vortex that enveloped Madara's immense Susanoo. Is this your means to restrict my movement? Uchiha Madara suddenly grasped the strategy. The compressive strength of concrete far surpassed that of mere wood. Lin Nan wore a triumphant grin. Is this your attempt to control me? Madara scoffed, preparing to take flight when he realized that his feet were ensnared by thick, gnarled branches, with a wooden dragon roaring amidst the chaos. Lin Nan, what do you intend to do? A flicker of seriousness emerged in Madara's gaze. What do you think? Lin Nan retorted with a cold smile, leaping high as the armored Buddha loomed beneath him. Madara's eyes widened in alarm as the Buddha spread its arms like a resplendent blue peacock, countless azure-tinged limbs shooting towards him like meteors. You little brat. Though Uchiha Madara found himself immobile, he still wielded his sword. However, 2 of his blades were firmly grasped by 4 hands. Today, I shall grant you these 4 hands, Lin Nan declared with a fierce shout. Of course, this was merely for theatrics, to frighten him a little. It wasn't too much to let him experience a father's loving discipline. Chapter 38. This is what I call a strategic retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of arms, shimmering with blue light, descended like a breathtaking firework display. Yet their impact was merciless. Uchiha Madara seemed poised to utter something, but was soon engulfed by the relentless onslaught of limbs. Was all this fear merely a result of insufficient firepower? The spectacle before him rivaled that of a missile barrage. Lin Nan. The 5 Kage appeared beside him. What brings you here? Lin Nan questioned, a tinge of concern in his voice, for this was the legendary Uchiha Madara. Who could predict his potential counterattack in his dying moments? We're here to seize the opportunity to take him down. The Reikage, boomed with boisterous laughter. Inoki, the Tsuchikage, added with a hint of pride. How could we let you bear the burden alone? We Kage are not mere ornaments. You are certainly not ornaments. But at least ornaments stand upright. Lin Nan quipped. With such overwhelming bombardment, surely Madara cannot withstand it. Can he? Tsunade inquired. Lin Nan shook his head, turning to Inoki. Let us simultaneously unleash dust release, completely enveloping Madara's Susanoo, and see if we can vanquish him. Inoki nodded in agreement, though surprise flickered across his face. You know dust release? I just learned it. Lin Nan replied with a slight smile, clasping his hands together. Dust release, Original World Disintegration Technique. Dust Release. Original World Disintegration Technique. Inoki, undeterred, joined in, their hands igniting with a radiant matrix. You go high, and I'll go low, Lin Nen whispered. All right, together. They hurled their cubic matrices, and with a flash of white light, two immense cubes enveloped the entire impacted area. Clang. With a piercing sound, a vast expanse vanished, leaving only dust and remnants of the Susanoo. Lin Nen halted the Buddha's assault and exchanged a glance with Tsunade. She understood and began to scan for any chakra fluctuations. However, in the next moment, dark projectiles shot forth from the nearby dust. Watch out. Lin Nen quickly maneuvered the Buddha's arms to shield his companions. Clang, clang. A cacophony of sounds echoed like raindrops, and Lin Nen focused to find black rods hurtling towards them. Not good. He looked up to see Uchiha Madara soaring high, rapidly escaping the scene. Running away, are we? Lin Nen shouted, launching himself into the air as well. If he could eliminate Madara here, it would be ideal. As Lin Nen took flight, Inoki followed suit, while Gaara's sand could only carry 4 people, lagging behind. Lin Nen never anticipated that Uchiha Madara could still be so sprightly amidst such relentless attacks. Dust release could eradicate any object, eliminating it at the material level. Thus, as long as it connected, even Edo Tensei would lead to death. Yet, it was evident that he and Inoki had not struck Madara. How could he evade in such circumstances? Truly, Uchiha Madara was formidable. Madara, where do you think you're going? We were just starting our conversation, Lin Nen called out while pursuing him. Madara glanced back at Lin Nen and said, Lin Nen, I must admit, you are exceptionally talented. I did not misjudge you. However, this is not our true battlefield. If you wish to continue, follow me. Still trying to escape? Lin Nen scoffed. Killing someone requires a psychological edge. Fleeing now is not wise. Are you truly not capable of using wood release? Is this not the genuine Thousand Hands? Madara merely snorted disdainfully, child. Your words are merely bravado. My previous offer stands. Submit to me, and it is not yet too late. When you witness my divine power, it will be too late for regrets. How can I regret when you offer no sincerity? Lin Nen shot several fireballs towards him. Yet, in his renegade form, Madara was impervious to such attacks. All right, in the realm of ninjutsu, no one rivals you. In that aspect, you are invincible. Is this satisfactory? Do not pursue any further. Before Lin Nen could respond, Madara continued, Lin Nen, you must contemplate carefully. Only I can grant you a new life. I, Uchiha Madara, never deceive. Upon hearing this, Lin Nen immediately ceased his assault. Uchiha Madara represented the most significant variable in this war. Should he fall here, the battle would become considerably easier. However, Lin Nan's dilemma lay in the fact that if Madara perished now, Lin Nan would miss the opportunity to acquire that skill, one capable of reviving himself completely. Lin Nan had 3 objectives upon arriving on this battlefield. First, the Hell Stab, which would greatly enhance his taijutsu. Second, the release of Edo Tensei, allowing him to break free from its constraints, albeit still in an Edo Tensei body. He would gain true freedom. And third, the complete Susanoo. All 3 goals had been achieved. Now, only one ultimate objective remained, resurrection. To claim he did not desire life would be foolish. A living body is far more precious than anything else. Although Lin Nan acquired an immortal body and boundless chakra during his reincarnation through impure earth, he transcended from an ordinary ninja to an existence surpassing even the shadows. However, the heartbeat, the flow of blood, only a living being can truly appreciate the splendor of the world, can't they? If he were to continue living in this state, what meaning would it hold? It was at this moment that Lin Nan comprehended why several former Hokage chose not to linger in this realm. Their mission in life had been fulfilled. Why interfere with reality in a state of death? It can be said that after a period following his impure reincarnation, Lin Nan had already devised a plan for his resurrection. The technique of samsara was a crucial element. To attain it, he must assist Uchiha Madara. Yet, if Madara were to escape smoothly, countless lives would be lost in this war. How could the life of one individual compare to the lives of thousands? Of course, why should I care? I am but a clay Buddha struggling to cross the river. Lin Nan seemed to have finally made up his mind. After all, he had already saved enough ninjas under the celestial obstruction. Therefore, what harm would it be to forsake a portion? Comforting himself, Lin Nan watched Madara vanish into the horizon. Momentarily pausing, Kid, why aren't you pursuing him? Inoki approached and inquired. Lin Nan slowly shook his head. It was futile to chase now. But I know where he is headed. Let us go together. Although he said this, Lin Nan remained immersed in his recent decision. It felt as though two little beings had separated within him. The dark devil whispered, "Of course, prioritize your own interests. Who cares about others? You've done enough." The white angel countered, "But your single life could save thousands. Won't your conscience be troubled? Damn, did you see that great Buddha just now? You should let it rise and take your seat. I speak the truth. Anyone with a compassionate heart would feel uneasy. Is that not natural? While natural, a choice must ultimately be made. Moreover, even if we try to intercept him, can we guarantee success? Perhaps it would be wiser to conserve our energy. Being self-centered is not inherently negative, yet I feel that if one were to act in such a manner, even after resurrection, nightmares would remain, wouldn't they? So, will you?" the dark devil asked. Lin Nan shook his head. The two little beings dissipated. This did not signify that Lin Nan had definitively made a choice. Rather, a thought suddenly struck him. In the original narrative, there existed a rare opportunity to replicate Nagato's resurrection of all deceased ninjas from Konoha. Yet it was forcefully interrupted by Madara. To be honest, Lin Nan had intended to feign compliance and play along. However, it now appeared that Madara had no actual connection to the execution of Samsara. Lin Nan felt as if he had missed an immense opportunity, and in the next moment, his figure vanished into the night. Didn't you say you wouldn't chase? Inoki pondered with a bemused expression. Chapter 39. Heartfelt Conversations. Uchiha Madara relied upon the abilities of the Rinnegan to fly, akin to Nagato's control over Pain's Deva path. Yet, Madara's mastery over the Rinnegan far surpassed that of Nagato, as he was its original bearer. However swift his flight, it could not match Lin Nan's instantaneous spatial traversal using Kamui. The spatial laws within the Kamui dimension were relatively compromised, making it exceedingly simple to traverse vast distances in a short time. "Madara, I have no intention of letting you go so easily. Shall we battle until dawn?" While Madara was exerting all his effort to fly, this sudden declaration caused him to break into a cold sweat. Alas, the impure reincarnation body does not sweat. Startled, Madara leapt aside, witnessing the space around him begin to distort, from which a figure emerged. Madara remained unperturbed. He simply looked up at the sky and murmured, "No, it's rain. How nostalgic. I can't recall the last time I broke a sweat." Lin Nan, having not heard Madara's musings and lacking interest, was solely focused on annihilating him and then acquiring the technique of Samsara. In the next instant, Lin Nan bolted towards Madara like a bolt of lightning, a black staff appearing in his hand. This was Lin Nan's reliance. Previously, even Madara had considered dust release to be the sole technique that posed a threat to him. Yet, the lengthy prelude to performing dust release proved to be a disadvantage. Conversely, this small black staff was quite different. It had a notably high appearance rate in the original narrative and was particularly effective against the impure reincarnated bodies. Even the god of ninjas, the first Hokage, and the master of forbidden techniques, the second Hokage, were all thoroughly defeated by Madara. Consequently, this technique held immense potency against ordinary impure reincarnators, even those as formidable as the first Hokage. In other words, it exerted absolute suppression over Madara as well. The reason the black staff wielded by the white mask was ineffective against Lin Nan stemmed from the fact that Lin Nan's chakra primarily flowed through the system rather than via conventional chakra pathways. Thus, the staff's ability to seal chakra points held little significance for Lin Nan. "Madara, I have shown you enough respect. Let us continue our dance." Embracing the lightning release chakra mode, Lin Nan accelerated tremendously, closing the distance to Madara. Upon seeing the black staff, Madara momentarily froze. After all, in his memory, this black staff seemed to be usable only by himself and a handful of others, with the prerequisite being the power of the outer path, akin to the strength required to manipulate the outer path as golems. How had Lin Nan learned to wield it? Although Madara could not say he was intimidated by Lin Nan, having never yielded to anyone in life or death, not even Hashirama, there was nonetheless an air of peculiarity surrounding Lin Nan, constantly evolving, with new tricks surfacing one after another. He always seemed to possess a method to outdo him. Madara could never have anticipated that this era would yield such a prodigy. Who had provoked such a being? Would it not have been better to recruit him as an ally rather than antagonize him? It must have been that rascal Obito, right? No. If he had been this strong in life, Obito's limited skills would have been utterly ineffective against him. Thus, he must have possessed a critical flaw in life. Yet now, that flaw had been compensated for by impure reincarnation. What are the characteristics of impure reincarnation? An immortal body, boundless chakra? The outcome was clear. With his exceptional battle intelligence, Madara grasped the myriad complexities of Lin Nan's existence in that instant. However, it was now too late for words. Even though he knew that Lin Nan had the capability to replicate all observable ninjutsu, this was not something one could simply choose to disregard. For instance, when confronted with the 5 Kage and Lin Nan, if Madara did not employ Susanoo and would release, he would be unable to defeat the 5 Kage. Thus, once his skills were unleashed, Lin Nan's capabilities would come to fruition. This was an inescapable deadlock. One could only say that Lin Nan's ability seemed to be a divine gift from heaven. Even with a fatal flaw in life, he was undoubtedly an entity capable of traversing heaven and earth. Especially for those unaware of the information, after decades of preparation for a decisive battle, upon his appearance, it would be enough to terrify them into submission. During the hours of combat with Lin Nan, Madara deeply understood this principle. Verbal persuasion was futile. Fighting, though he was reluctant to admit it, he truly could not prevail. Engaging in battle with Lin Nan evoked the same sensation Madara felt when he first encountered Hashirama, a sense of being pinned down and utterly powerless. Were it not for the familiar chakra emanating from Lin Nan, Uchiha Madara might have mistaken the young man before him for the reincarnation of Heisei's mother. Thus, Madara chose to withdraw, not out of fear, but as he believed. He was convinced that as long as he found the outer path golem and harnessed the power of the 10 tails, Lin Nan would be incapable of replicating such feats. As Lin Nan's dark staff loomed ever closer, Madara's expression twisted violently. In that moment, Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, as if he had glimpsed a transformation video of Uchiha Madara from a past life, complete with that wicked, menacing grin. Shinra Tensei. Madara's surroundings erupted with a forceful repulsion field. Yet, for Lin Nan at that moment, it proved futile. He appeared almost ethereal, effortlessly passing through Madara's gravitational field as the dark staff once again surged forward. You little brat. Madara, filled with rage at Lin Nan's relentless pursuit, unleashed a dark staff from his palm. Upon seeing this, Lin Nan wore a triumphant smile, and without hesitation, he materialized, piercing directly through Madara's body. With a muffled sound, both were met with the grim consequence of their actions as dirt and debris erupted around them. They had simultaneously pierced each other's chests with their dark staffs. Lin Nan, though I am unaware of how you acquired this technique, is it truly worth such mutual devastation? At this moment, Madara unexpectedly maintained a calm demeanor, contrary to Lin Nan's anticipation. Without further ado, Lin Nan withdrew, thrusting another dark staff violently into Madara's forehead. With a sickening sound, there was no blood or brain matter, only the scattering of dirt. You inconsiderate brat. Madara, now with a dark staff protruding from his head, showed no signs of anger. His form began to uncontrollably plummet toward the ground as he expressed his confusion. You weren't sealed by the dark staff? Truly a surprising little fellow. Save your surprises for later, Madara. Let history's dust settle. Lin Nan's expression remained serene as he spread his hands, summoning a cubic matrix. However, before he could complete his incantation, Lin Nan's form suddenly faltered, his expression freezing as he felt himself begin to descend uncontrollably. What was happening? He noticed the dark staff embedded in his chest, resembling a venomous black stain, gradually spreading across his body, robbing him of control. Keek, it's been a while, Lin. Came a deep, raspy voice from within Lin Nan's body, sounding as though gravel had lodged in its throat. By all that's holy, it's Black Zetsu. Lin Nan's eyes widened with rage. He was utterly unprepared for this ambush from the treacherous being. With a heavy thud, Lin Nan's body crashed to the ground, creating a splash of mud but no cloud of dust due to the rain. Both he and Uchiha Madara lay silently on the ground, as if caught in a stalemate of mutual destruction. Yet Lin Nan knew he had lost this battle. As he lay prostrate, he observed the inky substance resembling venom extending from his body, unfurling like tentacles to swiftly remove the dark staff from the collapsed Madara. Once freed from its grasp, Madara regained his autonomy. He picked up a dark staff, scrutinizing it for a moment, then drove it forcefully into Lin Nan's forehead. Lin Nan, can you still dance? Madara crouched down, his gaze calm as he regarded Lin Nan. At this juncture, Lin Nan was nearly enveloped halfway by Black Zetsu. losing even the ability to speak. Yet, in the next instant, he stood up, though the control of his body had shifted entirely to Black Zetsu. Leave behind a final exquisite dance, Lin Nan. I warned you. At this moment, regret is futile. With that, Madara soared away, leaving only Lin Nan and Black Zetsu behind. Little Lin, can you guess what Madara has in store for us? Though unable to vocalize his thoughts, Lin Nan sensed an ominous premonition. Let us have you playing nicely with the 5 Kage. I believe the Earth Shadow's dust release will provide you with a most comfortable exit from this world. Had Lin Nan been able to speak, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Ambushed, what in the world was this technique? There was not even a flicker of response from the system. Was today the day disaster struck? He never imagined this battle would culminate in such a fashion. How could Black Zetsu be present? Had he been following Madara all along? In the original narrative, it was at the last moment when Black Zetsu appeared to control Obito, leading to Madara's resurrection. Truly, I should commend you, Mr. Critical Moment. The peak of the game never lacks presence. How sinister. No wonder you are the mastermind behind everything. Yet now, words held no significance. As Lin Nan pondered how to extricate himself from Black Zetsu's clutches, despite his body and the language system being beyond his control, his other senses remained intact. Typically, the ninjutsu in Lin Nan's skill library did not require hand seals. After all, it was merely a matter of clapping his hands and commanding whatever he wished, directing it as he pleased, often for the sake of flair. However, the current predicament bore a striking resemblance to being manipulated by Edo Tensei. Once more, he found himself retracing his steps, leaving him despondent. He had envisioned a world where he could roam freely, only to be ensnared by Black Zetsu. This was a scenario he had never anticipated. Had Madara just mentioned using him to contend against the 5 Kage? Sigh. He had firmly established control over him. And even if he lingered here for a moment longer, without his assistance, defeating the 5 Kage would be as effortless as child's play. Yet he did not. Was there an issue on another battlefield that compelled him to abandon this one? Such thoughts were irrelevant for now. He needed to focus on escaping Black Zetsu's control. Black Zetsu was a manifestation of will, be it Madara's or Kagaya's. It was undoubtedly a product of the sage's influence. Anything associated with the Sage of Six Paths was often bewildering. While Susanoo and Wood Release could still be loosely classified under ninjutsu, post the celestial battles, many phenomena could no longer be explained through the lens of ninjutsu. Although Lin Nan's replication system was not confined to ninjutsu, it could not replicate everything. For instance, if the neighbor, Zhang-san, could perform a split, the system wouldn't be able to steal that too. That would be an absurdity. With a sudden motion, Lin Nan felt as though a slime were crawling over his skin, sticky and suffocating, wrapping around half of his face like Obito's tragic charge for love in the original storyline. Now, it sought to envelop his entire being. Are you poison? Boom. A shooting star streaked across the sky, and with a sigh, Lin Nan gazed at the descending figures of 5 individuals. It was the 5 Kage. They had sensed Lin Nan's familiar chakra fluctuations while pursuing Madara and had come to investigate. Upon landing, their eyes widened in shock. Before them lay Lin Nan, shrouded in darkness, as though he had crawled out from a vat of tar. In that instant, as they touched down, the last vestiges of Lin Nan's skin were consumed by the eerie blackness, transforming his visage into something resembling a grotesque black mask. The mask revealed 2 round eyes and a mouth that stretched unnaturally to its ears, exuding an indescribable horror. Lin Nan, just as Tsunade was about to rush over, she was stopped by Inoki. Do not act impulsively. Lin Nan seems to be under the control of some unknown force. That scoundrel Uchiha Madara. Tsunade struck the ground with her fist, shattering it. The group began to deliberate, while Kagaya, controlling Lin Nan, stood still, seemingly plotting something sinister. Lin Nan's eyes, exposed to the open air, conveyed a desperate plea for them to flee, yet not a single person noticed. Destruction, hurry. I'm exhausted. Can I cleanse it with water? Suggested Karui. Or perhaps I could eliminate the foreign substances from his body using my lightning release, but it requires Lin Nan to endure for a moment. Reikage remarked. Gaara, ever composed, suggested, I believe we should first encase him in sand to seal him, then plan our next steps upon finding Naruto. While this idea held merit, Inoki shook his head. It's raining. The sand stability is compromised. Water Shadow, let us proceed as you suggested. Karui nodded and began forming hand seals. Water release. Water formation pillar. Boom. A tremendous torrent surged towards Lin Nan. On Lin Nan's side, however, He finally made a move. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The clash of water and fire created a dense vapor, subsequently followed by wood release, flower tree whirled. Lin Nan watched helplessly as he seemed to be ensnared in a viral infection of sorts, entering a mode of automated combat, feeling a myriad of emotions within. The crucial point was that he could use flower tree whirled right off the bat. This Kagaya certainly knew how to play. Chapter 41. Orochimaru, Sasuke, and Lin Nan. Beneath the crimson nocturnal sky, amidst the boundless desolation, several figures of leaping ninjas darted forward with great speed. It was Lin Nan's would clone alongside Sasuke and Orochimaru, their destination being Konohagakure. The fourth great ninja war was situated within the Land of Lightning, relatively distant from the Fire Country's Konoha. However, given their pace, a 2-hour round trip was deemed sufficient. After all, the entirety of the ninja world map was not overwhelmingly vast. It was truly unexpected that the three of us could march side by side in such a manner. Abruptly, Orochimaru spoke, his peculiar voice tinged with an incongruent sense of nostalgia. Lin Nan shot a surprised glance at Orochimaru and remarked, "This isn't your usual demeanor, Orochimaru." Sasuke's cold voice interjected, "What are you trying to imply?" Orochimaru's smile was strange. Perhaps it was merely his nature rather than the sentiment being conveyed. He simply shook his head, "Nothing." Nearby, Suigetsu mischievously leaned towards the honest Choji. "I think I've figured it out." Karen joined in. "What have you figured out?" With an air of self-satisfaction, Suigetsu declared, "I obviously understand what Lord Orochimaru is implying." "What do you mean?" Suigetsu whispered, "Think about it. Lord Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke, correct? Therefore, they bear a grudge, and Sasuke is hellbent on eliminating that little Lin, which means they also have animosity. Furthermore, Lin was previously part of the Akatsuki, and Lord Orochimaru was also once affiliated with them, so it's evident there is a history of enmity." "Oh, so you mean these three individuals harbor mutual grievances?" Karen enlightened, then glanced at Sasuke. "I must protect Sasuke well." Suigetsu's words made Choji become secretly vigilant. With a healer and a warrior, it was generally not easy for Sasuke to perish, provided he didn't act alone. Sensing the sudden tension in the atmosphere, Lin Nan was somewhat perplexed. Regarding what Orochimaru mentioned, there was indeed some truth to it. The three were intertwined in a shared history, tracing back to the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death. Back then, Sasuke was merely a child, naively fearless, yet due to his Uchiha lineage, he caught Orochimaru's attention. At that time, Orochimaru was preparing for the downfall of Konoha, aiming to eliminate the third Hokage, and Sasuke was merely an unexpected opportunity. In this era defined by master-student relationships, Lin Nan chose not to elaborate further. After all, Orochimaru and Sasuke shared an official master-disciple bond. As for Lin Nan, he had seized the Chunin exams as a prime opportunity to infiltrate Konoha for the Akatsuki's mission to gather intel on the Nine Tails. Once again, the cycle of conflict did not pertain to Lin Nan. He was merely tasked with the dirty work. Hence, he blended into the Rain Village's competing team alongside Haiden. To be precise, it was during that exam that he first encountered the Konoha rookie team in Gaara. Although Lin Nan had previously spent time in Konoha, it was confined to the dark, oppressive laboratory. Under such circumstances, the three first met in the Forest of Death. At that time, Orochimaru played the role of the hunter, ruthlessly toying with his prey, Sasuke, who initially dismissed Orochimaru's threat until he revealed an overwhelming presence that was beyond Sasuke's comprehension. Just as their clash escalated, Lin Nan intervened, positioning himself between them. Orochimaru had no intention of abducting Sasuke at that moment, but out of fear of Lin Nan's superior Sharingan, he conceded and retreated, leaving the Konoha ninjas in shock. Thus, the seeds of vengeance were planted within Sasuke. "Only I can bask in glory." Lin Nan represented the Akatsuki, and his presence was undoubtedly a bad omen for Orochimaru. Not long after, Orochimaru approached Lin Nan, seeking to ingratiate himself and inquire about the Akatsuki's intentions. Thus commenced their exchange, both harboring ulterior motives. Orochimaru wished for Lin Nan not to disrupt his plans, while Lin Nan sought to leverage Orochimaru for his own ends, whatever those may be. The group finally arrived at Konoha but did not enter through the main gate. Instead, they circled to the opposite side. Orochimaru's peculiar laughter echoed. "Lin Nan, this gate seems familiar to you, doesn't it? Shouldn't you be asking Sasuke that?" "Why ask me?" Lin Nan retorted, casting a discontented glance at Orochimaru. Sasuke mirrored Lin Nan's skepticism, clearly bewildered by Orochimaru's insinuation. Orochimaru let out a strange chuckle. You don't know, do you, Sasuke? By the way, little Lin's hometown is right here. Sasuke merely nodded, appearing unperturbed. A rogue ninja from Konoha? Given he possesses the Uchiha Sharingan, it's not unreasonable to label him as such. Orochimaru shook his head. Not quite. Everything he possesses was acquired from Konoha, and his abilities may very well stem from that. Oh, Sasuke shot Lin Nan a frosty glance. So he is an ungrateful wretch? Lin Nan simply regarded Sasuke with indifference, refraining from elaboration. Orochimaru continued to shake his head, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Not entirely. Within the shadows of Konoha, in the Root S human experimentation lab, he was the #1 test subject. Lin Nan shot a glance at Orochimaru, perplexed by the relevance of his past. Sasuke, too, was indifferent, in the ninja world, who did not have a tragic past. The three following behind were, after all, mere test subjects born from human experimentation. In such chaotic times, self-preservation was all that mattered. Most of the numerous test subjects in Orochimaru's labs had perished at the hands of Team Hawk. Sasuke had never been the proud, pretentious character that many perceived him to be, at least during Orochimaru's time in his lair, prior to joining the Akatsuki. It could be said that he was a veritable harbinger of death. So, what are you trying to convey? Lin Nan felt a surge of irritation as he fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru. Unwarrantedly reopening old wounds is hardly a polite endeavor. Orochimaru chuckled mischievously. What I mean to express is that you should extend your gratitude to Sasuke. After all, your enemies were all eliminated by his hand. Danzo. At the mention of this name, Sasuke instantly recognized who this so-called enemy was, yet it mattered little to him, as he had always killed for himself and for Itachi Uchiha. No, not just Danzo. Lin Nan cast a significant glance at Sasuke, to be precise. Orochimaru was also a participant. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. Therefore, he is also dead. Chapter 42, Lin Nan's extremely tragic past. Such words are quite the embellishment. Lin Nan had little more to say, for he spoke the truth. Orochimaru, too, remained silent, as he had indeed perished several times, and was on the verge of dying once more. Would you not be incensed? Little Lin, you cannot speak in such a manner. I was merely involved in the technical aspects at that time. After all, you were already lying in the laboratory, were you not? Orochimaru remarked with a peculiar grin. Oh, indeed. Lin Nan was disinclined to linger on this topic. Yet, Orochimaru was determined to pursue it, with a hint of provocation, during the Chunin exams. I wonder who it was that prompted me to disclose Danzo's location. I ended up causing quite the uproar, and it was only through Sasuke's intervention that he was ultimately slain. TSK. Lin Nan cast a deep look at Orochimaru, only for his Sharingan to shift in form. No, it was merely a jest. Orochimaru quickly fell silent. Lin Nan, however, paid little heed. At this juncture, the resurrected Orochimaru exhibited a somewhat whimsical demeanor. To be precise, after his revival, Orochimaru seemed to have misplaced his interest in Sasuke, and his personality had shifted away from its former cruel and violent nature. In fact, in a bid to save up for Naruto's dowry, he was even working tirelessly in the village of Konoha. Can you believe it? At that time, Orochimaru was already being referred to as Uncle Snake. The entire atmosphere had completely transformed. Is there not an old adage that goes, after your death, I shall live as you did? Of course, he might have genuinely discovered the secret to immortality and come to a profound understanding of life. Were you the one who attacked Danzo during the Chunin exams? Sasuke inquired suddenly. Lin Nan ignored him, focusing intently on his journey. Sasuke let out a cold laugh, choosing not to speak further. Yet, that smirk distinctly conveyed, is that all there is to it? As for the depth of Sasuke's achievements in slaying Orochimaru, let us not delve into that. What of his victory over Danzo? In terms of actual combat, it was not particularly profound. But what characterized Danzo? Cunning. The proverbial crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Back then, Lin Nan, guided by Orochimaru, nearly failed to locate Danzo. Yet Sasuke effortlessly secured a one-on-one confrontation with him. Was Danzo weak? Not particularly, yet he was not overwhelmingly strong either. Countless individuals could have slain him in direct combat, and with so many enemies. How had he managed to survive from the first Hokage all the way to the 5th Hokage? The secret lies in survival itself. Living until all others have perished naturally places the Hokage title within one's grasp. This, I suspect, was Danzo's philosophy of ninja life. As the leader of the Root organization, he stood above all in Konoha, at the pinnacle of power. Unlike the Hokage, who had to deal with an array of bureaucratic tasks, Danzo's sole responsibility was to strengthen himself under the guise of serving the village. He was akin to the Roots buried deep underground, issuing commands from the shadows, rarely making an appearance. When Sasuke finally killed him, it was Danzo's first venture into the world after centuries, and he had finally become the Hokage he so desired. Yet, tragically, his elation turned to despair. Naturally, even so, confronting this fifth Hokage was no simple feat, and yet, Akatsuki's members could accomplish such a task with relative ease. Thus, Sasuke arrived at the confrontation without any significant hurdles. In a face-to-face encounter, Sasuke, capable of summoning Susanoo, faced off against Danzo, who possessed near-infinite Izanagi and thus infinite resurrection. The outcome of their clash was, unsurprisingly, predictable. This inevitably reminded Lin Nan of his own confrontation with Danzo. During the Chunin exams, Lin Nan had seized the opportunity, taking advantage of Orochimaru's diversion of Konoha's vigilance to orchestrate an attempt to eliminate Danzo. By that time, Lin Nan had served in the Akatsuki for 4 years, mastering a multitude of ninjutsu, including several S-rank techniques, which instilled him with a fair degree of confidence. This was not merely a reckless gamble. Some matters were imperative. Some debts must be repaid. Earlier, Orochimaru had inquired about Lin Nan's feelings upon seeing the gates of Konoha. It truly felt like a lifetime ago. That year, upon awakening in a daze, he found himself in another world, a world that was, in his original reality, a widely acclaimed anime. Any avid fan of anime would be overjoyed. Lin Nan, too, was immensely excited, and upon learning that he was within the Fire Nation, he hastened to Konoha. The reasons need not be elaborated. Yet, even long after, Lin Nan remained bewildered by the hellish narrative that unfolded upon his arrival in Konoha. Filled with longing, excitement, and anticipation, he collided head-on with a demon. Thus, when Lin Nan fled Konoha and once again approached the iconic Green Gates, he reflected on how he once yearned to enter, only to now desperately wish to escape. Previously eager, he now found himself battered and bloodied. All the pain and suffering stemmed from that man with the flower-like visage. He spoke endlessly of doing what was best for the village, while secretly engaging in the most despicable and sordid deeds. Who was Lin Nan? He possessed no information about this world, yet he was a man from the future. This made his identity highly suspicious in the eyes of Konoha's guards. Lin Nan initially perceived no significant issues. If they did not wish to let him in, they could simply send him away. The crux of the matter was that even if they detained him, surely they could at least repatriate him? However, lacking any identity meant he had no country to return to. Even if Konoha wished to release him, they had no idea how to do so. It was then that the man appeared. Danzo seized Lin Nan and confined him in a pitch-black, windowless laboratory. Most critically, within that laboratory, there were countless individuals akin to Lin Nan, many of whom even had identities. Yet having an identity or not was merely a matter of a single word from the authorities. Thus began a year-long, harrowing ordeal of human experimentation. Even after fleeing Konoha and joining the Akatsuki, Lin Nan would often awaken in terror from dreams, with that man haunting his psyche. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person. He had never endured such humiliation. Thus, vengeance was an inevitable conclusion, and it would be returned 1,000-fold. Lin Nan was nearly driven to psychological madness. So it was that as Orochimaru commenced his battle with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lin Nan embarked on his quest to find Danzo. With Orochimaru's guidance, Lin Nan swiftly reached the Root's base. However, given Danzo's cunning nature, would he truly be present at the Root's headquarters? Certainly not. Orochimaru, well aware of Danzo's tendencies, directly revealed to Lin Nan a secret passage leading from the Root to the outside world. Lin Nan traversed the passage, arriving at the outer edges of the village, where he finally encountered Danzo. Meanwhile, on the battlefield with Orochimaru, the first and second Hokages had already made their appearance through the reanimation jutsu. After Lin Nan's shadow clone completed recording the battle situation, it dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Chapter 43. That man, whom I could tear apart with utter fury. This confrontation with Danzo marked Lin Nan's first genuine engagement since arriving in this world, where he wholeheartedly committed his efforts. Previously, whether facing Orochimaru or Itachi Uchiha, the encounters were brief, ending almost as soon as they began. Danzo represented Lin Nan's first true target of an elite level. Even without the title of Kage, he was formidable enough. Eventually, that day would come. However, Lin Nan had not anticipated its arrival would be so swift. Had the timing not been fortuitous, Lin Nan intended to adhere to the principle of revenge being a dish best served cold, even if it took a decade. Thanks to his disguise, Lin Nan was not immediately detected upon locating Danzo's hideout. Thus, his sudden attack yielded immediate results, a decisive strike. Lin Nan penetrated what he thought was Danzo's chest. However, he soon realized that the satisfaction of the deed was fleeting. It became evident that this individual was not Danzo at all, nor even a clone, but merely a scapegoat. True to form, Danzo's ruthlessness knew no bounds. Such a duplicitous individual seemed to have no reason to exist. Lin Nan seethed with resentment, wishing to unearth his grave even now. Afterward, Lin Nan's presence was inevitably revealed, and Danzo had managed to elude him. Root ninjas quickly surrounded the area. Yet Lin Nan was unwilling to retreat so easily. Thus, he unleashed a recently learned jutsu, even daring to gamble on it. A burst of wood release shattered the temple. And through the exploration of chakra, he discovered an extraordinarily potent chakra fluctuation that bore a striking resemblance to his own. Lin Nan knew he had found Danzo. The old fox was indeed hiding in this place. Danzo's strength lay in his ability to utilize Izanagi for endless resurrection. This granted him an exceptionally high margin for error. Dying was merely a temporary setback. However, Lin Nan was not so fortunate. Although he had managed to replicate Izanagi, the cost was the permanent blindness of one Sharingan, a burden he could not afford. Lin Nan recalled having slain Danzo 5 times, the last instance resulting in the severance of his entire arm. Yet he understood that such efforts could not prevent Danzo's resurrection. At that moment, Lin Nan's chakra was depleted, and he could not continue the struggle. With his Kamui to safeguard him, he came and went freely. This attempt to assassinate Danzo ultimately ended in failure. However, it was not the conclusion of his vendetta. Vengeance was a necessity. Lin Nan surmised that, having learned from this experience, Danzo would likely be more cautious in the future. Consequently, he sought Orochimaru's assistance, knowing that the two shared clandestine ties. If Orochimaru were willing to aid him, Lin Nan's chances of approaching Danzo would significantly increase. For the sake of revenge, Lin Nan was prepared to go to any lengths. However, securing Orochimaru's aid was no easy task. Before Lin Nan could call upon Orochimaru, an unexpected event transpired in the Land of Rain. Lin Nan returned to Konoha's prison for the second time, this time under the guise of a traitor from the Akatsuki organization. However, rather than seeking revenge, he focused on the whereabouts of a particular corpse, even contemplating an early cleansing plan for Konoha. At that time, with Itachi Uchiha Susanoo at his disposal, Lin Nan was nearly invincible in Konoha. Ultimately, Tsunade intervened to pacify him, and Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that the corpse had not been dissected for research. Subsequently, Lin Nan inquired about Danzo again. According to the 5th Hokage, Tsunade expressed her disdain for the previous administration, deeming it outdated. Thus, she made significant changes, all of which were connected to Danzo and the Root organization. Danzo had become a mere shadow of his former self, devoid of power and no longer residing within the village, with Tsunade unaware of his current whereabouts. Initially, Lin Nan suspected this was merely a pretext from Tsunade. However, after conducting a covert investigation, he discovered that the Root ninjas had entirely vanished from Konoha. During the 3rd Hokage's era, at least half of the ninja population was associated with the Root, with a mix of umbu, ordinary ninjas, and spies. With their disappearance, there was little Lin Nan could do. As events unfolded, history took its course, and Danzo ultimately met his demise at Sasuke's hands. After hiding for most of his life, the only time he emerged into the light was to face his own grave. This outcome seemed rather lenient for him. Thus, Lin Nan found himself in Konoha for the 4th time. Lin Nan sighed softly. Reflecting on the past, he realized that possessing a system does not equate to dominance. Success in life is rare. Failure is the prevailing theme. Yet, it is those occasional successes that can redeem all previous failures. People often wonder what kind of conclusion is worthy of such a tumultuous journey. Lin Nan felt that being reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation was a considerable consolation, and he was now one step closer to his own resurrection. Orochimaru, have you brought me here before? Lin Nan inquired while surveying the somewhat familiar surroundings. Orochimaru, puzzled, turned back and replied, This is the shrine area of the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. How could you have been here? And how could I have brought you? The land of Uzumaki? Lin Nen furrowed his brow. Orochimaru continued. The Reaper Death Seal, a forbidden technique, originates from the Uzumaki clan. So one must untie the knot tied by the one who tied it. Lin Nen then asked, we previously visited the ruins of the Land of Waves, and the architecture there bore a resemblance to this place. The ruins of the land of Uzumaki? We went there? Orochimaru responded, his expression turning peculiar. Lin, while we may not be enemies, we are hardly that close, are we? Lin Nan's expression also grew strange. He was certain he was not mistaken, as this was part of the condition he had agreed upon with Orochimaru to help him locate Danzo. Yet, Orochimaru had no reason to lie. It appeared he genuinely had forgotten. Such forgetfulness raised concerns about what else he might have overlooked. No wonder Orochimaru seemed so peculiar after his resurrection. It all made sense now. Fortunately, he still remembered my name. Suddenly, Lin Nen halted in his tracks. What's wrong? We're almost there, Orochimaru asked. Lin Nen gazed at the distant night sky, which flickered like lightning, his expression darkening. My true body is in trouble, Lin Nen said. Orochimaru's expression grew even more bizarre. If your true body is in trouble, shouldn't your clone disappear immediately? I am a wood clone. I will not. Lin Nen shook his head, then summoned a shadow clone. I will return first. You all continue. With that, Lin Nan's form sank directly into the earth. Chapter 44. A soulful inquiry from Kabuto. Where are we going? Aren't we going to join the battle? Conan suddenly asked. Lin Nen slowly shook his head. That area is filled with deities clashing. What is the point in joining? Your only concern now is to ensure your safety. Conan ceased to inquire further. Since departing from Kabuto's lair, the two had been moving in the opposite direction of the battlefield, evidently heading towards the land of rivers. At this moment, the forces of Impure World Reincarnation and the White Zetsu army had been largely neutralized, and the allied ninja forces were converging on the main battlefield. Consequently, Lin Nen and Conan encountered very few people along their journey, and their pace was correspondingly slow. At the outset, the remnants of war were still visible. However, as they moved further away, everything gradually returned to normalcy. The lively atmosphere belonged to others. Lin Nen was merely on his way. A hint of awkwardness lingered between the two, and aside from the question posed by Xiao Nan, little was exchanged during their journey. Lin Nen was indifferent, finding a certain comfort in the tranquility of their silence, believing that not every conversation needed to be animated. Someone is approaching us, Xiao Nan suddenly exclaimed. Lin Nen paused, taken aback. What? Xiao Nan continued. I sensed a very complex chakra drawing near, reminiscent of the individual we encountered in the cave. In the cave? Lin Nen frowned slightly, stopping to glance back in the direction they came from. Is it Kabuto? Has he already freed himself from control? His obsession is not as deep as I imagined. Amidst the rustling of leaves, a figure emerged. Wait for me. With a cry, Lin Nen focused, realizing it was not Kabuto at all. The individual wore a brown jacket, had a voluptuous figure, and sported a wild hairstyle. It was none other than Hong Do. So the person from the cave you mentioned is her? Lin Nen looked at Xiao Nan, his expression peculiar. Xiao Nan nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Lin Nen smirked. No problem at all. Hong Do approached Lin Nen, panting heavily. Mr. Lin, are you heading to the battlefield? Could you take me along? Did Hong Do recognize herself? Lin Nen pondered. He had indeed seen her during Pain's invasion, though they were not well acquainted. Hong Do had little interaction with the Akatsuki, and thus did not recognize Xiao Nan either. We are not going to the battlefield, Lin Nen replied nonchalantly. Huh. Hong Do appeared to be a bit of a scatterbrain. Then which direction is the battlefield? Lin Nen gestured towards the horizon. The completely opposite direction. Hong Do plopped down on the ground, seemingly lacking the strength to return. Despite her shortcomings, she was quite charming, possessing an attractive appearance and figure. However, in this new era, she had become rather irritating. As Lin Nen observed Hong Do, he suddenly felt a nudge at his waist from Xiao Nan. What? Are you jealous? He quickly shifted his gaze back to Xiao Nan. Clearly, Xiao Nan was unfazed by such matters, merely stating, another person is coming. Another one? Who is it this time? Xiao Nan responded, it's the person from the cave before. Still the same person from the cave? It couldn't possibly be Yamato, could it? Lin Nen retorted. Upon hearing a familiar name, Hong Do's interest piqued, and she turned to look into the distance. After a rustle in the trees, a pale figure appeared. What happened to Yamato? Hong Do questioned, bewildered. Lin Nen sighed. That is not Yamato. It is Kabuto. Kabuto? Hongdo stood up immediately. Lin Nan remembered that Hongdo had been left unattended in the cave, a typical pawn, discarded after reviving Orochimaru. Similarly, Kabuto had stood like a statue, abandoned after Orochimaru drained some of his memories and energy, a clear tool as well. Did Hongdo not see Kabuto when she awoke? That shouldn't be the case. Lin Nan reassured, no need to worry, since Kabuto has awakened. It signifies he has relinquished his obsessions and fully embraced the past. He has laid down his weapon and attained enlightenment. Hongdo was utterly perplexed. Thank you, Mr. Lin. For the clarification, Kabuto approached Lin Nan and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Despite this, Hongdo remained vigilant, recalling how Kabuto had unexpectedly appeared and kidnapped her in Konoha. Kabuto, however, was unconcerned, stating, Mr. Lin, I have a question that has been on my mind. I hope you can help me find clarity. Lin Nan was somewhat bewildered, pondering what Kabuto, who seemed to have mastered ninjutsu, could possibly seek clarity on. Though he thought this, Lin Nan still replied, Go ahead. Kabuto glanced at Xiao Nan and Hongdo before Lin Nan understood and began walking away with Kabuto. How mysterious. Hongdo scoffed, glancing at Xiao Nan, who was cloaked in a black robe. Which village are you from? Apologies. But I had intended to ask you this question the moment you broke free from my Edo Tensei control. Unfortunately, you did not afford me that opportunity. Lin Nan paused, recalling the events of Chapter 3, and suddenly realized, so that was what you wanted to discuss with me? What did you think? Nothing, please continue. Mr. Lin, when did your consciousness return? Could you tell me honestly? Kabuto's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Lin Nan was puzzled. Did you not cease your research on this matter? It is not research, but rather a quest for understanding. Well, it was when you confronted me and Itachi against Uchiha Obito that my awareness returned somewhat. Lin Nan recounted truthfully. Uchiha Obito? The fake Madara? Kabuto mused. I see. So prior to that, you had no thoughts at all? None at all, what do you ask? What do you want to know? Lin Nan inquired. Kabuto glanced back at Xiao Nan and Hongdo, lowering his voice. To be honest, Mr. Lin, prior to this moment, you are the product of my second Edo Tensei. In fact, I had previously resurrected you once. Lin Nan was taken aback. What does that mean? It is rather peculiar. The first time I resurrected you, your genetic material was extracted from a blood sample left behind in Orochimaru's laboratory. However, the version of you that emerged was akin to an ordinary person, lacking any abilities. I initially thought it a failure, yet it resembled your likeness. Kabuto's expression was one of deep contemplation. Could you elaborate further? Lin Nan asked, confusion etched across his face. Kabuto continued, essentially, the first incarnation of you seemed to be an amnesiac, yet you recognized me and Orochimaru, even claiming to hail from another world. Wait. Before Lin Nan could fully process this revelation, he abruptly turned and gazed into the distance. Chapter 45. A unique skill, I do it myself amidst the battlefield. Thick with the scent of gunpowder, a colossal pitcher plant materialized, and Lin Nan's figure emerged within it. Upon observing his surroundings, Lin Nan gasped sharply, inhaling sharply. At this moment, it was Lin Nan's wood clone that had arrived at the location of his true self. However, where was his actual body? The scene before him could only be described as tragic. The 5 Kage, each one gravely injured, were in a dire state, while morale plummeted to an all-time low. The battlefield bore a striking resemblance to the one faced against Uchiha Obito, with thick trees spiraling overhead, enveloping the entire area. In the distance, atop a colossal statue resembling a mountain, stood a figure cloaked in darkness, exuding a toxic presence. Is that my true self? Lin Nan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, sensing not a trace of his chakra, utterly unrecognizable. To venture out only to return and find his home ransacked was quite the shock. How unexpected. Even at this hour, I am subjected to such torment. Black Zetsu indeed lives up to its reputation as a master manipulator, engaging only in high-stakes battles. With one hand, it extracts this, and with the other, that, more adept than even the most skilled thief. Moreover, Lin Nan had no knowledge of the nature of Black Zetsu. It seemed that in the original narrative, there was no method to eliminate it, only the possibility of sealing it away. As for those under Black Zetsu's control, had anyone ever managed to escape its grasp? The answer was a resounding no. Obito, driven by his love, had managed to suppress Black Zetsu's influence, but had he truly broken free? No. It clung to him like a parasite, impossible to shake off. Lin Nan gazed from afar, letting out a deep sigh. What a shame that such a handsome visage is now obscured by a layer of sesame paste. Observing the current situation on the battlefield, the original body possessed by Black Zetsu can only unleash techniques related to wood release and those skills it inherently possesses. Techniques, such as the Susanoo and the Great Buddha, require systematic activation, which Black Zetsu is evidently incapable of. However, the fact that it can still utilize a series of wood release techniques is quite formidable. In comparison, the smaller Buddha is relatively easier to handle than the Susanoo. Thus, in the initial stages of the battle, the 5 Kaguya and Black Zetsu engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with neither side suffering significant losses. Yet, the stalemate could not persist indefinitely. A victor must emerge. Black Zetsu, akin to an adept player wielding a powerful account, began executing a series of complex maneuvers once it became familiar with the controls. After all, it was not its own account. So Black Zetsu showed no concern for the consequences of overexertion. Consequently, the 5 Kaguya found themselves under a relentless assault, leading to their current dire predicament. Exhausted and depleted, each of them struggled, with even Tsunade, who had stored chakra for an extended period, nearly running out after activating the In seal and utilizing the Byakuga mode. How absurd. Black Zetsu's raspy voice rang out as it stood atop the Buddha's head. The 5 Kaguya? Truly laughable. In the next moment, Black Zetsu manipulated the Great Buddha and began gathering chakra from the miniature Buddha heads adorning its forehead. This was a technique intrinsic to the Great Buddha. Each of the 5 heads unleashed different attributes of chakra, which, once sufficiently charged, would be released simultaneously. Boom. Instantly, fire, lightning, water, wind, and earth converged into an overwhelming torrent directed at the 5 Kaguya. Could they resist at this point? The answer was a resounding no. They had exhausted too much stamina. Merely clearing away the surrounding branches had left them on the brink of collapse. Lin Nan, Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes wide with urgency, desperately attempting to awaken Lin Nan's consciousness at this critical moment. However, Lin Nan was ensnared, much like a puppet in the throes of battle, lacking the will to charge forward for love as Obito had. Yet, Lin Nan was controlled. What concern did he have for his clones? Thus, Lin Nan's wooden clone stepped forward. Am I really going to fight myself? With the release of 5 different attributes of chakra through the Great Multi-Shuriken technique, the two forces collided, effectively canceling each other out. Of course, this technique was not the genuine Great Multi-Shuriken technique. It was merely a temporary amalgamation of 5 elemental techniques devised by Lin Nan. Nevertheless, it sufficed to neutralize the impending attack. Lin Nan, upon seeing the figure before them, the 5 Kaguya collectively sighed in relief. It was evident that this Lin Nan was merely a clone. They could not comprehend why the original body was under control while the clone remained unaffected. However, it seemed they had been saved. The reason for their relief lay in their realization that the controlled Lin Nan had not exerted his full strength, repeatedly relying on only a few techniques. Black Zetsu, upon noticing Lin Nan's clone, expressed confusion. I didn't expect you to have a backup. I was unable to detect the connection between you and your clone. How intriguing. As Madara said, you truly harbor many secrets. It would be a pity for you to perish here. Lin Nan, sharing sensory perception with his clone, heard Black Zetsu's taunts and retorted, Zetsu, I offer you a chance. Vacate my body, or I shall incinerate you to ashes. Do you believe me? Black Zetsu's smile was grotesque. I certainly do. In the next instant, Black Zetsu's form plunged into the head of the Great Buddha, seemingly fearful of being set ablaze by Lin Nan. Lin Nan smirked, muttering to himself, what a sly old fox. In the following moment, a brilliant blue light enveloped Lin Nan. His bones became shrouded, followed by muscle tissue and armor as he activated the 4th state of Susanoo. While this form was powerful, it was still significantly smaller than the complete version. Regrettably, Lin Nan, at this moment, was merely a wooden clone and could not summon the full power of Susanoo. Stay put. I shall return shortly. Lin Nan shouted to the 5 Kaguya, then dashed towards his Great Buddha wielding 2 light swords. What a predicament. After all this time battling, he found himself forced to confront his own creation. This Great Buddha possessed poor defensive capabilities, and without the full armor of Susanoo, it was easily toppled by Lin Nan's strikes. However, the overwhelming barrage of fists left Lin Nan somewhat beleaguered, making it difficult to gain the upper hand unless he could summon the complete form. Thus, Lin Nan resorted to using Amaterasu. If he burned himself, so be it. After all, He was merely a reincarnated body. As the black flames ignited atop the great Buddha, it appeared to surrender, sitting idly in place as if awaiting its demise. Yet, Lin Nan remained oblivious to the emergence of his original body. Lin Nan. A sudden exclamation from behind startled him. Lin Nan turned sharply, only to see his original body, shrouded in darkness as if crawling out of an oven, standing before the five Kage. Ha ha ha. The sinister figure, resembling Lin Nan, extended a hand, producing a long black staff, then turned its head to glance back at Lin Nan. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Nan's brow. Chapter 46. This is disastrous. My original body has been taken. Zetsu, doesn't this make things less entertaining? Come at me if you dare. Lin Nan declared icily. I find this quite amusing. Black Zetsu's derisive laughter echoed as it lunged forward, wielding the black staff towards the five Kage with blinding speed, leaving them no chance to evade. Yet, at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the five Kage. Bang! The black staff shattered, debris scattering in all directions. Black Zetsu emitted a startled sound, and before it could discern the newcomer, it was sent flying back. Regaining its balance, Black Zetsu found an imprint of a foot on its face. After glancing at the newcomer and then back at Lin Nan, Black Zetsu laughed maniacally. You rascal! How many clones do you have hidden? It turned out that the one who had arrived was yet another wooden clone of Lin Nan. Accompanying this clone was a pale individual with a snake-like navel, Yao Shirdo. After a brief conversation between the two, Lin Nan's wooden clone realized that the original body had encountered a problem, although other wooden clones had rushed to assist. The disparity between the original body and its clones was significant. Thus, this clone had no choice but to intervene for protection. As an added bonus, Yao Shirdo was a free source of combat power. As for Shao Nan and Hongdo, Lin Nan instructed them to remain stationary, as they were far from the battlefield and would not encounter any danger. The five Kage recognized Yao Shirdo and immediately became wary upon his arrival. Lin Nan reassured them, do not worry, he has turned over a new leaf and will assist you in healing. Although the five Kage were reluctant to trust someone who appeared to be a villain, they chose to believe Lin Nan. At this moment, the five Kage were nearly depleted of chakra, while Yao Shirdo possessed an abundance, particularly skilled in converting sage chakra into regular chakra. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's two wooden clones gradually closed in on Black Zetsu, who was controlling Lin Nan's original body. The scene was exceedingly bizarre. Lin Nan himself found the sight of his own clone disconcerting, akin to gazing into a mirror where his reflection was behaving erratically, evoking a sense of dread. Especially since that reflection was smiling. What is it like to see yourself smiling back at you in a mirror? The overwhelming urge to shatter it with a single kick consumed Lin Nan. Just as his two wooden clones were poised to strike, the figure of Hei Ju swiftly vanished into the ground, disappearing from the sight of onlookers. He had no intention of remaining to fight. This coward. Where does he intend to take my body? Lin Nan gritted his teeth. He had even contemplated using Amaterasu on himself, but never expected this character to flee so decisively. Hei and Bai Ju possessed unparalleled abilities to escape, and Lin Nan's own technique of ephemeral transformation had been pilfered from them, their proficiency evidently surpassing his own. Upon reflection, it became clear where Hei Ju would transport his true form, to the main battlefield. Consequently, Lin Nan's two wooden clones exchanged knowing glances and decided to collaborate. One clone utilized the ephemeral transformation to depart for the main battlefield where Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito were engaged, while the other remained behind. As the five Kage had lost their capacity to continue fighting and required a moment to recuperate. Although Yakushi Kabuto alone could not heal the five Kage, assistance would soon arrive. In the so-called main battlefield, Lin Nan had another wooden clone. The situation there was somewhat complex. Initially, Lin Nan had been consumed by a fervent desire for vengeance, causing him to lose focus. However, once Kakashi and Guy arrived, he regained his composure. Moreover, at Lin Nan's prompting, Kakashi quickly discerned Obito's true identity. Thanks to Lin Nan's hint, Naruto soon shattered Obito's mask, revealing his true visage. Shocking Kakashi for an entire year, the white mask transformed into the broken visage of Obito. This also signified a change in voice actors. The voice of the white mask belonged to Uchiha Madara, as Obito had intended to impersonate him. Once the mask was shattered, such masquerade became utterly unnecessary. In his rage over the broken mask, Obito unleashed a significant amount of outer path power, enhancing the control of the outer path statue over the chains, successfully reclaiming several tailed beasts into the statue. It should be noted that Nagato and Obito were not the original masters of the Rinnegan, had Madara been alive. His outer path power would have been sufficient to extract the Nine Tails directly from Naruto's body. However, that was a matter for another time. Presently, it remained uncertain whether such a feat was possible. Prior to this, Obito had ventured with the statue to collect the artifacts left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, which included the brothers Kin and Jin, who possessed the chakra of the Nine Tails. Indeed, these two were notorious for bullying the weak and outnumbering their foes. Having once been consumed by the Nine Tails, the brothers were fierce fighters. Within the belly of the beast, they resolved that since they were to be digested, they might as well gorge themselves. They feasted on the lining of the Nine Tails' stomach, drinking its acidic fluids. Miraculously, they survived, and rather than being digested, they were expelled by the Nine Tails. Upon their release, they found themselves imbued with the chakra of the Nine Tails. It's worth noting that this duo managed to defeat the second Hokage, known as the Master of Forbidden Techniques, Senju Tobirama. However, one must also consider that Tobirama was considerably older at the time, and the notion of a group assault does not yield the most impressive achievements. Primarily, Tobirama aimed to create an opportunity for his disciples to escape. Otherwise, with a single flying thunder god technique, he would have been able to pursue them. Now, having been reincarnated via Edo Tensei, the brothers still possessed the Nine Tails chakra within them. Thus, after being sealed by the artifacts of the Sage of Six Paths, Obito used them as a substitute, feeding them to the statue in a bid to compensate for the loss of the Nine Tails chakra. The Nine Tails had returned, and the remnants of the Eight Tails were previously sealed, albeit with a minimal amount of chakra, yet it was better than nothing. Therefore, in a certain sense, the outer path statue now contained chakra from both the Nine Tails and the Eight Tails. As a result, the outer path statue transformed from an empty vessel into a being of evolution, successfully becoming the Ten Tails. However, due to its incompleteness, this Ten Tails morphed from the colossal form of the outer path statue into a grotesque creature resembling a toad bearing a towering snail shell. Its skin was an eerie brown, and it possessed a single blood-red eye. Chapter 47. The Acceleration of Events, the Ten Tails' Offensive and Defensive Battle. When Lin Nen finally laid eyes upon the Ten Tails, he was taken aback, inhaling sharply. All other emotions faded away. There was but one word to describe it: immense. Both the Eight Tails and the Nine Tails appeared as colossal entities before humanity, yet before the Ten Tails, they seemed no larger than ants. The outer path statue stood over 100 meters tall, yet it was certainly not beyond 200 meters. The Nine Tails, including its tail, measured around 100 meters. However, after absorbing the chakra of the tailed beasts, the Ten Tails had undergone a staggering growth, leaving Lin Nen astounded. One could roughly estimate that with its 10 tails, it approached a length of 1,000 meters. What does 1,000 meters signify? Even Ultraman would be crushed beneath its foot. Lin Nen had initially contemplated using Susanoo to contend with it, but now that seemed utterly futile. Having previously viewed the anime, he lacked a true grasp of its scale. Now, in the thick of it, the reality was staggering. With such a monstrous war beast, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was rendered unnecessary, as Lin Nen believed that confining the Ten Tails within a Jinchuriki would only serve to limit its power. Who does not know that in the current ninja world, size equates to prowess? Standing atop the Ten Tails, Obito laughed maniacally, an overwhelming arrogance emanating from him. This is the Ten Tails. This is the power of world annihilation. Feel despair. With that, Obito commanded the Ten Tails to launch an assault against several individuals. At this juncture, the Ten Tails had transcended the previous outer path statue, possessing a self-awareness. Thus, even under control, its agility and speed were remarkably swift. However, humans were still far too small in comparison. Just as humans can effortlessly crush an insect, capturing it proves a much greater challenge. Little Lin, what should we do next? Kakashi inquired, dodging the Ten Tails' assault. Why are you asking me? Who should I ask? Lin Nen retorted, somewhat irritated, yet he refrained from speaking immediately. Perhaps due to Lin Nen's influence, the recent encounter with Obito had been remarkably straightforward, thus naturally, they looked to Lin Nen for guidance. Yet the plot had veered far from its historical trajectory. According to the original storyline, the battle had only just begun to heat up, likely still entangled with the tailed beasts. However, Lin Nen had swiftly dispatched them. Moreover, Obito, who had perpetually utilized his intangibility, had been thwarted by Lin Nan in mere moments. With Lin Nan having learned Obito's own technique, hiding within the Kamui space, Obito no longer dared to employ intangibility, forced to let the outer path statue embody the Ten Tails. This effectively accelerated the progression of the entire plot. With the pace hastening, Naruto's Nine Tails mode was truncated. Additionally, should Obito be pushed to his limits, the immediate fusion of the Ten Tails into a Jinchuriki could prove troublesome. It appeared that the Ten Tails could only enter a Jinchuriki body in its second stage, and currently, it remained in its first stage. Lin Nan was unaware of what conditions were necessary for the Ten Tails to transition from the first to the second stage, but it undoubtedly required some time. First and foremost, Obito must be preserved. The rest could be temporarily overlooked. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Nan cast a glance at Naruto. Regarding your Jinchuriki Nine Tails mode, it is ultimately contingent upon your individual capabilities. Regardless, it serves little purpose, as in the later stages, one must still rely on the six-path sage for assistance, rendering it merely a transitional phase. Lin Nan consoled himself with this thought. As for why he chose to comfort himself instead of Naruto, Lin Nan could only admit his own kindness. It felt morally unsettling to lose someone else's power without reason, did it not? With a notification from the system, Lin Nan noted that his enhancements had already been credited. However, these few enhancements were hardly substantial. The Ten Tails was no ordinary creature. Conventional ninjutsu was ineffectual against it. Even if Lin Nan were to exhaust his breath in futile attempts, he would inflict no tangible damage. At this advanced stage of battle, ordinary ninjutsu had become increasingly irrelevant, merely wasting chakra. No wonder Naruto, as the protagonist, could only resort to creating Rasengan and futon techniques. It seemed that other abilities were rendered obsolete in the later stages. Truly, Kishimoto's narrative was flawed. Thus, in this advanced phase, only a handful of skills remained viable. After much contemplation, Lin Nan resolved to take action, declaring, "Now, Obito cannot evade with intangibility, so you may attack him as needed. As for the Ten Tails, I will devise a plan." The others nodded in agreement. Just as Lin Nan intended to distance himself from the line of fire to execute his strategy, Kakashi intervened. "What is the matter?" Lin Nan inquired. Kakashi replied, "Little Lin, is Guy still in the Kamui space? He won't be in any danger, will he? Is Guy in trouble? You're overthinking it," Lin Nan retorted, leaving without a backward glance. Earlier, to prevent Obito from continuing his intangibility, Lin Nan had sent Guy into the space to gather any opportunities. Of course, this did not imply Guy was without value in this battle, but rather that his contributions were presently minimal. His stage would only be set in the later phases of the conflict. For now, it was best to let him play his game in the Kamui space. Retreating to a safe distance from the Ten Tails, Lin Nan began to channel his chakra through a series of seals. The skills he was about to employ required sage chakra. The chakra under the seal state underwent a transformation, akin to sage chakra, essentially becoming one and the same. As two colossal wings sprouted from his back, Lin Nan's appearance morphed into something grotesque, and his chakra underwent a dramatic transformation. With a resounding clap of his hands and a commanding shout, "Step back!" The trio surrounding the Ten Tails promptly retreated. Obito, standing atop the Ten Tails' head, gazed at Lin Nan in astonishment, likely cursing internally at what he perceived as Lin Nan's antics. Sage art, inorganic rebirth. With Lin Nan's mighty declaration, the very air of the battlefield thickened. "Useless little Lin, what can your technique accomplish against such a colossal being as the Ten Tails?" Obito exclaimed, though his expression betrayed his unease. Lin Nan's relentless tactics had caught him off guard from the very beginning. Suddenly, Obito felt the ground tremble violently beneath him. As the enormous Ten Tails began to sink slowly into the earth, it was as if the ground had transformed into a liquid state. Boom! The massive flow of mud surged forth, threatening to engulf the Ten Tails while simultaneously sweeping toward Obito. At that moment, Obito found himself unable to phase out, or rather, he did not dare to, and could only spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm in an attempt to withstand the deluge. Fire style, great fireball technique. When the fire technique proved ineffective, Obito maneuvered the Ten Tails to shield himself, recognizing its sheer size as an advantage. Having submerged for a considerable time, only half of the Ten Tails' enormous form remained above ground. Should Obito merely focus his will, the Ten Tails could easily escape. "Ha ha, little Lin, you remain powerless." Obito laughed maniacally, before unleashing a tailed beast bomb aimed directly at Lin Nan. Chapter 48. Creating a volcano out of thin air, the lava giant Lin Nan exhaled heavily. The Ten Tails was indeed too enormous, and the control exerted by inorganic rebirth was insufficient to inflict significant damage. Nevertheless, this should suffice. As the Ten Tails continued to gather energy, it suddenly emitted a pained roar, causing Obito to pause, sensing a rise in temperature. Looking down, Obito's pupils constricted in disbelief. The ground had cracked open, revealing streaks of red lava. As Obito manipulated the Ten Tails to leap high, it resembled a gargantuan toad overshadowing the sun. Had he been intending to evoke lava this entire time? Yet, what could such a small amount of lava accomplish? Obito squinted, fixating on Lin Nan, who was animatedly gesturing as though invoking a divine presence. Lin Nan, in that moment, was filled with joy at successfully bringing magma forth from beneath the earth. A victory in its own right. After all, magma resided within the mantle, over 2,000 kilometers beneath the surface. Lin Nan essentially commanded the earth to extend downward. Fortunate that the magma was not so deeply buried, albeit still over a kilometer underground. Once it emerged, everything would be manageable. With renewed determination, Lin Nan clapped his hands together, infusing chakra into the lava. Was lava an inorganic material? To be precise, lava is a composite of various substances, but its essence is molten rock, which is inherently inorganic. Thus, it was entirely within Lin Nan's control. Little Lin, is it not a bit ambitious to use lava against the Ten Tails? Kakashi approached, observing the magma gushing forth like a fountain with a puzzled expression. Lin Nan shot Kakashi a glance, retorting, "What do you know? Just watch." With a clap of his hands against the ground, the surface where the lava flowed suddenly bulged, forming a small hill. Boom! From atop this mound, a tremendous surge of lava erupted, accompanied by a thick cloud of volcanic ash. As if a volcano had sprung to life in that instant, creating a stunning spectacle. Did you create a volcano? Obito's expression twisted in disbelief, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. As he focused intently, he noticed something emerging from the volcano's mouth. Was that a hand? Soon, another hand followed, and then a head that appeared to be formed of magma arose from the crater. What in the world? Obito gaped, glancing incredulously at Lin Nan, realizing that this spectacle was indeed his doing. As the magnificent lava giant fully emerged from the volcano, it was a sight to behold. "Little Lin, you're incredible," Naruto exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Kakashi nodded in agreement, though he remained somewhat apprehensive, stating, "While this technique is indeed splendid, its size is rather small. It may not deliver substantial damage to the Ten Tails." Lin Nan shot Kakashi a sidelong glance, asserting, "If you think you can do better, then by all means, step up." Clearing his throat, Kakashi chose to remain silent. However, he spoke the truth. This lava giant stood merely 100 meters tall, only slightly taller than the Eight Tails, and was far from the height of the Ten Tails. Yet, this was not Lin Nan's full power, for the lava giant was fundamentally different from the previous concrete giant. The reason the concrete giant requires an immense amount of mental energy for control is that it is a hybrid entity rather than a complete one. It later necessitates the use of Susanoo to confine Uchiha Obito. In contrast, the magma giant is purely derived from magma, allowing Lin Nan to expend only a minimal amount of energy along with the chakra of sage technique for inorganic reincarnation. It is noteworthy that, in this timeline, the magma giant manifests before the concrete giant. I can now engage with the Ten Tails, while you should continue with the previous plan to apprehend Obito. If necessary, we can eliminate him, Lin Nan stated, casting an intentional glance at Kakashi. As a competent ninja, Kakashi, despite feeling distressed, was mindful of the broader context and nodded in agreement. Excellent. Let us proceed. With that, Lin Nan directed the magma giant to charge directly at the Ten Tails. Although the magma giant initially appeared to be sluggish, akin to a body oozing pus, its speed was significantly enhanced under Lin Nan's vast chakra. Daring to flaunt your trivial skills? Obito scoffed, swiftly commanding the Ten Tails to sweep its tail across the battlefield. The tail resembled a colossal mass of dough. With a resounding impact, the magma giant was struck, and a plume of smoke erupted as it shattered into pieces. However, the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Lin Nan smiled subtly, gesturing with his hands, the magma giant instantly reassembling itself. This was the terrifying aspect of the technique. Could even the Ten Tails withstand such 1,000-degree heat? It must be noted that the Ten Tails indeed possessed formidable resilience. Despite the intense temperature, the tail showed only minor darkened marks, suggesting it could withstand far more without sustaining serious injury. Lin Nan lamented the fate of his physical techniques. A true hell stab, or unleashing his full potential, might indeed breach its defenses, yet it seemed unnecessary. What purpose would it serve? With a creature as vast as the Ten Tails, a mere scratch would amount to nothing more than a tickle, unless faced with a formidable attack like Might Guy's Eighth Gate, which could potentially decapitate it. Such measures were unwarranted. Lin Nan suddenly recalled a game he played before his transmigration, where a character akin to Might Guy was about to make an appearance. What a pity it was to miss it. Meanwhile, after the Ten Tails' initial attack failed, it began to gather energy for a tailed beast bomb. Was it attempting to obliterate the magma giant with that? Lin Nan's brow furrowed slightly. Boom. In an instant, the Ten Tails unleashed a tailed beast bomb, creating an expansive area of destruction, leaving the magma giant no means to evade, reducing it to mere dust. Ha! Obito laughed maniacally. Lin, you squandered your chance. Yet Lin Nan replied with a gentle smile. Oh, is that so? Obito's smile faltered as he beheld countless magma giants rising from the molten flow of the volcano. An awe-inspiring sight. Chapter 49. Obito, experience the beatings of your childhood. Truly, Mr. Lin is remarkable, Naruto exclaimed. We must intensify our efforts. Kakashi-sensei, let us go? All right. Kakashi observed Lin Nan, who was now fervently shouting with an almost frenzied vigor reminiscent of Pain's past. A myriad of complex emotions stirred within him. After all, they once stood on equal footing, or so Kakashi believed. On the surface, they both bore transplanted Sharingan, one voluntarily, the other forcibly. They were equally renowned in the ninja world as masters of ninjutsu and copy ninjas. However, upon witnessing Lin Nan's method of replicating techniques, Kakashi realized they were from entirely different worlds. His own reputation, once a source of pride, felt diminished in comparison. Initially adversaries, Kakashi felt a kinship with Lin Nan, which deepened as they fought together against Pain, fostering a bond of trust. Even during the reconstruction of Konoha, their exchanges felt akin to patients sharing their ailments. You can't deactivate your Sharingan either? Indeed. How do you conserve chakra? Conversations of this nature flowed between them. Naruto's voice broke Kakashi's reverie as he saw Naruto preparing a Rasengan, while the Eight Tails charged a tailed beast bomb. In an instant, Kakashi summoned his long-unchanging Raikiri. This reminded him of Lin Nan's earlier query about often wielding Raikiri while conversing with others, a significant drain on their already limited chakra. Kakashi explained, in reality, Raikiri is superior to Chidori. Chidori requires the use of lightning chakra to activate the skin's surface, utilizing high-speed thrusts as its primary attack. Raikiri, on the other hand, does not necessitate contact, making it more efficient since it consumes negligible chakra when not aimed at a target. That is why I switched to Raikiri after mastering it. Lin Nan nodded in understanding, but then inquired about Kakashi's peculiar habit of carving dog heads into earth walls. It's merely a personal preference, Kakashi replied. At that moment, the trio advanced towards the Ten Tails' head. Since Obito ceased to conceal himself, he remained hidden beneath the immense palm of the Ten Tails, which resembled a toad carrying a snail shell. Comically amusing with its 4 legs, 2 of which were cradling its head. Currently, Lin Nan was maneuvering a total of 10 magma giants towards the Ten Tails, presenting a formidable challenge for Obito. Although the magma's 1,000-degree heat would not inflict significant damage to the Ten Tails, continuous exposure could prove troublesome. Unless one were the Four Tails. Son Goku, though not the legendary figure of lore, any iteration would likely overturn this world in under a minute. The Four Tails possessed the ability of lava release, enabling it to manipulate the power of magma. Given this capability, it would naturally not fear magma. Obito was aware he could regurgitate the tailed beasts he had absorbed, such as summoning the Four Tails to combat Lin Nan. However, the Ten Tails was currently in a saturated phase, transitioning towards its second stage of evolution. Upon reaching this stage, Obito could absorb it and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, completing his metamorphosis. Therefore, at this critical juncture, releasing the tailed beasts would be an unwise decision. Nevertheless, not being able to summon the tailed beasts did not preclude him from utilizing their abilities. Once unified into the Ten Tails, how could he not harness the powers of the other tailed beasts? A cold smile crept across Obito's lips as he manipulated one of the Tin Tail's massive tails, which suddenly billowed with smoke and glowed red-hot, transforming into a flaming staff. Roar! The Tin Tails howled skyward, and in the next moment, it swept its tail directly toward the advancing horde of magma giants. Had it been an ordinary tail, burns would have been inevitable. However, in its molten state, the tail's high temperature could withstand the heat. Is there really such a move? In the distance, Lin Nan was bewildered, for he had never witnessed such a technique in anime. Yet, despite being unexpected, it was indeed within the realm of logic. The magma giants were once again dispersed, scattering across the ground around the Tin Tails. Bang! In the next instant, a colossal tailed beast ball surged toward Lin Nan. He could hardly be bothered to evade, his form phasing out of existence to dodge the attack. In this ethereal state, Lin Nan was engulfed by the tailed beast ball, finding himself within the Kamui space. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a gust of wind brushed past his ear, followed by a sharp cry. "Duh, it's me," Lin Nan exclaimed hastily. Yet he could not escape the fate of being struck on the head by Nunchaku. The one who struck him was Might Guy, who maintained a heightened mental state in the Kamui space, finally managing to catch someone. Regardless of who it was, he would act first. However, upon recognizing Lin Nan, Might Guy took 2 steps back with a grin and said, "Little Lin, I'm so bored in here. Can you let me out?" Lin Nan merely tilted his head and retorted, "You want to go out? Just wait here. You have work to do." With that, Lin Nan's figure vanished. Might Guy stood there, stunned, glancing around the utterly empty space, muttering, "What am I supposed to do here?" Scratching his head, he pondered whether he had offended this eccentric in some way, for it seemed that every encounter with him led to misfortune. Previously, when Pain invaded Konoha, he was away, and upon returning, he learned that this fellow had become the hero of the village alongside Naruto. While he could understand Naruto's emergence, who was this character? And what happened to the village? Had he traversed dimensions? Had he not seen Kakashi, he might have seriously considered such a notion. However, everyone treated this person well. So he must be a good guy. He would trust his instincts. As Might Guy mused, he suddenly felt the entire space tremble, and in the next moment, a figure appeared not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was Obito. "Obito, feel the pain of your youth," he cackled. "Lin Nan, you still cannot do anything to me." Obito bellowed with a maniacal laugh upon seeing Lin Nan. "You must have sensed it. The power of the Tin Tails is steadily rising. Once it reaches a certain threshold, I shall obtain the power of annihilation." Annihilation power? Kakashi's expression darkened. Obito turned his gaze toward Kakashi, his visage twisted with malice, filled with the desire to destroy everything. "At that time, both you and everyone else shall perish. I will sever all ties in this world." Lin Nan covered his ears, finding Obito exceedingly noisy. "Let us see if you can stay alive until then. Keep your bravado, Lin Nan. I will relish the moment you can no longer smile." Obito sneered. Lin Nan shook his head. "I'm not smiling, don't wrongfully accuse me. But I reckon you'll find it difficult to smile soon." Obito's smile faltered, yet at that moment, he suddenly glanced at the ground. The earth began to crack, revealing blinding red light from the fissures. "What is this?" Obito's expression changed dramatically, and in the next second, he attempted to leap away with the Tin Tails. However, as the Tin Tails exerted its limbs, the ground shattered, transforming into a sea of molten lava in the blink of an eye. "Wow," Lin Nan exclaimed, mocking. "Didn't I tell you to keep your eyes peeled and ears alert? After all this time underground, you didn't notice a thing. You were destined to die without understanding how." It turned out that Lin Nan's actions on the surface, whether summoning magma giants or otherwise, were merely distractions to capture Obito's attention. His true aim was to hollow out the entire underground, allowing the colossal Tin Tails to plummet into the lava. This shouldn't harm the Tin Tails too much, right? Lin Nan wasn't entirely certain. But if the Tin Tails couldn't withstand this, then it would no longer be the Tin Tails. Enough of this war. Let us end it quickly to avoid further humiliation. Roar. The Tin Tails emitted a thunderous roar. Thanks to Lin Nan's underground machinations, an expanse of ground was entirely hollowed out, and as the final step was completed, the earth vanished, morphing into a sea of molten lava. The Tin Tails, akin to a frog without wings, plummeted directly into the lava, as if it were a bullfrog tossed into a hot pot. Amidst the surging lava and the scene ignited by the intense heat, the Tin Tails struggled and clawed in the molten sea, wisps of smoke rising in its wake. Lin Nan even caught a whiff of a charred odor. As he observed the Tin Tails attempting to escape the lava, Lin Nan would not grant it such a wish. He formed new seals, causing the lava levels to rise further, submerging the Ten Tails deeper into the molten ground. Suddenly, Lin Nan noticed 5 streaks of starlight flashing from the Ten Tails, shooting directly toward Naruto. Kakashi gasped in alarm and hurried to intercept, but Lin Nan stopped him. With an unusual expression, Lin Nan glanced at Naruto and the 5 streaks of light, slowly articulating. "This is Naruto's destiny. Take him and the others to a safer distance." Kakashi nodded, then swiftly led Naruto, enveloped in starlight, away. Lin Nan contemplated Naruto's retreating figure. He was acutely aware that this moment marked the time for the Edo Tensei to be lifted, which also meant the 5 Jinchuriki would be liberated. When Edo Tensei was released, souls of those with strong wills would gain a fleeting moment of freedom to act. Their choice to seek out Naruto at this juncture was self-explanatory. It was astonishing how the plot had diverged to this extent. This twist had arrived right on cue. Truly remarkable. Undoubtedly the child of destiny. The Ten Tails is invincible, eternal, and an existence that can never be extinguished. Everything you do is merely a futile effort. A loud proclamation interrupted Lin Nan's thoughts. Obito had climbed to the sharp shell on the back of the Ten Tails, the highest point, safe from the lava's reach. While the Ten Tails was not in immediate danger, it was still unfriendly to Obito's mortal form. My apologies, but I still prefer to call you that. Lin Nan's voice rang out at just the right moment. While I may struggle against the Ten Tails, didn't you claim I could do nothing to you? Obito glared fiercely at Lin Nan from a distance, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Lin Nan relished the expression on his face, finding immense satisfaction in merely gazing at him. Lin Nan knew that Obito was likely on the verge of bursting with frustration. Once, during the 5 Kage summit, he had moved freely, even calling for the 4th Great Ninja War. How imposing. Yet, in the heat of battle, he found himself repeatedly pressed to the ground, devoid of any power to resist. From the outset with the outer path golem to now facing the Ten Tails, the situation had never shifted. Obito now genuinely regretted not ordering Kabuto to eliminate Lin Nan when he first witnessed his Edo Tensei activation. Without him, he could have easily manipulated Naruto and Kakashi. But now, he was trapped in a passive state, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Even the opportunity to disguise oneself and put on airs was denied, as the mask was shattered upon arrival. Has the audience been stripped of all sense of mystery? In this situation, one can only be thankful that the magma cannot inflict substantial harm on the Ten Tails, merely causing it pain. Yet, for a creature like the Ten Tails, pain is but a fleeting annoyance, as long as it is not I who suffers. Obito maintains his indifference, stating that the Ten Tails cannot be destroyed, and as long as it exists, he remains utterly safe as its master. Contemplating this, a cold smile returned to Obito as he shouted at Lin Nan. So what? All your scheming leads to this. Does it affect me in any way? Is he still putting up a brave front? Lin Nan gazed calmly at the Ten Tails thrashing in the magma, recognizing that the high temperature was insufficient to cause significant damage, at most a rather hot bath. If you seek to influence, why not make it a grander spectacle? Lin Nan smiled benevolently, and blue skeletal remains emerged around him, revealing the upper half of a giant, while he formed 3 distinct seals with his 4 massive arms and his own hands. Obito watched from a distance, his smile stiffening. A wave of oppressive energy suddenly engulfed him, and he incredulously raised his head, only to feel a suffocating sensation as his pupils constricted. Above him, an enormous meteorite descended. The basic principle of the heavenly obstruction star is to utilize the unique gravitational pull of the Rinnegan to summon meteors from outer space, gathering them into a spherical form before letting them fall. The meteorites summoned by Uchiha Madara measured approximately 200 meters in diameter, but he summoned 2. Lin Nan, however, called forth a single meteorite, yet its size far exceeded that of Madara's. After all, the Ten Tails stretched a kilometer in length. Summoning a few 100-meter small meteorites would merely tickle it. Thus, Lin Nan summoned a colossal meteorite with a diameter surpassing 1,000 meters. This is the true heavenly obstruction star. In all the Naruto games, the heavenly obstruction star is depicted as a small meteor impacting, followed by a larger one that obliterates everything. In reality, the technique employed by Uchiha Madara involved 2 identical-sized meteorites. Lin Nan's manifestation, however, was far more domineering. The Ten Tails, ensnared in magma, was incapable of rising in time to evade the oncoming giant meteorite. This was Lin Nan's gift to Obito and the Ten Tails. Now, Akatsuki, what will you do about this? In that moment, Lin Nan stood with his hands in his pockets, seemingly unaware of any opponent. Obito swallowed hard, standing atop the Ten Tails, momentarily losing his fighting spirit. In that instant, he resembled the Ninja Alliance facing Uchiha Madara. Before overwhelming power and a predetermined outcome, everything felt futile. Kakashi and Killer Bee, who had already extracted Naruto, now stood speechless before this shocking spectacle. Surely, this was beyond human capability? Baka, what the hell? Killer Bee even forgot to maintain his rhyme. Boom. Finally, the planet collided with the Earth. The gargantuan meteorite struck the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails, devoid of any understanding of fear, could only passively endure the pain inflicted upon its body, lacking any negative emotions aside from a desire for slaughter and violence. Bang! As the meteorite completely enveloped the Ten Tails, the magma surged forth from the ground in a tremendous cascade, shaking the earth and splitting the sky. How could Obito escape this strike? He had no choice but to retreat into the Kamui dimension. Once he entered, he was immediately met with an awaited assault from Might Guy. You took your sweet time. You little thief. Might Guy shouted, launching a kick. Even though Obito was prepared, he could not evade the swiftness of Might Guy, who had unlocked the 8th gate. However, Obito's subsequent actions would demonstrate who truly ruled this dimension. After being kicked away by Might Guy, Obito formed seals in midair, causing something in the dark corners of the space to stir. With a flicker of dark light, several enormous kunai and shuriken shot towards Might Guy. Possessing keen senses, Might Guy instantly reacted, parrying with his nunchaku, moving seamlessly to dodge and counterattack, ultimately sustaining no injuries. This scene left Obito in astonishment. The treasured beast? Kisame did not deceive me. Obito mused, casting a complex gaze at Might Guy. To be precise, they had been classmates in their youth, both in Ninja Academy and later as Genin. Now, Might Guy had become the person he aspired to be in his childhood, while he had drifted further away in the opposite direction. Nevertheless, this realization did not sway Obito's resolve. After all, in the grand scheme of the ninja world, his will was among the strongest. As a member of the Uchiha clan, one must either defeat or persuade him. Otherwise, he would continue down his chosen path. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In that instant, Obito expelled a torrent of flames, intending to incinerate all memories of his childhood, save for Rin. Wind style, great breakthrough. Whoosh. A gust of wind surged, instantly blowing the fireball away. Might Guy was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Lin Nan ambling over. Little Lin, you were right. This rascal indeed showed up. Might Guy's fighting spirit surged. Since he is here, why don't you come at him? Lin Nan replied with a smile. Might Guy nodded. Grandma Lee knock knock. 8th gate, the opening. Bang. A wave of azure energy erupted, and Lin Nan caught a whiff of a peculiar odor. Is that steam from sweat? Lin Nan covered his nose, discreetly retreating to the side. Ding. S-rank Taijutsu, 8 gates, opening, has been added to the skill repertoire. This skill demands a high physical threshold from the user. Exercise caution. S-rank demands caution. The dead gate must be 3 S-ranks, right? Observing the system, the opening gate also displayed usage restrictions. Clearly, the physical toll was too great. The body reanimated by impure world reincarnation could not withstand such strain. After all, to open the 7 gates requires decades of relentless training. If Lin Nan could easily unlock them, Might Guy would surely go mad. In his living days, he might have managed it with sheer physical endurance, but that was not the case with impure world reincarnation. It would lead to automatic disintegration. Moreover, a body in the opening state must continuously expel sweat to release energy and alleviate the intense heat. In other words, sweating is essential for physical relief. While impure world reincarnation perfectly simulates the human body, including blood and bodily fluids, it lacks the capacity for such intense operations. Ultimately, the body of the reanimated is merely a simulation of the original, but it is not the same. Thus, the opening of the 8th gate is entirely feasible, provided that the body of the reincarnated impure cannot withstand it. If Guy's blood can sustain him for a minute, then Lin Nan believes that opening it would likely allow him to endure for at least a second, without exaggeration. Therefore, when some claim that one can exploit bugs to kill Might Guy in the 8th gate, it is indeed implausible. After all, how can a body trained for such an extended period compare to that of an impure reincarnation? Hence, Lin Nan's assertion of not being disappointed is nothing short of deception. Come on, Youth brother, let us dance. Even if it cannot be utilized, surely it is permissible to indulge the eyes? This is what youth is all about. Chapter 52. Naruto gains a new transformation. QB mode at this moment. Might Guy's pupils had seemingly vanished, his entire body radiating a scorching red that was almost blackened, with blue energy waves continuously surging forth, his aura having reached a formidable peak. In the next instant, Might Guy moved. In the blink of an eye, Lin Nen observed Guy's figure appearing behind Obito. Obito's eyes widened in shock. It was too fast. Although his Sharingan detected it, his body seemed incapable of responding in time. Bang! Another kick sent Obito crashing forcefully into the ground. Ludahua de Tiger. Guy roared, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a pure white energy sphere that transformed mid-air into a white tiger, which sank its teeth into Obito's body. Lin Nen could even hear Obito's stifled scream. Without any phasing, could it be that Obito couldn't even withstand Youth Brother's onslaught? Meanwhile, Might Guy plummeted from the sky, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Lin Nen furrowed his brow, silently observing the unfolding events. Boom! With a resounding crash, Guy's foot struck the ground mightily. Smoke billowed. But it appeared that Obito had not been struck. As the dust settled, Lin Nen shook his head, confirming that Obito had vanished. It seemed he had exited the Kamui space. Little Lin, where is he? Might Guy inquired, seemingly unsatisfied. Lin Nan's form began to fade as he replied, he has exited. Do not worry, I will soon bring him back. Oh, thank you. Might Guy returned to his normal state, assuming his role as a guardian in this place. Lin Nen returned to the real world. The landscape, shattered by the meteor's descent, resembled a hellish scene. Lava flowed freely, and boulders lay strewn about. Yet, the resonant roar of the Tintails could still be heard, indicating that this attack had not inflicted any harm upon it. Was the Tintail skin simply too thick? However, if it were not resilient, it would not be called the Tintails. It is well known that even the mighty Sage of Six Paths could only seal the Tintails, not annihilate it. The method to seal the Tintails could only be executed through the Yin and Yang forces, employing the Six Paths, Heavenly Star, creating a moon to completely seal it. This Yin and Yang force, simply put, refers to the abilities of the two principal characters, one the reincarnation of Indra and the other of Ashura. Therefore, the notion of a poor boy's rise to prominence is merely a tale of a wealthy heir's growth. As Lin Nen pondered, the Tintail's roar captured his attention. Upon closer inspection, he saw the Tintails crawling out from the ruins, followed by Obito's reappearance. Lin Nan, it is futile. Once the Tintails appears, everything is predetermined, and none can prevent it. Obito's aura was visibly diminished, clearly having been beaten by Guy, yet he seemed unsatisfied. Lin Nan recalled that Obito could manipulate the black rods that obstructed chakra flow within the Kamui space, yet he had not employed them in his battle with Guy. Why was that? Was it merely due to Guy's method of attack? The Tintails began to gather energy again, and the tailed beast bomb was indeed a reliable technique. Did the first form of the Tintails only possess this ability? While powerful, the tailed beast bomb had a lengthy casting time, under equal strength. It could have been thwarted countless times by opponents. However, it seemed that, throughout the ninja world, all techniques had relatively long casting times. At last, the Tintails had amassed enough energy, revealing a tailed beast bomb as large as its own body, akin to a planet. Having just been struck by a meteor, how could it still possess such vigor? Lin Nen furrowed his brows. Boom. As the Tintails completed its technique, the massive tailed beast bomb was launched. However, the target was not Lin Nan, but rather Kakashi, not far away. Is he really going to strike Kakashi so mercilessly? Truly the actions of a close ally. Lin Nan thought, just as he sensed a subtle fluctuation of chakra. This presence caused Lin Nan to halt in his tracks. From a distance, Kakashi observed Lin Nan's hesitation. Perplexed. This technique is supposed to save me. I clearly cannot withstand or evade it. It was akin to the combination of Deva Path and Azura Path during Pain's invasion of Konoha. As an ordinary person, he was utterly powerless against it. However, since Lin Nan had not moved, there must be a reason. Kakashi suppressed his anxious heart, choosing to trust Lin Nan. If necessary, he could always use Kamui to deflect the tailed beast bomb, albeit its size posed a challenge, and currently, Kamui was limited by Obito. Just then, a loud roar erupted, and Killer Bee manifested the gigantic form of the Eight Tails, seemingly intending to withstand the attack. Kakashi glanced once more at Lin Nan, only to find him still unresponsive. instead heading toward the Ten Tails, clearly devoid of any intention to rescue. Even with their deep bond, Kakashi felt a pang of anxiety. "B, what do you plan to do?" Kakashi inquired. "A few cannon shots to divert its course and escape," B replied, laughing heartily. With that, the Eight Tails opened its mouth wide, unleashing several tailed beast bombs. However, these were dwarfed in comparison to the Ten Tails' tailed beast bomb. After several attempts, they failed to alter the trajectory of the Ten Tails bomb in the slightest. "This is bad. We're in trouble." The Eight Tails, realizing the futility, promptly seized Kakashi and the concentrated Naruto with its tentacles, preparing to flee. Yet, at that moment, a brilliant golden light surged forth, blinding Kakashi and Killer Bee. Kakashi shielded his eyes, only to find his pupils constricting sharply. "Sensei?" Within the radiant light, he seemed to see his deceased teacher, the fourth Hokage, with his golden flash. "Naruto?" With Killer Bee's exclamation, Kakashi finally awakened from his stupor. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Naruto, now transformed. Previously, Naruto's Nine Tails chakra mode had merely drawn upon the chakra of the Nine Tails to create patterns and a golden aura, resulting in the golden form of Naruto, but without significant alterations. Now, however, things were different. Naruto had earned the Nine Tails acknowledgement, understanding the names of the Nine Tails and all tailed beasts, allowing him to unconditionally borrow all of the Nine Tails chakra. Thus, a new transformation had emerged. Uzumaki Naruto, QB mode, makes his grand entrance. Chapter 53. The distinction between seizing and requesting seizing and directly utilizing are distinctly different matters. At this moment, Naruto's chakra cloak transformed into a windbreaker shape, and his entire demeanor had become notably more impressive. Regardless of the momentum or the stability of chakra, it has undeniably ascended to a higher echelon. In other words, it has transitioned from an A-ranked ninja to an S-ranked ninja. With a powerful shout, when faced with the colossal tailed beast bomb, a brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the previously dark night as if it were day. In the next moment, the tailed beast bomb altered its trajectory and soared in a different direction. The explosion that followed shook the heavens and the earth, and in the distance, flames soared into the sky, leaving countless mountains reduced to rubble. Now, it could be said that this was Naruto's domain. Lin Nen observed the resplendent golden light and felt no particular concern, only marveling internally. The blessings seemed to have arrived right at his doorstep. Lin Nen even speculated that the great sage of Six Paths, in an attempt to keep Naruto and Sasuke apart during the Ninja World War, would likely have sent the blessings directly to them. "The blessings belong to you. Do not think of escaping." He found this situation oddly reminiscent. Furthermore, Lin Nen could scarcely fathom that Naruto's Nine Tails mode would be attained in such a manner. It was indeed absurd. Nevertheless, he did not believe that the great sage would bestow such gifts upon him without effort. However, Naruto's current mode was entirely within his grasp to acquire. After all, who would not prefer to benefit without cost? Your blessings are my blessings, are they not? It is better to share joy than to relish it alone. As Lin Nen approached the Ten Tails, he sensed that Naruto had attained his new transformation, and he felt the battle was nearing its conclusion. Soon, it would become increasingly difficult to approach Obito. Thus, Lin Nen needed to seize this limited opportunity to confront Obito. The reasons were understood by those who knew. Before doing so, Lin Nen quietly released Might Guy from the Kamui dimension, instructing him earnestly to remain hidden for the time being. In the next instant, Lin Nen utilized his intangibility to draw near to the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails stood atop a pile of rubble, with a layer of magma below, which posed no significant threat, likely only producing a sense of warmth. Upon noticing Lin Nen's approach, Obito retreated into the palm of the Ten Tails, appearing as though the Ten Tails were cradling its head with crossed arms, while Obito nestled within its grasp. Utilizing the Ten Tails' formidable defensive capabilities, Obito sought refuge, avoiding the need to become intangible and eluding the monstrous threat from the Kamui dimension. Obito, now consumed by frustration, lamented his predicament. His golden finger of intangibility had previously allowed him to act freely, yet now he found himself in such a dire situation. "Are you here to kick me while I'm down, Lin Nen? If you wish to mock me, do so freely in these final moments," Obito said coldly through the gaps between the Ten Tails' fingers. Lin Nen shrugged. "Do I strike you as such a person? I would confront you directly. Then why are you here?" Obito sneered. Lin Nen gazed deeply at Obito, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, and suddenly inquired, "Are you waiting for someone?" "None of your business." Obito retorted icily. Lin Nen chuckled. You certainly are brave, aren't you? Umph. We have reached the final stage. When the infinite Tsukuyomi descends, all will turn to nothingness. Enjoy your remaining moments of glory. Obito's voice trembled with emotion, as if he could already envision the scene he described. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Lin Nen laughed. How can you be so certain of its arrival? Perhaps someone is deceiving you. Obito fell silent for a moment, then replied, regardless of whether it is deception. This world has no reason to exist. Is he trapped in his own stubbornness? Lin Nen found no desire to argue. Yet he recalled how Obito's verbal dueling had nearly led to Naruto's corruption in the original plot. If not for our beloved princess, the narrative could have taken an entirely different course. Thus, Lin Nen initially intended to confront Obito's mindset, but he clearly lacked the words to do so. Let Naruto handle it. If Obito could not contend with Lin Nan's words, he could at least spar verbally with Naruto. As for Obito, Lin Nan's primary use for him would come in the form of eventual redemption. This forced redemption was not something Lin Nan could resist meddling in, like receiving free eggs at the supermarket. It did not matter if he had any prior fondness for the place. Meanwhile, Naruto, having acclimated to his new mode, approached with a look of excitement, akin to a display of prowess. Lin Nan stepped back, observing the dazzling Naruto gleaming in golden light, only to find his smile faltering in the next moment. Why was the system silent? What was happening? Was this move unreplicable? Damn it, does that mean I wasted my time? He mused, puzzled. It made no sense. If he could replicate Naruto's chakra mode, why not the Nine-Tails mode? Could it be because Naruto merely manipulated the Nine-Tails chakra, while this mode involved the full power of the Nine-Tails? Was it because he lacked the Nine-Tails that he could not access it? In other words, Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, was able to utilize the mode because he possessed half of the Nine-Tails within him. They say what one cannot attain will always be enticing. Initially, Lin Nan was indifferent to Naruto's Nine-Tails mode, but now it appeared increasingly alluring. Suddenly, a notification from the system jolted Lin Nan from his thoughts. It had arrived, though late. It had not missed its mark. System, I suspect you are toying with me. SSS rank secret technique, Nine-Tails mode, Naruto Uzumaki, has been added to the skill library. This skill requires relatively stable Nine-Tails chakra. As expected, it still required the Nine-Tails chakra. Relatively stable meant that the chaotic chakra of the Nine-Tails had been subdued, which was manageable. As long as he could replicate it, he would be able to use it. Lin Nan contemplated, turning his gaze to Naruto. What is that expression, Mr. Lin? Naruto asked. Confusion etched on his golden face. Lin Nan paused, wiping his mouth. It's nothing. By the way, do you think you can take on the Ten-Tails now? With a glint of battle spirit, Naruto rubbed his fists together and replied, perhaps I can give it a try. Lin Nan nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. Am I going alone? Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Why not lead the way? Allow me to demonstrate for you. Lin Nan suggested. Naruto agreed. If Mr. Lin can demonstrate, that would be helpful. Lin Nan pondered for a moment. I will definitely assist you. But first, could you share some chakra with me? What do you mean? Naruto was bewildered. Lin Nan explained. Just share a portion of your chakra with me. Not too much, just about this much. He gestured with his hands. Naruto suddenly understood. And amidst the golden glow, he conjured a tangible mass of chakra from his chest, resembling Majin Buu, and offered it to Lin Nan. Wow, you can divide it like that? Lin Nan reached out to receive it, but in the next moment, his expression changed. What happened, Mr. Lin? Can you not use it? No, it seems there is an issue with my main body. Lin Nan glanced into the distance, frowning deeply. Main body. Oh right, Mr. Lin. You are currently a wood clone, right? Your main body is on the battlefield with the 5 Kage? Is something wrong over there? Naruto's voice grew tense at the realization. Lin Nan shook his head. There's nothing wrong. Uchiha Obito has retreated after his defeat, but... Retreat? As expected of Mr. Lin, but what? Lin Nan glanced skyward, and Naruto's expression changed dramatically in an instant. As he sensed a formidable surge of chakra energy rapidly approaching, Naruto, in his Kurama mode, became acutely aware of the fluctuations in chakra. Another enemy was upon them. Kakashi, equally perceptive, stepped forward and shouted. No sooner had his words left his mouth than a resounding crash echoed nearby, shrouded in dust and debris. As the haze began to clear, a figure clad in red armor and long hair emerged into view. Kyubi Hachibi. The newcomer cast a sweeping glance over those present. Exuding an aura of authority, it was Uchiha Madara. You certainly take your time, Obito. It's not that I'm slow. It's that you're too quick. Obito finally stepped out from the shelter of the Ten Tails and approached Madara, tossing him the Uchiha fan. This series of actions left Madara momentarily stunned, prompting him to inquire, "What is the situation? Is the battlefield truly that perilous?" Madara did not intend to mock, yet Obito discerned a hint of disdain in his gaze. Unperturbed, Obito replied, "With the Hachibi and Kyubi alongside me, and Kakashi, who possesses one of my eyes, as well as Lin Nan, who has unexpectedly joined, my ability to hold on until now is remarkable. They have seen through my techniques." "Oh." Madara glanced at Lin Nan's wooden clone not far away and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Surprised that his words had been so easily accepted, Obito asked, "What about your side?" "There have been some complications. The 5 Kage have not been eliminated. Remaining here is merely a waste of time," Madara replied nonchalantly. Obito frowned. "The 5 Kage? I can hardly imagine they could withstand your advance. They are but mere insects. The one truly obstructing me is Lin Nan. That kid is quite interesting." Madara scoffed. Obito, catching on to Madara's thoughts, decided against further discussion. Madara seemed to sense Obito's unease. Could he admit to being unable to handle Lin Nan? That would be akin to slapping his own face in a ridiculous jest. Thus, Madara remarked, "This kid possesses some skill, but not much. I have him under control. The 5 Kage may very well be thwarted by him, and the battle might already be concluded." "Under your control?" Obito smiled slightly, "As expected of you." Madara smirked, relishing this exchange. "How long do you intend to chat?" Naruto, unable to contain his explosive temper, advanced with a tailed beast bomb aimed directly at Madara. Calmly, Madara raised the fan, its surface perfectly absorbing Naruto's attack. As Naruto observed his tailed beast bomb fail to detonate, his expression shifted dramatically. "Did your master never teach you that when adults speak, children should remain silent?" Madara coldly mocked. Uchiha rebound. Lin Nan, witnessing this, felt invigorated as the system recorded the technique. Unfortunately, it required the Uchiha fan to execute. Boom. Accompanied by a blinding flash, Naruto was sent hurtling backward, his tailed beast bomb causing no harm to Madara. Damn it. Naruto flew dozens of meters before finally halting. Had Lin Nan not informed him that the battlefield was secure, he would have been driven to madness. After all, Madara had come here from the 5 Kage battlefield, typically indicative of one of two scenarios. Either the 5 Kage had been utterly defeated, or Madara had been unable to overcome them and chose to leave. Thankfully, it was the latter rather than the former. Kakashi, having received communication from headquarters, was well aware of Madara's reanimation body appearing on the 5 Kage battlefield. Initially intending to assist, he realized that with the 5 Kage present, his efforts would be futile, leading him to be dispatched to aid Naruto instead. Kakashi felt a wave of concern wash over him at Madara's arrival. After hearing Lin Nan's explanation, Kakashi sighed in relief, but soon noticed Lin Nan's troubled expression. "What's wrong, Lin-kun?" Kakashi inquired. Lin Nan shook his head, refraining from responding. Such matters were futile to elaborate on. His true body was under the control of Black Zetsu, yet it was evident that his clone remained unaffected. Typically, if the main body was controlled, the controller could eliminate the clone by manipulating chakra, but this was clearly not the case. This was akin to how Black Zetsu could not suppress his own body. He utilized the system to perform most of his jutsu, with the chakra being manipulated by the system. Therefore, Black Zetsu's sealing of his chakra points was irrelevant to Lin Nan himself. The controller could not influence the system, rendering Black Zetsu powerless against his clone. The situation became rather amusing. His main body had faltered. Fortunately, several of his clones remained on the battlefield, alleviating concerns of any unexpected complications. The notion of his main body being controlled while his clones thrived was almost laughable. Does this mean my account could potentially serve multiple users? I control one. Black Zetsu controls another, and Kabuto controls yet another. With just one more, we could gather for a game of mahjong. Thus, if his clones remained unharmed, his main body's control was merely a minor interlude. Removing Black Zetsu was a trivial matter. The reunion of the two Madaras, despite numerous interruptions along the way, did not alter the ultimate outcome. It was as if the wheels of history, heavy and slow, rolled along their predetermined path, while we could alter their speed. Their direction remained beyond human influence. With that in mind, it was time to reclaim his main body. Dealing with two Madaras would prove troublesome. Chapter 55. Without hesitation. I torment myself. Lin Nan began to self-split, leaving behind a wooden clone. After a brief exchange with Kakashi, he departed the battlefield, feeling uneasy about his main body. However, just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly learned through the shared clone that his main body had already vacated. Choosing to depart now meant heading here. Would he reunite with Uchiha Madara? That would complicate matters. As Lin Nen pondered, he sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra approaching, so numerous that even he, a non-sensory ninja, could perceive it. Had the Ninja Alliance arrived? This would signify that the entire battlefield now remained confined to this final confrontation. The Fourth Great Ninja War was officially nearing its conclusion. This so-called Fourth Great Ninja War seemed to be wrapping up in merely 2 or 3 days. With the principal battlefield concluding this night, so too would the war. Wasn't the original plot a few hundred episodes long? It felt too swift, almost disorienting for Lin Nan. He had anticipated a lengthy battle, yet it appeared they wouldn't even reach 100 chapters. Is my era destined to extend into a new age? Conversely, if it were to persist into an unburnable period, might I be the most ignited of all? A subtle smile crept across Lin Nan's lips. Passage is prohibited. Before the incredibly large ninja alliance, a shadow suddenly appeared, its voice hoarse, blocking their path. Hold your ground. With a commanding voice, the current highest commander, Darui, along with Temari and Shikamaru, led this formidable force. What on earth is that? Darui squinted at the shadow in the distance. Temari, a half-sensory ninja herself, scrutinized for a moment before declaring, "It's a curious chakra, but it is clearly an enemy. Since they are our enemies, we shall crush them directly. Does one man truly believe he can obstruct our ninja coalition, as if he were Uchiha Madara?" Darui's voice rang out coldly, and he swiftly issued commands. Tens of thousands of ninja surged forward, yet the shadow before them nonchalantly remarked, "Did I not say that passage is forbidden here?" Boom. A colossal Buddha statue, towering over 100 meters, abruptly rose from the ground, entirely blocking the path of the ninja coalition. The sudden appearance of this gigantic figure left the ninja forces in shock, hesitating to advance. It is merely a piece of rotten wood. With our nearly 100,000 troops, a single spit from each of us could reduce it to pulp. Follow me. Darui shouted fiercely, brandishing his blade and preparing to lead the charge. Suddenly, Shikamaru interjected, "Wait, it seems someone else is approaching. Are there more enemies?" Temari inquired, gazing into the distance. Indeed, a figure was swiftly descending from the sky, moving with astonishing speed. Without the slightest hesitation, the figure plummeted, landing squarely atop the Buddha's head. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground, causing the statue to teeter precariously. Dust and wood splinters flew about. Yet, this was not the end. Amidst the obscured visibility, the sound of fists striking flesh echoed, booming as if each punch struck the eardrums of the onlookers. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. A strange individual had appeared to block their path, conjuring a massive Buddha, and now it seemed a battle was underway. More are coming. Shikamaru exclaimed suddenly. The group looked up to see another figure slowly rising from the ground, as if emerging from the water. Were they friend or foe? Darui was momentarily perplexed. At that moment, the new arrival crackled with electricity. Darui recognized this as the lightning chakra mode from his own village, Humogakure. Is this one of my villagers? Yet, the next instant, the electrified figure charged directly at the Buddha, leaping high before crashing into the billowing smoke, creating yet another resounding impact. Bang! The sounds of fists and feet colliding resonated continuously, the entire statue trembling, as if a construction crew were at work atop its head. Could it be that this was more destructive than a demolition team? What on earth was happening? With a final explosive sound, a shadow was ejected from the smoke, crashing down to the ground. Darui and the ninja army could only watch, uncertain of what to do next. The shadow landed amid a cloud of dust, and soon after, 2 figures from atop the Buddha pursued vigorously, crashing down with a thud. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble in response to the cacophony of impacts. However, the sounds of battle abruptly ceased. Senjutsu, inorganic rebirth. A commanding voice rang out, shaking the earth. The ground appeared to lift as if made of tofu. A spectacle so grand it sent shivers down their spines. That sounded like Mr. Kobayashi. Shikamaru mused. Mr. Kobayashi is on our side. Perhaps we can lend a hand. Do you think we can be of assistance? Darui murmured, gazing at the tumultuous battlefield as if in a dream. Indeed, the newcomers were Lin Nan and his wooden clones. who had swiftly engaged Black Zetsu without granting him a moment to breathe upon discovering his presence. Just as Black Zetsu attempted to escape using the fluctuating technique, Lin Nan employed inorganic rebirth to control the entire area, effectively trapping Black Zetsu within the soil. Amaterasu. In the next moment, Lin Nan's eyes widened, blood trickling as black flames ignited. You must understand, I am a vessel of the impure world rebirth. Even Amaterasu cannot consume me. However, I doubt you can withstand its scorching flames. Lin Nan called out from outside the earthen confines. Kobayashi, you are ruthless. Black Zetsu's voice echoed. But how can you ensure that I return your body once I am freed? Lin Nan retorted with a cold smile. You have no right to negotiate with me. I can reduce you to ashes and reclaim my own body. After a brief silence, the earth trembled, and a figure was expelled from the ground. Was the original body unconscious? Lin Nan furrowed his brow, catching the falling figure. Yet, in that instant, a sound akin to shattering glass emanated from the original's embrace. Lin Nan focused, noticing what appeared to be a broken crystal ball. What on earth? A blinding light enveloped Lin Nan instantly. Chapter 56, Temporal Transition. Limited Tsukuyomi. As the radiance faded, Lin Nan rubbed his eyes. Lacking other sensations indicated that he was now in his original body, and all other wooden clones had vanished. What transpired? Was he eliminated? As the sting in his eyes faded, Lin Nan slowly opened them, only to squint again at the dazzling sunlight. Wait, wasn't it just the dead of night? Lin Nan shielded his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. A cerulean sky, fluffy white clouds, verdant mountains, and lush grass. Was this the battlefield of the ninja war? An illusion? Lin Nan's Sharingan whirled in confusion, yet he sensed no disturbance in chakra, indicating that it was not an illusion. Could it be Tsukuyomi? If the Sharingan could not detect it, it must be an advanced form of Tsukuyomi. But that technique was exclusive to Itachi, who had already passed on. Could it be infinite Tsukuyomi? Had he lost his memory? A gentle breeze brushed against Lin Nan's face, cooling his skin. He reached up to touch it. The warmth was unmistakable. Glancing down at his hands, he realized they were flesh and blood. Was he truly alive? Not a vessel of impure world rebirth? System? Lin Nan quickly accessed his system, relieved to find it operational. Upon reviewing his skill set, he discovered that all abilities remained intact, including the recently acquired Ninetales mode. Wait, what was he wearing? The Akatsuki's garb from his previous life? Had he traversed dimensions again? A loud voice drew Lin Nan's attention. Turning around, his pupils dilated at the sight of two Leaf Village ninja clad in green vests. As a member of the Akatsuki, Lin Nan had survived for so long, and typically, he would have slipped away without a second thought. Yet, now, engulfed in confusion, he resisted his instincts to flee, determined to uncover the truth. The two Leaf Ninja approached, their expressions grave as they regarded Lin Nan. As he swallowed hard, contemplating whether to eliminate them, one of the ninjas suddenly spoke. You are from the Akatsuki, aren't you? Lin Nan glanced at his iconic red cloud black attire. Was that not obvious enough? Could you sign something for us? Another ninja piped up, leaving Lin Nan utterly stunned for an entire year. What had he just heard? Was he hallucinating? What kind of bizarre scenario was unfolding? Lin Nan stood there, dumbfounded, as the two Leaf Ninjas exchanged glances. I apologize. If it's not feasible, perhaps next time. Watching their awkward smiles, Lin Nan finally regained his composure and extended his hand. Do you have a pen? As he witnessed the two Leaf Ninjas jubilantly departing with their signatures, Lin Nan remained frozen in place, bewildered. What on earth was going on? Was this a dream? He pinched his cheek. Suddenly, a sharp and comical tone pierced the air, startling Lin Nan. Damn it, you dare to come back. Lin Nan immediately became alert, and blue flames ignited around him, accompanied by the emergence of a gigantic skeletal figure. Is this Susanoo? Ah Fei's jesting tone turned slightly serious. Lin Nan, catching a glimpse of Ah Fei's true appearance, gasped in astonishment. Ah Fei was not wearing the bizarre, whirlpool orange mask. Instead, his right half was wrapped in bandages, while the other half bore scarred, wrinkled skin, exposed to the air. This was a visage Lin Nan had never encountered before. Did this imply that this Ah Fei was not the same as the one he knew? Ah Fei, is that you? Lin Nan cautiously inquired. Ah Fei, with a peculiar expression, responded, Who is Ah Fei? I am Obito. Have you lost your mind? What? Lin Nan was genuinely perplexed. What on earth is happening? Could someone tell me what time it is now? Who is the Hokage of Konoha? Lin Nen rubbed his forehead in confusion. Obito, equally bewildered, replied. The current Hokage is Tsunade. No wonder you seem lost after disappearing for so long. I was missing. Lin Nen had struck a revelation. Obito sighed, all right. Let me explain everything to you. Lin Nen gazed intently at Obito, preparing himself to listen intently. This was utterly surreal. As the chaos subsided, the ninja coalition moved forward to investigate. Aside from a massive earthen block engulfed in eerie black flames, there was no other sign of life. It appeared that the shadow and the figure referred to as Mr. Lin by Shikamaru had vanished without a trace. The chakra fluctuations have also dissipated, Temari noted. Shikamaru frowned, equally perplexed by the situation. However, since the battle had concluded and the path was clear, it was time to depart. Attention everyone, we are approaching the battlefield. Prepare for what lies ahead. With this command, the vast army advanced toward the main battleground. Amidst the conflict, Obito and Madara stood atop the head of the Ten Tails, facing Naruto. Suddenly, a strange shadow materialized behind them. Have you returned? Obito inquired. A hoarse, ominous voice responded. The mission has been successfully completed. Excellent, Madara remarked, slightly puzzled. Is there another plan concerning Lin Nan? Obito sneered. Long before this, I created a limited version of Tsukuyami, harnessing the energy of seven-tailed beasts. Limited Tsukuyami? Madara expressed unfamiliarity with the term. Obito elaborated. It is akin to an infinite Tsukuyami directed at a single individual. While it has its constraints, it can easily ensnare a person's freedom. A useless endeavor. Madara scoffed, crossing his arms. Unfazed, Obito continued. Initially, I intended to control the Nine Tails, but the unknown variable, that is Lin Nan, compelled me to utilize it on him instead. However, it can only be applied to his original body, nearly a waste. Fortunately, you had previously controlled his original form. Can it manipulate his thoughts like the infinite Tsukuyami? Madara queried with interest. Obito explained, unlike the infinite Tsukuyami, which alters thoughts in a dreamlike state, this creates a relatively more tangible mirror world, allowing him to become immersed within it. Immersed, you say? Madara smirked dismissively. Obito asserted. Nonetheless, it will extricate him from this battle, achieving our objective, no? You possess the Ten Tails. Are you truly fearful of a mere boy? Madara scrutinized Obito. Obito retorted. You have only engaged him in a single confrontation, while I have spent 7 to 8 years with him. The version of him resurrected through Edo Tensei has limitless potential for growth. You wouldn't wish to witness any unforeseen changes in this seemingly predetermined war, would you? Let us hope not, Madara remarked, gazing at the throng of assembled ninja forces in the distance. After absorbing Obito's explanation, Lin Nan found himself utterly bewildered. This was more than mere amnesia. It felt as though the entire world had transformed. Obito had provided a thorough account, beginning from the moment he met Lin Nan, likely believing Lin Nan had truly lost his wits. In truth, Lin Nan began to comprehend the situation. In this world, he had joined the Akatsuki organization at an early stage. Yet, the Akatsuki was not a terroristic entity, but rather a mercenary group, an eerily familiar concept. The Akatsuki had consistently ranked #1 in the mercenary domain, not only due to their formidable strength, but also for their stellar reputation, making them highly sought after by various villages and nations for collaboration. Thus, given this foundation of cooperation, most ninjas from different villages recognized and respected the Akatsuki. For instance, the Konoha ninjas, upon encountering the Akatsuki, would not panic or engage in hostility, but rather seek autographs. It was utterly surreal. However, if one were to follow the trajectory of this world, everything made perfect sense. Just as people in Lin Nan's previous life idolized attractive individuals, leading to a fervent obsession with handsome and beautiful figures, this world revered strength. Therefore, for those renowned figures of the Akatsuki, seeking autographs was entirely normal. Had mobile phones existed, they would surely have been clamoring for selfies. They were akin to celebrities, charismatic, powerful, and frequently in the public eye. Were they not akin to idols? Mercenaries, you say? Lin Nan suddenly felt a rush of emotion. This was precisely what Yahiko envisioned when he aspired to establish the Akatsuki. Yet, tragically, Lin Nan had once heard a saying, "You can assure yourself of being a good person, filled with positivity and sunshine, but you cannot guarantee that everyone you encounter shares the same disposition. When one steps into society with hope and dreams, there will always be those lurking in the shadows, plotting to drag you down into the mire." As Obito continued his explanation, Lin Nan began to grasp the essence of this world. The limited Tsukuyomi, in the original storyline, was presented as a theatrical film where Naruto and Sakura were ensnared by its effects, plunging into a world filled with twists and surprises. However, he never anticipated that this very technique would now descend upon him. Lin Nan knew of this cinematic interpretation, yet he lacked a comprehensive understanding. He was aware that, in the realm of limited Tsukuyomi, everything was essentially inverted compared to the outside world. The Akatsuki, once feared as an evil organization, transformed into a respected mercenary force, essentially heroes, hence the collaboration with major villages. The distinct characteristics of others would also be completely inverted. For example, Lee, who was a straightforward individual in the original world, became a perverse character in this one. Hinata, the reserved and shy princess, was now a bold and forthright leader. What about his own transformation? Lin Nan was an elder of the Akatsuki before Obito joined, which is why Obito addressed him as senpai. As for Lin Nan's previous identity, Obito only knew that he had also emerged from Konoha, seldom undertaking missions, typically engaged in negotiations for task assignments. A year ago, he mysteriously disappeared for a time and had only recently resurfaced to accompany Obito on a mission. Is that all? Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback. Obito nodded. That's it. Your identity within the organization is quite enigmatic. Aside from the leader and Itachi, few others are truly aware. Itachi? What is that? Lin Nan's expression stiffened. Obito shook his head. It seems your memory is truly gone. Itachi is responsible for all combat directives during missions. Even the leader must heed his commands. Undoubtedly, Itachi holds a prominent position even in the mirrored world. However, if the limited Tsukuyomi were to invert a person's most distinct personality, what would Itachi become? Originally, he was a man caught in the midst of conflicting loyalties. Now, is he a man of the enemy in body, yet of his true allegiance in spirit? In the original narrative, when Naruto arrived in this realm, he would replace the original host, suggesting that his disappearance is somehow linked to this phenomenon. Does this mean that there exists another version of myself in this world? Turning to Obito, his blatant display of identity clearly indicates that he is no longer the formidable antagonist he once was. And you? Lin Nan inquired. Obito, momentarily taken aback, replied, Oh, I see you've even forgotten about me, senior. He then feigned a sorrowful expression. This personality trait quite resembles that of Akatsuki's Deidara. Lin Nan recalled an intriguing fact. The voice actor for Uchiha Obito, in his alternate persona, and Akatsuki's Deidara is indeed the same individual. Regaining his composure, Obito continued. I was originally from the Hidden Leaf Village. Later, I sustained injuries during the war and earned military accolades. My teacher, the fourth Hokage, then recommended me to join the Akatsuki for training. You must understand, senior, our organization is not easily accessible to just anyone. My teacher surely intended to groom me as a potential successor for Hokage. What a storyline. If Rin had not perished, perhaps Obito would have genuinely followed this trajectory? However, in the original plot, it seems Obito was absent. Could it be that my presence has altered the course of events? Lin Nan nodded and remarked, Did you not mention we were to undertake a mission? What is the task? The mission has already been accomplished, senior. Obito grinned with an audacious air. Such trivial matters hardly require your intervention. What shall we do now? Lin Nan queried. Obito scratched his head. Senior, you truly are a person of great stature who tends to forget. Were we not supposed to accept a significant task from the Leaf? We are now quite close to the village. That previous task was merely a detour. Oh, Lin Nan nodded, realizing why he had glimpsed Leaf ninjas earlier. Would they be returning to the Hidden Leaf? This time, however, their identities would be distinct. Lin Nan, who once viewed the theatrical version with mere amusement, now found himself pondering a profound question. Do the inhabitants of this mirrored world truly exist? Is this limited Tsukuyomi world authentic? From the cinematic portrayal, it undeniably resembled a parallel dimension. Unlike the primary world, the existence of this realm cannot be dismissed. In comparison to the infinite Tsukuyomi, a mere fabrication of dreams, the limited Tsukuyomi appears significantly more favorable. If Obito and Madara from the main world seek to achieve genuine peace, might it not be prudent for each individual to possess a limited Tsukuyomi? Alas, such a scenario seems implausible. With such immense power, altering the entire world's ideology in an instant, would the so-called infinite Kodoame Tsukumi not be a more reasonable approach? Chapter 58. The National Idol Akatsuki, Konoha Security. Oh my, It has been years since my last visit. I wonder how Kakashi is faring. The last time we met was, well, ages ago, on the road. Obito appeared carefree, cradling his head in his arms. Do you not return frequently? Lin queried. Obito lamented. Since joining Akatsuki, there is hardly any time to spare. Not everyone has the luxury of leisure like you, senior. Recalling Obito's earlier mention of seldom undertaking missions, Lin realized that he primarily engaged in tasks similar to this one, often solitary. Thus, he found himself in an unusual position, akin to an elder within the Akatsuki. In his previous life, apart from seeking vengeance and acquiring an array of skills, Lin merely intended to meander through the Akatsuki. After all, as a member of a notorious organization, he had numerous peripheral members at his disposal. Yet, initially, Pain, as the leader, preferred to utilize formal members for tasks, often relegating minor responsibilities to them. Consequently, in the original narrative, it appeared as though Itachi and Kisame were perpetually on the move, seemingly idle, while in reality, they bore the heaviest burdens within the Akatsuki. Kakuzu and Haiden, despite their lucrative earnings, engaged in relatively few missions, primarily taking on private jobs, with Pain turning a blind eye. In summary, these four could be considered exemplary workers. Remarkably, the Akatsuki did not even offer salaries. Can you believe it? These four also refrained from spending the organization's funds, unlike Deidara and Sasori, who, aside from Conan's unauthorized purchases of explosive tags, incurred the most expenses. It seemed as though events were unfolding precisely according to the script he envisioned. In this world, he truly occupied a position of freedom within the organization, akin to a leisurely elder. How delightful. What is this line of thought? Am I not supposed to be seeking a way out? After all, the war outside rages on. Their existence is inconsequential to me, yet I yearn for the cycle of reincarnation. Indeed, the limited Tsukuyomi has effortlessly infiltrated my thoughts. My purpose here is not to undertake missions, but rather to gather intelligence from the locations pivotal to the original narrative. Yes, that is precisely it. As they approached the vicinity of the leaf, Lin spotted the iconic Grand Green Gate and the crimson walls from a distance. There is no need for elaboration. Each time Lin laid eyes upon that gate, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Senior, shall we simply walk in? Obito suddenly inquired. Lin was momentarily taken aback. Had they not just cleared their names? Was there still a need for subterfuge? Perhaps sensing Lin confusion, Obito sincerely remarked, "We are members of the world's foremost mercenary organization. Do you not understand the allure of mystery, senior? This is a lesson you imparted to me." Lin glanced at the gate and asserted, "In Konoha, striding boldly through the entrance would be far less problematic than sneaking about, which would certainly lead to being apprehended as a spy. From what you say, it sounds as though you have experienced this firsthand." Obito replied nonchalantly. Lin shot him a glare, prompting him to fall silent. Observing his surroundings, Lin recalled that the village perimeter was cloaked in a special barrier, typically detecting outsiders upon entry. Dressed in standard Akatsuki attire, he and Obito would likely be immediately invited in, should they be spotted. Wait, does the Akatsuki enjoy idol status here? Would they be swarmed for autographs? Lin vividly remembered the fervor of fans in his previous life. A twinge of excitement bubbled within him. In stark contrast to the desolate gates he had previously encountered, the scene was now vibrant and bustling, teeming with life as though it were a marketplace, devoid of the expected demeanor of a ninja village. As he observed from afar, Lin suddenly found himself enveloped in a cloud of smoke, only to reappear as a figure clad in a simple black robe. Ultimately, he chose to abandon his Akatsuki garb. With so many people, I am overwhelmed by social anxiety. It would be quite embarrassing to cause a traffic jam. Seeing this, Obito also transformed his appearance with a substitution technique. I did not expect you to be so low-key, senior. This is the first time I've witnessed you in casual attire. He chuckled. In his previous world, Lin had detested wearing the Akatsuki uniform, so it seemed reasonable that he would prefer casual clothing in this realm. Lin possessed a quintessentially Eastern visage, appearing to be in his mid-20s, of average height and slender build, with slightly long hair that was unkempt, reminiscent of Sasuke's hairstyle. Now it feels different. Lin could sense the smoothness of his hair. Indeed, it seems the hair has also reversed from the previous world. Sasuke's hairstyle has transformed into Itachi's. Of course, none of this holds significance. Navigating through the throngs of people, Lin passed by the gatehouse of Konoha. Suddenly, a loud shout startled him. "Ah, have you recognized me?" This reaction seems unusual. "Hinata, one cannot play cards with a disdainful expression. Did you think I didn't notice your clenched muscles?" The subsequent remark left Lin Nan feeling utterly perplexed. This sentiment is misplaced. I had heard in my previous life that the guards enjoyed playing cards. But why do they also indulge in it within the realm of Tsukuyami? Stealing a glance, I was astounded to see them engaged in a game of mahjong. Playing mahjong during working hours? Is there a shortage of guards in Konoha? It is said that the main gate of Konoha is teeming with hidden talents. And even Pain dared not approach through the front. It appears that this is indeed the case. Lin Nan did not immediately pursue his so-called mission, but rather concocted an excuse for Obito to visit family, choosing to enter the residential area of Konoha alone. In the original narrative, much of the plot unfolds here. To escape, one must maneuver around the likes of Konoha's little brats and Naruto from this world. However, since the protagonist of Tsukuyami is not Naruto, the antagonist will naturally not be a darkened version of him, but perhaps a corrupted version of myself. Regardless, targeting Naruto is undoubtedly the right course of action. After all, he had once escaped. I could certainly replicate his method. Circumventing the guard post. Lin Nan observed as Obito vanished into the crowd. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed an individual entering the guard room. Upon entering, the person spoke immediately. The guards were taken aback. In Lin Nan's wide-eyed gaze, he saw the individual clad in a plain green vest, with bandages wrapped around his arms and eyes, similar to Obito. Most strikingly, the face, lined with wrinkles, bore no malice or indifference, only a beaming smile. "You all didn't wait for me," the person exclaimed jovially. This sunny smile and benevolent demeanor, had I mistaken him for someone else? Disguise, it must be a disguise. Lin Nan's expression turned blank, yet his hands instinctively clenched. The guard's laughter echoed. "Captain Danzo, my apologies. Perhaps you should take your turn later?" Indeed. This individual was none other than the security captain, Shimura Danzo. Boom. Lin Nan selectively ignored the latter part of the statement. "It was sheer luck that I did not eliminate you in my previous life. This time, your fortune has run out." Lin Nan unleashed his fury. Chapter 59, Security Captain Danzo, a twist with Tsunade enemies abound. The guards of Konoha, no matter how engrossed in their card games, are not idle. The moment Lin Nan's murderous intent surfaced, the guards reacted instantaneously. Yet, it was too late. In that instant, Lin Nan had already made his move. A surge of purple light enveloped him, and a colossal skeletal hand pierced through the guard room, firmly grasping Danzo. This was Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, representing Lin Nan's deep-seated hatred akin to Sasuke's. In his previous life, Lin Nan had harbored intense animosity towards Danzo, yet this old tortoise had always eluded him. Lin Nan abandoned his long-cherished desire for leisurely pursuits, and his greatest wish was to personally send this old man on his way. However, he had never been able to find him. Now it was different. Danzo stood before him, within his grasp. With a mere thought, he could ensure Danzo became nothing more than a pool of blood. "Stop! Release Captain Danzo!" The guards shouted in outrage. Bystanders gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events, their screams echoing in the air. Danzo, taken aback by Lin Nan's sudden ambush, was rendered speechless by the overwhelming force of his restraint, yet his face remained frozen in a stiff smile, his squinting eyes fixed on Lin Nan. "Stop! How dare you commit violence in Konoha?" A few ninjas leaped down from the rooftops, shouting at Lin Nan. As Lin Nan remained unresponsive, several shuriken were hurled in his direction. He did not even glance at them, allowing the shuriken to clatter harmlessly against the skeletal form enveloping him. In the next moment, Lin Nan turned his head. Merely a glance was enough to leave the ninjas sitting dazed on the ground. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Nan finally seemed to reach a resolution. Regardless of the Tsukuyami's limitations or the infinite possibilities it held, Danzo must perish. In an instant, Lin Nan's mind became a whirlwind of confusion. After many years, confronting Danzo again, though he had changed somewhat from Lin Nan's memory, the mere sight of him resurrected that harrowing experience from yesterday. This was not the most frightening aspect. The most terrifying part was witnessing those around him grow weaker or even perish, leaving only himself behind. Even lab rats are granted a swift end. Yet Lin Nan had been enduring the torment of waiting for death. Lin Nan had never considered himself particularly ambitious in his prior life. If not for the company's exploitation, he would have been a slacker. As for Konoha, Lin Nan had always harbored fondness for it. be it the little brats or Kakashi and Guy. However, everything transformed when Lin Nan stepped into Konoha village with high hopes, turning that dream into a nightmare. What could compel a slacker to endure wars, big and small, merely to steal skills and grow stronger? It is easy to imagine the depth of Lin Nan's obsession with revenge. As the saying goes, when a person dies, all grievances are settled in that moment. Yet, upon seeing him, Lin Nan could not contain himself. With a desperate roar, Lin Nan tightened his grip on the skeleton, intending to crush the old man Danzo alive. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. Heavenly pain. Crack. With a thunderous sound, the skeletal arm shattered, and Lin Nan's gaze regained some clarity. Susanoo. Shattered by a single kick? Upon closer inspection, the figure wore a flowing green robe, slender in stature, but the lines on his face were slowly receding. Tsunade? A glance at Tsunade's chest caused Lin Nan's anger to dissipate. Well then, Tsunade has grown quite the figure. Lin Nan, have you lost your senses? Why would you attack our diligent security Captain Danzo? Tsunade chastised. Indeed, Captain Danzo has won the Best Security Award for 20 consecutive years, protecting our village daily. How could you do such a thing? Another voice chimed in, accompanied by sounds of indignation. Turning around, Lin Nan saw a familiar face approach, the black-haired Tsunade. Shizun. Goodness. These two have completely reversed roles. In reality, Shizun was not as explosive as her appearance suggested, but she certainly had her merits. After this interruption, Lin Nan composed himself. Observing Danzo, who lay on the ground supported by others, Tsunade began to administer her medical ninjutsu, their faces betraying genuine concern and anger towards him. This indicated that the person before him was merely a doppelganger of Danzo, sharing the same name and appearance, yet fundamentally different. After all, the real Danzo was someone most would wish dead. In the world of Tsukuyami, Lin Nan could indeed kill him to vent his anger. But then, what would be the purpose? Preying on the weak was never something Lin Nan took pride in. He had always aimed for high-stakes confrontations. Moreover, being ensnared in the confines of Tsukuyami, each individual could hold potential value for his escape. Lin Nan did not wish for his wrath to result in eternal entrapment here. To maintain composure was the key to liberation. This realm is merely an illusion. My sincerest apologies, I mistook you for someone else. Lin Nan expressed earnestly. Hey, if you're apologizing, at least open your eyes. Shizun retorted with annoyance. Lin Nan merely shook his head. I truly am very sorry. After resolving the matter, Lin Nan took a moment to settle his emotions after prolonged closure of his eyes. Lin Nan, did you genuinely just mistake him for another? Walking alongside Tsunade on the bustling street, Lin Nan found her bespectacled appearance increasingly discomforting and chose to avert his gaze entirely. Tsunade's attitude towards herself left Lin Nan quite astonished. Firstly, Tsunade possessed a profound self-awareness, an understanding that transcended the ordinary. One could say it was a relationship of great intimacy. Even after Lin Nan had behaved so recklessly at the entrance, she did not express anger towards him, merely offering a verbal warning. After feigning to lead him away from the crowded area, she allowed him to act freely once more. Truly, it was merely a case of mistaken identity. The individual he had been pursuing outside bore an uncanny resemblance to a notorious rogue ninja. Lin Nan simply remarked. Tsunade nodded and shook her head, stating, Indeed. You have mistaken the person. Captain Danzo has been a security guard in Konoha for decades. He has watched me grow up. He is kind-hearted and gentle, albeit somewhat soft in character. However, in this era of peace, there is little to be concerned about. Peaceful times, you say? Lin Nan murmured. So, you Haven T received any news from your organization? You've returned merely for a vacation. Haven T you? I envy you. Tsunade continued. Lin Nan was taken aback by her words. She had mentioned returning? Your family member should have just returned from the market with groceries. Perhaps you could surprise her. Who? Lin Nan's mind buzzed with confusion. The hydrangea. Chapter 60. The hydrangea in the dream, a knock echoed through the air. Who is it? A gentle voice called from within. Upon opening the door, a woman clad in an apron stepped out. She had vibrant purple hair and a beautiful countenance, blinking her lake-like clear eyes. Yet she saw no one. As the door closed behind her, a figure turned away and slowly departed. A gentle breeze brushed by, rendering that silhouette a portrait of desolation and melancholy. Lin Nan walked on, never casting a glance at the woman. He feared that a mere glance would ensnare him, leaving him unable to escape, akin to an unfathomable abyss devoid of reprieve. Lin Nan, This is merely the realm of infinite Tsukuyami, he repeatedly reminded himself. Regardless of whether this place was real or illusory, she was not truly her. Yet suddenly, Lin Nen halted. If this world were real, why would he need to return to reality? His participation in this conflict was not solely for vengeance, but primarily for resurrection. Yet he was already flesh and blood. Even if the original world were to attain peace, it would still be rife with turmoil and invasions. Though undeniably unquenchable, it was a fact that even with Naruto and Sasuke's presence, that world remained fundamentally unstable. Now, observing this world, every face radiated joy and contentment. A harmonious existence with stability and peace. Why, then, should he seek to depart? Reflecting on the original narrative, Lin Nen recalled that Naruto's departure stemmed from the existence of another Naruto in this world. The love of parents he had never felt was merely projected onto him by others. Although they shared appearances and backgrounds, Naruto understood that it was not his to claim. Thus, he chose to forsake the realm of infinite Tsukuyami. Love, Lin Nen believed, could not be forcibly taken. Now, however, he was the protagonist of this infinite Tsukuyami. Regardless of whether another self existed in this world, he was, at least for now, Lin Nen. No one else was aware of this truth. He could effortlessly assume another's place and remain in this world. For reasons unknown, Lin Nen recalled an anime he had watched in a previous life. Old Rue and Little Amo. After all, were they not all facets of himself? But was she still truly herself? The hydrangea, born in the village hidden in the rain, flourished in that despair-ridden settlement. Despite Xiaonan's angelic, brainwashing rhetoric, she had always been imbued with hope for the future. Peace, happiness, stability, sunshine. In her pursuit of the light within her heart, the hydrangea, a girl a full decade younger than Lin Nen, exhibited a strength that was heart-wrenching. Yet she was also gentle. When with Lin Nen, she unabashedly expressed her aspirations for the future. However, the fine threads of fate often snapped at delicate points. Now, the hydrangea was no longer a resident of the Rain Village, a place where sunshine was a luxury, but rather lived in Konoha, where every day seemed to bask in brilliant sunlight. Everything appeared so readily accessible. In contrast to their mutual concealment of affection while together, here, they had become an open and honest couple. Lin Nen was uncertain whether he was married in this world, but cohabitation naturally implied responsibilities. Yet, was all of this authentic or merely illusory? Thus, Lin Nen averted his gaze. Suddenly, Lin Nen's single Sharingan spun, and he turned to the side. There stood a figure, or rather, a spectral silhouette of black, somewhat translucent, resembling a ghost. Lin Nen furrowed his brow. Could one truly see ghosts in broad daylight? An eerie sound echoed, as if that entity were attempting to speak. However, Lin Nen clearly could not comprehend. To his surprise, in the next moment, that ethereal shadow lunged towards him. Lin Nen smirked coldly, effortlessly dodging the shadow's assault and promptly counterattacking. A skeletal arm emerged abruptly, striking fiercely at the shadow. At that instant, Lin Nen finally understood why. After unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke would rely on Susanoo for mobility. It was both a formidable offense and defense. Stylish and boastful. Most importantly, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan did not strain the eyes. It was truly a magnificent artifact of ostentation. With a resounding explosion, the ground erupted. Yet Lin Nen's pupils constricted. His attack passed through the shadow, which clearly did not exhibit any chakra fluctuations akin to Kimui's phasing. Could it truly be a ghost? Was such a concept even established within the Naruto universe? Were the spirits in Naruto this formidable, scaring people in broad daylight? Once more, the shadow emitted that unsettling sound, sharp and grating, causing Lin Nen considerable discomfort. It bore a resemblance to the cursed essence of a wretched existence. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Nen, and the patterns of his Sharingan shifted. Tsukuyami. It is said that ghosts are entities of magnetic spiritual energy. Could a psychological illusion work on them? The eerie sound seemed to grow sharper, and Lin Nen's expression shifted, clearly sensing potential. Yet, in the next moment, the shadow charged at Lin Nen once more. Like a phantom creature. Was Tsukuyami ineffective? How could that be? Lin Nen had not anticipated it, and now evasion became increasingly difficult. Reluctantly, he unleashed his ocular power, enveloping himself in a shroud of purple skeletal armor, though he barely managed to cover his body with muscle tissue. Before he could don his armor completely, his pupils contracted. This entity had already penetrated his Susanoo. This was Susanoo. How could it fail so miserably? In desperation, Lin Nan resorted to Kim Yui's phasing to evade the shadow's assault. As their forms intersected momentarily, Lin Nan's expression turned peculiar. The phasing had not been triggered, indicating that this entity was neither a corpse nor even a spiritual entity. Phasing could entirely evade any form of assault, including illusions, as it represented a form of chakra transmission. However, Lin Nan had never encountered a ghost and was uncertain in what form they manifested in this world. Turning, Lin Nan observed the shadow skirting along the corner, evidently wishing to avoid further entanglement with him. What connection did this have with the infinite Tsukuyomi? Lin Nan's expression grew grave as he pursued it. Rounding a corner, he did not see the figure, but he heard its voice. Rasengan. Bang. Naruto? The sound was indeed quite iconic. As Lin Nan turned the corner, he caught sight of several figures, yet the shadow had already vanished without a trace. The Sharingan failed to detect any residual chakra. It seemed the shadow had never exhibited any fluctuation of chakra from the outset. Mr. Kobayashi? A voice called out. Lin Nan, slightly dazed, looked up to see three individuals before him. The one at the forefront sported stylish, golden long hair, yet his sports attire appeared somewhat outdated. Minato? Lin Nan was taken aback. Chapter 61. The 12 Strong of the Reversed World. No, it was merely Naruto with Minato's hairstyle. Lin Nan rubbed his temples, forcing himself to regain composure. In this world, Naruto should be called Minma. Since the protagonist of the infinite Tsukuyomi was himself, Minma had not succumbed to darkness. As for why Lin Nan knew Minma's name so accurately, it was simply because that name had become quite popular. It seemed that the vast majority of people encountered in the infinite Tsukuyomi referred to Naruto as Minma. Did you see where that shadow went? Lin Nan had no inclination to greet them. Beside Minma, the slightly portly Shikamaru munched on chips and remarked, "It seems to have disappeared after Minma's strike." Disappeared? Lin Nan furrowed his brow. Mr. Kobayashi, what was that just now? Minma inquired. Lin Nan shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. Don't pay it any mind." "Did you come here specifically because of that thing, or are you just taking a break?" Minma asked with familiarity. This was indeed quite convenient. A life of ideals. No wonder it was my infinite Tsukuyomi. I know Minma, and I have a house and a woman in Konoha. Am I living in Konoha? The Akatsuki's mercenary work is merely my job, but I actually reside in Konoha? If this follows the same trajectory, it would mean that I was captured for experimentation after arriving in Konoha in reality, whereas here, I settled in after arriving in Konoha and even found a good job. Perhaps I should stay. Reality? Let it be destroyed swiftly. Mr. Kobayashi, did you just come from home? You must be on a business trip. How exhausting. A version of Choji, resembling a slimmer version post-butterfly mode, had a spark of intelligence in his large eyes. Had their personalities completely swapped? It must be said that these two truly cared for Naruto. They had been friends since childhood. Even in the infinite Tsukuyomi, this relationship remained unchanged. Shikamaru remarked, "Mr. Kobayashi is with the Akatsuki. Maintaining world peace is certainly arduous. The Akatsuki and world peace truly make a perfect match." Lin Nan's eyes shifted as he said, "I'm not on a business trip. I'm just out for a stroll. What are you all up to?" "We're heading to the hot springs, Mr. Kobayashi. Would you like to join us? Bathing? Just the three of you?" Lin Nan asked. "No, we have an appointment with Hinata and the others." Shikamaru replied. "Wait a moment. This plot feels rather familiar. Mr. Kobayashi, come along. Should we call Sister Ajisai?" Shikamaru eagerly suggested. "No need. I'll go with you." Lin Nan agreed. In the infinite Tsukuyomi, Minma should be the key. As Lin Nan strolled with the trio through the streets of Konoha, he felt a multitude of emotions. The evening was approaching, and the gentle sunset bathed the streets in a warm glow. The infinite Tsukuyomi's reversal of the world seemed solely directed at people, for Konoha appeared to be not much different from reality on the surface. Additionally, compared to reality, Naruto, or rather Minma at this moment, appeared significantly more composed. It must be noted that Naruto's appearance was largely restricted by his hair and clothing. If he were to change outfits now, he would undoubtedly be a handsome man. Suddenly, an excruciatingly sweet voice pierced through Lin Nan's thoughts, sending chills down his spine. The voice reminded him of Conan. Turning around, he saw the pink-haired figure. Who else could it be but Sakura? As she clung to Minma's arm, Lin Nan felt a twinge of envy. In the original plot, Sakura had entered the infinite Tsukuyomi alongside Naruto, and under his influence, her character had changed to what it was now, which seemed reasonable. "Get away, you green tea." A loud voice rang out, startling Lin Nan. Following the sound, he could only smile bitterly. Well, the queen bee had arrived. The newcomer donned a strikingly avant-garde outfit. Her makeup meticulously applied, but most notably, her chest captivated the attention of nearly everyone present. It was none other than Hinata from the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Given the character reversal, the once shy and introverted Hinata had transformed into this. Hinata and Sakura were competing for Minma's attention, a splendid display. This was indeed the treatment of a protagonist. This woman is fierce. Unlike me, who can only feel pity for Minma. Sakura hid behind Minma. Lin Nan observed Minma's expressionless face and was not surprised. He had likely endured too many encounters and had grown numb to it. No wonder he was called Minma. Soon, all 12 of Konoha's elite gathered, including Sasuke, which naturally meant Sai was absent. Overall, the changes among the 12 elite in the Infinite Tsukuyomi left Lin Nan both amused and exasperated. The passionate chatterbox Naruto had transformed into the stoic Minma. The aloof and cool Sasuke had become charming and sweet-talking. Sakura, who once followed Sasuke, was now the green tea following Minma. Hinata had become the queen bee, while Ino adored cats and Shino detested bugs. Niji had morphed into a devoted admirer, while Tintin had fallen into financial ruin, and Lee had become a hopeless pervert. Shikamaru and Choji had effectively swapped roles, while Ino had become this world's Hinata. Lin Nan was particularly concerned about Tintin. In the original plot, her identity and background were rather enigmatic. Unlike Lee, who had no background at all, or Ino and Choji, who had family connections, Tintin seemed to possess a wealth of ninjutsu. It was important to note that both ninja tools and talismans cost a fortune. So, was Tintin's most defining trait her wealth? Under the reversal of the Infinite Tsukuyomi, she had become impoverished, with her clothing riddled with patches. Moreover, Sakura, in theory, should be the daughter of the fourth Hokage, which would indeed create a connection with Naruto. How twisted must it be for the only daughter of the fourth Hokage to develop such a personality? Lin Nan found it incomprehensible and decided not to dwell on it any further. The 12 elite were familiar with Lin Nan, but they clearly were not very close. However, Lin Nan understood this. After all, although he lived in Konoha, he had spent most of his time working. The original plot had depicted the 12 elite to some extent, but it likely bore little relevance to the solution of this world. Lin Nan could recall much of the original plot, yet he was somewhat confused about how Naruto ultimately exited the Infinite Tsukuyomi world. To Lin Nan's understanding, Naruto merely needed to defeat the dark version of himself, and everything would conclude. However, Obito had been observing the entire time and was the architect behind it all. This meant that the dark version of Naruto might simply be a clue, while Obito was the key. Thus, finding Obito in the Infinite Tsukuyomi was now Lin Nan's imperative. Regardless of whether there was a dark version of himself, Obito would undoubtedly have been watching the entire time. In the hot springs, Lin Nan gazed at the expressionless Minma, who seemed lost in thought, and slowly began to speak. "You." Before he could finish, a sudden rumble was heard, followed by the sound of collapsing walls and screams. Chapter 62, Tsunade's Summoning. The Infinite Tsukuyomi plot unfolds. What happened? Minma snatched up a towel to cover his lower body and dashed out. The other elite also hurriedly left. Lin Nan remained seated in the hot spring, making no move. He savored the warmth of the water, draping the towel over his face. In this narrative, a rather trivial incident involving Xiao Li stealing underwear occurs, which Lin Nan finds utterly uninteresting. It raises a question about how Kai would react to such a disgraceful act. After this brief episode, the group loses all desire for a relaxing bath. Lin Nan, under the pretext of having an inquiry, probes into the whereabouts of Myanmar's parents. As expected, Myanmar's parents are alive and well, not the legendary Hokage, but merely ordinary Jonin. Nonetheless, Minato's prowess is such that he stands as an absolute pinnacle within Konoha, thus burdened with numerous missions. While Myanmar does not share the tragic fate of Naruto, who lost both parents and faced a lonely childhood, he still belongs to the category of left-behind children. At that moment, Minato and his wife are away on a mission, hence not at home. Upon learning this, Lin Nan refrains from further questioning and departs. As he passes by his own home, he halts, gazing at the warm glow emanating from within, pondering whether that light is left for him. However, he lingers only briefly, leaving behind a small token before heading straight to the Hokage's office. His arrival in this world signifies that certain changes have transpired. With Minato absent, Tsunade, as the Hokage, is likely privy to some information. From their earlier conversation, Lin Nan senses that Tsunade regards him merely as a partner, lacking the intimacy they share in reality. Certainly not akin to a romantic relationship. There exists a bond of shared sorrow between Lin Nan and Tsunade. Prior to Pain's invasion of Konoha, Jiraiya's demise deeply affected her, paralleling Naruto's grief. During that tumultuous time, Hanabi also perished, nearly subjected to painful experimentation after being captured. As Lin Nan, who was in a romantic relationship, his emotional state was one of near collapse. Indeed, even before Pain's invasion commenced, he nearly obliterated Konoha out of despair. It was Tsunade who stepped forward, as both had lost loved ones, thereby drawing them closer together. In reality, Lin Nan could have sought Tsunade's assistance without hesitation, but the current circumstances were uncertain. Upon reaching the iconic structure of the Hokage's office, Lin Nan unexpectedly encounters Shizune. Noticing her small pig had turned black, he refrains from speaking first. Yet, Shizune promptly informs him, just in time, "Mr. Lin, the Hokage wishes to see you." Taken aback, Lin Nan follows her into the office, where he first sees a pair of individuals, a man with golden hair and a woman with smooth red locks. Minato and Kushina? Lin Nan's expression remains neutral, but internally he breathes a sigh of relief. It appears he is entering the storyline. "Tsunade-sama, what is it that you require of me?" Lin Nan inquires. Minato turns to him, offering a friendly nod. Kushina gazes at him with curiosity. Your arrival is fortuitous. We have a mission that requires your assistance," Tsunade affirms. Lin Nan casually takes a seat. "Speak," he commands. Kushina, visibly irritated, rebukes him. "You lack manners in front of the Hokage." Lin Nan glances at her in surprise, noting her fiery demeanor. Minato scratches his head, offering a sheepish smile and apology. Reflecting on the narrative, it seems they have not changed much. Perhaps the most significant difference is that they are now living, breathing individuals. Tsunade gestures. "No worries, allow me to introduce you. This is Xiao Lin from the Akatsuki." "You are with the Akatsuki?" Kushina beams, her interest piqued. Lin Nan nods, raising 2 fingers. With a thud, he dispels his transformation jutsu, revealing the Akatsuki's standard attire. "So handsome," Kushina exclaims, her eyes sparkling. Lin Nan, taken aback, thinks it inappropriate given her husband's presence. He soon realizes that her admiration is directed solely at his uniform, which is indeed quite striking in design. "Ahem," Minato awkwardly interjects. "I apologize for the distraction." "No problem." Lin Nan waves it off. Tsunade continues. "These two are elite jonin from Konoha, exceptionally skilled. They will accompany you, the Akatsuki, for this mission. I am Minato Namikaze. I look forward to working with you." Minato bows politely. "You are not merely competitors. You are quite impressive yourselves." Kushina adds, "I am Kushina Uzumaki. I have heard that all members of the Akatsuki are S-class elite ninjas. Shall we perhaps engage in a friendly spar?" Lin Nan smirks, taken aback by her eagerness for a fight. "Let us get to business." Tsunade interjects. "The purpose of recalling you two and collaborating with the Akatsuki concerns a case of a tailed beast Jinchuriki being murdered in the Land of Lightning." "The Land of Lightning? What connection does it have with our Land of Fire?" Kushina queries. Tsunade sighs. "Initially, none at all. However, Jiraiya was investigating this case during his travels and unfortunately met his demise." Lin Nan pauses at this revelation. Realizing that Jiraiya's fate mirrors what he knows, he died seeking information. Yet, Tsunade appears remarkably calm regarding Jiraiya's death, perhaps due to the influence of the limited Tsukuyomi. Minato, too, exhibits no significant reaction, indicating their bond is not that of master and disciple. Tsunade elaborates on the plot. It is common knowledge that Jiraiya possessed prophetic abilities, yet his predictions were sometimes inaccurate. For instance, he spent his life trying to discern who the destined child would be. Recently, he suddenly concluded that a certain individual would become a grave threat to the entire ninja world, and in a reckless moment, he charged in alone, resulting in his untimely death. Lin Nan sometimes wonders if the creator of this narrative harbors a grudge against Jiraiya. Just like in reality, Jiraiya managed to relay crucial information before his demise, handing over a special book to a toad from Mayaboka Mountain. This book purportedly contains secrets capable of defeating the aforementioned peril. Thus far, it seems to align with the original storyline. The threat to the ninja world, now that Naruto has been corrupted, can only be the dark version of himself, essentially, the Lin Nan of this world. To him, this version of himself represents a life akin to paradise, just as the Dark Naruto is likely under the control or manipulation of Obito in the original realm. Chapter 63, Dreams or Reality. 2 Obito's currently. The location where Jiraiya met his end is guarded by the toads of Myaboku Mountain, rendering entry for ordinary individuals impossible. Therefore, Minato, Kushina, and Lin Nan are tasked with retrieving the book. Tsunade's intentions are clear. She aims to have Lin Nan lead the charge, without any intention of notifying the organization. So, does this imply that he is merely a tool? Nevertheless, this matter is closely related to him, so he cannot be entirely viewed as a pawn. As Minato and Kushina return home, they are not in a rush to leave, as Myanmar awaits them. Lin Nan, however, finds himself with nowhere to go. Wandering aimlessly through the nighttime streets of Konoha, he suddenly hears a call. Senpai. Ah, Obito. Lin Nan turns around, exclaiming. Obito appears. Puzzled, who is Obito? No one. What brings you here? Lin Nan inquires. Obito grins, pulling Lin Nan into a nearby tavern, where a man and a woman sit expectantly. A man adorned with a mask and a mane of white hair stood alongside a woman with long, lustrous black locks, her face marked by 2 striking purple lines. Kakashi and Rin. Indeed, if Rin were alive, then the events that transpired in reality would not have occurred. Ah, Mr. Kobayashi has returned. Kakashi greeted him. Rin, being rather shy, merely nodded in acknowledgement towards Lin Nan. How do you know my senior, Kakashi? Obito inquired, his expression filled with confusion. A hint of panic flickered in Kakashi's calm gaze. Lin Nan's expression shifted to one of curiosity. If his conjecture was correct, given his frequent returns to Konoha, most of the characters there would recognize him. However, Obito was different. It was akin to a corporation where Lin Nan was part of the management, often taking business trips home, arriving late, or leaving early. In contrast, Obito was like an intern or a long-standing employee, having been with the Akatsuki for quite some time. He worked diligently, often without pay, rarely returning home throughout the year, practically living at the office. Such blatant exploitation was something Lin Nan found quite disheartening. The Akatsuki, it seemed, excelled in this regard across all worlds. Kakashi appeared to be aware of this predicament, but chose not to speak of it. At that moment, he resembled the boy he once was. In the original narrative, it was only after Obito's demise that Kakashi began to live more like a normal person. Before that, he had been much like Sasuke, an exceptionally talented youth, aloof and emotionally distant. Kakashi glanced at Lin Nan with a look of helplessness, clearly unsure of how to explain the situation. Thus, Lin Nan interjected. We collaborated on a mission some time ago. Oh, that makes sense. Obito nodded, accepting the explanation. Lin Nan chuckled softly. This trio, unchanged in their personalities since childhood, remained quite amusing. It was precisely because Obito seldom returned that every reunion of the 3 of them became a small gathering. Inevitably, there were moments of drunken revelry, with Obito making a scene and boasting about his exploits within the Akatsuki. After a few drinks, Lin Nan found such displays entertaining. I'll be right back, Lin Nan said, using the excuse of needing to relieve himself as he stepped out of the tavern. Hey senior, there's a restroom inside. Why go outside? Are you going to pee on the street? Obito, seeing this, eagerly wanted to follow. Kakashi, however, pulled him back. As Lin Nan stepped into the night breeze, he gracefully leapt onto the tavern's roof, almost as if he were weightless. Come out, Obito. You truly cannot hide anything from your seniors, came a deep voice, though it was no longer the tone of Uchiha Madara, but rather Obito's own voice. He appeared clad in an Akatsuki robe, though his form seemed somewhat ethereal, a manifestation of the Obito from reality. Observing Obito's attire from his Akatsuki days, Lin Nan's Sharingan began to swirl. The mask does not suit you now, Obito. That mask remains the same. Which of us is the illusion? Obito's voice was flat. Dressing like this, do you still harbor some nostalgia for the past you have forsaken? Obito, Lin Nan scoffed. At this moment, I am merely a fragment of spirit, drifting beyond this world. Obito replied, thus, you can only see me, and there is no need to expend your energy. After a brief silence, Lin Nan looked down from the tavern and smiled slightly. This is my dream, but is it not also yours? Therefore, this is the reason I seek to create the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito's tone bore neither sorrow nor joy. When the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi envelopes the land, all dreams shall become reality. Lin Nan found no inclination to engage with Obito. Knowing that any words would be futile, he had succumbed completely to madness. To be precise, there was a distinct difference between the infinite Tsukuyomi and the limited Tsukuyami. One allows the body to remain while the mind enters a dream. The other engulfs the entirety of one's being, an essential disparity. Senior, this is the limited Tsukuyami world I have crafted for you. Here, there are no tragic pasts, no sorrowful experiences. Everything exists as you envision it in your dreams. Obito spoke again. So if all dreams have been realized, why choose to depart? Why seek unnecessary suffering? Lin Nan cast a glance at Obito. If I am not mistaken, the so-called threat to the ninja world must be this world's version of me, correct? Indeed, nothing escapes your perception. Obito replied with a teasing tone. So tell me, how do you intend to confront this? Lin Nan pondered for a moment, and when he next looked at Obito, the patterns in his Sharingan had shifted. Tsukuyami, a mental assault on a spiritual entity, whether it would have any effect remained uncertain, at least in the original story. Uchiha Itachi had once frightened Obito away with a single glance. I told you, this will have no effect. Obito's spectral form remained still, simply watching Lin Nan. This phenomenon bore resemblance to the shadow seen during the day. That shadow was clearly not Obito, who had no need for such theatrics. Thus, it could be inferred that the shadow, which had not existed in the original narrative, might be connected to Lin Nan. Perhaps it was the Lin Nan of this world. Obito might have sensed Lin Nan's speculation, and with a cold smile, he spoke. Senior, this world harbors surprises far beyond your imagination. Stay tuned. What do you mean? Lin Nan's heart trembled. My meaning is quite simple. Here lies everything you have longed for. You could remain here, as long as you do not seek out the so-called Book of the Red Moon. I assure you, nothing undesirable will occur. Oh, if that is the case, why then pursue the tailed beasts of this world? Lin Nan teased. Obito shook his head. No, it is not me. This world inherently possesses certain unstable factors. Discover them. Senior, I may not be able to persuade you, but if you persist in your desire to continue, the outcome for you will be quite intriguing. All of this is merely a lie, Lin Nan stated. Lies do not harm. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. Chapter 64. The disappearance of Menma and Hydrangea. Obito vanished into the night. So what exactly is the truth? It seems to be more complex than merely a darkened version of oneself. Lin Nan gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Senior, are you enjoying the breeze up there? Come down. My teacher has arrived, and I would like to introduce you. The voice of this world's Obito echoed from below the tavern. Is Minato here? What brings him here at this hour when he should be at home with his wife and children? As Lin Nan leapt down from the roof, he noticed a flicker of anxiety in Minato's usually composed gaze. What could unsettle Minato? A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Nan. Kobayashi-kun, Menma is missing. I heard you were with him at the hot springs this evening, and according to Shikamaru, you returned together. I wish to inquire about his whereabouts. Minato spoke earnestly. Lin Nan paused, recalling. Yes, I was with him until the end, but then I went directly to the Hokage's office. Did Menma go off to play by himself? With his parents absent, it was indeed plausible that Menma might have ventured out on a date with a girl, especially in this limited Tsukuyami world. From Minato's demeanor, it appeared he had waited at home for some time before setting out to search, eventually tracing Lin Nan's whereabouts. Minato scrutinized Lin Nan, his gaze revealing a hint of subtle suspicion as he asked, Is your wife with you, Kobayashi-kun? My sister? Where is she? Obito, clearly inebriated, interjected. Lin Nan furrowed his brow. She is not with me. What are you implying? Upon receiving news, I went to your home, but there was no one there. Your wife was not at home. Minato's expression remained calm. At this late hour, I believe if she were not with you, you would not allow her to be out alone. Lin Nan's gaze sharpened at the words he heard. What did that mean? If he weren't familiar with Watergate's character, he might have thought he was being threatened. Clearly, the exceptionally intelligent Watergate had discerned something and was subtly probing him. Is Xianghua not at home? How could that be? Lin Nan suddenly recalled Obito and that shadow, and in an instant, he leaped toward his unyielding front door. Watergate followed suit without hesitation. Obito, slightly sobering from his earlier intoxication, scratched his head and asked Kakashi, what does it mean? Is the predecessor's wife in Konoha? Kakashi glanced at Obito but said nothing, simply keeping pace. Rin patted Obito on the head, exasperated. Now is not the time for that. You shouldn't go. You've had too much to drink. No way. Both the teacher and the predecessor have gone. I have to see what happened. Obito, still somewhat bewildered, insisted. Lin Nan moved swiftly, as his home was not far away. He could reach it in mere seconds without the need for space-transcending ninjutsu. However, he was taken aback to find that, Although Watergate did not utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, his speed was nearly on par with Lin Nan's, and he appeared to have reserves of energy. Truly, he was the fastest man in the ninja world. Shaolin, if the lady is missing, could it be related to Minma? Watergate inquired during their brief moment of respite. Lin Nan, not in the mood for conversation, arrived at his doorstep and peered into the dimly lit interior before stepping inside. Watergate, somewhat surprised, remained silent, evidently having witnessed this maneuver before. Upon entering the room, Lin Nan refrained from turning on the lights. Instead, he surveyed the area before retreating outside. Noticing Lin Nan's serious demeanor, Watergate took a deep breath and asked, "Has Shaolin discovered something?" Lin Nan did not respond but crouched down, and a small white snake emerged from the grass. Watergate furrowed his brow. "Orochimaru? No, it's my snake clone," Lin Nan replied. In the next moment, the small snake opened its mouth, and a figure emerged, resembling Orochimaru. This was a ninjutsu Lin Nan had copied from Yakushi Kabuto while in Sage Mode. Leaving other clones behind would only alert the enemy, so he opted for this most discreet method. Unfortunately, Lin Nan lacked the so-called intangibility technique. Observing the vacant gaze of his snake clone, Lin Nan waved his hand, causing it to dissipate. "What happened?" Watergate asked. Lin Nan replied gravely, "My clone fell under a jinjutsu, which even obstructed chakra transmission." "Such a jinjutsu? Is it the Sharingan?" Watergate queried, puzzled. Lin Nan continued, "Konoha has a protective array, correct? Anyone entering or exiting would be recorded by the array." Watergate nodded. "Indeed, I inquired with the Konoha guards, and the array has shown no signs of disturbance. So Minma and the lady should still be within the village. I have already instructed Kushina to check the array's operation, and she will notify me immediately if anything arises." "That's not right." Lin Nan shook his head. "What is it?" Neither the shadow seen during the day nor Obito at night had evidently triggered Konoha's array upon entry. Although the so-called Konoha protective array was no laughing matter. After all, Pain had bypassed it during his invasion by entering directly from above. These two entities were rather peculiar, managing to extract Minma and Xianghua without disturbing the array. It was simply too strange. In reality, Obito was a spiritual entity, while his words might not be entirely reliable. The original plot indicated that he could not influence the affairs of this world with his current form. As for that shadow, if Lin Nan's conjecture was correct, it represented his own dark counterpart in this realm. Although he did not comprehend why it had taken on a ghostly appearance, the ability to ensnare his clone with a jinjutsu was something only he could accomplish. Obito could not. Yet, since it had become a ghost, it should, in theory, be a similar existence to Obito. How had they managed to abduct Minma and Xianghua? Lin Nan looked at Watergate, who appeared equally perplexed. It was no surprise. Though Watergate possessed high combat intelligence, he was still lacking in information. "Is Minma the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails?" Lin Nan suddenly exclaimed in realization. Watergate was taken aback, clearly startled. "How did you know?" "Indeed." Lin Nan clasped his hands together, and a golden light emanated from his body. "This is the chakra of the Nine Tails." Watergate was even more astonished. As the golden aura enveloped Lin Nan, he glanced at his hands, reflecting inwardly. Having the Nine Tails and not having it makes all the difference. While the exterior may be borrowed, the essence is vastly different. Nevertheless, this was evidently sufficient for the task at hand. Now, with a forceful shout, Lin Nan summoned a massive fox head of shimmering gold that surrounded him. Watergate nodded slightly, having grasped the situation. Chapter 65, The Nine Tails Arise. Conspiracy surfaces. One cannot help but acknowledge that Watergate was, in many respects, nearly a perfect individual. His strength, character, intelligence, and emotional quotient were all exceptional, nearly maxed out. Rising to the position of Hokage at a young age and marrying a beautiful and affluent woman, he achieved the pinnacle of success in life, only to be tragically short-lived. Lin Nan glanced at Watergate, surprised that he had discerned his intentions so readily. Lin Nan possessed the ability to absorb Naruto's Nine Tails chakra, a pure gift from Naruto himself. Thus, by utilizing this chakra, he could resonate with the Nine Tails chakra within Minma. It was akin to the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Naruto's Nine Tails sensed the arrival of Edo Tensei Watergate even before Naruto himself reacted. Although Lin Nan had fully activated the Nine Tails chakra, he could only manifest a fox head, unlike Naruto, who could conjure a fully radiant Nine Tails. The reason was that Lin Nan did not truly possess the Nine Tails. It was merely a simulated chakra provided by the system. However, even so, resonating with the true Nine Tails was more than sufficient. Suddenly, Lin Nan felt a jolt within him, and a deafening roar filled his ears, brimming with hatred and fury. The Nine Tails, still within Konoha. Watergate noticed Lin Nan's unusual demeanor. What is it? Have you discovered something? Lin Nan's eyes widened with rage, but he did not respond. The next moment, he soared into the air. Earth Release, Lightweight Rock Technique. Utilizing the abilities of Light Body Technique, Lin Nan transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing into the night sky. It was already late at night. Yet unlike the reality of curfews, the night market, though less bustling, still had groups of 3 or 5, exuding a vibrancy not typical of a ninja village. As those strolling at night looked up, they beheld a golden meteor streaking across the pitch-black sky. A shooting star. Quick, make a wish. People raised their heads, clasping their hands together, earnestly voicing their unrealistic dreams in their hearts. Wait, why is that shooting star getting bigger? Is it about to fall here? Upon hearing this, people began to flee, while others, skeptical of superstition, paused to watch. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, triggering screams all around. The crowd, once lost in blissful thoughts, erupted into chaos, and before they could react, a massive structure in the center of the night market collapsed with a thunderous crash. With a deafening roar that resonated throughout the heavens, colossal figures emerged before the eyes of the people. It's the Demon Fox. The Demon Fox has appeared again. Panic ensued as the crowd scattered, engulfed by a rapidly spreading atmosphere of fear and tension. Before them loomed a colossal creature, its 9 slender tails dancing through the night sky, its fur an eerie shade of dark brown, and its eyes a striking crimson. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that its eyes were not the slitted pupils of a fox, but rather the 3 tomo of a Sharingan. The heavens were ablaze with golden light, as if resplendent rainbows were cascading from above. The fleeing populace, enchanted by this golden radiance, instinctively looked up, only to witness the light flickering ominously, plummeting directly towards the menacing fox spirit. With a thunderous crash, the Nine Tails was struck down, crashing to the ground and unleashing a more chilling roar of fury. It was in that moment that the onlookers finally beheld the true form of the golden light, a figure radiant with shimmering gold, encased in arcs of electricity, a flowing coat billowing about them, resembling a deity among mortals. Could this be a divine being? Someone mused. Nonsense. We have a hero in Konoha, the famed Yellow Flash. Renowned for his unparalleled speed, this must be him. If this figure were indeed the Yellow Flash, then who was that? The crowd turned their gaze towards a distant high-rise, where a figure seemed to materialize out of thin air, with golden hair and the iconic green vest of a Konoha ninja. Has someone extracted the Nine Tails from Minato? Minato, gazing at the massive Nine Tails, struggled to maintain his composure. The extraction of a tailed beast from a Jinchuriki signified the end of the Jinchuriki's life. However, Lin Nan interjected. No, someone merely manipulated Minato, unbinding the seal on the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails before Lin Nan bore a stark contrast to the one he remembered. Its fur was not the vibrant red-orange he knew, but rather akin to the half of the Nine Tails associated with the reanimated Minato. In the original tale, Minato could release and control the Nine Tails, but it was evident that Obito was involved here. With the power of the Sharingan and the formidable abilities of the Mangekyo, controlling tailed beasts was within the grasp of Uchiha Madara and Obito. But why had Obito abducted Minato, choosing to hide within Konoha? What were his true intentions? Obito, come forth. We must have a serious discussion. Lin Nan bellowed, his thoughts darkened by the abduction of Tsunade. Obito? Minato silently etched the name into his mind. The response came not from Obito, but from the ferocious roar of the Nine Tails. In the next moment, the beast surged towards Lin Nan, demolishing everything in its path like a harbinger of destruction. At that moment, the Nine Tails, controlled by the Sharingan, was akin to a mindless monster, a frenzied beast. Minato shouted in fury, enraged by the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails. In a flash of gold, he vanished, only to reappear upon the creature's back. With a flicker of blue light, he unleashed a Rasengan upon the Nine Tails. Yet, the Nine Tails merely flung Minato aside as if he were a mere nuisance. That strike had been as insignificant as a mosquito bite to its massive form. Lin Nan observed, knowing that Minato had previously subdued the Nine Tails using the summoning of Gamabunta and the dead demon consuming seal, ultimately sacrificing his own life. Thus, Without those techniques at his disposal, Minato posed no real threat to such a formidable beast. Lin Nan refrained from intervening, awaiting Obito's response. Clearly, Obito had no intention of engaging him. "Obito, you have truly angered me," Lin Nan murmured, surveying his surroundings, and then swiftly formed a seal with his hands. Boom! A tremendous surge of chakra drew Minato's attention. As Lin Nan's golden aura faded, a blue skeletal frame began to materialize, followed by layers of muscle and armor that ascended in grandeur. The overwhelming chakra enveloped Lin Nan, bestowing upon him a divine strength that continued to swell. Ultimately, a towering giant, over 100 meters tall, emerged before Minato's astonished gaze, eclipsing even the Nine Tails in size. "The power of the destroyer," Minato murmured in a daze. With a simple exhalation of the word stop, from Lin Nan, two massive wings unfurled. A gigantic warrior, adorned with a Tengu mask, now stood resplendent within Konoha. How immense! Minato gazed up, comparing the Nine Tails to the Susanoo, which dwarfed it like a mere hound. This was Lin Nan's first time invoking the complete form of Susanoo, as his previous manifestations had only been partial. The complete Susanoo, towering at 100 meters, was a magnificent amalgamation of chakra and ocular prowess. No wonder the system had issued a warning upon its replication. Such a technique was not meant for the ordinary. Lin Nan felt as though his very essence had been drained, akin to 100 units of blue expending 200. The strain on his eyes mirrored the sensation of the time he had devoured a meteor with Kimui, a weight akin to bricks in his vision. Nevertheless, these were mere trifles. The significant matter at hand was that Lin Nan had activated the complete Susanoo. For him, this was more than sufficient. The Nine Tails, now a raging beast, showed no fear of the towering Susanoo, charging forward with wild abandon. Would Lin Nan continue to indulge it? The massive Susanoo raised its arm, effortlessly seizing the Nine Tails by the neck, lifting it as one would a chick. Regardless of how the Nine Tails struggled, the Susanoo's grip remained unyielding, as solid as iron. In the next moment, Lin Nan manipulated the Susanoo as if it were a wrestler, slamming the Nine Tails down to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Nine Tails. The complete Susanoo, embodied by Lin Nan, towered amidst the chaos, its elevated stance granting Lin Nan a panoramic view of approaching ninjas. Konoha's elite, including the likes of Kakashi and Tsunade, had nearly all arrived. However, upon recognizing Lin Nan within the Susanoo, they refrained from intervening. They stood frozen as they witnessed Lin Nan forcefully subduing the Nine Tails. Fortunately, Lin Nan had noticed Tsunade and the others. Had he not seen them, he might have succumbed to a reckless urge to draw his blade. In truth, Lin Nan had long contemplated what would happen if he were to cleave the Nine Tails in twain. After assessing his surroundings and confirming the conditions, he commanded the Susanoo to draw its blade. In that instant, all spectators felt a resurgence of chakra, akin to the unsheathing of an unparalleled sword, dimming the very fabric of reality. One sword to cleave mountains. Lin Nan's expression turned fierce as he unsheathed the sword. Clang! As the colossal blade was drawn, a gust of wind surged forth, heralding calamity, as a blue sword light surged from the ground towards the Nine Tails with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. Crack! As the sword light pierced the Nine Tails, it continued unabated, penetrating through all of Konoha and exploding amidst the distant mountains. Boom! The earth quaked, illuminating the sky as bright as day. The might of a single sword was truly terrifying. Lin Nan gazed with exhilaration at the immense hands of his Susanoo, realizing in that moment the true extent of his power. In other words, even within the confines of the limited monthly reading, Lin Nan remains invincible. Whether it is Obito or anyone else, none can withstand his advance. Ah Fei, I have already reached the opposite shore. There is nowhere for you to hide. Lin Nan bellowed, attempting to intimidate Obito, who lurked in the shadows. As the sword light gradually faded, a thick smoke arose from the ground, causing Lin Nan to narrow his eyes. What did he see? The Nine Tails had not been obliterated by Lin Nan's strike. Instead, it was enveloped in a shimmering blue light, as if a colossal suit of armor encased it. It was, astonishingly, the superwave blue cat. In an instant, Lin Nan's thoughts whirled, and his earlier apprehension lessened significantly. He understood why Obito had abducted the hydrangea. To be precise, it was not Obito who had taken the hydrangea, it was himself. From a distance, Lin Nan could discern a shadow flickering within the cockpit atop the superwave Blue Cat's forehead. Was he, once again, fighting against himself? Truly relentless. Without further ado, Lin Nan once more wielded his sword, aiming for the Nine Tails. At that moment, the Nine Tails, fortified by the Susanoo, had its defenses elevated to a level capable of withstanding Lin Nan's attacks. Each of its 9 tails resembled a shield. The clang of metal echoed through the night sky. This night would be one of insomnia for the entire Konoha. In the face of such a battle, all the ninjas of Konoha, including Minato, could only stand by as spectators. They were utterly powerless to intervene, relegated to merely assisting the affected civilians. Meanwhile, Lin Nan had descended into a frenzy of attacks. He infused Sage Chakra into the Susanoo, causing the blue figure to emanate strange black patterns, thereby enhancing its offensive power. Though the Nine Tails was shrouded in armor, it still howled in agony under Lin Nan's relentless strikes. Even through the cockpit, Lin Nan could hear the creature's cries of pain. Yet, this only served to invigorate him further. Ora! The Nine Tails fell back step by step, while Lin Nan surged forward, creating tremors with each movement, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake, as countless structures were obliterated. Suddenly, Lin Nan noticed the blue armor encasing the Nine Tails beginning to flicker and blur. Was he faltering? Perhaps his current state left him with only a fraction of his strength. Would release. Advent of the tree world. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Nan clasped his hands together, and numerous trees instantaneously ensnared the Nine Tails' feet and tails. Would release. Wood dragon technique. Another wooden dragon emerged from the trees and viciously clamped down on the Nine Tails' neck. It is well known that Wood release possesses a natural restraining power over tailed beasts. Lin Nan, however, was unable to use the wooden golem technique, as he was no longer in the state of a reanimated body. Even with the first Hokage's cells within him, he could not withstand such exertion. Thus, Lin Nan opted to draw his sword once more. This time, he executed a dual sword slash. Boom! As the sword fell, Lin Nan focused intently and discovered that the Nine Tails had vanished. Could it be that it had been cleaved in twain and subsequently obliterated? Or had it been sealed once again? Lin Nan clapped his hands together, golden light shimmering. Using the Nine Tails chakra, he began to search for the creature's trace once more. It must be noted that this technique proved exceedingly useful. With it, the Nine Tails had nowhere to hide in close proximity. Just as Lin Nan was scanning for the Nine Tails chakra, he suddenly spotted several white apparitions darting forth. Enemies! Everyone, protect the civilians! Tsunade shouted, finally finding her opportunity to act. Observing the white figures, Lin Nan fell into contemplation. Chapter 67. The Great Spiral Wheel of Fate, Rating Bonus. These apparitions, resembling white phantoms, were not elements from the original plot, though Lin Nan had forgotten their exact name. They seemed to be products created by the body of Minma, utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails. Logically, it made sense that if the Nine Tails had emerged, these white phantoms would follow suit. Yet Lin Nan could not shake the feeling that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. After crushing one of the oblivious white phantoms underfoot, Lin Nan continued his search for the Nine Tails chakra. Before long, he pinpointed its location. Trying to escape, are we? In the next moment, Lin Nan's wings unfurled behind him, propelling his massive form toward the source of the Nine Tails chakra fluctuations. If he could locate Minma, the hydrangea would not be far behind. Ultimately, the abduction of the hydrangea was likely orchestrated by his counterpart in this world. Thus, did he have the right to reclaim the hydrangea? Although they were both himself, the hydrangea's allegiance in this world did not seem to belong to him. Thud! Lin Nan landed. Having reached the outskirts of Konoha, the Nine Tails chakra had ceased, as if an invisible barrier and special formations obstructed their path. Minato appeared behind Lin Nan's colossal Susanoo, having followed him the entire way. What's wrong? Is Minma here? Minato inquired. Lin Nan remained silent, instead employing his Sharingan to survey the surroundings. The Nine Tails chakra had vanished into thin air, and it seemed there were no traces of chakra present here. What is happening? Lin Nan's Susanoo towered over the city walls, allowing him to glimpse the surrounding mountains and forests. What is that? Under the scrutiny of Lin Nan's Sharingan, he perceived a faint chakra fluctuation in the air. Before he could discern it further, a sudden voice from the system rang out. Ding! SS-ranked ninjutsu, Great Spiral Wheel of Fate, Vortex Minma, has been added to the skill library. Lin Nan had yet to process this when he saw a speck of starlight cascading toward the ground. Boom! Without any warning, an immense surge of heat and violent winds enveloped Lin Nan's Susanoo. A mushroom cloud erupted, the heat wave expanding rapidly, soon engulfing half of the ninja village. As the dust settled, a blue light emerged. There stood the massive Susanoo amidst the ruins, its armor visibly damaged. This technique was astonishingly powerful, capable of inflicting harm even on a complete Susanoo. Lin Nan felt incredulous. He had thought he had been struck by a nuclear explosion. Fortunately, the defensive capabilities of the Susanoo remained formidable, especially in its complete form. Yet, what surprised Lin Nan the most was the recent Great Spiral Wheel of Fate. This technique was unmistakably employed by Menma, and the previous White Phantoms and Nine Tails were also products of Menma. This meant that Menma had fallen under Obito's control. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with Menma, Lin Nan inhaled deeply. He suddenly pondered a profoundly dreadful possibility. Could this be the truth that Obito had spoken of? Of course, it could not be ruled out that Menma was under the influence of his counterpart from this world. Utilizing the Kurama mode, Lin Nan rescanned for the Nine Tails trace. But there was no longer any sign. This indicated that the host of the Nine Tails had vacated the premises. That previous attack had obliterated the walls of Konoha, and the formations had been nearly dismantled. In retrospect, it was possible that the bustling city had been a distraction to lure Lin Nan away. After all, they could have simply chosen to depart. As for their motives, Lin Nan remained baffled. "Little Lin, are you all right?" A flash of golden light revealed Minato's presence. Lin Nan shook his head. "I can no longer detect their traces." Minato sighed softly. "For now, we cannot afford to dwell on this. That technique had an extensive range, affecting half the village. I must go assist the injured." With that, Minato vanished. Ding. SSS Spacetime Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, upgraded version by Minato Namikaze, has been added to the skill library. The Flying Thunder God was it? Lin Nan exhibited no emotional fluctuations regarding this matter. After all, in reality, acquiring this object was relatively effortless, having reached this stage. The first Hokage must have already arrived on the battlefield. Lin Nan was uncertain whether the time within the world of the limited Tsuki no Mi corresponded with that of the external world. However, if they were indeed the same, by the time he completed this night, the war in the real world would likely be over. Lin Nan dispelled his Susanoo, cast a glance into the distance, and then returned to the residence of the Wisteria. The previous Grand Spiral Wheel did not extend its influence to this area, yet it did not prevent this place from descending into chaos. One must admit, Konoha truly experiences tumultuous times across any world. The village is perpetually in disarray. At this moment, Yamato's wood release became exceedingly vital. After all, even the formidable first Hokage could not perform a 3-room 1-hall technique. Upon entering Wisteria's home, Lin Nan noted that the interior was stocked with an array of male and female items, indicating that they had been cohabiting for quite some time. Observing the photograph on the table, the two were dressed in formal attire, their smiles radiant. Wisteria remained as charming as ever, seemingly a touch older compared to reality, likely due to the alterations wrought by the Tsuki no Mi world. After all, according to the original world, Wisteria had yet to reach the legal marriageable age. Lin Nan glanced at his own image in the photograph, beaming with an exuberance that suggested a life devoid of regrets. "What's your thought, senior?" A sudden voice interrupted. Lin Nan was not particularly surprised. He gently placed the photograph back on the table and slowly turned around. "You dare return? I never truly left." It was Obito. Lin Nan fixed his gaze on Obito, as if poised to strike him down at any moment. Yet, Obito merely chuckled. "I mentioned before, I am merely a visitor in this world, entirely detached from it. Hence I cannot directly intervene." "What do you intend to convey?" Lin Nan's voice was cold. "How does it feel to have your dreams shattered, senior?" Obito continued to smile. Lin Nan felt his fists clench tightly, yet he remained silent. "There was once an opportunity presented to you, yet you failed to cherish it," Obito added. At that moment, Lin Nan could no longer contain himself. An arm of skeletal form surged forth. However, Obito was correct. He could do nothing to him. "Do not be agitated, senior. You now possess a chance. Your final opportunity to regret," Obito stated. Lin Nan remained mute. "Tomorrow, do not participate in the matter of the Book of Red Moon. At this very hour, I guarantee that your lady will be peacefully resting in bed," Obito affirmed passionately. Lin Nan suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Do not attempt such clumsy tricks again." Obito appeared taken aback. "The true puppeteer behind all this is not you, is it? You do not hold sway over such matters. You must understand. This world is of my creation. Obito sneered. Because you cannot command me in any world. Chapter 68. A humanized Akatsuki Obito departed once more. In this regard, his verbal prowess could not sway Lin Nan. As for Obito's claim of having created this world, Lin Nan scoffed. Perhaps he conceived it. Yet the so-called limited Tsuki no Mi, that crystal sphere, relinquished all control after manifesting this realm. All signs indicated that this world truly existed, akin to a parallel universe. In other words, it was not a mere fabrication. Its inhabitants were as real as any living being, rather than mere NPCs. That realization prompted Lin Nan to glance at the ring of emptiness on his hand, channeling chakra into it. With a blink of his eyes, the scene before him transformed. Enveloped in darkness, he discerned he was within a dimly lit cave. Lin Nan surveyed his surroundings, finding no trace of the outer path golem. Was the golem absent from this world? How could this ring facilitate an online meeting then? Perhaps it was the result of the limited Tsuki no Mi's alterations. Lin Nan paid it little mind, awaiting the arrival of the other members. Hey, senior, what's up? Are you holding a meeting? Obito's voice echoed. Lin Nan frowned slightly at the dark silhouette representing Obito. Did he possess a ring as well, allowing him to attend? However, as the other Akatsuki members gradually logged in, Lin Nan discerned the underlying secret. Setsu had vanished. What is going on at this late hour? Can't a person get some sleep? A youthful yet irritable voice chimed in. It was Deidara. Exactly. What a nuisance, chimed Haiden, his tone somewhat comical. As the members gathered, Lin Nan felt a mixture of emotions. He never expected to convene another meeting in this lifetime. They were all present. How wonderful. It was noteworthy that in reality, these individuals were nearly all gone. Compared to the various treacherous organizations in reality, this world's Akatsuki was evidently more united and stable. Shaolin, did you summon everyone for something important? A spiky-haired figure with peculiar Sharingan eyes inquired. The others turned their attention to Lin Nan. Just as he was about to speak, a BGM suddenly resonated, elevating the atmosphere. Leader, I have made contact with the Hokage in Konoha and learned of a recent individual posing a threat to the Shinobi world, who has been recklessly capturing tailed beasts across the nations, Lin Nan stated. Did you take on the Hokage's commission? It was Itachi Uchiha's voice. Lin Nan shook his head. Not at this time. I gathered everyone solely for personal matters. Shaolin, you must understand that calling everyone together for personal matters contravenes the organization's rules. Pain spoke slowly, his tone authoritative. Senior, what's the matter? If you need assistance, why not approach me privately? Obito suggested. Lin Nan explained. I've discovered this so-called threat to the Shinobi world is linked to my disappearance. Since everyone is scattered across the Shinobi world, I would like to request your help in gathering information about this individual. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could come to Konoha, as he may invade. Is this related to your disappearance? Pain nodded. Very well, I will arrange this. Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback. He had approached this with a sense of trial and an intention to gather some information, yet he had not anticipated Pain's willingness to comply so readily. Those who provoke the Akatsuki shall feel our wrath, Pain declared before vanishing from sight. Do not worry, Shaolin, we will undoubtedly reclaim this situation for you, Deidara assured. The corpses must be left for me. I intend to transform those who offend the Akatsuki into human puppets and subject them to eternal torment. Came the voice of Sasori, sounding quite normal, indicating he had not taken the crimson flow. Corpses? I shall dedicate them to my evil deity. Do not compete with me. Haiden interjected. I wonder if there's a bounty. Otherwise, none of you should even think about it. We need to increase the organization's funds. By the way, it has been quite a while since I visited my brother. I am close to Konoha. Kisame, are you going? Itachi inquired. Wherever Itachi-sen goes, I shall follow. Are the Akatsuki gearing up for a collective strike? Obito expressed his disbelief. Then, I appreciate everyone's assistance. After the meeting concluded, Lin Nan felt a whirlwind of emotions. The Akatsuki was remarkably humanized. From their tone, it seemed their personalities had not shifted significantly. Perhaps the limited Tsuki no Mi had merely altered their roles. Lin Nan suddenly conceived a bold idea, though he was uncertain whether it could be executed. The following morning, Lin Nan accompanied Minato to the site of Jiraiya's demise. Due to Konoha's severe damages, only Lin Nan and Minato were present, while the others were occupied with post-disaster relief efforts. However, The casualty figures among the civilians were significantly better than Lin Nan had anticipated. Due to the explosion caused by the Great Spiral Wheel located at the outskirts of Konoha Village, which is a considerable distance from the residential area, the impact, albeit affecting half the village, did not result in catastrophic casualties thanks to Tsunade's leadership and a coordinated rescue effort by a group of ninjas. Minato was clearly troubled by the disappearance of Menma, yet as a ninja, much like a soldier, obedience to orders was his duty. Lin Nan, having a fondness for Minato from his previous life, treated him with a degree of care. After all, he was an exceptionally impressive figure, handsome, powerful, and having ascended to the position of Hokage at a young age. Aside from his untimely demise, he epitomized the ultimate goal for many men. Perhaps it was his perfection that led to his early demise. With a distracted Nagato, Lin Nan followed him to the place where Jiraiya met his end, a bamboo grove on a hillside. Intelligence indicated that the toads of Maiboku Mountain would guard Jiraiya's grave, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to approach. Minato, with his remarkable flying thunder god technique, would swiftly retrieve the Book of the Moon from Jiraiya's south resting place, while Lin Nan would draw the attention of the toads. Initially, Lin Nan contemplated using his full Susanoo to bulldoze through, but the previous night's experience revealed his difficulty in controlling the complete form of Susanoo, which could lead to unintended destruction of both Jiraiya's body and the Book of the Moon, an outcome far from desirable. As they approached the hillside, Lin Nan and Minato exchanged understanding glances, and Lin Nan prepared to attract the toad's attention. Upon stepping onto the slope, he scarcely needed to make a sound before a massive toad appeared before him, Frog Bunta. However, compared to the formidable frog boss from reality, this version of Bunta seemed considerably smaller. "Human, this is not a place for you. Go back," Frog Bunta exclaimed, puffing on a gigantic cigarette with an intimidating demeanor. Lin Nan refrained from engaging in dialogue, opting instead to unleash a wood release technique. Wood release. Advent of the Tree World. Chapter 69. Toad Underworld. Book of the Moon. Having discovered his ability to replicate wood release and Susanoo, Lin Nan found little need for other ninjutsu, as these two techniques sufficed for both offense and defense. Frog Bunta, demonstrating remarkable agility, evaded the entwining roots and quickly comprehended Lin Nan's intentions. Brandishing a blade to strike at him, Lin Nan remained motionless, executing another technique with a clap of his hands. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. A wood dragon surged forth, instantly disrupting Frog Bunta's assault. Yet, to Lin Nan's surprise, Bunta's agility allowed him to evade this attack as well. "You little brat." Bunta began to hurl insults, causing Lin Nan a headache. Nevertheless, his mission was to keep Bunta occupied, so he paid little heed. Suddenly, several figures appeared, lunging at Lin Nan, blue and red toads whose names escaped him. Wood release. Flowering Tree World. Lin Nan clapped his hands again, and countless roots and trees sprouted, enveloping him entirely, while large yellow flowers began to bloom, releasing a cloud of yellow mist. "This mist is toxic. Be cautious," warned Frog Bunta. Before Lin Nan stood the notorious trio of the Toad Underworld. Peering through the gaps in the trees, Lin Nan felt secure in his position, allowing them to act freely. However, unexpectedly, the red toad spoke. "I know I'm clumsy, but if we're all here, what will happen to Jiraiya? You still remember? What about the old man and the woman?" Frog Bunta retorted. "Ah, so you've realized. Good for you. But since you're here, don't leave." Lin Nan immediately directed the tree branches toward the trio of toads, effectively restraining them in place. Just then, a figure appeared beside Lin Nan. It was Minato. Previously, Minato had placed a flying thunder god seal on Lin Nan to facilitate their connection. "Let us go." As Minato placed his hand on Lin Nan's shoulder, the two vanished, leaving the three toads bewildered in the wind. "Is this the Book of the Moon?" Back in Konoha, Lin Nan examined the scroll in his hands, turning it over repeatedly, but failing to discern its purpose. In the original narrative, this item was indeed significant, yet its specific function seemed unclear, and Lin Nan had forgotten. Obito had repeatedly cautioned him against seeking the Book of the Moon, yet its guarded nature made it easily obtainable for them. Why then? Were they allowed to seize it first? What secret was hidden that he had not uncovered? Lin Nan was perplexed, yet he chose not to dwell on it. The Akatsuki organization, due to their widespread missions, possessed formidable intelligence capabilities. Previously, they had not been concerned, but now, under Lin Nan's commission, they looked into it. Upon notifying Lin Nan, their findings were mostly anticipated. Everything began with Lin Nan's disappearance a year prior. He had been on a mission, but the destruction caused during the battle was severe, clearly exceeding the mission's intensity. 2 months later, a mysterious individual appeared in the ninja world, embarking on a quest to hunt down and eliminate those with special techniques. Then, 6 months ago, the Kazekage of the Wind Country was ambushed and had his tailed beast extracted, though he was ultimately revived. More recently, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails in the Lightning Country was captured, seemingly with intentions towards the Eight Tails, but was thwarted by the Reikage. According to the descriptions from the Kazekage and Reikage, the individual's appearance and physique varied, yet one detail was certain. Both were ensnared by a shadow. Indeed, the shadow was Lin Nan himself, seemingly possessing someone through some means. An old adage states that one can only truly know oneself. Having become a shadow, he could only achieve his aims by manipulating others, likely indicating that his physical body had perished and the current shadow existed in a spiritual form. As for how this form came to be, Lin Nan could not fathom, but according to the Akatsuki's intelligence, it was likely orchestrated by Obito. The reasons for capturing the tailed beasts escaped him, yet the attack on the Kazekage, Gaara, was certainly not simple. Lin Nan, reflecting on his own situation, believed that a spiritual entity seeking resurrection could follow two paths, reincarnation or self-rebirth. The first option was unattainable, thus elevating the value of the second. This forbidden technique, self-rebirth, was known to be wielded solely by Chiyo of Sunagakure. The only one willing to permit its use was Gaara. Hence, the only way to obtain this technique was to eliminate Gaara. As for why he didn't use Jinjutsu to control Chiyo, Lin Nan reasoned that he lacked his own physical body. Even if he did, it would merely be another's. Furthermore, self-rebirth, like reincarnation, required a physical body to execute, which could also include the reincarnation technique. As for the attack on the Two Tails, Lin Nan was uncertain, but the assault on the One Tail was undoubtedly aimed at securing self-rebirth. This was the inherent advantage of being a transmigrator. Additionally, Lin Nan contemplated a rather grim scenario. During the day prior, he had encountered the shadow, which vanished after meeting Minma. That night, the Nine Tails within Minma began to rampage, and astonishingly released 9 beasts alongside the Great Spiral Wheel. It was highly probable that Minma had been controlled by another version of himself. His motive for controlling Minma might have been to facilitate his own resurrection. Lin Nan had previously studied self-rebirth and had intended to exploit this forbidden technique after Deidara abducted Gaara from Sunagakure. However, due to the necessity of all ring-bearers being present to seal the tailed beasts, Lin Nan missed this opportunity, which left him with a deep sense of regret. Subsequently, he journeyed to Sunagakure to inquire if there were others who possessed knowledge of this technique. Although he did not find anyone skilled in it, he did uncover some information. This technique allows the user's chakra to be transformed into life force, which can then be infused into a deceased body, thereby summoning the soul of the dead to achieve resurrection. It is worth noting that the moment this technique is unleashed, the practitioner is doomed to perish. However, whether the amount of chakra wielded by the practitioner correlates with the existence of the resurrected individual remains uncertain. Before Lin Nan could ponder this further, another piece of news arrived. During the time Lin Nan and Minato had been away, a message was discovered in the home of the hydrangea. The essence of the message indicated that to save both the hydrangea and Myanmar, one must bring the Book of Juyu and journey to the Valley of the End tonight. Moreover, only Lin Nan was permitted to go. Is the Book of Juyu still the key? Lin Nan understood that the answers to all the mysteries would be revealed tonight. The decisive battle was about to commence. Chapter 70. The final battle at the Valley of the End. In the original plot, the climactic battlefield was not set in the Valley of the End. However, this time, the boss was not Myanmar, but Lin Nan himself. Thus, the choice of the Valley of the End was entirely logical. This location was the site of the legendary battle between the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha. To commemorate this battle, 2 massive statues were erected in the canyon. As the full moon rose in the sky, Lin Nan stood atop the colossal statue of Hashirama Senju. Gazing at the moon, Lin Nan couldn't help but reminisce about Tsukuyami. "Ah, what a refined taste you have, Mr. Lin." Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, and Lin Nan looked up to see a figure standing atop the statue of Madara Uchiha. The person was diminutive in stature, wearing a white fox mask. Was this not the embodiment of the path of the ninja, Uzumaki Myanmar? Notably, a hint of black mist emanated from him, seemingly under his control. Did his counterpart in this world not use Myanmar for his own revival? Lin Nan suppressed his inner doubts and held up the book of Zhuyu, stating, I have brought what you desired. Now return the hydrangea to me. Return it to you? The masked man scoffed, then commanded, use Amaterasu to incinerate the scroll. Lin Nan complied. As the dark flames ignited, the so-called book of Zhuyu was reduced to ashes. Observing Lin Nan's compliance, the masked man expressed suspicion, asking, did you read its contents? I did, but I couldn't comprehend it. Lin Nan replied truthfully. The masked man laughed heartily before removing his mask. Jiraiya was indeed fond of riddles. He could have conveyed the information plainly, yet chose to employ cryptic symbols instead. He was not wrong. Lin Nan still recalled how Jiraiya, having sacrificed his life to obtain information about pain, had left behind a riddle requiring immense effort to decipher. Why complicate matters? It was akin to a victim failing to write the name of their murderer in their final moments, opting instead for an obscure code that left one baffled. Are you suggesting that Jiraiya's message implied you are the mastermind behind everything, Myanmar? Lin Nan inquired. The masked man had by now removed his mask, revealing Myanmar's face, which, while resembling Naruto's, was now twisted into a malevolent grin. However, unlike the original storyline, Myanmar still sported yellow hair rather than black. Myanmar? Myanmar's smile widened. To be honest, I do not particularly favor that name. Lin Nan scrutinized Myanmar for a while before retorting, what should I call you then? Lin Nan. Little Lin? Haha. Myanmar cackled. How about this? In my world, it feels splendid, doesn't it? Lin Nan fixed his gaze on Myanmar, perplexed. You are me. Therefore you should know I can deduce it as you. I do not believe you would harm the hydrangea. Moreover, Myanmar's fate is, to be frank, of little concern to me. Everything is merely a ploy to draw me here. Isn't it? The book of Zhuyu is merely a ruse. What is your true objective? I would not harm the hydrangea. Myanmar erupted in laughter. Everything here is an illusion. The hydrangea is, as am I. How could I not destroy a mere figment of reality? Lin Nan furrowed his brow. Are you foolish? At this, Myanmar's smile faltered, clearly taken aback by the insult. Have you wasted 20 years of your life? Have you been duped by Obito's fabrications? You actually believe the words of a lovesick warrior? Have you lost your mind? Do not dare claim you are me. I cannot afford to lose such dignity. Lin Nan continued his tirade. Myanmar's rage surged, and he sneered, oh? Are you suggesting that this is a parallel dimension, a world that truly exists? Regardless of whether this is a parallel universe, have you not felt anything throughout these years? Do you think the hydrangea is merely an illusion, simply because she has not borne you children? Spare me your nonsense. How utterly pathetic. Lin Nan spat, exuding disappointment. A barrage of invective left Myanmar momentarily speechless, as if he were at a loss for words. In the next moment, Myanmar seemed to lose his sanity, bellowing, silence. You know nothing. You understand nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Myanmar was enveloped in a dark golden light, his chakra surging violently. Black gold chakra? Lin Nan observed with keen interest. Not to mention, this fluctuation of chakra was far more potent than Naruto in his Nine Tails mode. Did this imply that the Nine Tails within the limited Tsukuyomi was stronger than that in reality? Boom. The spectacle was not over. Myanmar's black gold light began to overflow, akin to a brimming vessel that continued to be filled. Soon, a massive fox materialized in Lin Nan's sight. Was this the complete Nine Tails mode? Had Myanmar reached such heights? Had he held back during their time in Konoha? Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Myanmar commanded the colossal golden Nine Tails to strike at Lin Nan. Initially, Lin Nan intended to evade using Kimui, but to his astonishment, he suddenly froze, and the next moment, he was sent flying by the Nine Tails, crashing harshly into the lake beneath the statue. Splash! The waves surged dramatically. Moments later, Lin Nan emerged from the water, appearing somewhat disheveled, his expression a tumult of emotions. So that was it. No wonder he had been lured here. This space was sealed, rendering him unable to use Kimui. Truly unprecedented. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon in the world of Naruto. Looking up, he noticed that the once full moon had transformed into a blood-red orb, larger than usual. Was this the effect of the limited Tsukuyomi? Boom. The black gold Nine Tails charged once more. Lin Nan leaped upward, once again scaling the cliff. What a brilliant strategy, Lin Nan thought, though his countenance remained impassive. You should feel honored. Myanmar sneered coldly, then opened his massive maw as the tailed beast bomb began to coalesce. However, at that moment, a commotion arose behind him. Myanmar turned to look, and upon facing Lin Nan again, he was taken aback to find Lin Nan was no longer alone. The Akatsuki, a mercenary organization? Beneath the blood moon, several figures clad in the distinctive red cloud-black cloaks stood beside Lin Nan, exuding an oppressive aura merely by their presence. It seemed his home had been breached. Lin Nan smiled faintly at Myanmar. "Senior, I have rescued your sister-in-law." Toby gently set down the hydrangea on his back, still grumbling about how his ocular technique had been greatly weakened in this place. Fortunately, it was not Kakuzu carrying Lin Nan, but rather a mere shadow. Kakuzu merely grunted in response, saying little more. As he helped the hydrangea up, Lin Nan gazed at the familiar yet strange face, letting out a soft sigh. At that moment, however, the hydrangea suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a glimmer of dark energy emanating from within. A piercing sound echoed through the air. Lin Nan looked down in disbelief at his chest, where a black rod had bin thrust into him, and dark energy began to spread outward uncontrollably. "Senior, Shaolin." The members of the Akatsuki, witnessing this, rushed forward. "Stop. Do not make a move," Lin Nan shouted. "Let me take control of your body." The hydrangea grinned with an eerie smile, and in an instant, it seemed as if Lin Nan's very soul had been extracted, enveloped entirely by a thick black mist. With a whoosh and a thud, as the hydrangea was taken away by Toby, Lin Nan felt his form begin to change, transforming into another person. How is this possible? This individual was no longer Lin Nan, yet wore an expression of profound incredulity. Amaterasu. In the next moment, Itachi Uchiha launched an attack, engulfing the figure in black flames. The dark energy once again surged forth, as if escaping from this person's body, swiftly retreating like a startled bird into the black gold nine tails. Clapping echoed in the air, drawing the attention of Minma, who spotted a familiar figure appearing not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Lin Nan. Indeed, what a splendid performance. But alas, Minma, I am not so easily fooled. Minma frowned, momentarily silent. When did you deduce that I am Minma, and not you? Lin Nan approached the Akatsuki members, offering a kind smile. Truth be told, I was initially uncertain whether I had controlled you. However, your appearance today has enlightened me. If I am not mistaken, it was I who instructed you to adopt this guise, correct? Minma glanced at his attire, maintaining a stoic expression. Is there another version of me? Do you have anything to say? Lin Nan's smile widened. A shadow slowly emerged from Minma's back, its form blurred and entirely black, yet Lin Nan's outline was discernible. The eerie sound echoed once more, almost ghostly in nature. Lin Nan found it amusing and turned to Minma. How about translating for me? Minma, clearly uninterested, merely glared at Lin Nan with a stern expression. What does this mean? What has happened? Toby inquired from behind Lin Nan, scratching his head. Itachi Uchiha began to explain. The banquet of ill fortune is not so easily attended, so Shaolin, for safety, had the leader use the technique of duplication to create a copy of himself, which is indistinguishable from the original. However, I failed to comprehend what transpired afterward. Shaolin, perhaps you could elucidate for everyone? Could Lin Nan truly reveal that the shadow was the Lin Nan of this world, while he himself had come from another? Thus, Lin Nan spoke. That shadow is my inner demon, having detached itself from my being. One could say it is another version of me. My earlier disappearance was due to its domination over my mind. Ah, I see. Toby was the first to respond. Did you understand that? Deidara asked, somewhat perplexed. No, but it sounds quite impressive. Toby replied, which caused Deidara to facepalm, wishing he could give Toby a swift kick if the situation were different. Thank you all for your assistance. I am deeply grateful. Toby, please return the hydrangea. Lin Nan continued. What about here? Toby asked, somewhat reluctant, yet ultimately complied. Brothers, let us unite for battle. Lin Nan looked at his former comrades, a wave of complex emotions surging within him, then raised his arms in a rallying call. Roar! Haiden and Deidara charged forward, and soon, the entire Akatsuki mobilized. Lin Nan had served the Akatsuki for 7 or 8 years without ever witnessing them engage in a battle. To his surprise, on the second day in this confined world of Tsukinomi, he was witnessing this exceedingly rare scene. In the earlier stages, they were known as invincible, sweeping all before them. Yet now, facing the Nine Tails, they were somewhat diminished. What kind of sparks would fly in this confrontation? Lin Nan waved his hand and activated the complete Susanoo. Although the black gold Nine Tails was massive and agile, capturing the Akatsuki members proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, they found themselves in a passive position from the outset. Deidara's art bombarded the area, while Kakuzu unleashed his earth-based techniques from afar, and Sasori manipulated his puppets for ranged attacks. Haiden charged recklessly into the fray. Given that they were on the lake's surface, Kisame swam like a fish, summoning 1,000 sharks to leap into the air. Konan floated above like an angel, continuously releasing paper needles. Itachi, realizing that the black gold nine-tails would evade his Amaterasu, activated the third stage of Susanoo, embodying a semi-physical form of the nine-tails, wielding the 10 fingers sword to absorb its chakra. It appeared as though a child was wildly swinging a kitchen knife at an adult. Crucially, Itachi's Yata mirror rendered the black gold nine-tails attacks ineffective, forcing it to dodge his strikes. Meanwhile, Pain directed the battle, remaining unfazed, which left Lin Nan somewhat disoriented. As for Lin Nan, upon activating his complete Susanoo, the shadow had approached the confines of his cockpit. Without a vessel, the shadow could not harm Lin Nan, merely continuing its eerie laughter. Why does it sound like a chicken? Lin Nan mused, curious about how he had deduced its nature. It is quite simple. You are too conspicuous. You are me. You know I will arrive in this world in a year, so you began capturing the one-tail, feigning the desire to steal my life and even dressing Minma in the style of a theatrical version, all to mislead me. In truth, reviving yourself has always been straightforward. There was no need to wait until now. This is your greatest flaw. Ultimately, we are the same person, a spiritual obsession, craving only my own body. However, I must admit, you blackening Minma was an unexpected twist. Kudos to you. Lin Nan chuckled nonchalantly, disregarding this so-called version of himself, and charged towards the nine-tails. As Lin Nan entered the fray, joining forces with the Akatsuki, Minma quickly found himself overwhelmed. Itachi's Tsukuyomi could affect Naruto, even if he was bolstered by the nine-tails. With that battle concluded, it was Lin Nan's turn to confront his own spiritual entity, a task that may prove simpler than he had anticipated. Wasn't Pain there? In the next chapter, Akatsuki swiftly focused their efforts on the Super Brother. Pain's human path possessed the ability to absorb souls. Although it was unclear if this soul was the same as that one, it was worth a try. Lin Nan expressed his request to Pain, who was exceptionally accommodating, fulfilling his needs without hesitation, a true gem among comrades. However, while Lin Nan awaited the arrival of the human path, Pain had already dashed towards the shadow in the sky. Lin Nan was left bewildered. What gives? Isn't this the human path? Yet, upon witnessing Pain's Deva path employing the Hell Path's Yama, Lin Nan finally understood. This Pain, astonishingly, is the embodiment of the 6 paths. Is that not akin to the reanimated Nagato? Truly impressive. As the deity presiding over souls, the king of hell should, in theory, possess the ability to influence spiritual entities. Coupled with the soul extraction of the human realm, Lin Nan found it hard to believe that he could not contend with his own soul. However, the reason for his existence in this form within the world remained a mystery to him. Observing the shadow flitting above, chased relentlessly by Pain, Lin Nan could not help but exclaim, "Super Brother, you are magnificent." "Who is Super Brother?" Deidara inquired as he alighted beside Lin Nan atop a great bird. "Nothing much," Lin Nan replied, dismissing Deidara's presence. After being ensnared by Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu, Minma appeared dazed. Lin Nan cast a glance at the shadow above and then at Konan. Konan possessed the unique ability to communicate directly with Nagato, who controlled Pain. Understanding passed between them, and after a brief whispered conversation, Konan stepped aside slightly. "How sneaky," Deidara scoffed. "Come on, brother, let's have a secret chat." "Scram," Scorpion retorted. At that moment, as the shadow found itself cornered by Pain, it unexpectedly dove into Pain's body. "What the hell?" Lin Nan's brows furrowed, taken aback by this turn of events. Others also turned their heads in surprise. Pain halted, a peculiar smile surfacing on his otherwise expressionless face. "Huh!" A commanding shout echoed, and numerous black rods erupted from within his body, tearing through his garments. "Incredible! This is truly the deity of the heavens," Lin Nan observed. "This corpse is now under my control, Nagato," Super Brother uttered calmly, then directed his gaze towards Lin Nan and the others below. In that instant, his Rinnegan flickered wildly before stabilizing back to its original state. Lin Nan understood that the rods had been forced out, disrupting the chakra from the Rinnegan, thus causing its projection to fade. However, Due to Lin Nan's system that could intercept chakra, he retained the Rinnegan. With a furrowed brow, Lin Nan turned to Conan. Didn't I just say to force him into Minma's body? What is happening now? This is Nagato's intention, Conan replied softly. What is Nagato thinking? Forcing the shadow into Minma's body would have sealed the Nine Tails as well, a win-win situation. Now we've forced Super Brother out. With the power of the Rinnegan, what are we to do? Are we starting over? The other members of the Akatsuki were equally bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Lin Nan could only shrug. I'm curious to see how Nagato resolves this. Conan merely remarked, Nagato has his own plans. Are you sure this isn't a blunder? Lin Nan had harbored doubts about whether the shadow could enter the deity of the heaven's body, but considering it possessed the power of the Rinnegan and the Six Paths, which encompassed all forces, it seemed improbable that it could be so easily usurped. Yet, it appeared he had underestimated the situation. Universal pull. Super Brother extended his hand, drawing Minma's body towards him. Lin Nan could not allow this to happen and immediately unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Super Brother interrupted the skill, opting to absorb Lin Nan's flames using the hungry ghost path. Futile. I can confidently assert that I am now stronger than Nagato, Super Brother declared, spreading his arms wide as a tempest surged outward from his center. Repel, Lin Nan warned, prompting the Akatsuki members to retreat. The area covered by Super Brother's Shinra Tensei was vast, far exceeding the scale of his previous attack on the Leaf Village, though not quite as monumental. Lin Nan's expression darkened as he glanced at the blood moon above. Under its ominous glow, the space was constricted. Obito was surely nearby, watching with keen interest. As only he could accomplish such a feat, brothers. It seems we must focus our fire on the leader. Lin Nan glanced at his comrades. Before anyone could respond, Haiden eagerly exclaimed, I just want to know if I can offer him to the evil god. Kisame, rarely smiling, sneered, to be honest. My Samahata has long craved the leader's chakra. Observing the fervor in his comrades, Lin Nan turned to Conan, noticing she too was gathering chakra. It seemed the leader was not as fearsome as he appeared. Knowing this was not the time for levity, Lin Nan turned to Uchiha Itachi. Your target is him. Do not engage for now, leave this to us. Itachi spoke slowly before issuing a soft command. Akatsuki, assemble. The members of the Akatsuki charged towards Super Brother. Their excitement palpable, even more so than during their assault on the Nine Tails. Madness, utter madness. Lin Nan sighed, observing Super Brother in the sky, yet refraining from summoning his complete Susanoo. Though it was his most potent ocular technique, it would be of little use against Super Brother. It was akin to an individual attempting to grasp a fly with their bare hands, regardless of their strength. The Susanoo functioned as a war machine, more suited for collective targets than individual ones. At that moment, Lin Nan began to doubt the authenticity of Nagato's defeat at the hands of Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps Kabuto was not adept at manipulation. Yet, witnessing Super Brother navigate the onslaught of the entire Akatsuki with ease underscored the absolute power encapsulated in the abilities of the Six Paths. Pain can absorb all ninjutsu chakra. Thus we must rely solely on taijutsu. Uchiha Itachi assumed the role of battle commander. Understood. Haiden and Kisame surged forward. However, before they could close the distance, they were immediately repelled by Super Brother's Shinra Tensei. Tengaku. Itachi's right eye began to bleed as the black flames of Amaterasu engulfed Super Brother's chest. Yet, with a flash of purple light, the flames dissipated entirely. Can Amaterasu be absorbed as well? C2. Deidara shouted, unleashing a massive dragon-shaped clay bomb. However, a purple barrier formed, preventing the explosive wave from reaching Super Brother in the slightest. Above, Conan released paper needles formed from her paper jutsu. Annoying. Super Brother murmured, then clapped his hands, summoning a pact. Chapter 73. Lin Nan, I play better than Nagato. Boom. A massive panda appeared before Super Brother, blocking all the paper needles. Following that, countless colossal summoned beasts emerged, three-headed hellhounds, giant beak birds, chameleons, crabs, centipedes, and a bull. The sudden onslaught of these giant summoned beasts caught the Akatsuki off guard. Leave this to me, Scorpion barked, pulling out a scroll. Secret technique. 100 machine manipulation. Hundreds of puppets materialized in the sky. Don't forget, this is my domain. Kisame chuckled coldly. Water style. Great exploding water wave. Lin Nan gazed at Super Brother, puzzled as to why he and T unleashed his complete Susanoo for a decisive blow. At this stage, if he didn't do so, It likely indicated that his current body was restricting his full potential. However, without the Susanoo, he could be dealt with more easily. Itachi, your ocular power is nearly exhausted. Leave the next phase to me. Lin then interrupted Itachi's intention to summon his full form, instead radiating a crimson glow as his skeletal frame emerged, manifesting Itachi's half Susanoo. To this, Itachi merely expressed indifference. Upon witnessing Lin Nan wield the Tensigen, Super Brother playfully engaged with the Akatsuki once more, unleashing another Shinra Tensei that sent them all flying. Lin Nan suddenly recalled the existence of a real Nagato within his 10-fist sword. If unleashed, 2 Nagatos would certainly create a delightful chaos. However, it was a pity that the Nagato in reality was likely just a soul entity. The 10-fist sword should be more than sufficient to seal the Super Brother. The only consideration was how to strike him. Could Wood release or the hungry ghost realm absorb him? Without hesitation, Lin Nan clasped his hands together. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. A long wooden dragon spiraled forth, lunging toward the Super Brother with ferocity. Yet, before the wooden dragon could reach him, a laser beam shot out, instantly obliterating the dragon into fragments. Shura realm? Lin Nan observed the 3-headed, 6-armed Super Brother, momentarily speechless. In an instant, multiple beams shot out in all directions, resembling a rain of lasers, accompanied by countless missiles, initiating a relentless bombardment. How on earth can one evade this? Deidara, piloting his aircraft, found himself unable to shake off the missiles trailing behind, ultimately leading to a catastrophic crash. I have told you, I am now stronger than Nagato. The Super Brother sneered coldly, charging directly at Lin Nan. He did not evade, encased within his Susanoo. He was curious to see what the Super Brother could do against him. As the Super Brother charged forth, Kisame and Itachi leaped to intercept, only to be repelled once more by the almighty push. Lin Nan, entrust your body to me. To Lin Nan's astonishment, the Super Brother penetrated his Susanoo and surged toward him. Kamui, how is it fair that I cannot use what you can? Lin Nan was taken aback and quickly retreated. However, the Super Brother relentlessly pursued him like a relentless parasite. If the Super Brother made contact with Lin Nan, it would be akin to Masked Man touching Minato, almost signaling the end of the battle. Lin Nan would be possessed by the shadow. Yet another possession. When will this end? A golden light flickered around Lin Nan, accompanied by arcs of electricity, and in the next moment, he transformed into a burst of golden light, vanishing within the Susanoo. Thankfully, I escaped swiftly. The Super Brother did not pursue Lin Nan, but instead leaped to the other side and extended his palm. Universal pull. The target was not Lin Nan, but rather Menma. The unguarded body of Menma was drawn irresistibly closer to him. The power of the Rinnegan stimulated Menma's illusion, breaking it, and he awoke. The expression on Lin Nan's face was one of sheer astonishment. Upon awakening, Menma, alongside the Super Brother, wore a sinister smile as they gazed down at the Akatsuki organization. This scene was immensely embarrassing for Lin Nan. Lin Nan, we are back on the same starting line. You are me, and I am you. Why can't we merge into one? The Super Brother spoke slowly, clearly using Lin Nan's own voice. Merge into one. Who would want to merge with you? Lin Nan cursed vehemently. In that case, before the Super Brother could finish his sentence, he looked in disbelief at his chest, where a black rod had pierced through. How is this possible? The Super Brother's face was one of incredulity. I clearly dispelled the illusion. Menma, devoid of any emotion, spoke slowly, but his voice resonated with the tone of the Deva path. You dispelled the power of the Sharingan, but I, at this moment, have been waiting for you. The Rinnegan manifested in Menma's eyes. Simultaneously, countless black rods erupted from the Super Brother's body, impaling him like a hedgehog. This sight left Lin Nan utterly dumbfounded. What? Menma has become the Deva path? What does this mean? Lin Nan exclaimed repeatedly. Itachi spoke up. Just received the leader's orders. I implanted the black rods of Yin-Yang release into Menma's body, and with the power of the Nine Tails stabilized within him, he can temporarily assume the existence of pain. Hearing this, Lin Nan's spirits lifted, suddenly comprehending Nagato's plan. Truly, the mastermind behind the Akatsuki, this tactic was astonishingly formidable. Yin-Yang release can counter soul entities. Why hadn't I thought of this? The black rods, I can use those too. Lin Nan lamented. This guy has been cleverly orchestrated by Nagato. Why didn't he say anything earlier? Lin Nan asked. Itachi cast a calm glance at him. He was about to rescue Menma, but you interrupted him. Is this my fault? Lin Nan retorted. Moreover, Minma is the golden flash of Konoha. Using yin-yang release on his body would damage our relationship with Konoha. Hence, utilizing Pain's corpse is the best outcome. Itachi's subsequent explanation made Lin Nen internally fume. So this is the ultimate goal. Speaking of which, the Akatsuki is not a terror organization. They have become rather cautious in interpersonal relationships. In reality, the Akatsuki disregard such matters. The soul has already been sealed within Pain's body and can be extracted at any moment. What do you plan to do? Itachi inquired once more. Is this it? This feels rather hasty. Lin Nan felt a chill run down his spine. However, upon reflection, he realized that without the Akatsuki, this battle would be impossible. Lin Nan's mind raced. Orochimaru, does anyone know where he is now? I do. Scorpion spoke slowly. As expected of you. Lin Nan gave a thumbs up. Deidara puffed with pride. He's my big brother. Lin Nan looked at Deidara with a peculiar expression. Is Scorpion the #1 fan of Tsukuyomi? Subsequently, the Akatsuki members headed towards Orochimaru's lair. Along the way, the super brother, resembling a hedgehog, continued to smirk coldly. Fixating his gaze on Lin Nan. I did not lose to you. I merely lost to the Akatsuki. Haiden swung his scythe down upon the super brother's head. Is the Akatsuki your family? Don't you know? With your strength, you dare oppose the Akatsuki? Soon, I will offer you to the evil god. That is my body, Haiden. Minma interjected softly. Upon hearing this, Haiden immediately chuckled awkwardly. My apologies, leader. It slipped my mind. Almighty push. Haiden was sent flying, and from a distance, his voice echoed. Don't be so impatient. Chapter 74. What to do when Orochimaru is surrounded by the Akatsuki. Lord Orochimaru, trouble is brewing. In his lair, the anxious Kabuto hurriedly reported to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, reclining on a bed sipping tea, with goji berries visible in his cup, retorted. What a commotion. You are disrupting my tranquility. What is the matter? The Akatsuki has come knocking. Kabuto gasped for breath. The Akatsuki? Who are they? Orochimaru's hand trembled, yet he remained composed. Everyone, the Akatsuki is surrounding this place. What? Orochimaru's teacup shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering shards everywhere. They intend to eradicate me. Orochimaru's previously rosy complexion turned pale. Outside Orochimaru's lair, Lin Nen contemplated this so-called lair of Orochimaru. Aren't lairs usually dark and terrifying places? Caves or valleys, perhaps? What is this opulent villa? Before Lin Nan could ponder further, upon catching sight of Orochimaru, everything became clear. A distinguished guest has arrived. My apologies for not welcoming you properly. What brings you here? This is Orochimaru. Lin Nan was taken aback for an entire year. The Orochimaru before him indeed bore the same features, but what was with that rosy complexion and corpulent figure? What a remarkable use of Tsukuyomi. I am impressed. However, at that moment, Orochimaru, upon seeing the Akatsuki, was equally astonished. The leader, super brother, bound like a hedgehog. How is Minma also here? Has he joined the Akatsuki? It is worth noting that on the way here, Minma donned an Akatsuki cloak. What a memorable scene. Lin Nan harbored a profound resentment towards a world devoid of mobile phones. Minma cast a glance at Lin Nan. It must be said that this youthful visage, reminiscent of Naruto, exuded an air of seriousness and rigidity akin to pain, leaving Lin Nan momentarily at a loss. Clearing his throat, Lin Nan declared, Orochimaru, I have come to negotiate terms with you. Terms? Orochimaru was taken aback. Little Lin, have I wronged you? The ring was given by me. The plaintive expression of Orochimaru left Lin Nan somewhat speechless. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Nan continued, You possess the ability to perform the Reaper Death Seal, do you not? I wish to borrow it. Do you want me to hand it over? Certainly. Orochimaru readily agreed. However, Lin Nan shook his head. No need for your instruction. I can perform the Reaper Death Seal, but I require your assistance to unbind it. In return, I shall teach you a technique of reincarnation. Orochimaru's expression became somewhat rigid. Well, I have been studying the law of conservation of matter recently. Both the Reaper Death Seal and the technique of reincarnation are not permissible. Orochimaru, are you attempting to refuse? Scorpion interjected ominously. Concurrently, all members of the Akatsuki organization fixed their gaze on Orochimaru, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Particularly, Itachi Uchiha had activated his Sharingan. At that moment, Lin Nan felt an overwhelming sense of security. The backdrop was indeed formidable. Orochimaru swallowed hard and asked, What must I do now? You need to locate the Reaper's mask first, Lin Nan instructed. Orochimaru was taken aback that Lin Nan was aware of this, then replied, "We need to head to the Uzumaki clan's shrine in Konoha." "Absolutely. We have ample time tonight. Additionally, we require 3 living beings." Lin Nan added, "Living beings?" Orochimaru expressed skepticism. Lin Nan leaned in to whisper some secrets to Orochimaru. "I never realized you could be so cunning, little Lin," Orochimaru muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead before instructing Kabuto to depart. After effortlessly locating the Uzumaki clan's shrine and the Reaper's mask, Lin Nan nodded slowly and then looked at Myanmar. Myanmar, with an expressionless demeanor, nodded slowly and then reached out to extract the controlled Chao Gu. A strange black soul entity, representing Lin Nan's soul in this world, was directly withdrawn from Chao Ji's body. Chao Gu began to scream frantically. His gaze towards Lin Nan no longer malevolent, but filled with complex emotions. "Leader, can we access his memories?" Lin Nan inquired. "Of course. But this body is currently resisting fiercely. We can only wait until I reclaim it." Myanmar responded. Lin Nan nodded, realizing that all would soon be resolved. And the truth of the matter seemed less significant. However, at that moment, Chao Gu spoke slowly. "There is no need to access my memories. I can tell you everything you wish to know. To the victor go the spoils. I can accept my defeat." "Oh." Lin Nan's interest was piqued. "In my memories. 8 years ago, I arrived in this world." Chao Gu began to recount his past in this realm. "With the aid of my golden finger, as you might understand, I joined the Akatsuki and settled in Konoha. Everything mirrored the world of Naruto, yet was not entirely the same. For me, it was undoubtedly the best of worlds." Lin Nan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this world was quite remarkable overall. Yet the others were left in confusion, wondering if this person was not just a manifestation of little Lin's inner demons. "Why does he sound so much like little Lin?" Chao Gu continued. "However, all of this changed a year ago when I encountered Obito. But this world should not have had Obito's presence. Subsequently, my body was obliterated by Obito's mysterious powers. He seemed capable of controlling the laws of this world. Then, a miraculous event occurred. I was brought back through the impure world reincarnation. But the world I entered was no longer mine. It was the reality you inhabit. I met Kabuto." Lin Nan shuddered at this revelation. Kabuto had indeed mentioned that he had once summoned a version of himself devoid of memories through impure world reincarnation. "Afterwards, due to the loss of all my abilities, I was destroyed by Kabuto. However, in the process, I inherited all your memories from the real world." "You inherited my memories?" Lin Nan was taken aback. "I became aware of everything you experienced in the real world. In comparison to this dreamlike realm, your reality is a veritable purgatory." Lin Nan fell silent. It was a candid truth that left him without a counterargument. The overlap of memories drove me to madness. I could not accept that so-called reality. Filled with terror and darkness, I felt the only course of action was to obliterate that world. After all, everyone here could live well. Admittedly, Lin Nan had entertained similar thoughts before. Otherwise, he would not have been swayed by Obito. But in retrospect, why should he? Even in reality, he had friends, Shao Nan, Tsunade, and the protagonist Naruto, along with Kakashi, who treated him well. He realized that he had strayed to an extreme. Yet even if he had gone down this so-called extreme path, the subsequent encounters with Kaguya and the Sage of Six Paths were not easy roads to traverse. Chapter 75. The Reaper just passed by, rating bonus. Chao Gu continued his narrative. "However, after my destruction, I could only wander in this world, unable to return to reality, my physical form having vanished. Yet I understood the plot. I knew you would arrive here in a year, for this world was fundamentally constructed upon you. Yet it was indeed real. I devised a series of plans and implanted Naruto's memories into Myanmar's mind in this world. As I expected, Myanmar, upon receiving these memories, was filled with dissatisfaction and grievance towards the Naruto of reality. We successfully reached an agreement." Lin Nan nodded. If Naruto were not the protagonist, his descent into darkness would indeed be expected. At this juncture, Lin Nan experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder Myanmar in the original plot also succumbed to darkness. It was not Obito's doing, but rather the influence of Naruto's memories. Naruto's childhood was not something any ordinary person could endure, filled with disdain and mockery. Without parents or anyone to care for him, everyone treating him like a pariah. Moreover, Myanmar had grown up under the protection of his parents within the confines of infinite Tsukuyomi, utterly unacquainted with such hardships. Thus, when those memories, belonging to him yet not, overlapped with his own, his descent into darkness became inevitable. This also explained why Myanmar unleashed the tailed beast bomb at the outskirts of Konoha. He did not reject this world, but merely despised the version of himself that existed in another world. So these two, wielding the Book of Zhu Yu, actually sought to venture into the real world? Goodness, a dark version of himself along with a dark version of Naruto aiming to annihilate the world. This was indeed more tumultuous than the original plot. Your plan is to first occupy my body and then proceed to the real world together, is it not? Lin Nen inquired. Precisely, Xiao Gu affirmed. Moreover, I do not wish to occupy your body. Rather, your body belongs to me. Huh. Lin Nen was somewhat bewildered. Your physical form is already dead. Have you forgotten this? Xiao Gu looked at Lin Nan as though he were a fool. Well, it seems our plans must be slightly adjusted. Leader, can we erase his and Myanmar's memories from the past year? Lin Nan asked. Myanmar nodded yes. We can eliminate a portion. Then I must trouble you, leader, to transfer his soul into Myanmar's body. Lin Nan continued. Myanmar nodded and then proceeded to insert the extracted soul into his own body. With a clap of his hands, Lin Nan declared, Reaper Death Seal. A colossal, ghostly figure of a white-haired Reaper materialized behind him. After performing this technique, will it not lead to death? Itachi Uchiha inquired. Lin Nen smiled slightly, indeed. But I possess a method of resurrection. Upon concluding his remarks, he cast a glance at the perspiring Orochimaru. Lin Nen had not anticipated that Orochimaru would be so amenable in this world. Initially, he had intended to raise Orochimaru's lair with the Akatsuki. But the journey had been surprisingly smooth thus far. Lin Nan's objective was rather straightforward, to exploit the talents of the renowned scientist of the Shinobi world, Orochimaru. To exploit a loophole. This notion had long been brewing in his mind. Almost instantaneously, as the soul of the Mahjong superbrother was extracted and infused into his own body, Lin Nan sprang into action. The Grim Reaper behind him reached towards Lin Nan's back, then extended from his chest. Throughout this excruciating process, Lin Nan felt as though his body were being torn apart. The agony of his corporeal form rendered him grimacing in pain. The Reaper's arm elongated from Lin Nan's chest, directly penetrating the body of Mahjong. Subsequently, a soul and a dark brown energy orb were extracted by the Reaper. Upon examining the remaining chakra within Mahjong, Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan and remarked, There is only 1/10 of chakra left inside. That will suffice. Lin Nan commanded the Reaper to sever the soul. The entire sequence felt akin to stuffing his own body to the brink of bursting. The Reaper gradually vanished, and a sealing script materialized on Lin Nan's chest. I shall perish, but I implore Orochimaru to resurrect me with the Edo Tensei, and I trust you all to safeguard my remains. Lin Nan uttered his final words before collapsing lifelessly. Lin Nan is truly formidable. Had I not known his prowess, I might have thought him mad. Indeed, he is the most extraordinary within our organization. Deidara and Haiden always engaged in endless banter, being among the most loquacious members of the entire group, aside from Obito. After Lin Nan extracted his soul and the enigmatic dark brown substance from Mahjong, Pain reclaimed control over his own body. I am Pain, Kami de God. While the others pondered their leader's sudden proclamation, a swift command followed. Shinra Tensei, Haiden, Kisame, and Deidara were propelled out of the shrine, startling the recently arrived Obito. What is happening, seniors? Obito hurriedly entered, carrying 3 bodies. Who are these? Uchiha Itachi inquired. One was sent by Orochimaru, and the other 2 are condemned criminals from Konoha. One of whom is an S-rank rogue ninja. Traitors deserve death. The pressure shifted to Orochimaru. Wiping his cold sweat, Orochimaru arranged the 3 living individuals in order and extracted a piece of flesh from Lin Nan's fallen body before beginning to form seals. Snake clone technique. He first created a clone, which began to place the muscle tissue onto a scroll, laying it on the ground. Meanwhile, Orochimaru donned the Reaper's mask, performed an eerie dance, and the Reaper reappeared behind him. Orochimaru then commanded the Reaper to open his abdomen, revealing a similar gaping wound on his own rotund belly, blood pouring forth. 2 visible souls seemed to be released. Edo Tensei. Upon the emergence of the souls, Orochimaru transformed into a white shadow and directly penetrated the body of one condemned criminal. The criminal struggled to stand and then manifested Orochimaru's form, albeit with a slightly emaciated physique. After taking a deep breath, Orochimaru began forming seals with his clone. Self-resurrection. The Reaper exclaimed, "What just zipped past? What else is coming? I can't believe this. Will it ever end?" Chapter 76. Continue to deceive. Released the limiting Tsukuyomi, the Edo Tensei was the first to succeed. Lin Nan reappeared in this world in the form of Edo Tensei. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Nan exhaled with relief. It was indeed himself. A colossal entity slumbered within him. The gamble had paid off. "Little Lin?" "Yes, it's me," Lin Nan responded, turning his gaze toward his own body, which was being resurrected by Orochimaru's self-resurrection. Earlier, under the sealing technique, both his soul and the soul of his counterpart in this world had been fully liberated. Now that he had been resurrected through Edo Tensei, it was unequivocal that the self-resurrection had brought forth the version of himself from this world. Moreover, both his and Mahjong's memories had been erased, restoring everything in this world to its rightful course. As for the self-resurrection, Lin Nan had entrusted it to Orochimaru. Although this forbidden technique could not be mastered merely by learning the seals, Orochimaru was no ordinary individual. Nearly upon witnessing it once, he had mastered it. Truly, he was the most astute among the trio of vice, gambling, and drugs. Previously, Lin Nan had contemplated Haiden, given his immortal body, which rendered death and suffering merely a source of joy. However, Lin Nan did not believe that a fool could master such a high-level forbidden technique like self-resurrection in a short span. "You are not from this world." Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke. Lin Nan turned to glance at Uchiha Itachi. "That is inconsequential. What matters is that I am indeed little Lin." "I'm having a bit of trouble understanding." Obito scratched his head. "Not understanding is better." Lin Nan addressed the other members of the Akatsuki, stating, "A question now lies before you, and I urge you to contemplate it." "Speak." Uchiha Itachi replied. Lin Nan began, "In truth, whether it is I or that so-called inner demon, we are both little Lin. We are both individuals that genuinely exist." "I see. So does this mean that another world is indeed real?" Uchiha Itachi, ever the most astute member of the Akatsuki, deduced. Lin Nan nodded. Observing the bewildered Akatsuki members, "It is akin to a parallel universe. I inadvertently arrived in this world, and in my world, the Akatsuki has been obliterated. The Akatsuki is no more." They comprehended this statement. "Oh, I finally understand. So in your world, the Akatsuki has been completely exterminated. Does that mean we are all dead?" Obito inquired eagerly. Lin Nan regarded him solemnly. "Indeed, all have perished, save for myself." Obito appeared crestfallen. Uchiha Itachi spoke slowly. "According to the other you, your world is akin to hell. That seems to be accurate. The Akatsuki stands at the pinnacle of the Shinobi world, a source of suffering. Yet is there a day when they too shall be subjected to pain?" Pain snorted disdainfully. "What are you attempting to convey?" Uchiha Itachi questioned. "Thus, I currently harbor an idea." Lin Nan surveyed the group. "I wish to reconstruct the Akatsuki in my world, and I seek your assistance. How do you wish for us to aid you?" "We should have no means of traversing to your world," Uchiha Itachi responded. Lin Nan pondered. "I shall devise a method." "What are your thoughts, leader?" Pain did not hesitate. "You are one of us, and the Akatsuki from the alternate world is equally our comrade. Therefore, as long as they are willing to accompany you, I have no objections." With Pain's affirmation, Lin Nan felt assured. "I, senior, wish to visit your world and see who exactly killed me," Obito declared through gritted teeth. "There are many who wish to kill you." Lin Nan shook his head. "Once you go, there is a high likelihood you may never return. You must consider this carefully." Obito awkwardly scratched his head. "Then never mind. Rin and Kakashi are there. If I go and do not return, it would surely sadden them. My brother is still in Konoha. I cannot accompany you to another world. I apologize." Uchiha Itachi stated solemnly. Lin Nan sighed. "It matters not. Your brother in this world is of no consequence, as it is the same in the other world. I will follow wherever Mr. Itachi goes, so I apologize, little Lin." Kisame chuckled. "Are there many traitorous ninjas in your world?" Kakuzu suddenly inquired. Lin Nan pondered for a moment. Even in an era devoid of combustible materials, uncertainties abounded, leading him to nod. "Excellent." Kakuzu's face lit up with satisfaction, only to turn disdainful as he glanced at Haiden. "Don't follow me." Haiden, momentarily taken aback, chuckled. "Oh, come on. If you have the ability, kill me. It sounds like a lot of fun, and besides, we are already dead in that world." Deidara looked toward Scorpion, who slowly nodded. "Every world is the same. If you wish to explore, I shall accompany you." Pain spoke slowly. In this world, both Conan and I cannot leave the Akatsuki, so I entrust you, Lin Nan. As the leader of the Akatsuki in the alternate realm, you must restore the glory of the Akatsuki, making it a revered organization of hired ninjas. Just like in this world. Lin Nan solemnly nodded. The fact that 4 others agreed to depart with him filled him with gratitude. In truth, Lin Nan held a fondness for the true man, Kisame, but Kisame clearly preferred to be with Itachi Uchiha. It seemed that any further plans would have to wait until reality. Suddenly, Lin Nan's body began to radiate a shimmering light. He looked down at his own corpse, now awakened, and at Orochimaru, once again lying lifeless on the ground, and let out a deep sigh. In the next moment, Lin Nan began to weave hand signs. Release the cursed seal. As Lin Nan infused chakra into the neck of the cursed ninja, a massive white serpent emerged, from whose mouth Orochimaru's form reappeared. However, this time, Orochimaru appeared noticeably thinner, resembling his original self. This is the first time I've learned it could be done this way. Orochimaru sighed wistfully. Soon after, Lin Nan utilized Kimui to absorb Deidara and the others into his Kimui space. He had previously discovered that his Kimui space was distinct from Obito's in this world, indicating that he could indeed take them away. With everything prepared, Lin Nan turned to his alternate self. Their gazes locked, and the alternate Lin Nan appeared utterly bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. Treat the wisteria well, otherwise, I shall return to find you. With that, Lin Nan's form vanished. Farewell, senior. Obito called out. What is this doppelganger of mine? The alternate Lin Nan frowned at Obito. Just as Obito was about to speak, Itachi Uchiha interjected. Your inner demon. Did you not hear him? Senior, if you mistreat your sister-in-law, he will come back. Obito nodded vigorously. Lin Nan remained perplexed. What on earth does that mean? Chapter 77. Ambitions. The resumption of the Ninja World War. Is this truly another world? Deidara surveyed the desolate landscape and somber surroundings. Scorpion chuckled ominously. Indeed, the air is thick with the stench of conspiracy. After releasing the 4 members of the Akatsuki, Lin Nan surveyed his surroundings. The area was vast and deserted. Yet in the distance, he could faintly hear a cacophony of sounds and see flickering lights. The duration of his limited Tsukuyomi must not align with the time here. If it were in reality, the war would have long since concluded. I sense a surge of chakra. Is it currently wartime? Kakuzu inquired. War is exhilarating. Haiden exclaimed with fervor. Lin Nan created 2 wooden clones, only to realize he was still clad in the Akatsuki attire from the limited Tsukuyomi, not the red robe from his Edo Tensei. However, with a mere blink, the Akatsuki garb seemed to dissolve like flames, reverting to the red robe. Lin Nan paid it no mind and explained, We are in the midst of the Ninja World War. My wooden clone will guide you to the battlefield. I shall take my leave first. With that, Lin Nan's form shimmered with golden light before vanishing. One of his wooden clones burrowed into the ground, while the other set off towards the location of Kabuto. Lin Nan was aware that the wooden clone he had left behind before entering the limited Tsukuyomi had also vanished, allowing him to easily track its whereabouts. Soon, Lin Nan arrived at Kabuto's location. Kabuto remarked, Your clone vanished suddenly. I thought you might be in trouble. How is the battlefield? Tsunade asked. Lin Nan shook his head. I did not come from the battlefield, but there should be no issues. At this moment, Orochimaru and Anko had not yet arrived, suggesting that the previous Hokage might not have reached the battlefield yet. It appeared that time passed more swiftly than he had anticipated while in the limited Tsukuyomi. Kabuto, I have a question for you, Lin Nan stated, diving straight into the matter. Kabuto nodded. What would you like to know? Regarding that amnesiac version of me you mentioned, does he possess any abilities? Lin Nan inquired. Kabuto replied, Correct. Otherwise I would not have destroyed it before performing Edo Tensei on you. Lin Nan nodded. Are you aware of the limited Tsukuyomi? Has Masked Man mentioned it to you? Kabuto shook his head. He never spoke of it. Lin Nan continued. Do you still have the muscle tissue of other Akatsuki members? Kabuto hesitated, glancing at the 5 Kage nearby, clearly thinking this was not the appropriate setting for such discussions. It's all right. Please speak candidly. Lin Nan encouraged. Kabuto composed himself and replied, Regarding this ninja war, I have backups of all muscle tissues from the powerful individuals resurrected through Edo Tensei. But if you wish to destroy them, I can do so, as there is no longer any significance in resurrecting them. Lin Nan shook his head. That is not the issue. Additionally, do you have Kisame's muscle tissue? Kisame? Kabuto appeared somewhat perplexed by Lin Nan's inquiry. Yes, Kisame perished while gathering intelligence. But surely you would have kept his muscle tissue as a backup? Lin Nen asserted. Kabuto chuckled. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. I have preserved the muscle tissues of all Akatsuki members, even that of Masked Man. Masked Man. Lin Nen was taken aback, then recalled that during the battle with the Roots Double Flowers, the Masked Man had sacrificed an arm. Truly a master of dreams, that Kabuto. Since both Itachi Uchiha and Kisame's muscle tissues had been preserved, Lin Nen felt reassured. Although Kisame was characterized as a villain, once peace was restored, he would surely heed Itachi's words, making his resurrection feasible. Itachi's aspirations had been fulfilled, leaving him unburdened. Crafting a version of Itachi akin to the limited Tsukuyomi was entirely possible. Lin Nen was filled with dreams for the future. Along with the four he had brought, the Akatsuki would once again emerge in the ninja world, but this time as a mercenary group rather than a terror organization. As for Pain, Nagato's soul resided within his Tensigen, so Edo Tensei posed no problem. However, Yahiko, the original body of Pain, presented a dilemma. Initially, Lin Nen had no intention of reconstructing the Akatsuki. Yet, after experiencing this limited Tsukuyomi, his mindset had shifted. He was unsure of the rationale behind this decision, but felt that it would lead to a more comfortable future. Bang! On the battlefield of the Fourth Ninja War, atop the colossal head of the Ten Tails, Obito suddenly halted. What's wrong? Madara Uchiha inquired. Obito produced a crystal ball from his arms, now marred with cracks. The limited Tsukuyomi has been broken. Lin Nen has escaped. Obito's expression remained impassive. Uchiha Madara scoffed. I told you this thing is useless. Let us swiftly eliminate these insignificant ants and not waste any more time. Ants can be crushed at any moment. We must first annihilate the brain and leader of this place. Uchiha Obito replied coldly. Madara, taken aback by his words, shook his head with a chuckle. Why go to such lengths to deal with ants? But do as you wish. You are in command. Obito wasted no time, manipulating the Ten Tails to unleash another tailed beast bomb. The enemy is attacking. Everyone, be on guard. The assembled ninja forces braced themselves for the impending assault. However, as the Ten Tails released a massive tailed beast bomb, resembling a meteor, it soared directly into the sky. Did it miss? Was the immediate thought of all. No. Shikamaru realized first. It is aimed at our command center. At this revelation, the faces of the ninjas turned pale, particularly Shikamaru and Ino, as their fathers were present in the command center. This is war. Obito observed the change in expressions, turning his gaze towards Naruto, whose chakra was nearly depleted. Do you understand now? The radiant Naruto watched helplessly as the tailed beast bomb hurtled toward the command center, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness engulfing him. Obito knew that. At this moment, he had breached Naruto's first line of defense. Yet, after a prolonged wait, there was no explosion. Obito's expression grew tense. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the seaside, but it was clear that the seaside was not the location of the command center. Oh, I encountered a large sphere on my way here and relocated it to the sea. Such unrefined behavior. A figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield, revealing Lin Nan's amused face. Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing to find a crevice to hide in, and inwardly cursed the Nine Tails. Didn't you say my father was coming? I indeed sensed the presence of my other half. Strange, who is this guy apart from Minato? The Nine Tails fell into contemplation within Naruto's body. Lin Nan. Both Obito and Madara regarded Lin Nan below with grim expressions. Didn't you say he had just escaped? How is he here so quickly? Madara questioned. Obito replied. That golden light seems familiar. It must be the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God? Madara's expression turned sinister, recalling how his brother was gravely injured by the Flying Thunder God slash in the past. Let us see if he can save everyone. Obito waved his hand. Wood release. Deep forest emergence. The colossal Ten Tails roared towards the heavens, its 10 tails raised, revealing countless holes from which numerous branches erupted like a torrential downpour, nearly engulfing the entire battlefield, sending chills down spines. The range of the technique is vast. Focus on defense. It's coming. Lin Nen glanced upward, then soared into the air, extending his hand toward Naruto. Give me your hand. Although Naruto was puzzled, he complied. The instant their hands met, a brilliant golden light erupted. Naruto's once ethereal golden Nine Tails solidified, its form swelling, and numerous golden tendrils ascended, forming a colossal golden light array. As if raindrops struck an umbrella, Most branches were intercepted by the luminous array, yet a few managed to penetrate the ranks of the Ninja Alliance. Wood release, deep forest emergence. As Lin Nen clapped his hands, countless roots sprang from the ground, entwining and quickly enveloping all the ninja forces not shielded by the Nine-Tails light array, thus evading Obito's technique. "Impressive, Mr. Lin," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Nen grinned proudly, then turned to Madara and Obito, who were observing from within the immense golden Nine-Tails. "Humph, this kid seems to be provoking us," Madara sneered. Obito remained expressionless. Had it not been for Lin Nan's intervention, I would have already breached Naruto's psychological defenses. Once I obtain the Nine-Tails, the Ten-Tails will be fully revived. Truly a nuisance. Damn it. Let us see how many times you can interfere, Lin Nan. With that, Obito directly commanded the Ten-Tails to initiate indiscriminate tail beast bomb attacks, no longer conserving energy. Yet even in this scenario, the destructive power remained formidable. This situation is dire. Naruto swallowed hard. "Naruto, is your chakra restored?" Lin Nen inquired. Earlier, he had been continuously supplying his chakra to Naruto, as his own chakra replenished rapidly. Naruto nodded. "What do you want to do, Mr. Lin? Channel all your chakra. Watch closely." Lin Nen radiated golden light, bringing his hands together, and shouted. Naruto felt a jolt, as if he had entered the realm of the Nine-Tails within him. Two colossal Nine-Tails clashed fists, one dark, one golden. This was Naruto's inner world, and with Lin Nan's chakra infusion, he effortlessly arrived here. He patted Naruto's shoulder and spoke softly. "Do you know how the Nine-Tails came into being?" Naruto nodded. "I know. The Sage of Six Paths divided the Ten-Tails chakra, resulting in nine-tailed beasts." "Correct." Lin Nan gazed at the Nine-Tails before him, noting that its chakra was greater than that of all the other tailed beasts combined. There's a humorous joke that says when the Sage of Six Paths allocated the Ten-Tails chakra, it was 1 tail 1 share, 9 tails 1 share, 2 tails 1 share, 9 tails 1 share, 7 tails 1 share, 9 tails 1 share. Isn't that unfair? The other tailed beasts would surely object. Indeed. So let us give 2 shares to the 8 tails, and all the rest to the 9 tails. Of course, this was merely a jest, but the Nine-Tails chakra was undeniably abundant. While the Ten-Tails is a fusion of the nine-tailed beasts, the quantity leads to a qualitative change. Even so, the combined power of the 2 Nine-Tails would undoubtedly surpass that of the ordinary nine-tailed beasts. Boom! A tremendous surge of chakra rapidly expanded, and the massive golden Nine-Tails began to grow, soaring from an initial height of 100 meters to 7 or 8 times that. Countless tendrils erupted from the Nine-Tails body, swiftly enveloping the falling tailed beast bomb, causing it to detonate mid-air due to chakra interference. Although the power was sufficient to impact the ground, it had clearly been diminished significantly. Roaring, the golden Nine-Tails raised its head to the sky, though it still appeared as a child compared to the Ten-Tails. It was no longer the small creature it once was and could stand its ground. Truly astonishing. Madara did not hide the shock in his eyes, turning a bemused gaze toward Obito. "What will you do now? Regardless of how much chakra it possesses, it is still just a Nine-Tails." Obito repeatedly scoffed. "Let us see how he can halt the evolution of the Ten-Tails." With a cold shout, Obito commanded the Ten-Tails to commence its assault. At this moment, the Ten-Tails had evolved to its second stage. While it was still incomplete, it was no longer the grotesque creature lying on the ground, but rather a tall, slender abomination capable of standing upright. Since the tailed beast chakra is of no use, it would be better to discard it altogether. No force can inflict any harm on the physical form of the Ten-Tails, nor can anyone control its colossal body. Thus, the only option is to use the Ten-Tails as a war machine, an unstoppable force. The Ten-Tails began to move. In its second stage, the Ten-Tails towered over 1,000 meters, its 10 tails resembling 10 elongated and eerie arms, a grotesque monster that was difficult to behold. At this moment, although the Nine-Tails reached a height of 700 to 800 meters, it appeared as a mere child in comparison to the Ten-Tails. How could a spark of fire dare to compete with the brilliance of a full moon? Obito, from his elevated position, reveled in the sight. However, Uchiha Madara gazed into the distance, a smile gracing his lips. "What if we bring forth another Nine-Tails?" Chapter 79. The arrival of the first Hokage. What? Before Obito could fully comprehend, he saw Uchiha Madara leap down from the head of the Ten-Tails. "Humph." Obito scoffed disdainfully, disregarding Madara's words. and immediately commanded the Ten Tails to advance menacingly towards the enlarged Nine Tails. "Here it comes, Naruto," Lin shouted. "Yup." Naruto stood ready. "Huh." As the two of them shouted wildly, the colossal Nine Tails radiated a golden light, its nine tails transforming into arms, directly confronting the Ten Tails. Boom. The two gigantic monsters finally collided. In an instant, the very earth trembled, the resounding noise engulfing the area, leaving the Ninja Alliance stunned and disoriented. Roar. The Ten Tails and Nine Tails engaged in a fierce melee. The Ten Tails launched its 10 tails at the Nine Tails, which retaliated without hesitation with its own 9 tails. Boom. Another earth-shattering roar erupted. Like combatants in a wrestling match, both sides stood firm, unwilling to yield. Was this not more intense than Naruto's 9 tails against Sasuke's Susanoo? However, the 9 tails indeed had one less tail, and a single tail took advantage of the moment to strike fiercely at the 9 tails' head. Boom. In that instant, the visible golden light surrounding the 9 tails flickered as if it had momentarily faded, before the entire form collapsed backward onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "This is not good, Mr. Lin. The chakra disparity is too vast," Naruto exclaimed, just as Lin Nan was about to respond. He noticed the Ten Tails had aimed a tailed beast bomb directly at him. "It's all futile, Naruto, Lin Nan," a cold voice from Obito echoed, as the massive tailed beast bomb surged toward the 9 tails. Enduring a direct hit from such a bomb would be catastrophic. Lin Nan moved to act, but suddenly a golden light flashed before him. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the tailed beast bomb vanished without a trace. "Here it comes." Lin Nan smiled slightly. "Huh, who's coming?" Naruto inquired. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, a figure appeared before him. "I am Minato Namikaze. Are you ready for an explosion?" Boom. A colossal burst of light erupted from the distant coastline, followed by a series of intense tremors and gusts of wind. As they beheld the gold-haired Minato clad in the Hokage robe, both Lin Nan and Naruto wore expressions of awe. Naruto was elated that the 9 tails had not deceived him. His father had truly arrived. Meanwhile, Lin Nan was captivated by the sheer elegance of the Hokage robe, undoubtedly the finest of all the Hokage attires throughout the ages. Thinking of the future 7th Hokage, Lin Nan felt a pang of sympathy. What? It doesn't even compare to the 6th Hokage Kakashi's cloak. It's the 4th Hokage. A voice from the Ninja Alliance exclaimed. "Minato, your speed remains unparalleled." A small, slightly hunched figure appeared next. The 3rd Hokage had also arrived. Ding. SSS-level space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, Senju Tobirama's developed version, has been added to the skill library. 4th Hokage, your Flying Thunder God, is indeed much faster than mine. Another figure emerged onto the battlefield, with white hair and clad in blue armor. It was the 2nd Hokage. Ah, so this is the future of the ninja world. Another figure in red armor appeared in the center of the battlefield, his smooth black hair tilted back as he curiously surveyed the surroundings. Looking rather foolishly as if he had just entered the city, Lin Nan could not help but glance sideways. The man named Senju Hashirama, the god of Shinobi, had actually come to assist us. The Ninja Alliance erupted in thunderous cheers, their morale soaring. Boom. Suddenly, a figure crashed down onto the ground, sending dust flying. A figure emerged from the dust, eagerly exclaiming, "I've been waiting for you, Hashirama." Who else could it be but Uchiha Madara? The complex entanglements of enmity and affection from the previous era were converging in this time. Such emotions were truly beyond words. However, Hashirama ignored Uchiha Madara, merely pointing at him and stating, "Wait a moment, our current objective is." He then gestured towards the other side. "First, we need to restrain the Ten Tails." Uchiha Madara's expression stiffened slightly, but he soon laughed. "You're still the same. Wait, what is that massive creature? The 9 tails?" Hashirama tilted his head, gazing at the colossal 9 tails beside the 10 tails. "Lord, first, we will handle the 10 tails. No need for you to intervene. Just focus on Uchiha Madara." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Hashirama focused and noticed 2 tiny figures within the head of the 9 tails. Is that the next generation? Senju Tobirama also lifted his gaze to the enormous 9 tails, slowly nodding in agreement. This era has indeed produced exceptional successors. This 9 tails is so large. It feels much bigger than the one I encountered back then, and its chakra is incredibly dense. Hashirama nodded in affirmation. Obito, observing from a distance as they chatted, felt a surge of irritation and promptly commanded the 10 tails to launch another offensive. The 10 tails went berserk, Senju Tobirama turned to Hashirama, inquiring, "Brother, should we employ the four red sun formation?" However, Hashirama gazed at the fourth Hokage, who was emanating golden flames, and smiled slightly. It should not be necessary. Obito, contemplating the golden glowing Minato, fell into deep thought. 3 Ninetales. Tobirama's expression faltered. Where did all these Ninetales come from? It seems we only need to manage our own affairs. Hashirama said, turning to Uchiha Madara. Madara, let us, 2 old men, settle our grudges elsewhere. From afar, Lin Nin quietly created a wood clone. At this moment, Minato had also stepped forward, feeling a stirring deep within his heart. Lin Nin looked at the resplendent Minato, harboring a lingering curiosity. Minato had been able to enter the golden body mode after being reanimated, but how had he learned it? Had he studied it in the belly of the Shinigami, or in that so-called Pure Land? But was that Pure Land not a deception? Having died once himself, Lin Nin opened his eyes only to find himself reanimated by the Edo Tensei. Where was the Pure Land? Perhaps the Ninetales had unified their thoughts after Naruto subdued one of them. Brother Minato, lend me your hand. Lin Nin called out to Minato. Naruto furrowed his brows, pondering the generational hierarchy. Minato, albeit somewhat skeptical, soared forward, wearing a kind expression. Though we have never met, you seem oddly familiar. As Lin Nin, Naruto, and Minato clasped hands, they found themselves in a pitch-black environment, where 3 Ninetales had already formed a circle. One was crimson, another brown, and the last black-brown. The 3 were identical except for their colors. They shared a common purpose. 2 Ninetales might not rival the 10 Tails, but what if there were 3? Chapter 80. Are 3 Ninetales sufficiently strong? Roar. The colossal Ninetales roared skyward, unleashing an immense chakra that surged into the heavens, its ferocity threatening to upheave the very fabric of reality. Obito's expression grew rigid, a hint of trepidation crossing his face, for he sensed that the chakra emanating from the Ninetales had ascended to a level capable of rivaling the 10 Tails. Boom. Obito commanded the 10 Tails to launch an assault on the Ninetales, aiming to disrupt its burgeoning chakra. However, in the blink of an eye, numerous golden hands emerged, ensnaring the 10 Tails' multiple tails with an unyielding grip. The Ninetales had now grown to a size that matched the 10 Tails, even appearing more robust, its chakra instilling a profound awe in Obito. With a thunderous roar, the Ninetales' powerful claws contrasted starkly with the relatively feeble arms of the 10 Tails, and it lunged forward, striking the immense form of the 10 Tails. The impact reverberated with a mighty crash, causing Obito to tremble as the 10 Tails stumbled back a couple of steps. Could it truly possess the power to move the 10 Tails? Obito's face darkened. He knew that until now, the 10 Tails had been an unstoppable force. Now, 3 Ninetales combined could suppress the 10 Tails. Undoubtedly, in terms of chakra alone, the 3 Ninetales outweighed the 10 Tails at this moment, as the latter was not yet in its true complete form, lacking the fully charged chakra of the 8 Tails and 9 Tails. Nevertheless, the 10 Tails could still utilize its corporeal form to channel chakra, and as long as it reached its second stage of evolution, Obito would still have a final chance. At this moment, he awaited that opportunity. Meanwhile, the 9 Tails, while still possessing 9 tails, radiated with countless golden hands, several of which reached out toward Obito. Observing this, he let out a cold snort and spewed forth a torrent of flames. Fire release, exploding wind dance. The flames momentarily held back the giant hands, yet it was insufficient to repel them all. Obito, cautious of any hidden tricks from Rin, activated his Sharingan, unleashing a barrage of massive shurikens from the warped space of his eye. Tailed Beast Bomb. Seizing a moment to breathe, he commanded the 10 Tails to unleash a Tailed Beast Bomb. To his astonishment, the 9 Tails began accumulating chakra as well, preparing to release its own Tailed Beast Bomb. A Tailed Beast Bomb confrontation? This was madness. Obito's face turned grim, yet with arrows drawn, he had no choice but to fire. Boom. As 2 similarly sized Tailed Beast Bombs erupted nearly mouth to mouth, the brilliance of their explosion illuminated the surroundings as if it were day, shaking the very heavens and earth. The ensuing explosion enveloped the entire battlefield, drawing the attention of both Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, who were engaged in another fight. Hashirama glanced at a familiar figure nearby, frowning slightly, recognizing the boy who had once inhabited the 9 Tails' mind. What was he doing here? Observing? In the main battlefield, the 10 Tails was pushed back several thousand meters by the explosive force of the Tailed Beast Bomb, its front slightly charred but apparently unscathed. Even at such close range, the immense power of the tailed beast bomb had failed to inflict any substantial damage. Truly, the Ten Tails was as resilient as they came. Sealing techniques would be necessary. As for the Nine Tails, although half of its form had been obliterated, it was entirely composed of Nine Tails chakra, lacking a corporeal body. With a radiant golden light, the chakra of the three individuals was released again, allowing the Nine Tails to restore itself. Having distanced himself from the blast radius of the tailed beast bomb, Obito furrowed his brow. Two of the three chakra providers were reincarnated bodies, their recovery speed astonishing. If this continued, the war would never conclude by dawn. He could not allow the stalemate to persist. Just then, Obito felt a jolt as he narrowly evaded a bolt of lightning. It was Kakashi, wielding Raikiri. Obito, cease this pointless conflict. Kakashi urged. What are you talking about, Kakashi? Just subdue him. Guy leaped forward, launching a kick at Obito, easily dodging Guy's attack. Obito fixed his gaze on Kakashi, a cold smile curling his lips. It's too late for words now. Roar. The Ten Tails howled, trembling as its chakra surged once more. It was on the verge of entering its optimal state. The final moments were approaching. Floating forward, Obito declared, but I wouldn't mind playing with you a bit longer. With that, he charged at Kakashi, wielding a massive shuriken. Meanwhile, Minato observed the evolving Ten Tails and remarked, has it evolved again? Rin shook his head, replying no. It seeks to perfect itself, to become its complete form. We must stop it, Naruto shouted. The colossal Nine Tails leaped into the air, landing squarely on the Ten Tails' face. Its 10 tails intertwined with the 9 tails of the 9 tails, which could unleash countless hands. Roar! Countless golden fists rained down upon the 10 tails. The 9 tails, riding atop the 10 tails, unleashed a frenzy of blows, leaving all observing ninja forces in a state of shock. Yet, the 10 tails remained motionless, its gray-brown flesh eerily writhing as if absorbing the damage inflicted by the 9 tails. With each undulation, its previously slender limbs began to thicken, creating a visually unsettling spectacle. Roar! The 10 tails' sinister crimson eyes locked onto the 9 tails, and it began to gather another tailed beast bomb. Be careful, Minato warned. Rin, however, wore a sinister grin, manipulating the 9 tails to deliver an uppercut. Boom! The 10 tails' jaw was struck, its massive mouth clamping shut, containing the tailed beast bomb within. With a violent explosion, the 9 tails was knocked back. Yet, even its own tailed beast bomb failed to harm it, leaving it unscathed. This won't do. We must devise another strategy, Rin mused, nodding slowly as he formed hand seals. Perhaps sensing the threat posed by Rin, the 10 tails, in the midst of its transformation, fixed its enormous blood-red eyes on him. Suddenly, countless masses of flesh fell from its massive body, as if it were shedding skin. Upon hitting the ground, these fleshy lumps morphed into bizarre brown creatures. Though none could compare in size to the 10 tails, the largest among them still towered several dozen meters. Among them, dozens of creatures charged toward the golden 9 tails. This won't suffice, Rin smirked. Without Obito's control, the 10 tails is nothing but a reckless fool. A soft exhale escaped Rin's lips. Activate Susanoo. Chapter 81. The gigantic super wicked blue cat versus the 10 tails. Although the forms may appear identical, the 9 tails remain the 9 tails, and the 10 tails remain the 10 tails. Their chakra might have surpassed that of the 10 tails, but a qualitative difference remained evident in their dimensions. It had become apparent that the 9 tails could not contend with the 10 tails, as if a suppressive force stemming from their respective levels was at play. However, could the combination of Susanoo with a tailed beast and the Sharingan influence the 10 tails? That remained uncertain. The reason Rin had refrained from deploying Susanoo earlier was that all manifestations of Susanoo were the physical embodiment of chakra. At this moment, the 9 tails towered over 1,000 meters, enveloped by the formidable Susanoo armor. Even for Lin Nan, who had been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, this was an exceedingly arduous task. Be bold. Just then, Minato placed his hand on Lin Nan's shoulder. Sensing a continuous influx of chakra, Lin Nan nodded slightly. Super awesome blue cat, here I come. What does super awesome blue cat mean? Naruto scratched his head. Minato gazed at the blue armor, gradually enveloping the entire 9 tails and murmured, could this be the name of the technique? Not very imposing. Let me come up with a name instead. Ah, forget it. Lin Nan exhaled deeply, and with a muffled shout, the chakra within him surged wildly. The Susanoo armor covering the 1,000-meter Nine Tails was something even Uchiha Madara had never accomplished. Crack! As the blue Tengu mask covered the head of the Nine Tails. The super awesome blue cat was finally complete. Most importantly, the blue cat wielded two enormous great swords. How terrifying! The creatures split from the Ten Tails collided against the blue cat's feet. From above, Lin Nan observed them, reminiscent of the reckless frogs from his childhood leaping upon his feet. It was primarily disgusting. In the next moment, the blue cat slowly lifted its foot and crushed a group beneath it. Jets of black liquid splattered, causing Lin Nan and Naruto to furrow their brows. Forget about them. The Ninja Alliance will handle it. Our target is the Ten Tails, Minato declared. Watch closely. Lin Nan nodded and then lifted the two colossal great swords, each over 100 meters long. Due to their massive size and the fact that they were not the ethereal chakra of the Nine Tails, the solidified great swords felt extremely heavy to wield. However, this did not diminish their might. A sword that cleaves mountains. The strike from the supergiant super awesome blue cat exceeded even the original power of Uchiha Madara. This display left Madara in awe from afar. In this era, there exists a dancer whose grace can astonish me. We are all deceased. Let us not interfere with the affairs of this world, Hashirama spoke. Tobirama scoffed. Brother, don't waste your breath. If he could heed your advice, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Madara glared coldly at Tobirama, yet remained wordless. Boom. The colossal super awesome blue cat finally swung its sword. A strike that seemed to cleave the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the dazzling sword light captivated the entire battlefield. The Ten Tails, now possessing sentience, instinctively recoiled, skillfully evading the sword light. However, its tail was not as fortunate. Whoosh. In a fleeting moment of brilliance, the sword light appeared and vanished just as swiftly, akin to a fleeting bloom. Yet, when all gazes turned upwards, the previously overcast sky had parted, as if a rift had been opened. Looking down, they beheld an unfathomably deep chasm that had materialized on the battlefield, without any tremor of the ground. It was as if a knife had swiftly sliced through tofu. The tofu had not even reacted before being cleaved in two. The power of a single sword was indeed terrifying. Both Minato and Naruto were left in sheer astonishment by this strike. The explosive chakra unleashed in that moment and the resulting aftermath exceeded their wildest imaginings. Is this still ninjutsu? Naruto stood frozen. To be honest, Lin Nan was equally taken aback by his own prowess. The explosive visual spectacle was something unseen throughout the entirety of the Naruto saga. The sword that split the earth? If the Ten Tails had not evaded, could it withstand such a strike? Lin Nan's excitement surged, his fighting spirit ignited, and in the next moment, he wielded the Nine Tails in a dual sword stance. Let us try a dual sword slash. The Ten Tails had narrowly avoided a portion of the strike, yet two of its tails had indeed been severed. However, after being cut, the severed tails wriggled and morphed into smaller beasts, while the Ten Tails grew new tails once again. Now, the Ten Tails had bulked up significantly, shedding its earlier frail appearance, clearly on the verge of evolving into its complete form. Another one. Lin Nan looked at Minato and Naruto. Minato chuckled wryly. This attack would have consumed the chakra equivalent to 3 of my lives in my previous life, if it weren't for the impure world reincarnation. I wouldn't dare to use it so recklessly. Naruto looked puzzled and replied, but I feel fine. The voice of the Nine Tails suddenly echoed. Of course, you feel fine. You're using my chakra. Then aren't they also using Kurama's chakra? Naruto mumbled. Minato smiled and explained, because we are in the form of the impure world reincarnation. We have a continuous supply of chakra. Upon hearing this, Naruto cast a glance at Lin Nan and exclaimed, no wonder, mister. Lin is much stronger than he was in life. Lin Nan silently raised the dual swords held by the Nine Tails. Whoosh. This time, both swords swung simultaneously, the sword light howling as it struck towards the Ten Tails. Where the sword light passed, the ground visibly carved 2 deep trenches, yet it did not disturb the surrounding earth. Roar. The Ten Tails had completed its charge and unleashed a tailed beast bomb towards the sword light. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded, stirring up clouds of dust and enveloping the Ten Tails in flames. Is it done? Naruto asked, observing the scene. Lin Nan shook his head. Even if we cut the Ten Tails in half, it won't stop its survival. We can only suppress it. The only way to truly defeat it is through sealing. Roar. A ferocious roar echoed, and the intense winds generated swept away the enveloping dust. The Ten Tails re-emerged before everyone once again. However, this time, the terrifying sight left all who beheld it in disbelief. Two Ten-Tails. Chapter 82. Divergence, Arrival of the Akatsuki. This scene left Lin Nen utterly speechless. The Ten-Tails had indeed been split into two. The blade, infused with the power of 3 Nine-Tails and the formidable Susanoo armor capable of severing all existence, had cleaved the Ten-Tails in half. Yet Lin Nan's assertion was accurate. The Ten-Tails could not be killed, only sealed. Thus, after being split, each half of the Ten-Tails had regrown its own body. Two Ten-Tails now stood before everyone's eyes. Oh my goodness! Lin Nan was so shocked he could hardly speak. Had he known he could split the Ten-Tails with a single blow, he would never have attempted a single slash. In the original narrative, the Ten-Tails rarely sustained physical injuries, let alone being exaggeratedly cleaved in two. Lin Nan never would have imagined that splitting it in half could result in the emergence of two Ten-Tails. Thankfully, the chakra of the two Ten-Tails was not identical to that of the previous one. Otherwise, the situation with the two Jinchuriki would have been insurmountable. At this moment, the two Ten-Tails were no longer the frail creatures they once were, but instead, robust and grotesque, lying on the ground. Naruto swallowed hard. How do we deal with two Ten-Tails? Although they had split into two entities, the total amount of chakra remained unchanged, effectively dividing into two. Thus the outcome was still the same. Minato turned to Lin Nan and asked, "Is this the complete form?" Lin Nan nodded. "Indeed, it's the complete form. But how can the Jinchuriki absorb two?" "What do you mean?" Minato inquired. Lin Nan had yet to respond, while the Ten-Tails, now fully transformed, began to descend into madness. At this moment, the Ten-Tails exhibited a heightened sense of self-awareness. Without the control of Obito or Madara, it immediately entered a state of frenzy. With its massive Magape, it unleashed a relentless barrage of tailed beast balls indiscriminately. Concurrently, the sky grew dark with ominous clouds, and the air became suffocatingly tense as a violent wind raged, even causing the volcano previously triggered by Lin Nan to erupt once more. In response, Lin Nan and Minato joined forces, extending the chakra of the Nine-Tails into countless arms to intercept the tailed beast balls mid-air. However, they could not withstand the incessant barrage from the Ten-Tails, which fired its projectiles like a machine gun. Although each tailed beast ball was relatively small, their lethal potential was significant, capable of extinguishing numerous lives. Consequently, the Nine-Tails had no choice but to allocate a substantial portion of its chakra to create tendrils for defense against the airborne projectiles. This situation forced the Nine-Tails into a passive defensive stance, unable to engage in offensive actions. Lin Nan wished to reduce the defensive efforts and channel more chakra into an attack, for although the Ten-Tails had split into two, its total chakra remained unchanged. If it were to be divided into 10 parts, the essence of the Ten-Tails chakra might not manifest at all. Yet, just as Lin Nan contemplated this strategy, he discovered that he could not extract the chakra as he wished. While the upgraded Nine-Tails was primarily under his control, the actual manipulation was shared equally with Naruto. The ethereal body of the Nine-Tails was governed by the true Nine-Tails within Naruto, while Lin Nan and Minato merely provided chakra. Lin Nan's control stemmed mainly from the influence of Susanoo. This dynamic was akin to the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke. However, a divergence had emerged. Naruto sought to protect the Ninja Alliance from the devastation of the tailed beast balls, recognizing their catastrophic potential. In contrast, Lin Nan was eager to confront the Ten-Tails directly. This fundamental difference in approach was evident, as Lin Nan clearly favored an offensive strategy as a means of defense. However, defense alone could not suffice. The Ten-Tails, now in its complete form, should be pursued relentlessly. By fragmenting the Ten-Tails into numerous parts, the emergence of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki could be thwarted. Upon sensing the discord between his intentions and Naruto's, Lin Nan exclaimed. Naruto, evidently unwilling to see the Ninja Alliance harmed, countered, "No, they are living beings." Lin Nan found himself at a loss for words, suddenly contemplating whether it would be beneficial for Obito to teach Naruto a lesson. In situations with ample power and time, saving lives was commendable. Yet, this was a critical juncture. If the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki were to materialize, the consequences would extend beyond the death of a mere handful. Minato appeared to endorse Naruto's position, and even if he did not approve of his paternal role, he would not intervene. Discord among leaders was a grave taboo in warfare. Lin Nan felt a headache brewing, almost wishing to transfer the burden of confronting the Ten-Tails to Naruto. If you prevent the Ten-Tails from attacking, Isn't that tantamount to saving lives? Lin Nen pondered, unable to understand the rationale behind a passive defense. Previously, he might have acquiesced, as he required the emergence of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, desired Obito to be successfully persuaded by Naruto, and wished to see Obito redeemed in the cycle of reincarnation that would follow. However, after the limitations of the infinite Tsukuyomi, Lin Nen realized that his resurrection held little significance. In fact, it could be said that his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Initially, he was perhaps blinded by hatred after Obito's betrayal, but he eventually recognized that his own revival was paramount. Now, however, resurrection was no longer his primary goal. He yearned to bring an end to this war swiftly and establish his own mercenary group, crafting his life into the embodiment of his dreams. Thus, the concept of the Edo Tensei became quite appealing. Whether he was resurrected or not mattered little. In truth, for Lin Nen, death seemed to confer greater strength than life. What, then, signifies a person's maturation? It is the ability to let go. If one does not wish to live, does that reflect an openness to understanding or a refusal to comprehend? Amidst Lin Nen and Naruto's extreme divergence of thought, a sudden resounding shout echoed across the battlefield. The Ninja Alliance was engaged in combat with swarms of the Ten Tails fragmented forms when they all looked up at the source of the voice. Above, a great white bird soared, with several figures clad in dark cloaks adorned with red clouds. Wait, the Akatsuki? Haven't these individuals been sealed away? Senior brother? Kuratsuchi gazed at the familiar silhouette upon the colossal bird, her expression a mix of emotions. Was this merely the onset of yet another tumultuous situation? Shikamaru, acting as the commander against the Ten Tails fragments, sighed and shook his head. This is troublesome. Akatsuki? Naruto echoed, momentarily taken aback. Lin Nen, however, reassured. There's no need to worry, they are on our side. What do you mean? Naruto asked, bewildered. Lin Nen retorted, can we focus on our own issues first? Chapter 83. Flying the Ten Tails Crow. Hey, it seems these people harbor a strong opinion of us, Deidara remarked, observing the furious expressions directed at him from below, even recognizing a familiar face among them. Sasori interjected, didn't little Lin say that in this world, we accept any job? Hence, it's only natural for us to have a poor reputation. TCH, I wonder what the Akatsuki in this world is thinking. No wonder they were wiped out. As a mercenary organization, they should maintain good relations with the major villages, Deidara grumbled. Lin Nan's wooden clone stood at the rear, contemplating. I almost wish to label you all as a terrorist organization. What are those myriad things below? Haiden inquired with curiosity. Kisame was captivated by the colossal 10 tails and 9 tails. Rendered speechless for a time. Those are the fragmented forms of the 10 tails, the primary adversaries of the Ninja Alliance in this great ninja war, Lin Nen explained. The chaotic flurry of tailed beast balls and the golden hands intercepting them resembled a fantastical scene, akin to the apocalypse, compelling Deidara to maneuver the great bird for evasion. The Ten Tails' ability to manipulate the forces of nature was evident, as tornadoes formed around them, forcing Deidara to steer clear of the raging winds and flying debris. How perilous! Deidara thought, alarmed. Kisame finally spoke, his expression serious as he gazed at Lin Nen. I'm genuinely curious. Even if we arrived, would this level of battle alter the outcome? Lin Nen was about to respond when he suddenly sensed a shift in the air pressure, causing the bird to sway beneath him. Turning around, he saw the wooden golem and the complete Susanoo engaged in combat. Is that the first Hokage? Kisame's face reflected an indescribable intrigue. Indeed, the battlefield was peculiar. Sasori also expressed his genuine astonishment. Lin Nen shook his head. Currently, all the main forces of the ninja world are present on this battlefield. Even if we do not impact the outcome, we can at least improve our reputation. Can we not? I agree with that. Sasori nodded. Deidara chuckled. My brother often tells me that in business, maintaining a good reputation is key. Watch me. With that, Deidara produced a clay bomb from his pocket. The great bird circled above the army of Ten Tails fragments before he dropped a bomb. C3, here we go. Boom. Flames erupted skyward, engulfing a vast area as countless fragments were instantly obliterated. Art is an explosion. Ha! Deidara cried out in exuberance. The assembled Ninja Alliance gazed in bewilderment at the star-shaped radiance that illuminated the battlefield. Was this light a harbinger of assistance? They were cautious, wary that it might be a ploy by the Akatsuki, potentially leading to a treacherous betrayal. Let us strike together. Kakuzu initiated an assault on the Ten Tails below. Thanks to Deidara's agile bird, they managed to evade the onslaught of the Ten Tails clones. Haiden, in a more reckless display, leaped directly into the fray, wielding his massive scythe amidst the chaos of the Ten Tails minions. This spectacle left Lin Nen momentarily stunned. While Haiden was known for his resilience to injury, did he not fear being dismembered? Both the Haiden within the Genjutsu and the one in reality seemed equally lacking in foresight. Yet, as Lin Nen observed Haiden weaving through the clones with the grace of a fish, leaving a trail of severed limbs in his wake, he noted that Haiden sustained little harm. For him, even injuries were merely fleeting moments of joy. It was then that Lin Nen realized that it was Sasori manipulating Haiden with chakra threads. Indeed, a puppet could hardly compare to Haiden's prowess. The Akatsuki Quartet was wreaking havoc amidst the Ten Tails clones, while the Ninja Alliance finally began to respond. Brothers, we, the Ninja Alliance, need not rely on the Akatsuki to take the lead. Charge forth. Do not let them steal our glory. Thus, the Ninja Alliance surged toward the front lines. However, this was an unwise course of action, though there was little alternative. Despite the majority of the Ninja Alliance being weak and merely cannon fodder, their sheer numbers were a factor. And with the overwhelming multitude of Ten Tails clones, they had no choice but to sacrifice lives. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry echoed, followed by a flash of lightning in the sky. In an instant, a figure appeared on the battlefield. Sasuke? Indeed, the formidable Sasuke had arrived. Though not as swift as the previous Hokage, he was certainly faster than Orochimaru and the others. Upon spotting Naruto within the colossal Nine Tails, Sasuke's expression darkened. He had intended to say something to his former Konoha classmates, but now words escaped him. With his Susanoo enveloping him, he charged directly into the midst of the Ten Tails clones. During this, he noticed the large bird aloft. The Akatsuki, Deidara? He mused. While puzzled by their revival and return to the battlefield, he dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, Deidara recognized Sasuke weaving through the clones and expressed surprise. Hey, that's Itachi's brother, right? Why does he seem so hostile towards me? Deidara inquired. Lin Nen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained, in this world, he holds a grudge against Itachi, which extends to the Akatsuki as well. Oh, the others exclaimed in realization, with Deidara recalling, I remember in my world, Itachi rarely returned home. His brother seemed like a wayward rich kid. Lin Nen could only smile wryly, thinking that bringing the Akatsuki Quartet to the battlefield might have been a regrettable decision. Boom. The sound of explosions continued to reverberate through the sky. It's like New Year's, Deidara lamented, as he produced more explosive clay to amplify the chaos. Lin Nen gazed at the sky, where the tailed beast bombs burst like fireworks, thundering incessantly. Just then, Lin Nan's own side began to stir. With a flash of golden light, he kicked Naruto backwards, seizing control, and then, with a swift motion, sat squarely upon the face of the Ten Tails. Roar! The Ten Tails roared furiously, while another unleashed tailed beast bombs relentlessly. Do not disturb me. Watch my maneuver. Lin Nen shouted back at Naruto, then issued a powerful command. In that moment, a multitude of golden tendrils surged forth, enveloping the surrounding tailed beast bombs and hurling them toward the two Ten Tails. It was akin to an adult delivering simultaneous slaps to both sides of the Ten Tails' face. Yet, since there were two Ten Tails, both were struck with formidable force. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, akin to a mountain collapsing into the sea. The Ten Tails, previously split into two, now rejoined as one, albeit through sheer physicality. After all, at that moment, the might of the Super Blue Cat surpassed that of the Ten Tails. Is it possible to do that? Naruto murmured in disbelief. Lin Nen cast a casual glance at Naruto before turning back to command the Super Blue Cat to deliver another resounding slap to the Ten Tails. Chapter 84. Obito's Buddha palm. Though Naruto had merely been nudged by Lin Nen, witnessing the Ten Tails being ruthlessly slapped by the Nine Tails prompted a visceral reaction of pain. Naruto, Lin Nen has imparted a lesson to you. Sometimes, mere defense will only lead us into a passive and awkward predicament. We must learn to attack continuously, keeping the enemy preoccupied. This, too, is a form of defense. Minato spoke with a gentle smile. Lin Nen smirked slightly, thinking how tenderly Minato chastised his son. No wonder his counterpart's son had turned to darkness. As the two Ten Tails struggled under the relentless assault of the countless tendrils of the Super Blue Cat, unable to even unleash a tailed beast bomb, Naruto's understanding sharpened. I see it now. Thank you, Mr. Lin. He nodded earnestly. Lin Nen waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. With the tailed beast bombs interrupted, the tendrils of the super blue cat retracted, exposing the battlefield once more to the night sky. The sight that unfolded was even more astonishing than the flames that had previously raged across the horizon for the Ninja Alliance and all present. The super blue cat was in a frenzy. The Ten Tails could do little more than defend themselves, unable to influence the battlefield any longer. Yes, Deidara cheered, glancing towards Lin Nan's wooden clone. That's you. Isn't it? Lin Nan replied nonchalantly, just sticking to the fundamentals. Boom. The ground trembled once more. Lin Nan shifted his gaze to another part of the battlefield, where a wooden figure entwined with a wooden dragon clashed fiercely with a complete Susanoo, exchanging blows. Was Senju Tobarama merely spectating? At this moment, Uchiha Madara lacked the 9 tails, and Senju Hashirama had not unleashed the true 1,000 hands, which was rather disappointing. In the original storyline, the reincarnated Hashirama never deployed the true 1,000 hands that had once overwhelmed Madara. Various speculations abounded, but one thing was clear: Hashirama lacked chakra. For instance, if Hashirama had a full chakra pool of 1,000 points, summoning the true 1,000 hands would require 900 points, yet now he had merely 800 points, rendering it impossible to summon them. Moreover, the true 1,000 hands not only required chakra, but also the immense life force inherent to a sage's body. Clearly, the reincarnated Hashirama lacked such vitality. The battlefield was now divided into 4 factions. On one side, the 9 tails in the form of the super blue cat battled fiercely against the dual 10 tails, clearly gaining the upper hand. On another front, the 10 tails clones faced the ninja army, a numbers game. A third confrontation unfolded between the past grievances of Hashirama and Madara. The final side showcased the present conflicts, with Obito and Kakashi clashing. Is that Obito? Deidara suddenly remarked. Lin Nen turned to see Kakashi in a solo duel with Obito, while Might Guy provided cover. At this point, Obito was likely overwhelmed by Guy's relentless attacks, leading him to resort to intangibility. Intangibility is a good tactic, Lin Nen mused, adopting a cunning demeanor. Didn't you say the Akatsuki was decimated, leaving only you, little Lin? Deidara questioned. It seems Obito is still not aligned with the Ninja Alliance. Sasori remarked, his brow furrowed. Lin Nan replied, indeed, Obito's situation in this world is rather intricate. The dark deeds of the Akatsuki are orchestrated by him, which has tarnished his reputation. Let's finish him off, damn it. Deidara immediately expressed his eagerness to join the fray. Just how deeply do you obsess over reputation? Lin Nan restrained Deidara and said, no need to worry. I shall go and eliminate him right now. In the next moment, Lin Nan vanished into the Kemui space. Where are you, little Afe? Big brother has come to play. Lin Nan let out an eerie laugh, and the next instant, he spotted a half-formed body in the pitch-black void. Got you. Lin Nan hurled a black rod straight at it. Thud. The rod pierced through the half-formed body. As it dissipated, Lin Nan unleashed a wave of purple flames, and the Susanoo skeleton materialized around him. He had intended to seize Obito when he became intangible again. Yet Obito did not reappear. Has he lost his nerve? However, the next moment, Lin Nan witnessed the sky distort, and 2 figures plummeted to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Obito and Kakashi. What the hell? Is this a showdown? Does he not realize I am here? What are his intentions? Lin Nan did not concern himself with such thoughts. It was better to strike first than to be struck. He immediately propelled himself upwards, while another arm of Susanoo lunged towards Obito. Obito seemed to have anticipated this and evaded effortlessly. Bang! Lin Nan missed and crashed hard against an unknown white pillar. Little Lin, are you hiding here all along? Kakashi was taken aback by Lin Nan's presence. Lin Nan frowned and retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? Very well. Obito stood, slowly clapping his hands with a sinister grin. Here, I will kill you all. Does this fool not realize he is merely a wooden clone? Has he lost his wits? How pitiful. After all, since Lin Nan's anomaly joined the battlefield, Obito had failed to play the role he was meant to, relying solely on the 10 tails, and was mostly on the receiving end of the beatings, either being poked by Lin Nan or kicked by Might Guy. If it weren't for the wood cells within him, he would have perished countless times. Lin Nan squinted at Obito. What madness are you spouting? Who gave you the audacity? By the way, I must thank you, Lin Nan. Obito squinted slightly. Oh, Lin Nan lifted an eyebrow. Your contribution has been crucial for the evolution of the 10 tails into this form. Obito stated. Lin Nan replied, no need for thanks. Yet, despite his words, an unsettling premonition surged within Lin Nan. Did you know? I cannot fully control the nearly complete Ten Tails. Its chakra is far too violent. Obito spoke as if recounting mundane matters. However, your ability to split it into two truly astonishes me. So what? Lin Nan's expression turned peculiar. So, Obito's demeanor suddenly twisted into a menacing grimace. In the next instant, Lin Nan felt the hairs on his body stand on end and yanked Kakashi aside. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, and Lin Nan turned to see a massive gray-brown hand obliterate the spot where he had just stood, retreating back into the dark void. The Buddha's palm? What the hell, he has that too? Where in the original storyline was this move? Isn't it from a game? If this technique existed in the classic confrontation between Obito and Kakashi, Kakashi would have been minced to pulp already, with no nostalgic moments to recall. Nonetheless, Obito was not wrong. With the Ten Tails split, anything was possible. Could my wooden clone withstand such a strike? Chapter 85, Sage Art. The Divine Gate has been added to the skill library. Lin Nan was stunned for a brief moment. Then his figure surged forward, charging at Obito. However, Obito merely stood there, a grotesque smile plastered on his face. In the next moment, a gigantic hand seemed to materialize out of thin air, blocking Lin Nan's path and swatting at him. Caught off guard, Lin Nan could only envelop himself in the Susanoo skeletal frame. Boom! Lin Nan was propelled backward, crashing violently into the white pillar. That is why I must thank you, Lin Nan. Your actions have enabled me to manipulate it with such ease. Obito cackled from behind the enormous hand. Are you alright, little Lin? Kakashi helped Lin Nan up. Lin Nan waved his hand dismissively. You truly are formidable. You always have a means to counter me. Counter you? Obito surveyed the surroundings. This shall be your grave. No sooner had he spoken than another colossal arm of the Ten Tails emerged from the void, aiming to strike Lin Nan and Kakashi. Susanoo! Lin Nan shouted, his body radiating an intense orange glow, instantly completing the third stage of evolution, enveloping both himself and Kakashi within. Lin Nan commanded the Susanoo to raise the Yata mirror shield, charging directly at the giant hand. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, yet Lin Nan and Kakashi remained unmoved. Had Susanoo withstood it? The answer was affirmative. However, what astonished Lin Nan was that while they remained stationary, Susanoo had flown away. It was well known that Itachi's Susanoo could detach from his body, but Lin Nan had never anticipated it would do so in this manner, like an umbrella being swept away by the rain. Nevertheless, the fact that it had not shattered indicated that the Ten Tails assault within the Kamui space was not as potent as in reality, and its overall size had diminished considerably. There was still a fight to be had. What should we do, little Lin? Kakashi inquired. Lin Nan, feeling a twinge of annoyance, replied, how should I know? That said, Lin Nan still managed to evade another enormous hand's attack alongside Kakashi. Observing their disheveled state, Obito erupted into maniacal laughter. This is the perfect burial ground for you. I present you with this splendid gift. With that, Obito once more manipulated the giant hand. The hand suddenly became pockmarked, riddled with countless small holes, from which numerous branches erupted. Earth style? Kakashi began to summon an earth technique, but Lin Nan quickly halted him. No, conserve your chakra. Boom. A blue light surged from Lin Nan, and the blue Susanoo's third stage took form in an instant. Countless branches pelted against Susanoo like raindrops. Yet they inflicted no substantial harm. However, neither Itachi's nor Madara's Susanoo could withstand the onslaught of the giant hand. The hand howled again, descending upon Lin Nan and Kakashi. This time, 3 giant hands came crashing down, intersecting in a cross pattern, completely enveloping the white pillar on which Lin Nan stood, leaving him no escape. Death! As Obito murmured, the enormous hand descended. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, seemingly shaking the entire Kamui space. As the dust settled, Obito beheld 3 giant hands forming a convex shape. Narrowing his eyes, he barely had time to focus before he noticed countless sturdy roots emerging from the array. Rushing toward him, the divine tree's arrival? Obito nimbly evaded the roots while also maneuvering through the air to escape their assault. In this spatial realm, Obito could momentarily float. Although it seemed the Kamui space had been breached, allowing everyone to intervene, Obito, as the wielder of the Sharingan, naturally possessed greater abilities. Just then, the giant hand retreated, revealing a colossal figure beneath. Susanoo? No, a wooden giant. Obito snorted coldly. Beneath the hand lay a massive wooden figure clad in the armor of Susanoo. The wooden figure was deeply embedded within the stone pillar, with only half of its body exposed, and its Susanoo was somewhat damaged. A rather disheveled figure crawled out. Spitting onto the ground, it was Lin Nan. The immense hands of the Ten Tails demonstrated their formidable power. Relying solely on Susanoo was insufficient. In its complete form, it might have been manageable. However, as a wooden clone, Lin Nan could only activate Susanoo to its fourth stage, and it was already a tremendous effort to envelop the wooden figure within it. You are indeed fortunate, Lin Nan. Obito sneered, only to suddenly realize that Kakashi was not with Lin Nan. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the stone pillar beneath Obito, wielding Raikiri and thrusting it directly at him. It was Kakashi. Obito had anticipated this and responded with ease. He sidestepped and seized Kakashi's arm, his expression turning savage as he ruthlessly drove a black rod into Kakashi's chest. Yet, in the next moment, Kakashi transformed into a surge of lightning. Was it a lightning clone? Obito barely had time to react before the electric current enveloped him, causing him to scream in agony. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi re-emerged from the ground, delivering another Raikiri aimed at Obito's chest. Unexpectedly, a colossal hand appeared out of nowhere, shielding Obito from harm. Kakashi's attack merely grazed the Ten Tails' arm. A trivial annoyance for such a mighty entity. Kakashi then retreated back to Lin Nan's side. The fierce exchange left Lin Nan somewhat exasperated. Kakashi, you truly are infuriating. Obito emerged from behind the massive hand, smoke billowing from his charred form, yet he had evidently sustained no significant damage. Possessing the cells of the wood release, albeit those of white Zetsu, his regenerative abilities were astonishingly rapid. With a determined shout, Obito formed hand seals, summoning several gigantic arms that slammed toward Lin Nan and Kakashi. Lin Nan felt a sense of helplessness. He had just been battered into the ground, and another round of blows would surely bury him deeper. The Ten Tails were indeed troublesome. What was his main body doing? It seemed to be struggling to assist him by ensnaring both Ten Tails with its tail, while simultaneously slashing with a katana, creating transparent holes that filled the battlefield with the creature's anguished cries, though they did little to inflict real damage. The holes would instantly close up. Lin Nan attempted to sever the Ten Tails again, but even with a powerful strike, they merely rejoined, defying his expectations. However, for Lin Nan, this was sufficient. The Ten Tails were preoccupied with their own plight, and their cries bolstered the morale of the ninja coalition. As the primary war machine of the enemy was being subdued, victory seemed inevitable. While Lin Nan commanded the super-powerful Blue Cat to attack, he found himself at a loss regarding the Ten Tails' elusive tails. Yet, while the wooden clone could not provide assistance in the dimension of Kamui, on the other side, a powerful force emerged. Ding! SSS Sage Technique. Myojinmen has been added to the skill library. Chapter 86. Would release. True Thousand Hands has been added to the skill library. Lin Nan in the space felt a surge of energy, followed by a radiant smile. It seemed fortune favored him at last. The next moment, he activated his cursed seal state, his grotesque appearance startling Kakashi. For colossal hands descended from different directions toward Lin Nan, yet he remained unfazed, much to Kakashi's growing anxiety. The impact of those hands would undoubtedly reduce him to mere pulp. However, in the next moment, Lin Nan's voice rang out with authority. Sage Art, Myojinmen. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, countless enormous wooden stakes materialized from the heavens, pinning the approaching hands firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. This scene caused Obito's expression to shift dramatically. Hey, little Obito, weren't you confident? Lin Nan sneered, thrusting a Myojinmen toward Obito. The latter leapt to evade, his face darkening as he beheld the red wooden stakes. As the current master of the Ten Tails, he sensed that its tails were instantly immobilized and stripped of chakra upon contact with the Myojinmen. The stakes, infused with potent sage chakra, harbored an overwhelming sealing power that the Ten Tails could not resist. Reluctantly, Obito understood the urgency of leaving this battlefield. His reliance had been utterly dismantled by Lin Nan's Myojinmen, and lingering here posed an everlasting peril. Lin Nan, time and again, you truly disgust me. With a dismissive remark, Obito's form began to distort, clearly attempting to retreat. Lin Nan chuckled at this, amused that Obito resorted to insults when he could not win. He commanded the wooden figure to raise the katana. Just as Obito sought to escape, a flash of blue light caught his attention, and before he knew it, his left arm, along with half of his shoulder, was completely severed. I will make you wish for death. As Obito's voice faded, his form vanished, leaving behind an arm connected to the shoulder, which swiftly lost its flesh tone, becoming an eerie pale. Lin then stepped forward, crushing the severed limb beneath his foot, causing a viscous substance to ooze forth. Much to Kakashi's disgust, suddenly, a figure materialized on the battlefield, landing atop one of the ten-tail split forms. The reason it did not land on the ten tails itself was likely due to the fact that the creature was currently being assaulted by the nine tails. Obito gasped for breath. Although half of his body was composed of wood-release cells, the severity of the wound was immense, yet he persisted in muttering with gritted teeth. The malice reflected in his Rinnegan and Sharingan was palpable. Is this truly the limit? Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara had been observing the battlefield, and, upon witnessing Obito's state, a smile crept upon his face. Obito, you are nothing but a waste. Just moments earlier, Madara, in his complete Susanoo form, found himself unable to contend with Hashirama's wooden figure. Lin Nan, who had been spectating and plotting, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His original aim had been the true Thousand Hands, but it appeared that Hashirama in the Edo Tensei state was unable to summon them. In the original narrative, this was likely due to his main body being engaged in the sealing technique, distributing vast amounts of chakra. However, now he faced only Uchiha Madara. At that moment, the five Kage finally arrived on the battlefield. Tsunade rushed toward her grandfather the instant she spotted him. The other four Kage joined the fray against the ten-tail split forms. Grandfather? Tsunade called out, drawing the attention of both Hashirama and Madara. Descendant of the Senju? A worthless being. Madara snorted disdainfully. Yet Hashirama's expression brightened as he exclaimed, Madara, wait a moment, I will return shortly. Under the incredulous gaze of Uchiha Madara, Hashirama leaped from the wooden figure and approached Tsunade. Little Tsunade, how you've grown. Hashirama laughed heartily. Tsunade, however, felt a whirlwind of emotions and was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet Hashirama was not one to underestimate the gravity of the situation. Aware that they were still on the battlefield, he continued, but since you are here, I am confident that in my reanimated state, I can defeat Uchiha Madara. What do you mean? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Hashirama gazed at the colossal complete Susanoo and remarked, at this moment, Uchiha Madara is even more formidable than when we battled in life. If I wish to defeat him, I can only employ that technique. Tsunade's expression grew serious as she began to grasp the implications. What do you need me to do, Grandpa? Earlier, it was mentioned that Hashirama could not utilize the true Thousand Hands technique due to a lack of the immense vitality he possessed in life. However, now that his descendant Tsunade had arrived, a significant change in history was about to unfold. There is a technique that requires an extraordinary amount of vitality and chakra as its foundation. While I currently have sufficient chakra, my reanimated body does not possess the same vitality I had in life. Hashirama's face turned grave. Moreover, after performing this technique in life, my vitality was severely depleted, which ultimately led to my demise. Grandpa, this is war. I have no objections to anything you need to do. Hashirama glanced toward the distant battlefield and nodded solemnly. I will do my utmost to control it, executing the technique without excessively depleting your vitality. I understand. Tsunade nodded earnestly. Hashirama patted her shoulder, and soon, markings symbolizing sage art appeared on his face. Simultaneously, Tsunade felt an overwhelming surge of chakra entering her body. Is this Grandpa's chakra? Even knowing her grandfather was so powerful in life, Tsunade could not help but feel astonished. It was far more vigorous than the chakra she wielded when utilizing the creation rebirth technique, akin to being enveloped in an endless forest. I am about to begin. Little Tsunade. With Hashirama's declaration, Tsunade could distinctly feel her vitality waning. As a top-tier medical ninja in the ninja world, she understood that in that brief moment, the lifespan she had lost equated to 2 of her ultimate techniques. Concurrently, Tsunade noticed the same markings as her grandfather beginning to spread across her body. In the next instant, the earth trembled, and her body began to rise. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's wooden clone appeared visibly excited. Ding! SSS Sage Art. Would release, True Thousand Hands. Ascending Buddha, weakened version of Hashirama, has been added to the skill library. Chapter 87. The curse bestowed by Obito. Lin Nan thought, this is a tremendous gain. Before he could revel in his excitement, a colossal thousand-handed Buddha towering 800 meters appeared before him. Is the weakened version this enormous? It was evident that it was nearly half the size of the true Thousand Hands Hashirama had once unleashed. Nevertheless, even so, to the complete Susanoo, it resembled a mere pup. At least it was no longer a chick. Again with this technique, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's expression twisted as he boldly maneuvered his Susanoo to confront it. However, Hashirama remained silent, opting for a swift resolution. As 1,000 hands relentlessly struck Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, the outcome was inevitable. Madara's Susanoo was utterly crushed. Had it not been for the fact that Uchiha Madara was a reanimated body, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. Just as Madara's body began to recover, Hashirama formed hand seals once more. Sage Art, Divine Tree Gate. Countless red wooden stakes descended from the heavens, pinning Uchiha Madara in place. Lost again. Madara regarded his shattered form with indifference. Shortly after, he glanced toward the distant battlefield. Obito, that useless fool. If so, then it's time for a change. Uchiha Madara struggled to form a hand seal. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's wooden clone and Kakashi emerged from the Kimui space. Relieved to see that Obito had only fallen to a split body rather than the Ten Tails. According to the progression of events, he was about to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. However, it was clear that he would lose this opportunity. I'm done with being human. Even if I'm not human, I will kill you, Obito. Perhaps the limited infinite Tsukuyomi allowed him to perceive life differently, or perhaps Obito had shown him another side of himself, a marvelous life. In any case, Lin Nan now only desired to eliminate him. The wooden clone might not have this opportunity, but for his main body to eliminate Obito at this moment was as effortless as could be. Thus, Lin Nan's main body no longer restrained the Nine Tails, but instead vanished into the form of the Super Blue Cat. The next moment, Lin Nan appeared beside Obito. Minato, who had been standing next to Lin Nan, quickly grasped the situation with his exceptional battle intelligence. In the current battlefield, whether it was the Ten Tails or Uchiha Madara, Obito was the one in control. This meant that as long as Obito was defeated, the war would come to a definitive end. Therefore, Minato also vanished from Naruto's side. Naruto watched as the Nine Tails he controlled gradually shrank, and the Susanoo surrounding him began to dissipate, leaving him feeling an inexplicable emptiness. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in Naruto's mind. Sigh, the sword is gone. With Minato and Lin Nan's departure, the Nine Tails form began to shrink, and it could no longer control the Ten Tails. However, even as the Ten Tails regained its normal movement, it could do nothing in that instant. For both Lin Nan and Minato had already reached Obito's side. Before Lin Nan could make a move, Minato struck first with a swift slash. As blood splattered, Minato finally recognized the person before him, his former student. Obito? Minato's expression was one of indescribable complexity. He now understood that the mastermind behind the attack on Konoha, forcing him and his wife to be separated from their son Naruto, was none other than his own student. Teacher. Though Obito had a deep gash across his chest from Minato's strike, he wore a twisted grin. Your Godspeed is only for killing. It cannot protect anyone. This statement momentarily left Minato stunned. Lin Nan had no time to engage in banter with Obito, who was clearly already lost in his own words. I will simply unleash dust release. Deconstruction technique. A radiant cube of light flashed in Lin Nan's hand, aimed directly at Obito's head. However, at that moment, Obito was enveloped in a dark glow, and the viscous black substance swiftly engulfed half of his body. Countless black rods pierced through his flesh like porcupine quills. Long and thick. Kurojutsu. This sudden turn of events caught both Lin Nan and Minato off guard, and they were instantly struck through. The black rods of the yin-yang release swiftly incapacitated Minato, suppressing his chakra and rendering him immobile. Lin Nan, though appearing in a dire situation, was not interrupted in his casting. Now, a fierce glint flickered in Lin Nan's eyes, and the light intensified. Ding! A sound rang out, followed by an extreme brilliance flashing forth. As the light descended, the ten-tail split body beneath Lin Nan was entirely pierced through, while both Kurojutsu and Obito vanished without a trace. Did I succeed? Lin Nan removed the broken black rod from his body and surveyed his surroundings, yet his Sharingan failed to detect any trace of Obito's chakra. Had Obito been eliminated? The question lingered in his mind, echoed by Minato, who had been reduced to a porcupine-like state. A sense of emptiness enveloped Lin Nan, prompting him to wonder if the situation had been too simple. Lin Nan, I have vowed to make you suffer in life and in death. Obito's voice suddenly rang out, as if it were an explosion in Lin Nan's ears. Had he escaped? No, it was Black Zetsu, accompanying Obito, who had evaded his dust release. Lin Nan's expression darkened. As he scanned the area, he found no sign of Obito but noticed that the Tin Tails had calmed, unlike its previous frenzy. Obito's manic voice echoed again. Had I known your Edo Tensei would become my stumbling block, I would have imprisoned you instead of killing you, torturing you while keeping you alive. Lin Nan's face twitched at the malice in those words. What vendetta lay behind such cruelty? Yet, he soon realized that Obito's voice emanated from within the Tin Tails. What kind of trickery was this? Lin Nan felt a headache coming on. The evolving narrative was spiraling beyond control. Thus, Lin Nan, I will ensure that you experience despair from heaven to hell. From Obito's voice, Lin Nan sensed an unprecedented malice and horror, as if a curse were being placed upon him. It was both terrifying and nauseating. What did he mean by that? Just as Lin Nan pondered, he suddenly found his body enveloped in white smoke, accompanied by a sizzling sound. At that moment, there was only one such presence on the battlefield. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 88. Lin Nan's Resurrection. Uchiha Madara's resurrection. In that instant, Lin Nan's entire being froze. Amidst the steam rising from his body, he felt a long-lost sensation of life within himself. Could Obito really be playing such a grand trick? As Lin Nan observed his ashen skin gradually transforming to a healthy hue, his expression was one of astonishment. Obito had actually resurrected him? What sorcery was this? With a touch of skepticism, Lin Nan cut into his palm with a chakra scalpel, and warm blood flowed forth. Staring at his hand in disbelief, Lin Nan felt as if his thoughts had been drained, leaving his mind blank. Yet, almost immediately, the wound began to staunch and heal at a visible rate. Hashirama cells. Only a living body could be restored by the first Hokage's cells. However, this restoration paled in comparison to Obito's instantaneous healing. In the next moment, Lin Nan hastily opened his crimson robe and glanced at his chest. Thankfully, there was no change. What was Obito thinking? Was this a case of unintended consequences? Though resurrection was typically a cause for joy, Lin Nan was left utterly bewildered. A sudden explosion jolted Lin Nan back to reality, followed by a maniacal laughter that resounded across the battlefield. A surge of fervor coursed through him. He looked into the distance, his countenance one of disbelief. Uchiha Madara had also been resurrected? Was the situation escalating to such proportions? This meant that Obito had used his own life to perform the rebirth of the soul technique, resurrecting both himself and Madara. Why? Wait, could this be the curse that Obito had placed upon him? Lin Nan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, akin to having swallowed something foul. As he sensed the flow of chakra within him, he noted that while his total chakra was significantly greater than in life, his recovery speed was sluggish compared to Edo Tensei, akin to a snail against a high-speed train. The advantages of Edo Tensei had dissipated. Now, Lin Nan felt like a phone that had lost its charge, barely clinging on with a power bank. Was this really necessary, Obito? You've resurrected me? Minato, observing Lin Nan's state, could not conceal his astonishment. Lin Nan, without hesitation, extracted the black rod from Minato. As for Minato's inquiries, he could only sigh deeply. Boom. An explosion erupted, and Lin Nan looked up to see the resurrected Uchiha Madara atop the Tin Tails, eyes closed, the Rinnegan yet to be activated. Once the Rinnegan was in place, wouldn't he directly bypass Obito and engage Sage Mode Madara? How had the situation escalated to this point? Meanwhile, Hashirama, after defeating Madara's Susanoo with his true 1,000 hands, cancelled the technique, as it severely drained his vitality, particularly taking from Tsunade's life force. After defeating Madara, he ceased his actions and prepared to seal Madara with the Heavenly Gate. At that critical moment, Uchiha Madara was resurrected, possessing a living body, thus weakening the sealing power of the Heavenly Gate, allowing Madara to escape. Hashirama, caught off guard, was swiftly impaled by Madara's black rod, which severely restricted his Edo Tensei capabilities, causing him to lose his combat effectiveness instantly. Meanwhile, Tobirama, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally sprang into action. However, the resurrected Madara unleashed a flurry of blows upon Tobirama and Tsunade. Tobirama, had you not been Edo Tensei, you would already be half dead. With a black rod, Madara ruthlessly pinned Tobirama to the ground, then kicked Tsunade away as she rushed to assist. At that moment, an orange-hued Susanoo arm caught Tsunade, gently lowering her to the ground. Madara, observing this, displayed a curious expression, though his eyes were closed. It seemed he could perceive a figure appearing to the side, Lin Nan's would clone. With the resurrection of his main body, Lin Nan's would clone visibly regain vitality and could feel a surge of life force. Obito has finally done something worthwhile. He actually thought to resurrect you. Madara chuckled as he approached the pinned Hashirama. Seeing this, Lin Nan furrowed his brow and instantly hurled an 8-span jewel toward Madara. Madara made no effort to evade. He merely extended a hand toward Hashirama. Boom. Lin Nan's 8-span jewel exploded beside Madara, yet it failed to inflict any harm. Was this the wheel of fate? Lin Nan's expression soured as he could only watch helplessly as Madara absorbed Hashirama's sage chakra. Madara, do not remain obstinate. Though Hashirama was immobilized, he continued to implore. Madara merely scoffed. Sage techniques are nothing but trivial. With that, he drove a black rod into Hashirama's head. Tobirama, sensing an opportunity, suddenly expelled a silver needle-like object, shooting it toward Madara with incredible speed and stealth. Yet the resurrected Madara seemed indifferent, as if he could not see it, and the needle appeared to be obstructed mid-air, proving utterly ineffective. Useless, Madara sneered before delivering a blow to Tobirama. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Nan had been observing his surroundings, but despair washed over him. He could see nothing, and his Sharingan detected no fluctuations in chakra. The Wheel of Fate was indeed difficult to manage without a sage's presence. However, what he had witnessed earlier was not the Wheel of Fate, but merely Madara's blocking skill. Yet, constrained by his caution, Lin Nan could only rely on Susanoo for defense, unable to take any further action. And you, Lin Nan? Uchiha Madara cast a glance at Lin Nan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, though you have attained life, at this moment, you remain nothing more than a mere waste. Lin Nan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, rendered speechless. However, Madara soon disregarded Lin Nan entirely, soaring into the air. The elation of his resurrection spurred Madara to strive forth and become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. This was a grave situation. Madara had indeed returned. Lin Nan's original self sighed in resignation. Minato, too, glanced up at Madara, then exchanged a knowing look with Lin Nan. Should we? No? Lin Nan swiftly interjected. Had I not been resurrected, perhaps I could have contended with Madara. But now it is utterly impossible. We require assistance. Lin Nan calculated that for Madara to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he would need to reclaim the Rinnegan, a process that would take time. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Ten Tails was compressing. Chapter 89. Obito becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Have you forgotten about me? A sudden, thunderous voice resonated in everyone's ears. Not only Lin Nan, but even Madara was taken aback. This was unmistakably Obito's voice. Had he survived the release of the Rinnegan? The Ten Tails contracted violently, and Lin Nan and Minato immediately withdrew. Madara, however, merely observed quietly, for he stood upon another Ten Tails. Indeed, there were 2 Ten Tails in the arena. Only one was shrinking, rapidly condensing into a sphere the size of an adult Madara. What was happening? Madara furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, a dark light emerged from his shoulder, and the voice of Black Zetsu followed. It seems the Ten Tails has infused him with chakra and vitality, allowing him to survive and complete the absorption of the Ten Tails. This kid is quite fortunate. Madara scoffed coldly. Black Zetsu continued. However, he cannot survive solely on the Ten Tails chakra for long. Once you become the complete Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, you will be able to extract his chakra. Madara looked down at the other Ten Tails and snorted. So we still need to obtain the 8 Tails and 9 Tails? Obito, that fool, cannot even manage something so trivial. At this moment, all eyes on the battlefield were fixed upon the white sphere floating in the sky. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed, as the sphere broke apart like an eggshell, revealing a figure within. Lin Nan swallowed hard. The Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Naruto had also arrived beside Lin Nan, joined by the 5 Kages, including the former Hokage. Hashirama and Tobirama had their black rods removed by Lin Nan's wooden clone, allowing them to move freely. In the air, the Akatsuki from another world hovered, alongside the unconventional Sasuke and Team Hawk, while Orochimaru lurked at the back. The elite forces of the Ninja Coalition had gathered. Now, facing them were Sage Obito, the resurrected Uchiha Madara, and the other half of the Ten Tails. Was the final battle upon them? Just at this critical juncture, Madara had returned to life. Lin Nan's teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. This was one of the reasons why Lin Nan, after emerging from the infinite Tsukuyomi, was reluctant to be resurrected. During the infinite Tsukuyomi, Lin Nan's lack of a physical body restricted him, rendering him far less effective than if he had been reincarnated. Obito, if this is your curse, you are truly vile. The Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails is massive. Naruto observed Obito, sensing the restlessness of the nine tails within him. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, gazed at Obito and Madara, inhaling deeply. To be honest, he is stronger now than he was in life. Tobirama suggested, we should have the ninja coalition retreat. We cannot let them perish in this battle. Hashirama nodded. Let us first use the 4 Red Yang formation to seal these two. Lin Nin immediately intervened. No. The 4 Red Yang formation may seal the Ten Tails, but it cannot contain the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Hashirama, having just been saved by Lin Nan, recognized the weight of Lin Nan's words and promptly asked, what should we do now? Even though the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails had appeared, he had only absorbed half of it and was not yet the complete entity. Thus, the urgent task was to separate the two. Before Lin Nan could finish, a chill swept over him, and he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Damn it! At that moment, Susanoo activated its third state. Yet, in the next instant, a sound of shattering reached Lin Nan's ears, and his pupils constricted. Before his eyes, Obito had pierced through Susanoo and stood before Lin Nan. He crushed Susanoo with a single blow? Good grief. Lin Nan felt as though his mind was about to explode. Although he had not had time to use the Yata mirror for defense, he knew that Susanoo possessed formidable defensive capabilities. To shatter it so effortlessly was beyond Lin Nan's expectations. This was merely the power of half a Ten Tails. Though Lin Nan's scalp tingled, he could not allow Obito to approach him unchallenged. In that moment, Lin Nan finally understood Obito's earlier words about dragging oneself from heaven to hell. To resurrect himself only to perish again. Perhaps it was a case of being unable to live or die. You are truly ruthless, Obito, willing to risk your own life for this gamble. At this moment, Obito was dangerously close to Lin Nan, leaving him no opportunity for defense. However, this did not imply that Lin Nan could not evade. Obito's speed rivaled that of the Flying Thunder God, which stunned all the elite forces present. Yet, upon realizing that Obito's target was Lin Nan, their expressions changed. In an instant, Obito's form passed through Lin Nan's body. The sage-like Obito, now pale, glanced back at Lin Nan. In his state as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Obito seemed to have shed the previous chaos and frenzy. The immense power had instilled within him a profound sense of strength and tranquility. From his calm gaze, Lin Nan sensed a hint of astonishment. Indeed, Lin Nan could rely on Kamui to become intangible, but Obito had lost the ability to do so. At this moment, Obito needed the Rinnegan to suppress the Ten Tails chakra within him, rendering the Sharingan's abilities useless. Lin Nan's expression turned remarkably vivid. This indicated that he could at least maintain his footing in this perilous situation. Attack! A voice shouted in anger, prompting all the elite forces of the ninja world to unleash their jutsu upon Obito. Obito soared into the sky, floating aloft. Lin Nan, you are fortunate, Obito uttered lightly. But now, I no longer deem you worthy of my contempt. It is this world I intend to trample. With that, 6 black orbs, the truth-seeking balls, appeared behind Obito. Lin Nan felt a wave of frustration. He suspected that Obito's resurrection was not merely for the purpose of eliminating him, but rather to put on a grand show. Lin Nan recalled that in the original storyline, Obito had struggled to control the Ten Tails, ultimately relying on his powerful conviction to succeed. However, it seemed that Obito's current state was remarkably stable, perhaps due to possessing only half of the Ten Tails. Naruto, you and my clones, along with the 5 Kages, will handle the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. I will confront Uchiha Madara and the Ten Tails alongside the first Hokage. Lin Nan immediately delineated their roles. Since Obito had targeted Lin Nan first upon becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, it was evident that Lin Nan posed the greatest threat to him, prompting the others to willingly comply with Lin Nan's arrangement. As for why Naruto would contend with Obito, well, those who understood understood. Chapter 90. Ban allows Obito to experience Sage Mode. Lin Nan's classification was not without justification. Primarily, Obito's use of the truth-seeking balls was extravagant. Had Naruto in his 6 paths form been able to wield even half of Obito's prowess, he would not have been so severely suppressed initially. Treating the orbs merely as shurikens, the truth-seeking balls function as enhanced black rods, inflicting maximum damage on those reincarnated from the dead, and once struck, they cannot regenerate. Hence, Keeping the former Hokage, reincarnated from the dead, away from Obito's battlefield was also for their own good. As for Naruto and the other 5 Kage, while they may not be capable of defeating Obito, they could certainly restrain him, allowing Naruto to engage in verbal battles. On the side of Uchiha Madara and the Ten Tails, although Madara could also create black rods, they could be removed. Moreover, even with the Rinnegan, Madara could defend himself. At this moment, despite Madara's considerable strength, he was still merely human, not yet reaching the level of a sage. Naturally, Madara's current focus was directed towards the 8 Tails and 9 Tails, so it was optimal for Naruto to remain distant from him. Having completed the division of roles, Lin Nen elucidated the weaknesses of Obito's Sage Mode, and a new round of battle commenced. Naruto transformed into the 9 Tails, enveloping the 5 Kage within, charging towards Obito in the sky. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, Lin Nen specifically included Orochimaru and Kabuto in the fray against Obito. Orochimaru's strength was consistently stable in any battle, and Kabuto's proficiency in sage techniques made him a formidable asset against Obito's Sage Mode. Ordinary ninjas could no longer participate in this high-stakes war, so they began a collective retreat. As for the Ten Tails' separate manifestations, they could be managed by the Akatsuki. Whether it was Deidara's bombs, Haiden's human puppetry, or Kakuzu's explosive techniques, they were more than sufficient to deal with the Ten Tails fragments. The battlefield was now organized with clear divisions of labor, yet the situation could hardly be described as favorable. Meanwhile, on Madara's side, within less than half a minute of Lin Nan's planning, he had acquired a Rinnegan. In the original storyline, possessing a single Rinnegan enabled Madara to control all 9-tailed beasts. However, since Obito had become the host for the Ten Tails, this power was temporarily rendered ineffective. Lin Nan's thoughts were crystal clear. For Madara to become the complete Ten Tails host, he needed the half of the Ten Tails within Obito. This implied that, setting aside Lin Nan and his allies, a decisive confrontation between the two was inevitable. Lin Nan exchanged a glance with Minato, and together they unleashed the 9 Tails amplification technique once more. In Naruto's absence, Lin Nan took the lead, successfully elevating the 9 Tails to a towering height of 6 or 700 meters. First Hokage, I require your assistance. Lin Nan called out to Hashirama. Upon hearing this, the first Hokage instantly understood and placed his hand on Lin Nan's shoulder. As he felt an immense surge of chakra flood into his body, Lin Nan felt as if every muscle was swelling. His physical form, being less resilient than a reincarnated body, began to strain under the slightest movement. Lin Nan silently regretted not having trained his body in his previous life, resulting in his current frail state post-resurrection. With Hashirama's chakra, Lin Nan fully released his restraints, adorning the 9 Tails fangs with Susanu's armor. Simultaneously, 2 great swords materialized. Compared to the previous Super Ultra Blue Cat, this version, although slightly smaller, was still adequate for the task. Meanwhile, Madara was yawning. Are you not ready yet, Lin Nan, Hashirama? You are incredibly slow. I've been waiting for ages. Lin Nan took a deep breath and brandished his swords, confronting Uchiha Madara. With a single Rinnegan focused on Lin Nan amidst the Super Ultra Blue Cat, Madara remarked. Is this your combined power? It seems rather unremarkable. We shall see once the battle commences. Lin Nan smiled faintly. Madara, not in a hurry to strike, inquired. I am quite curious, Lin Nan. How did you acquire the 9 Tails within you? Lin Nan was taken aback. I see no need to divulge that to you. Madara's gaze revealed his curiosity. You are not the host of the 9 Tails, yet you wield its power. Is that your mysterious ability? While they conversed casually, Obito was embroiled in a fierce battle. As Naruto recognized Obito's weakness lay in sage techniques, he dispatched several shadow clones to engage Obito using sage techniques, while 2 snakes nearby persistently created disturbances. Thus, even though Obito was in sage mode, he was not faring well. The primary issue was that he was currently enduring Naruto's verbal assaults. Obito had initially sought out Lin Nan, but now he was in no mood, merely wishing to silence Naruto. Therefore, the temporary resolution to his enmity was straightforward: redirect his hatred towards another. Without further ado, Lin Nan sprang into action, delivering a dual sword strike aimed at Madara's head atop the Ten Tails. Undoubtedly, this was Lin Nan's most formidable move at that moment. The sword energy surged forth. While it may not have been as exaggerated as the sword division from his previous life on Earth, the sheer force contained within was enough to potentially threaten Madara's life. However, Madara merely raised a hand. With a crack, The sword energy vanished without a trace. What? Lin Nan was stunned. The sword energy can be absorbed? In essence, sword energy is a composite of chakra. Its absorption was within reason. Yet, it was indeed unexpected for Lin Nan, who had always believed sword energy to be a physical attack. Let me see the nine tails within you, Lin Nan. After absorbing Lin Nan's sword energy, Madara raised his single eye and gazed at him intently. Upon making contact with Madara's chakra, Lin Nan's body stiffened, and he soon revealed an expression of agony. I must thank you, Lin Nan. Though I am unaware of the origin of your nine tails, a tailed beast is a tailed beast. None can escape the grasp of the Rinnegan. Madara laughed heartily. What is happening? Minato, witnessing the situation, grew anxious. Suddenly, a chain emanating a purple aura shot from the Ten Tails' mouth, lunging towards the Nine Tails' neck. This is bad. He aims to seize the nine tails within this young one. Hashirama shouted. Ha. Madara merely laughed. It is futile. Unlike that fool Obito, I possess the Rinnegan. No tailed beast can elude my control. Yet in the next moment, as the chain wrapped around the Nine Tails' neck, it seemed to phase through as if it were nothing. Madara's smile faltered, and his expression stiffened. The smile did not vanish, but shifted to Lin Nan's face. I played my part well, didn't I? Chapter 91. Armored Ten Tails versus Armored Nine Tails. How is this possible? Madara was taken aback by the unfolding events. Despite his extensive experience and countless grand spectacles, he found himself momentarily dazed. The Rinnegan coupled with the Ten Tails should have effortlessly allowed him to control the Nine Tails. Why did this not apply to Lin Nan? It was as if something he had always believed and had turned into mere illusion, much like his own life. In contrast, Lin Nan's response was a mighty sword. Since sword energy proved ineffective against Madara, Lin Nan opted for a physical assault. Although this great sword was also a manifestation of chakra, it had become tangible, thus eluding absorption by the Rinnegan. However, in the next moment, a dull thud resonated as Lin Nan stood frozen in disbelief. The Ten Tails had seemingly performed an empty-handed catch of the blade. Is this how the game is played now? Certainly, the Ten Tails bore blue armor upon its hands, a manifestation of Susanu's might. Lin Nan, do not underestimate me. With a thunderous shout, Uchiha Madara unleashed a radiant blue light. Countless armor plates began to envelop the entire Ten Tails, culminating in the merging of the Tengu mask, creating yet another formidable blue feline. The armored Ten Tails faced off against the armored Nine Tails in a truly captivating spectacle. Lin Nan skillfully maneuvered the Nine Tails, establishing a standoff between the two colossal entities. At this moment, the Nine Tails appeared relatively diminutive compared to the Ten Tails, resembling a child standing before an adult. Nevertheless, the Nine Tails under Lin Nan's control had already gathered the strength of 3 individuals, while on the Ten Tails side, it was solely Uchiha Madara. Lin Nan sighed, reflecting that if he were in the state of Edo Tensei, he could achieve a similar effect with the addition of Minato. Obito, you are truly despicable. Uchiha Madara, within the armored Ten Tails, let out a cold chuckle, raising his katana and bringing it down towards Lin Nan. As the blade sliced through the air, it parted the clouds, dispersing the accumulated storm clouds in an instant. The overwhelming force of the strike compelled Lin Nan to raise his katana in defense. The sound of metal clashing reverberated across the battlefield, shaking the ground and stirring up a tempest of dust. The immense form of the Nine Tails was driven to its knees under the sheer weight of the Ten Tails' assault, its energy visibly pulsating under the strain. Clearly, both the Nine Tails' body and Lin Nan's Susanoo were struggling to bear the pressure. Is this all you can muster, Lin Nan and Hashirama? Can you still dance? Uchiha Madara taunted, suppressing the Nine Tails while drawing another katana. Lin Nan, enduring the pressure, glanced at Hashirama, who immediately understood but hesitated, saying, Young friend, when I utilized the true Thousand Hands earlier, you were watching, correct? Lin Nan nodded, acknowledging the immense life force required for that technique. But how can I sustain it in my current physical state? No. Hashirama decisively shook his head. Tsunade can endure it because she is my descendant, possessing the Senju bloodline and robust vitality. However, you cannot. Why can't I? Lin Nan asked, perplexed. Isn't vitality the same for everyone? Hashirama explained. Though life may be similar, some endure decades of suffering, while others enjoy lifelong health. That is the difference. Lin Nan grimaced, realizing it implied his own frailty. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have trained harder in his youth, even if not for the 8 gates, at least to excel in taijutsu. Ultimately, In the late stages, ninjutsu had become nearly obsolete, relying primarily on physical techniques, ocular jutsu, and sage arts. In the climactic moments, there seemed to be no effective ninjutsu left to employ. Whether it was Sage Obito or Uchiha Madara, ninjutsu would be effortlessly absorbed in an instant. The numerous ninjutsu Lin Nan had replicated had also lost their efficacy. Amidst the chaos, any attempt at fire or water techniques would yield no results. Even dust release, once a formidable technique, had diminished in significance. Unfortunately, the speed of Obito rendered it ineffective, and Madara could absorb any attempts made. The massive Ten-Tails could not be entirely enveloped by dust release, and even if struck, would instantly regenerate. As the Nine-Tails struggled under the Ten-Tails' dominance, there remained but one path to break the stalemate, the true Thousand Hands. However, the constraints of his own body posed a significant hindrance. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Nan, prompting him to ask, what about the vitality of the Uzumaki clan? Upon hearing this, Minato cast a questioning glance at Lin Nan, who ignored the scrutiny, focusing instead on Hashirama. Hashirama nodded, affirming, the Uzumaki clan indeed possesses such vitality, but you, Hashirama clearly understood that Minato's son belonged to the Uzumaki lineage. Lin Nan smiled faintly, maneuvering the Nine-Tails to draw forth another katana, fiercely directing it toward the Ten-Tails blade. The clash was undeniable, sending the form of the Nine-Tails crashing back to the ground. In that moment, Lin Nan created a shadow clone, silently detaching from the Nine-Tails body. Minato, with a pained expression, glanced at Lin Nan and asked, what do you intend to do with Naruto? Lin Nan quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, I never said I would do anything to your precious son. You implied that. Minato clenched his teeth, revealing no hostility towards Lin Nan, illustrating his remarkable composure. Hashirama interjected, indeed, why should we impose suffering on the living, given that we are already deceased? Yet, this is the sole method available, is it not? To win this war and protect our ninja world, some sacrifices are necessary. As Hokage, you both cannot lack this awareness. Lin Nan spoke earnestly. Hashirama nodded gravely, affirming, everything for the village. Even Minato, despite his reluctance, sighed. Can the vitality consumed be replenished? It is challenging, but it is possible, Hashirama replied. Here it comes, Lin Nan announced. Minato turned with difficulty to see Lin Nan approaching, carrying a small girl with red hair. Chapter 92. The true Thousand Hands and Nine-Tails Lin Nan shadow clone appeared on the battlefield of the Ten-Tail split forms. The Hawk Squad, along with Sasuke, refrained from engaging in the conflict, instead confronting the Akatsuki and the elite forces of the Ninja Alliance, including the Konoha 12. Despite this, Sasuke continued to observe the battle between Sage Obito and Uchiha Madara. As a proud figure, he would not extend his hand unless invited. And Lin Nan had precisely overlooked him while strategizing, leaving him as an outsider. Nevertheless, Sasuke's pride compelled him to wish to participate in such a pinnacle battle of the ninja world, remaining vigilant for any sign of weakness from either side, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Sasuke, you're so cool when you take down enemies, exclaimed Sakura, trailing behind him. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. Whoa! Sakura gasped, startled, only to be confronted with a pair of crimson eyes before collapsing. Lin Nan's shadow clone wasted no time, moving to carry her away. Hey, what are you doing? Mizuki shouted, though hesitating to advance. Is that you resurrected? Ryu asked in surprise. I'll borrow Sakura for a moment. You all continue. With that, Lin Nan hoisted Sakura back onto the Nine-Tails. Not Naruto. Minato exclaimed, wide-eyed. Lin Nan, puzzled, responded, when did I say it was Naruto? Cough. Minato cleared his throat. When you mentioned the Uzumaki clan, I thought you meant Naruto. Lin Nan found the situation with the water gate rather amusing, chuckling softly. Naruto is engrossed in battle over there. How could I possibly ask for his assistance at this moment? Who is this? Hashirama inquired. Lin Nan gently lifted the girl with red hair clad in sleepwear from his arms, saying, her name is Corinne, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Currently, I have her under the control of my Sharingan, allowing me to extract her life force at will, as long as she remains alive. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's brow furrowed. How can you do such a thing without her consent? Lin Nan replied, although this young lady is a descendant of the Uzumaki, her constitution differs significantly from that of her ancestors. Her life force is exceedingly vibrant, even more so than the average Uzumaki, and may possess regenerative capabilities. If you doubt me, feel free to examine her yourself. Hashirama stepped forward and placed his hand on Corinne's head, his expression shifting to one of delight. Indeed, her vitality surpasses even that of Mito. Corinne, in truth, was an anomaly. Her life force could be transferred to others through their bond, effectively healing wounds, and remarkably, this transfer did not greatly diminish her own vitality. This was truly extraordinary. Thus, having Corinne serve as the vessel for the true Thousand Hands was undoubtedly fitting. With that settled, let us commence, Hashirama decisively declared. Lin Nen smiled slightly and remarked, I wonder if she can allow me to witness the complete form of the true Thousand Hands? Oh, Hashirama chuckled, recognizing the flaws in the previous Thousand Hands. The young one's vitality is indeed remarkable, surpassing even my own in life. Then let us proceed, he murmured, gazing at the distant figure of Uchiha Obito, who was preparing to strike with his twin swords. Let me become acquainted with Uchiha Obito. As Hashirama's face bore the markings of a sage, a colossal chakra began to coalesce. Simultaneously, Lin Nan felt an overwhelming surge of life force and chakra within the Nine Tails. This sensation enveloped him, making him feel as if he were in a dream, every pore of his being basking in the revitalizing essence of life. Is this the true Thousand Hands? Ding. SSS Sage Technique, True Thousand Hands Transformation into Buddha, Hashirama Senju, has been added to the skill library. Warning. This skill drastically consumes life force and chakra. Exercise caution. Boom. Just as the system announcement echoed in Lin Nan's ears, an earth-shattering tremor reverberated through the battlefield. A colossal figure, rivaling even the Ten Tails, materialized before the eyes of every combatant. Not a chance. Uchiha Obito exclaimed, unleashing a blade of light aimed at the giant Buddha. However, this time, the Nine Tails chose not to resist, dispersing as Lin Nan, Minato, and Hashirama leaped away. In an instant, the immense Nine Tails fragmented. The giant Buddha behind the Nine Tails raised countless massive arms to meet the blade of light. Hashirama, when did you become so naive? Yet, in the next moment, Uchiha Obito's smile faltered. As the blade of light made contact with the multitude of arms, they rapidly became ensnared in a golden light and blue armor. Though formidable, the attack did not yield the results Obito had anticipated. Then, to his astonishment, a golden radiance and armor began to spread from the giant true Thousand Hands arms, enveloping its entire form and ultimately metamorphosing into the Nine Tails, culminating in the Tengu mask. This was utterly unimaginable. Uchiha Obito was left dumbfounded, speechless. Before him, the true Thousand Hands, surrounded by the upright Nine Tails, donned the formidable armor of Susanoo, astonishingly armed with 1,000 arms. This meant that the current true Thousand Hands was a fusion of Wood Release, Tailed Beasts, and Susanoo. Bang! Uchiha Obito gazed at his own chest, murmuring, Am I truly feeling unease? In the face of this colossal chakra that could instill terror in anyone, Uchiha Obito felt no fear. Instead, his blood surged with fervent battle spirit. Come, Hashirama, Lin Nan. This is by no means our final dance, yet it is undoubtedly a performance unparalleled in history. Uchiha Obito laughed heartily, charging forth with the Ten Tails. Would release, True Thousand Hands transformation into Buddha, Nine Tails armor mode. With a thunderous command, Hashirama summoned the 1,000 arms behind the giant Buddha, which surged forward like a torrent, crashing towards the Ten Tails. This spectacle drew the gaze of all on the battlefield. Even Obito, upon witnessing the giant Buddha, could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. This was a being capable of contending with the full form of the Ten Tails, unmatched in the world. Hashirama. Marvelous. Chapter 93. The Great Buddha of Susanoo. All must bow before it. Boom. Amidst a sound more thunderous than any storm, the earth shook violently, and the battle commenced with fervor. However, the duration of the conflict was shorter than anyone had anticipated. 1,000 arms descended, creating a disturbance that rivaled a magnitude 10 earthquake, making it feel as though the ground was not shaking but moving. An attack powerful enough to shift tectonic plates. At this moment, the collective animosity towards the Ten Tails was significantly diminished. Dust and debris rose as the giant Buddha ceased its assault. Within the haze, silence reigned. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Standing atop the giant Buddha, Lin Nan unleashed a tempest. The dust clung to the ground, and even as Lin Nan expelled the last remnants of his breath, it lingered, refusing to dissipate. Yet from beneath the dust, the grim reality began to emerge. The Ten Tails lay on the ground like a puddle of slime, covered in fist imprints as though it had been mercilessly pummeled like a rubber toy, a sight most horrifying. Its Susanoo armor was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The Ten Tails' peculiar head with a single eye and ear appeared dazed, staring blankly at the sky, seemingly blaming the world itself. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito had vanished without a trace. "Do not let your guard down. The Ten Tails can regenerate," Lin Nen shouted urgently. Exchanging glances with Hashirama, they both cried out simultaneously, "Sage art, divine spirit gate." From the heavens, numerous massive red wooden stakes descended, firmly pinning the battered Ten Tails in place. Compared to the previous divine spirit gate, this one was even larger, capable of thoroughly restraining the Ten Tails' entire form. Subsequently, Hashirama dispelled the true Thousand Hands technique. Throughout the duration of the true Thousand Hands, Corinne merely appeared pale. Her breath slightly weakened. It was worth noting that Tsunade had aged visibly in that brief time. This young girl may yet revive the former glory of the Uzumaki clan. But what use is revival when they would inevitably face extinction again? Lin Nen scoffed. Perhaps understanding Lin Nan's thoughts, Hashirama sighed deeply. Perhaps the future holds promise. Uchiha Obito had vanished, leaving Lin Nan somewhat speechless. This man always sought to escape at the first sign of trouble, just as he had when facing Hashirama before. The battlefield had nearly concluded, with Uchiha Obito gone. It seemed he intended to confront Obito. Lin Nen glanced toward the distant battlefield of Obito and Naruto, then said, "I will assist Naruto. I shall leave a clone here. You all need only guard against Uchiha Obito." Due to previous statements made by Lin Nan, Obito's use of the truth-seeking balls poses a significant threat to the Edo Tensei, essentially sealing their fate upon direct impact. Thus, the group had no objections to Lin Nan's assertions. In the next moment, Lin Nan's figure vanished. "Little Obito, your brother has arrived." However, in reality, Obito's actions were starkly different from his chaotic rampage in the original narrative, where he ultimately succumbed to Naruto's verbal prowess. Given that Lin Nen had previously revealed his vulnerabilities, and with Obito lacking the complete power of the Ten Tails as depicted in the original work, along with the absence of Madara's peculiar Rinnegan, his situation was far from advantageous. He had to confront Naruto's Nine Tails head-on while remaining vigilant against Kabuto and Orochimaru lurking behind him. While Orochimaru was manageable, Kabuto's every move was infused with sage techniques, demanding Obito's utmost caution. Ordinarily, Obito could rely on his intangibility, yet in this moment, he was deprived of that ability, forced to depend solely on the six-path chakra for defense. The battle was incredibly frustrating for Obito. Furthermore, Naruto's incessant chatter only served to exacerbate his agitation. Initially, Obito could have matched Naruto in a verbal duel for a couple of rounds, yet after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he had grown noticeably quieter, as if the chakra of the Ten Tails stifled his voice. Over time, he even began to be swayed by Naruto's words. From the outset, Obito had always been a warrior charging forth for love, yearning to create a world solely for Rin, willingly becoming a pawn for Madara to achieve the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, Naruto approached him by invoking Obito's childhood dream of becoming Hokage. In truth, Obito's childhood was filled with sorrow. He lost both parents at a young age and was raised by his grandmother. Amidst his painful upbringing, one person entered Obito's life, Rin. Much like Naruto, who has little impression of Hinata, their differing backgrounds rendered them incapable of forming the same childhood bond that Obito shared with Rin. Nevertheless, Naruto did have childhood friends, Shikamaru and Choji. All the other children shunned Naruto due to the nine tails sealed within him, compounded by the whisker-like marks on his face. Yet Shikamaru's father was evidently more tolerant, and Choji's father likely shared a similar disposition. Thus, Naruto's childhood was not entirely devoid of companionship. As Obito matured, his dream remained to become Hokage. Men often devote their lives to the pursuit of family and career, some prioritizing the latter, while others, like Obito, hold family above all else. For Rin, he willingly relinquished his dreams. Yet now, Naruto's words had rekindled his long-lost aspirations. It was unfortunate that while Naruto sought to awaken Obito's conscience, their time for dialogue was exceedingly brief. Aware of Naruto's intentions, Obito chose to evade confrontation. Just as Naruto found himself at a loss, a figure materialized before him. Lin Nen had come to assist. "Mr. Lin." Lin Nen smiled and said, "I have observed everything. Leave the next steps to me." You may boldly continue your verbal persuasion. Without further ado, Lin Nan charged towards Obito. Upon seeing Lin Nan, a flicker of emotion broke through Obito's previously vacant gaze. You are the variable in all of this. If you were to perish once more, everything could revert to its original state. In that instant, the truth-seeking ball in Obito's hand transformed into a spear of DNA, aptly named the Spear of Swamp. At such a critical moment, he still harbored thoughts of killing Lin Nan? Well then, let us engage in this game. Lin Nan smiled kindly, choosing silence as he lunged towards Obito. As Obito unleashed the Swamp Spear, a weapon said to possess the power to cleave the heavens. It merely passed through Lin Nan's form. Your opponent is behind you. Lin Nan approached Obito with a grin. Startled, Obito turned to find Naruto's shadow clone had appeared at that very moment. Chapter 94. Obito's total defeat by Naruto's persuasion. Lin Nan merely relied on his intangibility to weave between Obito's form, persistently creating distractions. Currently, direct attacks would yield no results. The crux lay in Naruto's verbal prowess. Listening to Naruto's incessant chatter, Lin Nan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, Naruto's persuasive skills were as formidable as rumored. Lin Nan had witnessed Naruto's oratory prowess during his encounter with Nagato. At that time, he felt little impact, merely perceiving that Naruto had spoken some words, leading to Nagato's sudden epiphany. The speed at which Nagato flipped from accusing Lin Nan of betrayal to ultimately betraying his own convictions was astonishing. However, the present situation was different. Now, Naruto was wholly engaging Obito with both emotional appeal and rationality. In truth, Naruto and Obito shared many similarities. Both endured tragic childhoods, and their personalities during youth bore striking resemblances. Yet Naruto was redeemed by Iruka, who served as a father figure to him. Unfortunately for Obito, he did encounter a similar figure, but that person had died. Thus, Obito became what he was. Yet, had Rin survived, perhaps the Obito trapped within the infinite Tsukuyomi would have mirrored the man he could have become. As for whether he could have become Hokage, who could say? Nevertheless, now that Obito had been swayed by Naruto's words, his emotional turmoil caused the chakra of the 10 tails within him to become increasingly unstable. A tug-of-war had commenced. Lin Nan was the first to notice the 10 tails chakra within Obito beginning to overflow, resembling a leaky wooden barrel, continuously losing chakra. It seemed that this chakra did not solely belong to the 10 tails, but included chakra from the 1 tails through the 7 tails. Not only was the 10 tails chakra in flux, but had it begun to disintegrate? Lin Nan gaped in astonishment. Naruto's persuasive skills were truly remarkable. Little Lin, pull. Lin Nan snapped back to reality at Naruto's call. He observed as Naruto attempted to extract the chakra from Obito's body. Though chakra is not a tangible substance, Naruto's connection with the 9 tails allowed him to access other tailed beast chakra. However, this could not be achieved through sheer brute force. It required Obito's own state of mind. In that moment, Obito's expression was blank, his gaze vacant, likely trapped within his own illusion. Lin Nan recalled Obito's illusion. He had become Hokage, leading Konoha to prosperity. With a deep sigh, Lin Nan acknowledged that Obito, as the reincarnation of Azura, had become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. This reincarnation had nearly drained Obito of all his chakra and vitality, leaving him on the verge of death, sustained only by the 10 tails chakra. Upon becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki and gaining sage-like powers, the life force and chakra that did not belong to him but resided within him had rendered him a being straddling the line between life and death. However, if the 10 tails were to be severed from him, would he not perish as in the original narrative, or would he endure for a time? If he were to die immediately, would Kakashi not be deprived of his Susanoo experience card? If he didn't possess it, would I not be left without it as well? But what is lost is lost. I have already experienced 3 versions of Susanoo, so one more or less makes no difference. As the tailed beast chakra continued to be extracted from Obito's body, Lin Nan could even perceive with his Sharingan that Obito's chakra was diminishing. If Obito were to die now, it could be considered a form of revenge for himself. However, while Obito had killed himself, he had also resurrected himself. Does that not constitute a form of enmity? Revenge has been exacted. Yet Lin Nan finds little joy in it. Long ago, while indulging in anime, he felt a pang of sympathy for the character Obito, whose narrative was steeped in tragedy. In truth, the majority of antagonists within Naruto share this melancholic essence. Some argue that there are no true villains, as each character strides towards their own ideals. Lin Nan, however, cannot concur with this notion. Merely being redeemed does not absolve one of villainy. Yet, for a villain, death can indeed be considered a form of resolution, cannot it? As he observed the tailed beast chakra being gradually extracted from Obito, severing their connection entirely, Obito's body fell helplessly to the ground. Once the chakra was expelled, it transformed into 7 colossal forms, representing the one tail through to the 7 tails. However, they were only imbued with half of their chakra, the remainder still residing within the 10 tails. The first to approach with lethal intent was Kakashi, while Lin Nan remained an observer. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred as a figure erupted from the ground, charging towards Obito. "Return my eyes to me," boomed Uchiha Madara. Just then, 2 beams of light, one purple and one blue, surged towards Madara. His expression shifted. Although Obito was within arm's reach, the loss of an eye would not be worth the sacrifice of his own body. Thus, Madara swiftly retreated. "Have you taken your time, you scoundrel?" Lin Nan, enveloped in a blue Susanoo, noted that the other attack originated from Sasuke. It appeared that Sasuke had discerned Madara's intentions. "Humph." He scoffed upon sensing Lin Nan's gaze. "Do not misunderstand. I am not aiding you. I am merely assisting myself." Lin Nan, grinning, chose not to engage further, instead focusing on Madara, an artifact of a bygone era. "Prepare to perish." Sasuke's voice resonated once more, igniting a black flame upon Madara. Yet, Madara remained unfazed, dismissing the black fire with a nonchalant remark, "Such trifles are beneath me." Subsequently, his armor fell away, yet the black flames did not touch his flesh. In his bare state, Madara appeared even more formidable, for a face was etched upon his chest. With his single Sharingan, Madara surveyed the coalition of ninjas before him, comprising the 5 Kage, the former Hokage, and the tailed beasts. Such an assembly was nothing short of magnificent. Yet, in that moment, Madara stood alone. "Lin Nan, do you believe you have triumphed?" he inquired, a calm smile gracing his lips. Lin Nan surveyed his surroundings. "I wish to understand how I am to lose now." "You have overlooked the most fatal detail, Lin Nan." Madara's gaze bore into Lin Nan's. "You have forgotten that there are 3 nine-tails on this battlefield." Lin Nan furrowed his brow, only to have his expression shift dramatically as he directed his gaze towards the distance. There, the 10 tails had consumed the 9 tails transformed from Minato. It was crucial to note that his own wooden clone still resided there,